Rosa Luxemburg
by J. P. Nettl, in 2 volumes. This is an unabridged reprint of the 2-volume work. Introduction: Luxemburg in Our Time. It has often been said that one of the worst fates to befall a writer is to be referred to while rarely being read. The same could be said of a revolutionary who is heralded but rarely followed. And so it is when it comes to the legacy of Rosa Luxemburg. Luxemburg has long been considered one of the most outstanding theoreticians of the radical tradition. Yet the expansiveness of her contributions, which include political theory, economics, social history, sociology, ethnology, cultural studies, and a series of remarkable letters exploring what it means to be human on an individual as well as social level, has made it easy to emphasize one or another aspect of her thought without considering the whole. This is surely not helped by the lack of availability of much of her work. Even today, the bulk of her writings have yet to make it into English. Luxemburg has also long been heralded as one of the most independently minded revolutionaries of the Marxist tradition. In devoting her theoretical, political, and personal life to the fight against capitalism, she did not hesitate to sharply criticize her fellow socialists, both reformists and revolutionaries, for adopting policies that constrain the freedom of the individual. Although her example has inspired many over the years, no large-scale political movement has ever been defined by her theoretical perspective, in contrast to such figures as Lenin, Trotsky, or Che Guevara. There is a long history of paying homage to her idealism while expressing diffidence as to its practical import for contemporary politics. This is changing. Much more of her work has become available in recent years. 2 new volumes, of almost 900 pages each, of previously unknown or unpublished writings have been added to her Gesammelte collected works by Dietz Verlag in Germany, and a complete collection is in progress in both English and Chinese. This has coincided with a slew of new studies that explore her contributions to political theory, economics, and feminism. New collections of her writings, as well as books and symposia on them, have appeared in Spanish, Portuguese, French, Italian, Polish, Japanese, Korean, Russian, and Arabic. It is no exaggeration to say that Luxemburg is being studied more around the world today than at any previous time. This coincides with growing interest in socialism and Marxist theory since the global economic meltdown of 2008. Such interest has only intensified with the upsurge of xenophobic nationalism and racism, sexism, and environmental destruction in the United States, Europe, and the developing world. The failure of liberalism to impede the destructive logic of capital points to the need for a revolutionary alternative, while the legacy of unfinished and failed revolutions haunts the global imagination. Luxemburg speaks to this situation, not despite but because of her sharp criticism of the socialists of the Second International and the policies pursued by the Bolsheviks after their seizure of power in 1917. At issue is whether a viable alternative to capitalism can be developed that avoids the drastic mishaps and failures that characterized efforts to create socialist societies in the distant and recent past. The dilemma facing us today involves our inability to solve the human problem short of revolution, on the one hand, and the failure of revolutions that occurred up to this point to solve this same problem, on the other. The work of Rosa Luxemburg is a vital source for working through this antimony. 2. For these reasons, the reissuance of J.P. Nettl's Rosa Luxemburg, first published in 1966, which is the most comprehensive English-language biography of Rosa Luxemburg to date, could hardly come at a better time. Nettl's biography remains a crucial source because of his extensive knowledge of Luxemburg's life and work as well as the historical context in which it unfolded. The latter is especially significant. It is hardly possible to make sense of Luxemburg's political positions and pronouncements without being keenly aware of the forces and figures at play in the German Social Democratic Party, SPD, and the Second International, the political situation in Russian-occupied Poland and how it differed from other areas in which Poles lived under foreign domination, the historical peculiarities that defined social relations in the Russian Empire and how they had an impact on the course of the 1905 to 1907 revolution, and much more. Nor is it possible to fully grasp her development without a comprehensive knowing of the twists and turns in the political fortunes of her political colleagues as well as adversaries. Lenin is perhaps the most obvious case in point. Although she sharply criticized him at numerous points in her revolutionary career, that did not stop her from maintaining close personal, and at times political, relations with him. In fact, He was one of the few male revolutionary figures that she actually admired. Subsequent efforts to claim an absolute opposition between them on all issues, as well as attempts to downplay the political and theoretical gap that separated them on a number of specific matters, do not do justice to who she really was. Luxemburg's contribution cannot be accessed solely through her writings. They need to be explored in relation to the historical contingencies and particularities that they responded to. Nettl's extensive knowledge of the social, political, and historical context of the European socialist movements of the time is underscored by his use of primary sources in Polish, German, and Russian, the languages in which Luxemburg composed her own works. Nettl's facility in accessing multiple archival and linguistic sources is rarely matched in more recent secondary literature in English on Luxemburg. Most pay minimal, if any, attention to her work within the Polish socialist movement, even though the only two organizations that she actually led were an integral part of it: the Social Democracy of the Kingdom of Poland, SDKP, from 1893 to 1900, and the Social Democracy of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania, SDKPL, from 1900. Although some of Luxemburg's writings on the national question that were originally composed in Polish have been published in English, almost none of her other writings in Polish, which amount to some 3,000 pages, have yet been translated. Many of these texts are only now being translated into German. The disproportionate attention accorded to her work in the German as opposed to the Polish socialist movement is rather ironic, given that she felt more at home in the latter than the former. This has important ramifications, too, since the tendency to disregard this dimension of her work has made it difficult to fully come to grips with her actual position on such issues as the relation of spontaneity and organization, centralism and cultural autonomy. That Nettl incorporates one of the most extensive discussions of her work in the Polish movement, which is but one reflection of his thoroughgoing knowledge of the humus from which her ideas arose and developed, remains one of the outstanding achievements of his book. Hannah Arendt captured the sense of this in her introduction to the abbreviated edition of Nettl's biography in 1969. Unlike other biographies, history is here not treated as the inevitable background of a famous person's lifespan. It is rather as though the colorless light of historical time were forced through and refracted by the prism of a great character, so that in the resulting spectrum a complete unity of life and world is achieved. This is what a great biography always aims to achieve. It does not simply reduce the individual to a reflection of historical conditions, nor does it posit the individual as independent of history. People make their own history, but not out of whole cloth. A great biographer shows how the substance of a particular phase of history is taken up and reconfigured by the subjective development of a given individual. In this way, the biography intimates the direction in which history can move in the future. There are a number of ways in which Nettl's portrayal of Luxemburg speaks to issues that concern us in the present historical moment. First, Luxemburg repeatedly emphasized that the logic of capital consists of a constant drive to overcome natural and human limits, a process that ultimately destroys not only pre-capitalist formations but also the ability of capitalism to sustain itself. This was the basis of her theory of imperialism as well as her famous expression, voiced in the midst of World War I, of socialism or barbarism. The concept hardly seems out of place today, when we face a level of environmental destruction that threatens the very sustainability of life as we have known it. Second, she lived in a period when historical determinism largely defined Marxism, elements of which can certainly be found in her work. Nevertheless, her concept of revolution was anything but deterministic. She viewed revolution as the most open-ended of human endeavors, an unpredictable phenomenon bound by no inevitable laws. This was the basis of her insistence that revolutions are not made by political parties or groups of committed activists but arise spontaneously at critical historical turning points, which more often than not cannot be anticipated in advance. This was also the basis of her criticism of Lenin and Trotsky after the Bolshevik seizure of power. She denounced their view that democracy was a cumbersome mechanism that got in the way of advancing their prescription for revolution as an effort to manage from above what can only be achieved by masses of people from below. Many have seen this open-ended understanding of the nature of revolution confirmed by such events as Hungary in 1956, the African revolutions against colonialism in the 1960s, Paris in 1968, the East European revolts of 1989, and the Arab Spring of 2011. At the same time, Her standpoint suggests there is always a risk that revolution may be diverted from its creative channels and crushed by the forces of existing society or the ill-conceived decisions of revolutionaries. That too speaks to the realities of our time, when so many revolutions have come and gone without resulting in a truly new society. This does not minimize the importance of revolution but underscores the need to be theoretically prepared to deal with its complexities and contradictions. Third, as the most important female theoretician of Marxism and one of the greatest female economic theorists of the 20th century, Luxemburg has much to say, both in her published and unpublished work, about the struggles of women to gain recognition and acceptance in a sexist culture. Throughout her life, she encountered repeated obstacles to her effort to claim a mind of her own as a leading theoretician, due to not-so-subtle attacks on her as a Polish Jewish woman who was physically disabled. It should come as no surprise that this dimension of her personality has gained greater recognition in recent years. 3. Despite Nettl's accomplishments, it is only to be expected that a work composed half a century ago falls short on a number of issues. Like any biographer, Nettl felt the need to justify his lengthy treatment by discussing Luxemburg's relevance for the politics of the time. The book appeared during the Cold War, when Europe was dominated by social democratic parties and close to a third of the world was under the control of putatively communist regimes. He acknowledges that both sets of forces have little to do with her revolutionary concepts. The Social Democrats had long ago abandoned any prospect of revolutionary transformation, while the communists erected a series of authoritarian states that eliminated even the pretense of democracy. Nevertheless, he wants to show that her ideas can still be considered politically relevant, and he does so by referring to the charges of revisionism that the Chinese and Russian communists hurled at each other and against the dissidents within their regimes. He writes, "The whole problem of revising Marx, which is none other than the problem of capturing the only authoritative interpretation of Marxism, was of great concern to Rosa Luxemburg. The connection seems quite a stretch." Luxemburg's dispute with Eduard Bernstein in 1898–99, which brought the term revisionism into widespread use, was a genuine debate between colleagues over the principles of Marxism. The Stalinists' use of revisionism to belittle those who departed from the party line was nothing of the sort. It was an expletive used to prevent genuine debate from occurring. Moreover, Luxemburg was never interested in establishing the only authoritative interpretation of Marxism. Marxism to her was not a static ideology, but a body of thought in constant need of reinterpretation and development. That was the last thing on the minds of Soviet, Cuban, or Chinese communist rulers who created regimes defined by ideological conformity. Here, as in other parts of the book, Nettl's effort to connect Luxemburg's legacy to the politics of the times comes across as forced or anachronistic. In fact, efforts to establish Luxemburg's relevance to the contemporary world fall flat so long as one's mental horizon is limited to the parameters of liberal capitalism versus status communism. Luxemburg's perspective is too much at odds with both to fit her into a world defined exclusively by these ideologies. After all, if she was so sharply critical of Lenin in 1918, less than a year after the Bolshevik Revolution which she supported, what would she have said about Stalin or Mao, who were 1,000 times worse? She could at least maintain a dialogue with Lenin, opposed as she was of many of his policies. But there was no way that someone of Luxemburg's politics and temperament could have anything to say to the leaders of the Stalinist regimes, other than that they deserved the mantle of socialism no more than the National Socialists. In light of the ideological divisions that defined the Cold War, it is understandable that Nettl at times overreaches in his effort to directly connect Luxemburg to contemporary politics. There was of course the possibility of pursuing a different course, relating Luxemburg's legacy to those on the left who opposed both liberal capitalism and status communism. They were on the scene at the time, and Nettl occasionally suggests ways in which her ideas provide direction and inspiration for them. But such tendencies were hardly dominant in 1966, despite the initial promise of the New Left. Today, a new generation of activists and theorists are searching for theoretical resources that transcend the binary of free market capitalism versus status command economies. Another issue is that, while Nettl does much to reveal crucial aspects of Luxemburg's personal and political life, he has relatively little to say about her connection to the women's and feminist movements of the time. One telling sign is entitling the chapter spanning 1906 to 1909, The Lost Years. During those 3 years Luxemburg composed one of her most important political works, the mass strike, the political party, and the trade unions, became a teacher at the SPD's party school in Berlin, which she considered one of most cherished activities of her career, and started work on the Introduction to Political Economy, one of her most original theoretical compositions. It is also the period in which she terminated her 15-year love affair with Leo Jagishes. They separated shortly before the June 1907 conference of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party in London. There is something odd or revealing about a male biographer calling the years without her longtime lover lost, even when he quotes her statement, made shortly after the breakup, "I am only I once more, since I have become free of Leo." With the growth and development of feminism, a different perspective has emerged, although it took some time in coming. For many years, it was widely assumed Luxemburg had little or nothing to say about feminism or the women's movements of her time. Many who reduce Marxism to a theory of class struggle took that as a virtue, whereas many feminists took it as a sign of her irrelevance. This was so widespread that even Arendt referred to her distaste for the women's emancipation movement. A much more balanced and accurate image of Luxemburg's relation to feminism is now available. Luxemburg did not express distaste for the socialist women's movement of her day, which she directly participated in at several junctures. She expressed disdain for the bourgeois women's movement, as well as of her male socialist colleagues who wanted to relegate her to the woman question as a way to monopolize the province of Marxist theory for themselves. Raya Dunayevskaya was the first to make a case for Luxemburg as a socialist feminist in the early 1980s. The claim was picked up and developed by Adrienne Rich, Frigga Haug, Vivian Gornick, Drusilla Cornell, and many others. As Jacqueline Rose puts it, we could say that Luxemburg was a feminist despite herself. In fact, her writings on the women question run through most of her active political life, from 1902 to 1914. Nettl's book also appeared at a time when Luxemburg was viewed as a strictly European thinker who had little or nothing to say to the non-Western world. Although she was admired by some of the early founders of communist parties in Lebanon, Iraq, and China, by the late 1920s, following the Comintern's attack on Luxemburgism, she was persona non grata among the communists. Her stature did not much improve during the anti-colonial revolutions of the 1950s and 1960s, even though many of its leading figures sought to chart a road to socialism independent of the superpowers. The disregard of her work in much of the developing world was due, at least in part, to her virulent opposition to struggles for national self-determination, something that could hardly endear her to fighters for national liberation in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. Nevertheless, wrong-headed as was her wholesale rejection of national self-determination, she was not indifferent to the suffering inflicted by colonialism upon people of color. The defense of native peoples against capitalist imperialist intrusion is in fact a major theme of her theoretical work. Nor did she dismiss the emancipatory potential of indigenous, pre-capitalist forms of social relations in the developing world. Luxemburg's detailed investigation of the indigenous communal social formations of Asian, African, and Latin American societies, in both Part 3 of The Accumulation of Capital and The Introduction to Political Economy, represent one of the most systematic discussions of their significance ever penned in the Marxist tradition. She insisted that communal relations of possessing and working the land, in northern India, southern Africa, and the Andean region of Latin America, were not signs of backwardness or primitivism. Instead, she held, they possessed extraordinary tenacity and stability, and were in many respects far in advance of capitalist social relations. In taking the time to absorb the latest anthropological and ethnographic studies in order to better understand these non-Western societies on their own terms, her work challenges the claim that Marxism privileges modernity and Enlightenment notions of progress at the expense of appreciating non-Western and pre-capitalist modes of life. The recent growth of interest in her work in the Global South is one reflection of how differently she is read there today compared to when Nettl composed his book. It bears noting that these insights are found in Luxemburg's works on economics. She wrote 4 full-length books in her lifetime: The Industrial Development of Poland, The Accumulation of Capital, Introduction to Political Economy, and Anti-Critique. All are on Marxian economics. Despite the importance of her more widely read shorter political works, such as Reform or Revolution, the Junius pamphlet, and the booklet on the Russian Revolution, one can hardly access the fullness of her contribution by treating her economic writings as being of secondary importance. Indeed, she considered them her most rigorous and important theoretical work. Nettl has some fine discussion of the accumulation of capital, but it hardly suffices to limit its discussion to a 14-page appendix. Moreover, he refers to Introduction to Political Economy only in passing and says nothing of its detailed examination of pre-capitalist social relations in the ancient and the contemporary non-Western world. As a political scientist who was not versed in political economy, Nettl may have been diffident about delving deeply into her economic theory. This limitation is overcome in Anneliese Leskitz's more recent biography of Luxemburg. For, despite these issues, Nettl's comprehensive presentation of Luxemburg's life and work, including the historical context in which it unfolded, allows us to see her for who she was, a dedicated Marxist who was not afraid to challenge claimants of that tradition when she felt their perspectives fell short of the goal of universal human emancipation. This has not always been appreciated. Hannah Arendt, who was drawn to the spirit if not the letter of Luxemburg's work, claimed that her commitment to revolution was primarily a moral matter, since much of her public activity was outside the immediate interests of the working class, and hence completely beyond the horizon of all Marxists. This, she argues, is shown most convincingly in her repeated insistence on a Republican program for the German and Russian parties. Arendt is mistaken on a number of levels. First, Luxemburg was completely devoted to the cause of proletarian revolution. It would be hard to find any political activity on her part that was not aimed at advancing the interests of the working class. Indeed, she was so univocally consumed by that perspective that she often gave short shrift to other struggles, such as those calling for national liberation. Second, Luxemburg heaped scorn upon those who treated the struggle for socialism as a moral imperative instead of what necessarily arises from the imminent contradictions of capitalism. As she wrote in Introduction to Political Economy, the socialist idea was placed on a completely new footing by Marx and Engels. These two sought the basis for socialism not in moral repugnance towards the existing social order nor in cooking up all kinds of possible attractive and seductive projects, designed to smuggle in social equality within the present state. They turned to the investigation of the economic relationships of present-day society. And as Rose notes in Women in Dark Times, it is the central credo of Marxism that capitalism contains the seeds of its own collapse. The very rampant destructiveness of capital therefore heralds its defeat. On this Luxemburg never relented. Few would deny that Luxemburg has provided moral inspiration for many thinkers and activists, inside and outside the Marxist tradition, especially because of her fierce political, theoretical, and personal independence. But that is a different matter from suggesting that moral considerations trumped her commitment to Marxism. Arendt nevertheless asserts, she was not an orthodox Marxist, so little orthodox indeed that it might be doubted that she was a Marxist at all. To be sure, Luxemburg was fully willing to criticize Marx and Engels when she thought they got it wrong, such as their support for national self-determination, Marx's analysis of expanded reproduction in Volume 2 of Capital, or Engels' portrayal of the origins of women's oppression. Yet she saw such criticism as the essence of Marxism, not as a departure from it. And that is because Marxism for her was not a closed ideology but a living body of thought. Slavish obedience to one or another set of Marxist conclusions, she held, violated the essence of Marx's critical dialectical perspective. Third, Arendt is clearly wrong that Luxemburg was completely beyond the horizon of all Marxists because of her repeated insistence on a Republican program for the German and Russian parties. On the contrary, every serious Marxist of the First and Second International, from Marx and Engels, and from Bebel to Kautsky, fought for the creation of a democratic republic on the grounds that it is the form best suited for waging a successful class struggle against capitalism. Lenin did the same before 1914, and when he changed his mind during World War I, he did not say the support for a democratic republic had been wrong. He simply argued that the perspective was now out of date, since if the German workers had universal suffrage in 1914, he argued they would have voted in favor of the war. No one prior to the rise of Stalinism, which had no use for either republics or democracies, would have dreamed of considering the demand for a democratic republic completely beyond the horizon of all Marxists. Arendt's claim that the Republican question rather than the national one separated her most decisively from all others does not square with reality. The same can be said of her claim that Luxemburg's support for a democratic republic was more decisive than her later stress on the absolute necessity of not only individual but public freedom in her critique of the Bolsheviks in the Russian Revolution, 1918. Luxemburg's 1918 critique of Lenin centered on the role of democracy following a socialist revolution that has transcended the parameters of a democratic bourgeois republic. In other words, the question was what happens after the revolution. Is democracy merely a means to organize workers against capitalism that is then superseded and denied in socialism? Or does socialism require the most active, unlimited democracy in the sense that democracy now becomes actualized as masses of people attain freely associated economic and political control of the production and reproduction of social life? Lenin and his followers held to the first position, whereas Luxemburg brilliantly advocated the second. In doing so, she reconnected with Marx's long-neglected concept of universal human emancipation through permanent revolution. This is the essence of her critique not only of Lenin and Trotsky but established Marxism as a whole. This, and not the need for a democratic republic as a preparatory stage for socialism, was the point at issue in her critique of fellow revolutionaries after the 1917 revolution. The need for democracy after the revolutionary seizure of power, of the need to ensure space for spontaneous individual and collective development after and not just before the revolution, speaks most directly to our era, which has seen its fair share of failed revolutions when these considerations were brushed aside. Luxemburg's critics have often argued that she was able to afford such lofty, idealist conceptions because she never had to take responsibility for running a post-revolutionary government. But the shoe may be on the other foot. The practical politicians may have had more experience in managing state power, but their failure to be attuned to the need to involve the broadest layers of the masses in the running of society stood in the way of making a firm break from capitalism. The practical need facing us, envisioning a path to and from revolution that does not lead to the formation of yet another bureaucracy or ruling class after the seizure of power, is addressed especially powerfully in Luxemburg's last writings. One need not be a Marxist to hear and feel the power of her revolutionary humanism, her drive and passion, as she put it, to say something great. Great works of art, like ideas of liberation, manage in one way or the other to escape their author. Perhaps this is why Luxemburg remains a pole of attraction for many who have not yet allied themselves with Marx's project of emancipation, something that cannot be said of many of her close colleagues, such as Clara Zetkin. But that hardly means that we do justice to Luxemburg by bracketing out her commitment to Marx's Marxism. As she wrote from prison in Anti-Critique, in surveying the destruction of human creativity unleashed by the German Social Democrats' approval of war credits, the fact that theory by itself doesn't do the trick, that people can occasionally combine the best theory with the shabbiest, most worthless practice, that is flagrantly demonstrated by the present-day collapse of German social democracy. But this collapse came about not as a result of, but in spite of, Marx's theoretical discoveries, and the collapse can be overcome only when the practice of the workers' movement is brought into harmony with his theory. And as this is true on the whole and in general, so too in every important partial area of the class struggle we can establish a completely firm grounding for our position only on the basis of Marxist theory, from the many unretrieved treasures in Marx's fundamental works. September 8, 2018. Peter Hudis is Professor of Humanities and Philosophy, Guten Community College. He has published extensively on Marxist theory and is general editor of the complete works of Rosa Luxemburg. Preface. This book is the product of haphazard growth. My interest in Marxism is, I suppose, professional, the concern with Germany and historical accident as a result of which I participated marginally in the Allied liquidation of the Third Reich and then helped carry odd towels for the midwives who brought into the world the misshapen bastard that is post-war Germany. Even then, in the vintage years of Stalinist orthodoxy, I was struck by something peculiar, distinctive about German socialism, West as well as East. An effort at contemporary analysis failed to satisfy. Even while I was writing a study of the then Soviet zone, I knew I would have to go back into history, and specifically to the First World War. This delving into a chronicle of continuous failure and subsequent bad conscience led sooner or later to the controversial figure of Rosa Luxemburg. There the matter rested for 12 years. My own circumstances then opened out to produce a free year in the purposeful, bleached oak comforts of Nuffield College, Oxford, and I determined to write a short, political profile of the person and the period. The The present lengthy but I hope comprehensive biography is a compound of various subsequent discoveries. My own ambition and loquacity, the discovery of much unused material, the absence of any readable, available, or balanced biography in any language, finally, the fact that the cool preoccupation of the political historian soon gave way to a biographer's obsession with an endlessly fascinating subject. If nothing else, therefore, I hope my own enthusiasm will carry the reader, particularly the English reader, through many pages of facts and ideas which are far removed from his own cultural and intellectual background. It is often held that the importance of a biography can be measured prima facie by some notional consensus about the importance of the subject. Reviewers especially equate proper book weight with subject status. Every person is interesting if interestingly presented. It is the context that matters. If this were not so, there would be no novels at all. I shall attempt to assess the historical importance of Rosa Luxemburg in Chapter 1. Here, however, I want to state the claim that I would prefer this book to be judged irrespective of its subject status, but as a depiction of life, that of an individual and her surroundings. The weight of reality is thus intended to be entirely separate from, and different from, the weight of facts. The arrangement of the book necessarily reflects the many-sidedness of the subject. It is basically chronological. But for the period 1898 to 1904, and again for 1906 to 1914, the German and Polish-Russian events are treated separately and consecutively in a sort of historical parallelogram. Rosa Luxemburg, too, kept her two political lives in strictly separate compartments. For the rest, one or other context predominates. From 1885 to 1897, Rosa was fully immersed in Polish or Russian affairs. During the First World War, her entire activities were German. The chapter on the 1905 to 1906 revolution is again divided into two parts, German and Polish-Russian. Thus, the consecutive German story can be followed by reading chapters 4 and V, the first part of chapter 8 and chapters 9x in volume 1, chapters 11 and 14 to 17 in volume 2. The Polish-Russian story consists of chapters 2, 3, 7 and the second part of chapter 8 in volume 1, chapter 13 in volume 2. To the omnibus reader, I apologize for the necessary backpedaling at the beginning of chapters 7 and 12. In order to do justice to Rosa Luxemburg's important political ideas and their implications in the context of contemporary and later Marxism, two special chapters have been devoted to a fairly rigorous and detailed theoretical discussion. Chapter 6 deals with revisionism, Chapter 12 with the mass strike, the action doctrine, and imperialism. There are separate appendixes on Rosa Luxemburg's economics and the national question. The last chapter, 18, is a postmortem on Luxemburgism, the Via Dolorosa of Rosa Luxemburg's ideas and reputation under the political exigencies of Stalinism. All these are difficult for the general reader and anyway partly rebarbative. The main outlines are indicated in the general chapters and the specialist sections are intended for specialists. I would also like to explain three major omissions before they are pointed out to me. I have deliberately not delved into philosophical problems, like the materialist-idealist dichotomy, the moral and ethical content of Marxism in general and Rosa Luxemburg in particular, and the extent to which any non-Bolshevik Marxist lapses into the now notorious condition of so-called neo-Kantianism. I am not a competent philosopher. To treat this problem seriously requires an addition to the length of this book which would, I consider, be unwarrantable. Most important of all, such a discussion in this context identifies one too closely. I would prefer not to disrobe in philosophical terms. Secondly, I have avoided fairly strenuously, even in the ideas chapters, any temptation to monitor Rosa Luxemburg's ideas with the political philosopher's standard recognition equipment. A set of quickie abstractions attractively labeled with the name of their originator, Thomist, Aristotelian, Hobbesian, Hegelian, anarchist, etc. I have always been skeptical about the receptivity of such equipment, and in the present case it would not only be of doubtful relevance, but lead to those sterile arguments which always await those who unnecessarily try to turn philosophical platitudes into paradoxes. Finally, and as a special case of the foregoing proposition, this book is not a Marxist critique of Rosa Luxemburg, a confrontation between her and Marxism, real or supposed, classical or neo. In this context, I unhesitatingly accept Rosa Luxemburg's claim to be a wholehearted Marxist, and also her claim to be one of the contemporary exponents and appliers of Marxist findings. This presumption is implicit throughout. Perhaps it needs stating explicitly here. Instead of the usual think-piece summary at the end of the book, usually a stage of some exhaustion, I have chosen to set out the framework of the subject and the parameters of relevance in an opening chapter, as well as painting a short word profile of Rosa herself, the sort of things that do not always emerge in the biography itself and may help to make the story sharper and more comprehensible. There are also as many photographs as I could get hold of. Finally, a word about method. Every history is a matter of selection and emphasis. Since Marxism is anyhow rhetorical as well as repetitively centripetal, I have made a virtue of necessity. For one thing, certain basic themes are brought in again and again, from different angles and through the eyes of different participants. It is a continuous process of boxing the compass. The disciplinary approach is also a multiple one. Modern sociology and political analysis has made formidable conceptual contributions to many of the issues which are discussed in this book, and I have made frequent use of them. Reference to academic studies of this sort and all discussion of the questions involved are generally confined to footnotes. Apart from this, footnotes are used in the usual way for reference to persons and issues marginal to the main story of Rosa Luxemburg, and for fairly systematic cross-referencing. I hope this somewhat lavish use of footnotes will fulfill its intended purpose of providing some optional sallies into related subject matter, without cluttering up the narrative of the text. They can, after all, be skipped. The dating is Western throughout. The use of old-style Russian dating on a few occasions is specifically pointed out in the text. I have used for the most part what I am told by David Shapiro is standard English transliteration for Russian and Yiddish, except where variants have become fully conventional, like Trotsky, Zinoviev, Gorky. In quotations translated from Polish or German, the original writer's spelling has been retained, i.e. Plekhanov or Plechanov for Plekhanov. The use of names or pseudonyms depends on the incidence of contemporary usage. Marchluski-Karski is Marchluski throughout. Feinstein letter is letter, Radek, Sobel son, and Parvis, Gelfand or Helphand, are referred to only by their pseudonyms. In the most important cases, the use of names or pseudonyms is discussed in a footnote at the first appearance of the person concerned. I have not attempted to provide biographical information about people except where it is strictly relevant. My acknowledgments are of two kinds. With as controversial a subject as this, I have preferred not to discuss my interpretation with anyone, and thus accept by implication all blame and praise. All the same, many people have helped me. Adam Sialkos put his library and locally unrivaled knowledge of early Polish socialism unhesitatingly at my disposal. He first got me off the ground on my Polish material. Frau Rosie Frolic, widow of Rosa Luxemburg's most distinguished biographer who was himself a militant socialist of long standing, gave me a lengthy and useful interview. We shared a common devotion to the subject. The librarian of the SPD archives in Bonn was helpful and kind. My thanks are due for an almost blank check to quote and reprint documents. The Institut für Marxismus-Leninismus in East Berlin also received me cordially and gave me valuable assistance. The at first sight somewhat strict rules of the International Institute of Social History in Amsterdam were relaxed, when it came to the point of access and reproduction, by much personal sympathy and understanding on the part of the director and others on the staff. Herr Werner Blumenberg gave me much useful information, which I have gratefully acknowledged in the text. But my time at Amsterdam was made outstandingly pleasant and fruitful by the kindness of Dr. Siegfried Bahn. The latter's detailed knowledge and unfailing assistance have been invaluable to me. I have considerably benefited from the unpublished work of Dr. Winfried Scharlaw on Parvis, Dr. Harry Schuckman on the Bund, and Dr. Ken Eaton on the political ideas of Rosa Luxemburg. Professor Leonard Shapiro allowed me to pester him repeatedly on minutiae of Russian party history. Many others provided helpful facts and references. I acknowledge with thanks the following permissions to reprint. From Europäische Verlagsanstalt, Hamburg, for Brief and Freund. From Kosel Verlag, Munich, for the extract from Wiederschinder Fackel in Volume 4 of the selected works of Karl Kraus. From Weidenfeld and Nicholson for the resolution of the Stuttgart Congress of the International in James Joll, the Second International. Dr. Z. Rappaport and Mr. Henry Richmond generously helped me with translating Polish, Mrs. Betty Gruss with Yiddish, and Mrs. Rose Gillinson with Russian. Without my secretary, Miss Christine Haley, and her willingness to adopt my erratic and unpredictable work habits, this book would never have reached the light of day. My debt to her goes far beyond just typing and consequently also beyond the usual routine acknowledgement. My special thanks are due to the Institute for Party History in Warsaw for their great liberality with material and for making my stay in Poland so productive and enjoyable. Dr. Felix Tych, himself a distinguished historian of Polish socialism, helped me in innumerable ways with advice, information, and constructive criticism. I owe him a great debt. Finally, a general word of thanks to all those at the Oxford University Press, whose task it is to transform the physically and intellectually untidy manuscripts of wayward authors into well-ordered books. David Shapiro read and helped to correct proofs. His meticulous skepticism was invaluable. His willingness to undertake this most unrewarding of chores was the act of a friend. No institutional, financial, or foundation assistance in the writing of this book was asked for or given, with one exception: my family, who gave several years' hospitality to another demanding and fascinating woman, and let me spend almost as much time with her as I pleased. Oxford/Leeds 1965. JPN.
Rosa Luxemburg.
Volume I. Rosa Luxemburg as a schoolgirl. Credo. Communism is in reality nothing but the antithesis of a particular ideology that is both thoroughly harmful and corrosive. Thank God for the fact that communism springs from a clean and clear ideal, which preserves its idealistic purpose even though, as an antidote, it is inclined to be somewhat harsh. To hell with its practical import. But may God at least preserve it for us as a never-ending menace to those people who own big estates and who, in order to hang on to them, are prepared to dispatch humanity into battle, to abandon it to starvation for the sake of patriotic honor. May God preserve communism so that the evil brood of its enemies may be prevented from becoming more barefaced still, so that the gang of profiteers shall have their sleep disturbed by at least a few pangs of anxiety. If they must preach morality to their victims and amuse themselves with their suffering, at least let some of their pleasure be spoilt. Karl Kraus in Die Fackel, November 1920. Reprinted in Wiederschinder Fackel, Volume 4 of Selected Works of Karl Kraus. Munich 1956, page 281. Rosa Luxemburg. Who, what, and why? Why a biography of Rosa Luxemburg at this great length, or any length for that matter? She is well known to those who study or believe in Marxism. The main outline of her life and work is established. There are biographies, even though none recent and only one in English. Has important new evidence recently come to light? Is there a case for diffusing knowledge about Rosa Luxemburg among a wider public? And if so, is a book of this length not far more likely to repel than to attract? Since I have had to convince myself of having good reasons for writing this book, I want to start by outlining them. Many people actually know Rosa Luxemburg's name, but its associations are vague, German, Jewish, and revolutionary. That is as far as it goes. To those who are interested in the history of socialism, she emerges in clearer focus, as the spokeswoman and theoretician of the German left, and one of the founders of the German Communist Party. Two aspects of her life seem to stand out: her death, which retrospectively creates a special, if slightly sentimental, interest in a woman revolutionary brutally murdered by the soldiery, and her disputes with Lenin, in which she appears to represent democracy against Russian communism. The translator and editor of her works in America has seen fit to put out an edition of her polemics against Lenin under the title Marxism or Leninism, presumably because he too thinks this neatly sums up her position. To many casual readers in the West, she has therefore come to represent the most incisive defender of the democratic tradition in Marxism against the growing shadow of its misuse by the Bolsheviks. Insofar as revolutionary Marxism can be democratic, Rosa Luxemburg stands at its apex. She has become the intellectual sheet anchor of all those old, but ever young, radicals who think that communism could have been the combination of violence and extreme democracy. In their frequent moments of nostalgia, it is the name Rosa Luxemburg that they utter. Her death in action ended any possibility of giving effective battle to the Bolsheviks and also sanctified her views with the glow of martyrdom. But the difficulty is that these same Bolsheviks and their followers, whose ascendancy she is supposed to have resisted, have also claimed her for their own. In spite of her alleged mistakes and misinterpretations, they see her ultimately committed to communism in its struggle against social democracy. Had she lived, she would have made the choice even more decisively than in the confusion of 1918. Once again, the date of her death is crucial, as well as its form. Communist tradition can no more afford to ignore a martyr than any other embattled faith, and so someone who later might well have been buried with all the obloquy of a renegade, today still retains her place in the official pantheon, by dying early and by dying hard. So the first reason for Rosa Luxemburg's importance in the history of political Marxism is the unique moment of her death. She and Karl Liebknecht were perhaps the only Marxists who committed themselves to the Bolshevik Revolution in spite of fundamental criticisms, which are as old as that revolution itself. What makes Rosa Luxemburg's case especially interesting is that her debates with Lenin on certain fundamental Marxist problems date back to 1903. They are central to her philosophy. Others in Russia had departed from or quarreled with Bolshevism long before 1917, quite apart from those who were never within sight or sound of sympathy with Lenin. These had nothing to contribute to orthodox revolutionary Marxism after 1917. An even more important group came to differ from Leninism as it evolved into Stalinism. They opted out of the charmed circle of communist politics. Trotsky and his followers, and all those purveyors of a precise conscience who orbited on the periphery of revolutionary Marxism from the 1920s onwards, suffered from the same two major disabilities: lack of a disciplined mass following to compensate for the organized support of Soviet power, and the ideological distress of having suddenly to prize themselves loose from their inheritance of the October Revolution. There was little political and even less psychological room for a genuinely uncommitted middle position between friend and foe, the limbo of sophistry that characterized Trotsky and many lesser spirits for so many years. The awful alternative was either to deny the validity of the original event, the revolution, or to claim that it was those in power in Russia who deviated from some purely intellectual norm set by the dissidents. The lack of a neutral tribunal made it all too easy for official communism to elbow these people out as traitors, by the reality of sheer power and weight of argument. Rosa Luxemburg, however, could neither be brushed aside as irrelevant before 1917 nor denounced as a traitor afterwards. When she died, she was a critical supporter. In her own words, "Enthusiasm coupled with the spirit of revolutionary criticism, what more can people want from us?" She too would no doubt have had to make a more concrete choice had she lived. But death is final; it freezes into perpetuity the views, however tentative, held at the time. The most that could be done was to speak of Rosa Luxemburg's errors, and to avoid any detailed analysis of her contribution and attitude in their historical context. There is a strange but severe honesty about communist historiography. Trotskyism, Bukharism, even Menshevism are historical deviations. Their treachery has a beginning, a middle, development, and an end, discovery and condemnation. Their theory is the product of historical action and is welded to it irrevocably. It can be proved by identifiable actions during specific events. Not so Luxemburgism. This is pure inductive theory, built up mostly from writings. Once established posthumously, it could be deduced in turn from other writings. It hangs in the air, a purely theoretical construct. Even during the worst Stalin period, Luxemburgism never became treason. It led to opportunism but was never one of its proofs or essential components. Silence was the rule for 20 years after 1933, or occasional stiff and stilted references, brickbats accompanying the political slaughter. As in an old-fashioned cartoon, Luxemburgism was trapped in a bubble and taken away to safe storage, while Luxemburg herself remained without blemish, an active but unthinking revolutionary personality of the second rank. No one else has had their person and their ideas separated so assiduously. Even though Stalin always insisted that errors could not be abstracted from those who made them, it is wrong to separate Trotskyism from the Trotskyites. This connected condemnation of sin and sinners was never applied in the same way to Rosa Luxemburg. None of this is new. Our continuing interest in the life and works of anyone who left behind so many unresolved ideas, and who was handled so uniquely, is only natural. But there are also good reasons why the relevance of Rosa Luxemburg's ideas should be greater today than at any time since the 1930s. With the death of Stalin, communist theory has ceased to be merely the ironclad accretions and deposits of the dictator's own notion of Marxism-Leninism. The bands have burst, and with them a lively, if uneven, froth of speculation has broken out. The impetus came directly from the top, but was taken up and carried forward from lower down. To take an example, Khrushchev and the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party have carried out a reinterpretation of war, both as a feature of competing imperialisms and as an inevitable consequence of the confrontation between capitalism and socialism. Now, with the destructive power of modern technology, war has become the ultimate disaster once more, very like the summum malum, the blight of all civilization, which it was to Rosa Luxemburg. The fact that the proletariat, as the majority of the population, provides also the majority of victims was as obvious to Khrushchev as it was to Rosa Luxemburg, and both put it in very similar terms. This leads straight to the large-scale Marxist excavation which, at the time of writing, blaringly accompanies the Russo-Chinese conflict. And it did not take long for the digging to reach the revisionist controversy, one of the great watersheds of Marxism, though the thesis of this book is in part an attempt to shift its impact to a different time and a different dispute. No one spans these two great issues of war and revisionism more comprehensively than Rosa Luxemburg, and on both questions her conclusions are at least as authoritative and relevant as Lenin's, though they differed on the solution to the one and about the total applicability of the other. The whole problem of revising Marx, which is none other than the problem of capturing the only authoritative interpretation of Marxism, was of great concern to Rosa Luxemburg. She expended some of her most important political analysis on the difference between Marxism and revisionism and on the consequences of the attempts to revise Marx. The contrast between postulating revolution and being revolutionary, which today agitates the Russians as much as the Chinese, was precisely the central issue which Rosa Luxemburg tried to emphasize for the first time in her much-neglected polemics against Kautsky in 1910. In addition, the inevitable confrontation, not of alternative philosophies but of the two different worlds of socialism and capitalism, was central to Rosa Luxemburg's thesis just as it is the mainspring of the Chinese attack on the Soviet Union. Placid and well-fed capitalism leading to an equally placid and well-fed socialism was as much Rosa Luxemburg's bogey as it is that of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. If Lenin's works are now being used in this controversy as the main arsenal of ammunition for both sides, Rosa Luxemburg's writings could just as well serve for this purpose, except that the Chinese could find better and more systematic weapons in Rosa Luxemburg's armory than in Stalin's. But if the interpretation of the new line comes from the top, the pressure for it comes diffusely from below. The areas of free expression in Russia and the people's democracies have suddenly become much larger. Though transgression of the limits is still a serious offense against communist discipline, there is at least more room for maneuver. The notion that art is not the completely disciplined tool of political will but a spontaneous expression which merely requires a censor's check in the light of stated political needs, that art needs social control but need not stem from controlled social inspiration, is slowly seeping its way upwards through the Russian Communist Party, and has made even further progress in Poland and Hungary. Here again the whole notion of art as conforming, as being analyzed for good or bad content, corresponds much more closely to Rosa Luxemburg's conception than Stalin's idea of a disciplined expression of social purpose. Rosa Luxemburg was not alone, out of her time, in the expression of ideas. Some things she said were exclusive to her, the emphasis often particular. But there was a whole consensus of similar views and aspirations. The relevance Rosa Luxemburg has reacquired with recent changes in the complexion and emphasis of communism applies equally to others. But few covered the ground as thoroughly and vivaciously, as totally as she. Before we look at those of her merits which are justifiably unique, we must be clear about the present-day importance of a wider trend in Marxist thinking of which she was but a part, albeit an important one. For a start, the cyclical revival of particular ideas should not be exaggerated. Many of the concepts advocated by Rosa Luxemburg are still anathema to present-day communism. Her disregard, even contempt, for the problems and techniques of organization can have no place in a society as highly organized as the Soviet Union or China. Those societies that have become communist since the Second World War are also preoccupied with correct organization, and to that extent Rosa Luxemburg has no place in them. As in other areas of stark disagreement between Lenin and herself, between the German left and the Bolsheviks, the debate has simply become out of date. It refers to problems which have no more bearing on existing communist societies, even though they might once have altered the course of history. To extrapolate views specifically concerned with past issues into a totally different present or future is an exercise on which we shall not waste any time. Thus, I do not claim complete relevance or justification for all her work today. The most that can be said is that some neglected aspects are coming into their own. Surely it is already a mark of greatness for part of a political writer's work to have retained even partial relevance for 50 years, particularly when that writer was not concerned with general philosophy, but with analysis of an influence on contemporary events. Yet even so, Rosa Luxemburg's importance does not end here. While history has decided some of the issues against her, a substantial part of her so-called errors prove on closer examination to be based not on what Rosa Luxemburg said or meant but on later interpretation of her work, hammered out in the course of political controversy. She is relevant because of, as well as in spite of, these interpretations. We shall have to disentangle them, but both matter. As long as Marxism exists politically, no contributor can ever become irrelevant. Marxist writers may be deliberately annihilated, but they never die or fade away. This is, in a very special sense, true of Rosa Luxemburg. The refined implications of her ideas fade into a colorless background compared with the freshness of their presentation. She had much of that vital quality of immediate relevance which she praised so highly in Marx himself, often to the detriment of his actual arguments. She made Marxism real and important in a way which neither Lenin nor Kautsky nor any other contemporary was able to achieve, even more so than Marx himself, for his most attractive writing was also the most dated. She was total where Lenin was selective, practical where Kautsky was formal, human against Plekhanov's abstraction. Only Trotsky had the same vitality, but, as far as his pre-war writing was concerned, only in retrospect, a belated attribute of his post-revolutionary stature. Though there are hardly any Luxemburgists in the way that there were Stalinists and still are Trotskyites, it is almost certainly true that more people at the time found their early way to revolutionary Marxism through Social Reform or Revolution and other writings of Rosa Luxemburg than through any other writer. And justly so. The very notion of Luxemburgism would have been abhorrent to her. What makes her writing so seductive is that the seduction is incidental. She was not writing to convert, but to convince. Not only the quality of her ideas, then, but the manner of their expression, the way she said it as much as what she said. The bitter tug-of-war for Rosa Luxemburg's heritage was a struggle for the legitimacy bequeathed by an important Marxist and an even more outstanding exponent of revolutionary Marxism. Social democracy of the 1920s, particularly the German Social Democratic Party, SPD, thought that it could see in her an ardent advocate of democracy who sooner or later was bound to come into conflict with oligarchical and arbitrary Bolshevism. Such an interpretation was cherished particularly by the many ex-communists who left the party in the course of the next 30 years. They found in Rosa Luxemburg's undoubted revolutionary Marxism, combined with the frequent use of the words masses, majority, and democracy, a congenial lifebelt, to keep them afloat either alone or at least on the unimportant left fringe of official social democracy. Nearly every dissident group from official communism, German, French, or Russian, at once laid special and exclusive claim to the possession of Rosa Luxemburg's spirit, and it is significant that Trotsky, whose relationship with Rosa Luxemburg had been impersonal and hostile for a decade, claimed her spiritual approval for the Fourth International from the day of its foundation. The communists were in no way prepared to let her go. However, to answer social democracy and their own dissidents, it became necessary to interpret her work in such a way that those items and quotations on which the enemy based its case could be knitted together into a whole system of error. It no longer sufficed to shrug these off as so many isolated mistakes, and in due course communist theorists constructed for and on behalf of Rosa Luxemburg a system called Luxemburgism, compounded from just those errors on which social democracy relied. The person became increasingly separated from the doctrine, rather like the English notion that the crown can do no wrong. The fiercer the communist struggle against Luxemburgism, the greater the attachment to the revolutionary personality of Luxemburg, stripped of its errors. As we have seen, this delicate surgery made Rosa Luxemburg unique in communist history. Though the result of later political controversy, the fact that the operation was worth doing at all is striking evidence of the continuing importance of the victim, or beneficiary. One of the tasks of this book is to undo some of the effects of surgery and show how much of Luxemburgism can genuinely be attributed to Luxemburg and how much is later addition. The ideas of Rosa Luxemburg will be examined afresh after all the accretions of politically inclined historians have been scraped away. But camouflage is never neutral. In eradicating one vision, it creates another, like a badly restored fresco. We have not merely to remove the screen but to destroy a false image before we can appreciate the real one. This is a more difficult and lengthy task than merely commanding the presence of something which previously was not known at all. Beneath the caricature of Luxemburgism and its spontaneity, there can be seen a consistent set of principles with which Rosa Luxemburg hoped to arm nascent communism in Germany. She never set out to produce a comprehensive or even logically cohesive system. Almost invariably, her ideas found expression in the form of criticisms or polemics against what she considered to be errors. Out of this negative aspect of her own correction, and often overcorrection, like Lenin's bent stick of orthodoxy, we have to construct the positive content of her intentions. To do this, it is sometimes necessary to postulate a neutral no-man's land, arbitrarily empty except for the clear and present conflict, as though each dispute were new and unique. Why? Because the later communist construction of a Luxemburgist system for the sole purpose of demolishing it in public showed that what Rosa Luxemburg imparted to the German labor movement was sufficiently powerful and pervasive to require systematic demolition. No one else in Germany, not even Kautsky, was elevated to a communist-created proprietary ism. In Russia, only Lenin and Stalin on one side, Trotsky and the Mensheviks on the other, were given such an honor. While it would therefore be wrong to construct a true system in place of the false one, and no such attempt will be made, certain dominant ideas remain, and these must be examined with all their true implications. The strong emphasis on action as a prophylactic as well as a progressive social impulse is deeply rooted in communism today. Deeply enough for its specific reincarnation in China because of its allegedly formal abstraction in Russia, and this was Rosa Luxemburg's most important contribution to practical Marxism. What has usually been ascribed to Lenin's peculiar genius for action, asserting itself against the bureaucratic and cautious hesitations of his closest supporters in 1917, was no more than the specific and long-standing recommendation of the German left, most ably expounded in Rosa Luxemburg's writings. For most of her life, revolution was as close and real to her as to Lenin. Above all, she sensed and hammered home the difference between theoretical and real revolutionary attitudes long before Lenin was aware that such differences could exist in the SPD. Modern revolutionary Marxism is thus peculiarly her contribution, even though the debt may not be acknowledged. The German communist inheritors of Eastern Germany have never quite succeeded in obliterating the real image of Rosa Luxemburg with a false one and thus reducing the actual person of Rosa Luxemburg, as it were, to the pages of socialist history. The whole ideology of the Socialist Unity Party in East Germany is permeated by its inability to digest the communist role in the German Revolution of 1918–1919 and get it out of its system. East German ideology can most suitably be described as Marxism plus a bad conscience. Under the pressure of Stalinist orthodoxy, the old failure was measured by the extent to which the Bolshevik example was not followed, step by irrelevant step. Where Spartacus, the precursor of German communism during the First World War, differed from the Bolsheviks, it was always wrong. Where these differences were substantial separation from the body of social democracy at a much earlier date than 1918 or even 1914, organizational self-sufficiency, weakness in turning opposition to the war into social revolution, etc., they provide the direct cause of the revolution's failure in Germany. The history of Stalinism is among other things an experiment with time. Every new moment of the present instantly reverberated through the last 40 years and altered the authoritative reality only just established by the previous echo. Since 1953, party history in Russia has at last been catching up with itself a little, after slumbering so long. But in East Germany today, the 1918 revolution is still being fought all over again. Every posture against West Germany has its parallel in 1918, its historical significance, just as every act by the German federal government can be and immediately is compared with the doings of the counter-revolution after the First World War. Even the terminology deliberately harks back to the fashions of 40 years ago. In this atmosphere, Rosa Luxemburg is perforce very much alive. Her actions are being repeated with conscious avoidance of her mistakes. History is being treated as repeating itself precisely, with all the benefit of hindsight. It is of course only too sad and obvious that the leaders of the Socialist Unity Party, SED, are significantly less successful than Spartacus in levering their own society into revolution from within, not to mention their attempt to influence West Germany. Eventually this will be realized and interesting consequences may arise from a second and much more severe dose of historical reappraisal. As long as communism exists, The views of those who help to shape it can never entirely lose their actuality. The more important the contribution, the greater its relevance. This is in the nature of communism, which, backward as well as forward-looking or dialectical, can never deal with its past except in terms of the present. Rosa Luxemburg, never formally condemned, need not wait for formal rehabilitation. On the other hand, the October Revolution is likely to remain the central experience of modern Marxism for a long time, if not forever. Those who were not direct participants will never get pride of place. In the last resort, Rosa Luxemburg's importance will be incidental, derived by analysts, rather than induced by participants. It will be defended and cherished by those who wish to understand and teach understanding more than those who presently act or rule. Hence, she obtrudes herself consistently on the historical preoccupations of East Germany. The portrayal of contemporary West Germany as the lineal descendant of counter-revolutionary Weimar makes her analysis of the society around her urgently relevant. Selected aspects of her writings on such present problems as militarism are published with all the emphasis on their relevance. The Poles too are hard at work, though the emphasis is more historical. They are interested in the activities of the great figures of the past in their own right and less in the extent to which they approximated to Bolshevism, or whether their mistakes are still dangerous today. Next, Rosa Luxemburg's revolutionary Marxism may yet conceivably become a specific political doctrine in its own right. Intellectually, Trotskyism in the West today is really Luxemburgism. Trotsky preempted the devotion of all Marxist revolutionaries who opposed Stalin because of his enormous prestige and the majestic tragedy of his political defeat in Russia. His person and his polemics drew nearly all anti-Stalinists into his orbit for a while. By identifying every opponent as an ally of Trotsky and using the vast and disciplined slander factory of the entire Soviet state to discover Trotsky behind every real or imagined plot, Stalin helped to divide the world of revolutionary Marxism into two camps, and only two orthodox communists and Trotskyites, with the latter presented as the Marxist allies of counter-revolution. Yet the history of Trotskyism since 1930 is not a glorious rally of oppositional forces but a sad series of sectarian disputes. Trotsky's historical position as one of the chief architects of the October Revolution prevented him from developing a critique broad enough to generate an all-embracing anti-Stalinist movement, intellectually committed to proletarian revolution in all its Bolshevik ruthlessness. Yet without Stalin's narrow and fearful bureaucracy, itself terrorized and terrorizing. Instead, Trotsky fell out with group after group of his non-Russian supporters over Talmudic minutiae in the precise and dogmatic interpretation of Stalin's Russia as an example of valid socialism. The Stalin-Trotsky antithesis, which both parties helped to make into an overriding and irrevocable division between revolutionary Marxists, actually subsumed all preceding arguments and pushed them into limbo. There was simply no room for anyone else. But Rosa Luxemburg, fervent supporter and at the same time profound and immediate critic of the Bolsheviks, would have provided just the rallying point for a broad rather than narrow opposition to Stalin, untainted by original participation, yet wholly revolutionary in its own right. Perhaps one day revolutionary, as opposed to reformist Marxists, will go back all the way to the beginning, to the primacy of highly developed capitalist countries in the calendar of revolutionary experience, to the enthusiasm coupled with revolutionary criticism of the preemptive October Revolution. It is admittedly improbable, and even less probable is any loosening in this direction within Russia or China, the established communist giants, for all the present unraveling of Stalinism. Finally, and perhaps most important of all, there is Rosa Luxemburg's position as an autonomous political thinker, irrespective of whether one believes in, repudiates, or is simply indifferent to Marxism. Her ideas belong wherever the history of political ideas is seriously taught. Though she herself was fully committed to Marxism, the validity of her ideas transcends the Marxist framework. For hers was an essentially moral doctrine which saw in social revolution and socialist revolutionary activity not merely the fulfillment of the laws of dialectical materialism but the liberation and progress of humanity. Rosa Luxemburg preached participation above all, not merely the passive reward of benefits from the hands of a conquering elite. And participation is the problem that still occupies most political analysts today, Marxist and bourgeois alike. Rosa Luxemburg's controlling doctrine was not democracy, individual freedom, or spontaneity, but participation, friction leading to revolutionary energy, leading in turn to the maturity of class consciousness and revolution. Though it is undesirable and meaningless to try and lift her writings one by one out of the context of Marxism, to which they most emphatically belong, the significance of her life's work and thought is not confined to Marxists alone, just like Marx's own achievements. The value of the few really original political thinkers cannot be tagged with the artificial label of any school or group. Even the most orthodox disciples can become a burden. Like barnacles, they have to be painfully scraped away. The claim of universal validity beyond context is precisely what distinguishes the great from the merely partisan. This is quite apart from any claim that can be made for Rosa Luxemburg on purely historical grounds. Even without any present relevance, she would be a figure of great historical importance, both in the Polish and the German socialist movements. Her little-known role in the Russian movement, though not of first-rate importance, yet deserves mention and research at least as much as those of some of the very marginal figures who have benefited from the prevailing interest in the minutiae of Bolshevik history. It would be a distortion to base the excuse for this book entirely on the permanent relevance of all Rosa Luxemburg's views. This will be indicated where deserved. The bulk of what she wrote and did belongs to history. But what history? To more than a quarter of thinking people in the world today, the period we deal with is the prophetic years, the Old Testament of the Communist Bible, without which the final incarnation of revolution has little meaning. In this context, the history of any prophet is important, even if his vision was often cloudy and inaccurate. An intelligent, if incomplete, assessment of Rosa Luxemburg's ideas and work is possible from her published writings alone. Almost all these have been used by at least one of her previous biographers, especially the German part of her story. Her activities in the Polish movement have remained much more obscure. This is partly due to the break of continuity in Polish communist research resulting from the moratorium on Polish party history in the early 1930s, and even more to the total extinction of the Polish communist leadership in the Jezowshchina, the Great Purges of 1937 and 1938. It has been overcome by renewed efforts since 1945 and particularly since 1956. But the language is a barrier. Hardly any recent Polish work on party history is available to a wider European public, and strict inter-party courtesy demands that researchers shall concentrate mainly on their own backyard. I have tried to do justice to both the Polish/Russian and German aspects of her activities. In my view, the historical importance of Rosa Luxemburg is still weighted in favor of her German activities, but not to anything like the extent to which the availability and predominance of German sources and research might suggest. But where previous work is particularly deficient is in the illumination of Rosa Luxemburg's private life. This was not an accidental omission. Marxist biography on the whole plays down the personal aspect except insofar as it illustrates political purpose. In Frolicus' case, there was much about Rosa Luxemburg that he simply did not know, and his picture of her personality is no more than an exercise in formal hagiography. Those who used their personal knowledge to draw a more intimate and lively portrait did so for political reasons. Both Henriette Roland-Holst and Louise Kautsky promoted Rosa Luxemburg, the woman, into a political counterweight to the communist version of Luxemburgism as a political process. The picture drawn by these writers is one-sided in spite of every effort to be objective. The idea of having to choose between the woman of the Red Revolution and the woman of the pink window boxes is ludicrous and arbitrary. Even more absurd, of course, is the attempt to present Rosa Luxemburg's life and work as a revolutionary Marxist in terms of a political extension of a tendency to personal hysteria evidenced by her discourses on the world of animals and plants. To that extent, the present work is one of synthesis. I do not believe that anybody but a schizophrenic can be two different people, but I do believe that everyone is several sorts of people for different purposes. A biographer's task is to make sense of the varied, often scintillating and apparently contradictory facets of personality, to present a composite whole in a relevant setting. Rosa Luxemburg's private life cannot be separated from her political life, nor does the one contradict the other. Nor do I believe that her private life can simply be ignored or subordinated to her political activities. It is precisely the clarification of this relationship that has been greatly helped by the hitherto inaccessible sources which I have been able to use. The large collection of letters to Jagishes, to Warsawski, to the Zetkin family, to Mering, and to various other people in the Polish and Russian parties. Rosa was an inveterate letter writer. One almost wonders how she found time to do anything else. The letters were written hurriedly but always with deliberation and to a purpose, As such, they provide valuable primary evidence for the setting and motives of her politics, and secondary evidence of private relations and attitudes. Secondary because most of her letters were not instinctive but manufactured. Their very haste enables us to capture the mood of the moment, which was often at variance with the public mood of official writing in the party press. In short, this biography sets out to provide a fairly complete picture of Rosa Luxemburg as a living and active person, in both her private and political roles. One of the reasons for the length of the work is that it moves simultaneously on several levels. I have taken particular problems and events and have examined Rosa Luxemburg's attitude to them from various points of view: political and personal, Polish and German, tactical and strategic, practical and theoretical, historical and contemporary. Thus, I hope to illuminate the events themselves in more than one dimension and also do justice to the complicated process of living, which is much more than a simple progression from one point to another along a straight line. This method has the further advantage that the real insights are incidental, and not the carefully engineered conclusions of most social scientists and historians. Surprises you can see coming a long way off. The reader thus participates in the acquisition of knowledge, instead of having it served up to him like cold joint. What sort of a person was Rosa Luxemburg? Small, extremely neat, self-consciously a woman. No one ever saw her in disarray, early in the morning or late at night. Her long hair was carefully but simply combed upwards to add to her height. She had not been a pretty child and was never a beautiful woman. Strong, sharp features with a slight twist of mouth and nose to indicate tension. Her appearance always commanded respect, even before she opened her mouth. Her dark eyes set the mood of the moment, flashing in combat or introspectively withdrawn, or, if she had had enough, overcast with anger or boredom. The fastidiousness extended to her clothes right down to her polished shoes. Plain but expensive, simple yet carefully chosen clothes, based on a precise evaluation of the image which she wanted to create. Clothes that were never obtrusive or claimed an existence in their own right. Accompaniment, not theme. A hip defect acquired in early childhood was overcome completely in all postures but walking, and Rosa Luxemburg was a substantial walker precisely because of the difficulties of this exercise. She judged people, though with admitted humor, in accordance with their ability and willingness to walk. Karl Kautsky's physical laziness was one of the first black marks chalked up against him. Her own appearance she viewed with slightly mocking contempt which never for an instant approached masochism or self-hatred. The imperceptible border between humor and bitterness was never crossed. Her long nose, which preceded her physical presence like an ambassador on permanent attachment. Her large head which soured the lives of several milliners. All were captured in brief and flashing images of literary self-caricature. She called her self-portrait in oils, presented to Hans Diefenbach, ein Klumpen von Lumpen, an assortment of lumps. But such comments were reserved for intimates. In public her appearance was neutral. She did not use it to achieve any effect but was never inhibited by it either. The long imprisonment and the spells of ill health during the war turned her hair white and lined her face. But it is only from the evidence of friends who saw her in prison or after November 1918 that we know it. In moments of crisis, her body became an anonymous vehicle to achieve her purposes. The only aspect of which she was always consciously aware was the fact that she was small. She admitted a penchant for tall and big-boned maids and housekeepers. I would not like anyone to think that they had entered a doll's house. Her domestic staff was subjected to the same demands of fastidiousness both in their personal appearance and in their work. Breakages roused Rosa Luxemburg to fury and hatred. These were feudal relationships. Though she half-humorously complained to her friends about her involvement in the uninteresting private lives of her staff, she took on this task as manfully as any party assignment. There was a succession of such persons. The one to whom she was most attached was Gertrude Zlatko, who left for other jobs intermittently but somehow always returned. When her household had for all intents and purposes to be liquidated after her second arrest in 1916, a part of her personality went with it. Her apartment was a faithful reproduction of her person. Books carefully stacked in cases, manuscripts put away tidily in a desk, ornaments, paintings, and botanical collections all neatly labeled and instantly to hand. From 1903 onwards, she had her own neatly embossed notepaper for special occasions. Rosa Luxemburg could write for a book from province or prison, and secretary, housekeeper, or friend were able to lay their hands on it instantly. The favored apartment was at 58 Kronachstrasse in Berlin. The red room and the green room, the old but well-preserved furniture, the carpets, the collection of gifts large and small which, once they had passed her critical taste in the first instance, were treasured forever. She gave up this apartment in 1911, ostensibly because the city and its growing noise and traffic had engulfed it. More probably its associations had become too painful, the years of gregarious optimism. She then moved to the outskirts of the city at Sedend, where she remained until 1916, and nominally to the end of her life. Her home, her privacy were always sacred. Already in Switzerland, her rooms near the University of Zurich had fulfilled an overpowering need for refuge and escape for those hours which so many of her contemporaries argued away in smoke-filled cafes. The closing of doors against all comers was always one of the pleasantest moments of her day. Though many people stayed with her, sometimes for long periods, it was always her home. Her guests were welcome, but the extent to which they could make themselves at home was carefully circumscribed. She entertained often but fastidiously. Unlike so many émigrés from Poland and Russia, there was nothing easygoing about her hospitality, and those who abused it were quickly shown the door. The English phrase, "make yourself at home," was unknown to her. In every respect she was as house-proud as any middle-class German. The German mania for cleanliness, which as a symptom she held in such contempt, was none the less discharged meticulously chez Rosa Luxemburg. Instead of making it a major subject of conversation, she employed others to carry out the work unobtrusively. No wonder that those of her students from the party school who were privileged with a Sunday invitation would sit hesitantly on the edge of the sofa and clutch the proffered plate of cake to their bosom for fear of dropping crumbs. Such an establishment needed money, and Rosa Luxemburg's problems in this regard were precisely those of any middle-class career woman, whose appetite for minor luxury constantly exceeds the supply of funds with which to meet it. Her private bank account, strictly to be distinguished from the party funds, was delicately balanced between credit and debit. Most of the time projected income had already been pledged, if not actually spent. Apart from extraordinary sums needed to help close friends in trouble, an annual crisis centered round her summer holiday. Rosa Luxemburg always planned a year in advance and began to consider the possibilities the day after she returned from the current year's excursion. These holidays were mostly in the south, Switzerland in the early days to see friends, and particularly Leo Jogashes, later Italy whenever she could afford it. Always there was the mirage of a long trip farther afield, Corsica, Africa, the East. None of it, except Corsica, ever happened. Among her closer friends she had the reputation of a spendthrift. Hans Diefenbach left her money in his will, strictly in trust. Her management of her personal economy is less sound than her knowledge of political economy. Rosa's fata morgana of ready cash was something of a joke with her German friends, but a harmless one, since she was punctiliously correct about repayment and refused to borrow money from anyone if she sensed the slightest danger of distorting a relationship. When she went on holiday, her funds were available to those who accompanied her. Again and again Konstantin Zetkin's pleas of penury were dismissed by the assurance that she would have enough for them both. There were periods when her journalistic work was largely inspired by the need to earn. The sense of urgency in her writing, which always suggested that she was bursting with things to say, was contradicted by private admissions that she had not the slightest notion what to say until she actually sat down to write it. Touchy, then as ever, for fear of letting money dominate her relationships, generous to a fault with friends, unable by nature to save and quite uninterested in trying, she was one of those secure in the knowledge that, if not God, at least her own abilities would always provide. The only evidence of meanness was in her dealings with shopkeepers and printers. To her these were a special class of twisters whose every account had to be carefully checked and with whom negotiation and much oriental bargaining, though she would never entertain it in other spheres, was a necessary and sensible proceeding. Rather than be cheated, she was prepared to engage in endless guerrilla warfare. Her staff was taught, sometimes tearfully, to do the same. She would bow only to the ultimate deterrent of legal action. "In the last resort," she wrote to her housekeeper, "it doesn't suit me to have a court case over a baker's bill, even though I am bound to win." The whole problem of money, the need to relate earning in some way to spending, was something that, as an objective aspect of the human condition, came to Rosa Luxemburg relatively late in life. As long as she was living with Leo Jagesches in Switzerland, his own substantial remittances from home, he came from a wealthy family, were enough for them both. But money played a curiously symbolic role in their relationship right from the start. Rosa Luxemburg, who in the last resort would not defer judgment about her own opinions and actions even to Leo Jagesches, almost eagerly seized on money as a symbol of total deference. Whenever she was away from him, she accounted at length and in detail for every penny, and craved indulgence for her often imaginary extravagance, while he in turn played out his part in the mannered comedy by scolding her soundly. On this subject his word was law. To borrow or not to borrow, to take from the German executive or to ask for support from home, he developed an absurd stinginess as part of the role of comptroller. And Rosa, who would circuitously but firmly reject his criticisms of her policy in Germany after 1898, when she went to live in Berlin, who berated him for his clumsy proofreading of her doctoral thesis and much besides, none the less beat her breast under his financial strictures. This continued as long as their personal relationship itself. Rosa Luxemburg was never an easy person to get on with. Her passionate temperament, of which she was aware and very proud, generated a capacity for quick attachment but also an unpredictable touchiness which acted like tripwire to unsuspecting invaders. Her rigid standards of behavior were partly the moral superstructure of her philosophy of life. But, though rigid, they were not constant. She deliberately adjusted them to what she thought was the capacity of the other person. A man like Parvis, who had a strong temperament himself, was granted more latitude than most run-of-the-mill members of the German party. Devotion and a willingness to please were no use by themselves. Anyone servile or self-pitying, anything routine, above all anything mechanical, started at a disadvantage. So did self-satisfaction and a display of public virtue, German qualities all but English too. Rosa Luxemburg's private hell was Anglo-German. Other Nordic nations suffered too, more by ethnic generalization than personal dislike, since she had few Dutch or Swedish acquaintances. Henriette Rolandholst, a close friend for a time, was specifically exempted. Rosa's blonde Madonna was the exception to prove the rule. In private, at least, there was no doubt that Rosa sometimes used the collective oversimplifications of a racist, but in her dislike more than her approval. The Russians came off best. There was always an innate sympathy for Russians, in a German context. Against their own background, they were at once judged more severely. Her friends in the Russian and Polish movements always appeared much more attractive among Germans than they were when compared with their own compatriots. One aspect of Rosa's internationalism was always to prefer the foreign. To make things more difficult, her standards rose the closer people were to her. Her demands for privacy became more exacting. Those admitted to the inner circle of friends were always in danger of trespassing on areas which were totally off-limits. Part of the reason for the chronic difficulties with Franz Mehring was due to the stop-go attitude which he adopted, the rapid change from intimate friendship without reservations to complete rupture and back again, with the additional risk that all the fruits of intimacy would be used as public ammunition during the next stormy period. Following her initial experience of Mehring after her departure from the editorship of Leipziger Volkszeitung, she was determined not to leave valuable parts of herself in pawn to him again, and it was not until the war that their relationship once more became suffused with any genuine warmth. Close friends also had to have some measure of intellectual strength. She was incapable of intimacy with a stupid person. In spite of her close attachment to Clara Zetkin, the disparity of their intellectual capacities obstructed the friendship. It was only Clara Zetkin's acceptance of Rosa's primacy and her agreement with nearly every view propounded by Rosa on important questions that enabled the latter to put up with Clara's personal obstinacies and her political sentimentality. There were a few people whom Rosa Luxemburg disliked beyond all reason. This was connected only marginally with politics. Kurt Eisner, an intelligent, sensitive, and kind-hearted person, was anathema to her. The few letters she wrote to him were couched in a tone of outstanding pettiness. "Oh, anxious ethical colleague," she began an epistle in 1905, "may you drown in the moral absolutes of your beloved critique of pure reason." Similarly, Trotsky, whose intellectual and personal characteristics were very similar to her own, was always referred to like an enemy in whom she could find nothing creditable. Where personal dislike cut across political alliance, dislike predominated. One of the most curious examples of Rosa Luxemburg's personal attitudes in the German party was her ferocious dislike of Karl Liebknecht and her refusal to accept or even notice the contribution he was making to her cause, and this at a time when she badly needed allies, particularly intelligent ones who shared her views on imperialism. One type that Rosa Luxemburg always disliked was the great man. She resented Plekhanov's authority even before she attacked his views. As she wrote to Jagesches, one looked for opportunities to put out one's tongue at him. Much of her resentment against Kautsky was generated by his unchallenged supremacy in all matters of theory, a position she did not automatically accept even in 1898. Authority was a matter of present performance, not the capitalized glories of the past. Thus she denied Plekhanov, Kautsky, and Wilhelm Liebknecht, but never begrudged Bebel. Even after they had fallen out openly in 1911, Rosa Luxemburg never attempted to belittle his role in the SPD. On the whole, she was uncharitable in her personal judgments. Her letters to the few people with whom she was really intimate, Leo Jagesches and later Konstantin Zetkin, show that even those who considered themselves close friends or allies were not immune from sarcastic epigrams which played up their faults and gave them small credit for their virtues. The letters to Leo Jagesches from Germany shortly after her arrival in 1898 present the SPD leadership as a cabaret turn of caricatures. Of course, she felt an outsider and to a large extent chose to remain one. She proudly differentiated her own attitude to life from that of the Germans. Nonetheless, her judgments were far too specific for a mere culture clash. She despised those whose opposition was merely the product of resentment, and had an unerring eye for personal weaknesses, just as Lenin could usually spot political weakness however well hidden or camouflaged. But these judgments are not only evidence of her particular personality. They show a rare self-confidence which was not only psychological but also social, a product of the secure political group in which she was firmly anchored from 1893 until after the First Russian Revolution. All those who have written about Rosa Luxemburg have seen only the personal aspect and have ignored the social one. Without it, no portrait of these 13 years can be complete. And even afterwards, when the original close-knit group began to disintegrate, its influence lingered on. The Polish Social Democrats, SDKPL, that small body of intellectual activists who broke out of the main Polish Socialist Party, PPS, in 1893, a year after it had been founded, was much more than a mere doctrinaire sect. This social democracy of Poland and Lithuania was a group of intellectual peers long before it became a political party. It provided its members with all the attributes of a primary group, an association which all the other émigrés lacked, a family, an ideology, a discipline, in short, a constant and reliable source of strength. This function is almost unknown, and we shall examine it at some length when we come to discuss the creation and activities of the SDKPL, chapters 3 and 4. In some respects as conspiratorial and tight a group as Lenin's Bolsheviks, but open and outward-looking in others. The discipline was largely voluntary and was confined to public action. For the rest, it left large areas of freedom and choice to the participants, even room for profound intellectual disagreements. That is why the comparison with the Bolsheviks is instructive and at the same time meaningless. Trotsky, with all his friends, admirers, and disciples, never had the benefit of a peer group, hence his difficulty in building a following before the revolution and the fragility of his political support after 1923. The leading members of the SDKPL were people of singular intellectual distinction and ability, or, if not contributing themselves, at least sharing in the intellectual glory. Men like Dzierżynski, Marchluski, Hanecki, and Unslicht all achieved positions of importance in Bolshevik Russia. One of them, Dzierżynski, occupies a central place in the revolutionary pantheon. Marchluski and Hanecki were too individualistic to fit into the tight party apparatus of the post-revolutionary period. They found their roles among that distinguished small circle of Lenin's hommes de confiance who could be entrusted with special missions outside the party routine. Adolf Warszawski was intimately associated with the Polish Communist Party, of which he remained one of the leaders until he was liquidated in 1937, along with almost the entire Polish leadership. Stalin found the spirit and tradition of independence among the Poles too great for his comfort. Jagesches and Rosa Luxemburg played brilliant roles outside the Polish movement, particularly in the creation of the German Communist Party, the one an indefatigable organizer, the other a formidable debater and publicist. Nowhere in the Second International was a small group so brilliantly led. Nowhere, for that matter, was any leadership shared between such brilliant individuals. Unlike the Bolsheviks who, by the end of 1911, had submitted completely to the powerful personality of their leader, the SDKPIL was not the party to submit to anyone, and split in two because Jagishes attempted to emulate the personal ascendancy of Lenin. The strength and importance of this social group cannot be sufficiently stressed. We tend to consider the members too much as individuals without giving sufficient regard to the additional strength which they derived from their association. On the one hand, there is the study of party and political process as an autonomous power structure, and on the other hand, there are individuals. The connection between them and above all the mutual augmentation of strength have been overlooked. Rosa Luxemburg's relations with the rest of this group are a fascinating study in themselves. With the significant exception of Jagishes, she was not especially close to any of them. She criticized them all severely on occasions, both their views and their persons. But all the same, she was attached far more profoundly to this group than ever to the German party. Her criticisms and comments are part of the intellectual elbow room which the SDKPIL permitted, indeed almost forced on its members. Insofar as the old-fashioned word companion has any political meaning in a modern context, it applies to this relationship, more than ally yet less than friend. A connection more secure than personal sympathy but at the same time more colorful than any purely functional political relationship. Naturally, Rosa Luxemburg's role in the SDKPIL cannot be understood except in terms of her special relationship with Leo Jagishes. In the eyes of the world, they were for many years the SDKPIL. It is rare for an intimate personal relationship to be matched by a political one without one dominating the other. Yet here no political concessions were made for personal reasons, nor personal allowances for the sake of political harmony. There was no question of either one leading the other. In her letters, the varied strands of their lives were so completely intertwined that the very distinction between personal and political lost all meaning. Only with Leo Jagishes did she ever achieve such fusion. This woman, whose personality was built out of concentric, increasingly impenetrable rings of which the last and innermost was the loneliness of absolute privacy, always needed one and only one person with complete access, someone from whom nothing must be hidden. Precisely because further access became proportionately more difficult for friends once they had passed from the antechamber of acquaintance into the living room of friendship, precisely because Rosa Luxemburg found it so difficult to open the last doors of frankness and intimacy, she made a point of stripping herself almost ritually naked before the one person whom she loved. This was the meaning of love. Far from the usual diffuse glow, from the seesaw agony of ecstasy and despair, love was something clinical and precise to Rosa, complete frankness. Again and again she demanded ruthless honesty in return. It was the one quality of which her love would not permit the slightest diminution. To a man like Leo Jagishes, closely compartmented, secretive and reserved by nature, unwilling to commit and reluctant to communicate, Rosa Luxemburg's insistent demand for frankness posed a constant challenge. He was jealous, both of her success and of her person. The required frankness thus forced his jealousy out into the open, with the result that Rosa had often to make difficult choices and flout the wishes she had forced him to express. They clashed often and hard, especially during her early months in Germany, when her judgment was pitted against his remote control. But comments and instructions were anyhow not the full measure of frankness she demanded. He was open enough about her. It was with regard to himself that she had to insist on communication, often simply on scraps of information. "Why have you not written?" was her constant complaint. By 1905 she suspected that some of the doors of access to him, which she had so painfully forced open for many years, were being closed against her once more. She rushed to Krakow in September of that year just to look straight into his eyes, and the fear of losing him may well have been a contributory reason for her going to Warsaw in December 1905, in the middle of the revolution. Her devotion to Jagishes ended brutally 14 months later when she heard that some of the doors closed to her had been opened to someone else. Rosa Luxemburg saw only black and white in personal matters. The strain of maintaining constant political contact with someone whom she was now determined to shut out of her personal life proved enormous. Nonetheless, the relationship survived, fossilized for a time in the iron clamp of sheer political necessity. In the midst of the spiritual desert of the First World War, with many of her old friendships brutally broken off, the resurrection of the old comradeship with Leo Jagishes must have helped them both to survive. but it was furtive and unspoken, and has left almost no trace for historians. Touchingly, Jagishes spent valuable time in ensuring that she was supplied with the right food for her increasingly delicate and nervous stomach. During the last few months of their lives, he was constantly at her side, advising, guiding, cheering. This man, who had set his sights at the personal leadership of both the Polish and the Russian parties, whom his opponents thought ambitious to the point of madness, was finally content to accept a subordinate role to the brilliant woman who had for all practical purposes been his wife. After her death, he concentrated his own last month's efforts on the identification and punishment of her murderers, and on ensuring that her ideas should survive. When she learnt of his betrayal in 1907, it was Rosa herself who insisted on her freedom. For a long time Jagishes would not let her go, and beneath the hectic political activities from 1906 to 1909 a dark and grotesque comedy was played. From those who knew of their relationship, and this was already a privileged minority, the carefully preserved front of political collaboration hid the vacuum that was now between them. The role of Rosa's unique confidant was transferred to another man, a young, sensitive, talented, and unhappy boy whose mother was one of Rosa Luxemburg's closest friends. This touching interlude, which Rosa herself described as straight from the pages of Stendhal's Le Rouge et le Noir, is totally unknown. Rebound, loneliness, disappointment, all the scientific claptrap of psychology, no doubt played their part. But there was more. Rosa Luxemburg's temperament was capable, in her own words, of setting the prairie on fire, her passion for life more than enough for two. One wonders how the young man's frail shoulders were able to bear the torrents of intellectual and emotional discharge which Rosa Luxemburg unleashed on those she loved. In the end, it was too much. Twice she sensed a restiveness which immediately made her withdraw the extended antennae of her personality as rapidly as she had at first extended them. Twice she released him, and yet, on each occasion, she felt his need for her to be greater than his revolt. It was not until the war that she finally recognized the frailty of the vessel into which she had poured so much of herself. But the need in her which he had filled was still as constant and real as ever. So she promoted her devoted Hans Diefenbach to the privileged place instead. Her letters to him mark a tragic but profoundly moving inflation of a small personality into the needed image of a big one, yet shot through with flashes of sad irony at this very process of self-delusion. Again, one wonders how uncomfortable she must have made pale, precise, fastidious, and reserved Hans Diefenbach, who worshipped Rosa Luxemburg and her exotic temperament with fear and trembling. He died in the war, and then there was no one left. The errant, irrepressible warmth had to be shared out between faithful and deserving friends like Louise Kautsky and Marta Rosenbaum. No lover, no intimate confidant waited for Rosa Luxemburg to come out of prison. And when she did emerge, there was no more time for the exquisite business of love and living. Civilized, the epitome of Rosa Luxemburg's attitude to life. She was as tight in her personal relationships as with the arrangement of her possessions. Everyone had an allotted place which could not be exceeded except by invitation, and then only to advance a step at a time. Yet there was nothing dry or formal about her relationships. She inspired enormous loyalty and devotion in her immediate circle which, had she permitted it, would have itself become a form of love. People like Mathilde Jacob and Fanny Jezierska, themselves basically unpolitical or only on the fringe of politics, were largely inspired by loyalty to Rosa Luxemburg. After Rosa's death, Mathilde Jacob soon put active politics behind her. Her bewildered plea in the pages of Freiheit in answer to the communist charge of absconding with Rosa Luxemburg's literary remains speaks volumes for Rosa's personal magnetism. This capacity to inspire purely personal devotion was one of the complications in the later struggle for Rosa Luxemburg's heritage. To many it seemed inconceivable that someone so free and unpolitical could really have carried her allegiance to incipient communism through to the bitter and unforeseeable end. The same problem was raised by Rosa Luxemburg's approach to art. Once more she appeared above all as a civilized person, very much the product of her age and time, scion of a cultured international optimistic bourgeoisie which sat appreciatively at the pinnacle of many centuries of artistic achievement. Rosa Luxemburg did not so much deny the existence of a valid proletarian culture. Even the notion of such a thing was utterly incomprehensible to her. She was quite oblivious of the self-conscious efforts in the SPD to produce workers' songs and poems, to create a deliberately popular art. At the same time, however, the revolutionary new forms of expression that were breaking through in painting and music were lost on her. She went to a few of the exhibitions, when Diefenbach succeeded in dragging her along, but she did not enjoy them. The other Russian Revolution of the first decade of the 20th century, that of the painters Kandinsky and Jawlensky, the movements of the Blowy Reiter and the Bruck, were as remote to her as the realities of the 1905 upheaval in Russia were to the German bourgeoisie. Her tastes were conservative and classical. She liked the same music as any cultured Fin de Steckel citizen of Berlin or, better, of Vienna. She had neither the pioneering disdain for convention of an aristocrat nor the self-satisfied and rather squat certainties of working-class realism. Her sole demands were clarity and honesty of purpose and a harmony of means. Imperceptibly, her judgment advanced from a basic series of doubts to a selective approval of such art as stood her severe tests, an aggregation of merit. There was little instinctive about it. Any clever appeal to the intellect, any romantic invasion of the emotions, any too obvious purpose in art, even social meant automatic disqualification. Art was sui generis. It had above all to reflect the realities of its time, at most foreshadow the immediate future but never extrapolate into the distance. What made art timeless was not vision but quality. As a means of social change, she preferred direct political activity. Yet, in speaking of art in general, we are already doing Rosa Luxemburg a major injustice. She hardly used the word, and never generalized about it. It was as private and individual a sphere as politics were public, and as such not susceptible to systematic analysis. Rosa strenuously resisted the many attempts of her friends to get her to indulge in literary criticism, and only wrote an introduction to her translation of Korolenko with great reluctance at the insistence of her publisher. All the generalizations made here are therefore no more than my perhaps impermissible interpretation of Rosa Luxemburg's individual comments. The great classical names were her familiars, in music Mozart and Beethoven, Titian and Rembrandt as painters. Her favorite contemporary composer was Hugo Wolf, and among her circle of close friends was Feist, a well-known and enthusiastic performer of Wolf's songs. Cause and effect? The enthusiasm for Hugo Wolf is intriguing. Apart from any intrinsic merit in his music, he was perhaps the first composer of songs who really succeeded in balancing text and music into a composite whole instead of a limping dichotomy. Moreover, he set to music many of Rosa's favorite poems by Goethe and Morike. Her literary preferences were wider, for writing was her natural element. First the German masters Goethe, Morike, Lessing, then the great French classics. She did not like Schiller, partly because she had been spoon-fed on his Geist in the parental home, but also because a worshipful legend was being woven around him by the literati in the SPD. Rosa Luxemburg and Franz Mehring campaigned against the attempt to make political capital out of Schiller as a potential revolutionary poet. Yet what she denied Schiller she accepted from a much less important romantic poet. Rosa Luxemburg shared, with most of the German left, socialist as well as liberal, the passion for quoting Konrad Ferdinand Meyer, particularly his poem Ulrich von Hutten, which contained a rather facile embodiment of the revolutionary mentality at its most romantic.
Jetzt findet Ruhe hier. Horcht nicht hinaus, horcht nicht hinüber mir. In dieser stillen Bucht erstirbt der Sturm der Zeit. Vergesset Hutten, dass ihr Hutten seid. Und darauf Hutten. Dein Rat, mein teurer Freund, ist wundervoll. Nicht leben soli ich, wenn ich leben soll.
But this was used to make a political rather than a literary point, and for political purposes even Wagner was occasionally pressed into service. The promotion of Hutten, the Don Quixote of the German 16th century, into the literary ancestor of the left probably had little to do with Rosa Luxemburg's private appreciation. She always had her Polish equivalent, Adam Mickiewicz, another half-political promotion, but at least Pan Tadeusz could be quoted more fluently than Ulrich von Hutten. Undoubtedly, the most important aspect of Rosa's interest in literature was her profound feeling for the Russian 19th century writers. She was not the person to experience the sudden all-engulfing whirlpool of empathy which Lenin felt when he first read Chernyshevsky's What Is to Be Done. No single literary figure blazed her moral trail. Instead, a whole tradition, a discipline, had captured her admiration. Not what they said, but how they said it. Year in, year out, she preached the importance of the Russian novelists into German socialist ears that were intermittently attuned but more often blocked. A Philistinism which roused her to a grotesque fury. In prison during the war, she tackled a full-scale translation of Korolenko's History of My Contemporary, and wrote a preface in which for once her views on literature in general and the Russian writers in particular were systematically set down. Almost unconsciously, she established a general classification of merit which is most revealing. Among other things, it underlined the acute Russian-German dichotomy which played such a significant part in Rosa Luxemburg's life. For her, this was the central axis of contemporary civilization, the achievements of Western bourgeois culture tempered with the emerging socialist future in the East. Just because Rosa Luxemburg made no artistic concessions to politics, it would be a mistake to suppose that art and politics were not related on the highest level of personal consciousness. There was no conflict here. Conflict was only created by self-conscious attempts to manipulate art for political purposes instead of letting it play its own autonomous, possibly even superior, role. The greater the art, the more important its ultimate political effect, that of heightening civilization. It is in this context that the fascinating interplay of German and Russian influences must be viewed. When Rosa first went to Germany in 1898, the political quality of German socialism dominated her thinking. Much as she disliked place and people right from the start, this was on account of personal psychological faults. The German contribution to political civilization was still predominant, and the task of spanning West and East consisted in emphasizing German unity and self-discipline to the disorganized and inchoate Russians. In course of time, all this changed. Closer acquaintance with Russian writers, in her home, self-consciously permeated with Western culture, they had been relatively neglected, now opened up vistas of civilization from the East which made the German contribution look increasingly formal and unreal. Participation in the Russian Revolution of 1905 accelerated the process. Not that she appreciated masters like Goethe less. It was rather their irrelevance to the German present when compared with the immediacy of writers like Dostoevsky and Tolstoy which obsessed her. More and more, the particular German virtues became so much debris in a torrent of social confrontation. The real hope of cultural as well as political salvation now seemed to lie in the East. A touch of the conscious Slavophile was there, though it did not come to the surface. The official criterion of excellence was the relationship of art to society, the inescapable concern for social questions in Russia which seemed so strongly to contrast with the dead weight of formal culture in Germany. In the last resort, Rosa Luxemburg shared the common misunderstanding about the real nature of the German virtues. It still exists today. Understandable as they are, these misconceptions nonetheless carry a great share of responsibility for the tragedies of the last 50 years. And in a way, the socialists are most to blame. For it was they who took up the great cry against the patriarchal discipline, the authoritarian tradition of obedience in the Prussian-German Empire, and in attacking these only reproduced them chez eux. But what they pilloried and copied as public virtues were in fact poor compensations for a lack of them. German virtues were and are essentially private, lonely ones, a tradition of Einsamkeit, of deprivation, of seeking to compensate for loneliness. The real home of public virtue is England, with its team games, its group loyalties, its tradition of different faces in public and in private. She would have been astonished to think of the sheep-like obedient Germans as lonely and lost. Throughout her life in Germany, she remained a self-conscious Easterner. It was a difficult situation, and she never tried to make it any easier. Germany was in no sense a refuge to be grateful for. Rather, it was the duty of any progressive and advanced socialist party to welcome foreign participants, while their duty, far from abstaining, was to involve themselves in the new domestic environment as thoroughly as possible. Rosa Luxemburg's allegiance was not to Germany but to the SPD. The frequent references to a fatherland were not merely a sarcastic caricature of a sentimental and chauvinistic phrase but a positive acknowledgement to the only real fatherland she knew or wanted, the proletariat in general and German social democracy in particular. She was not alone in this. It was an allegiance shared by many of the intellectual émigrés, mostly Jews, who deliberately renounced the attempt to find refuge in any particular nationalism of the present or future. The fight against Polish national self-determination carried out by a ferocious and highly articulate group in the Second International, for whom Rosa Luxemburg was the most prominent spokesman, cannot be understood merely in terms of a negation, but by the superimposition of nationalist sentiment onto political and class ideology. The only attainable fatherland was the working class, or, more correctly, the proletarian revolution. This concept was not just a political abstraction or even an inspired tactical expedient. It had all the hidden strength of patriotic attachment. Most of the protagonists were Jews, who found even in the limited national articulation of the Jewish Bund an echo of the more rigid geographical patriotism of the PPS. But there were others, like Marchluski and Dzierżynski, whose antinationalism was obviously not due merely to the neurosis of national dispersion and oppression. Their presence and strength within the group proves more clearly than anything else that, far from being a mere negation, the onslaught on national self-determination was a positive substitution of one fatherland for another. Why, after all, should the notion of patriotism be confined to arbitrary political or ethnic frontiers and be based on the artifact of a nation-state? This deeply shared attitude was one of the main links which bound our peer group and provided a cohesive factor for people who were otherwise individualist and often very egocentric. Some historians have been puzzled by their rejection of any form of national self-expression but have not understood the substitution function of socialism in this regard. Yet, without it, the whole history of the SDKPL makes little sense. From 1907 to 1914, the political differences between the PPS left, which had broken away from the open nationalism of Pilsudski, and the SDKPL appear increasingly irrelevant to the historian. Apart from ventilation of personal spleen, the polemics are incomprehensible, except that the difference between playing down existing nationalist sentiment and acknowledging a totally different fatherland is somehow enormous. Rosa Luxemburg's whole career in the SPD, the fact that she put up with the strongly anti-Semitic and anti-Eastern tinge of the criticisms leveled against her from within and without the SPD, was due to her insulation. She was genuinely impervious to anti-Semitism and the charge of national vagrancy. Why, after all, stay in a country that you admittedly dislike and insist on participation in its political affairs unless you deny the very basis of the opposition which your presence creates? People like Rosa Luxemburg, Parvis, and Marchluski brought into German politics a quality hitherto unknown. It was not a matter of different policy or original views, but was what Trotsky himself called the Russian method, the idea that action was of a superior order to any other facet of political life, and that it was the one and only cure for social rheumatism. For those who felt like this, the ability to align themselves with German methods became a measure of their patience. Parvis, the most impatient and untrammeled of them all, gave up after 15 years of intermittent attempts to galvanize the SPD and went to amass a fortune in Turkey until the war opened up new possibilities of action for him. Rosa Luxemburg was more self-disciplined. In spite of intense frustration, she pursued her efforts to influence events in Germany, though even she retired for lengthy periods. Besides, Rosa was more closely involved with Germany than any of the others, Parvis, Radek, Marchluski, Jagisches, and her contribution as a revolutionary in Germany is therefore unique. Behavioral scientists have a yearning to create types, while historians study and seek comfort in the unique. This is the greatest difference between them. This divergence in approach becomes relevant here as soon as we confront the history of Rosa Luxemburg with the general problem of the intellectual in politics, which has fascinated modern sociology. That we may have been approaching the possibility of some such generalization may well have become obvious. Yet the surface appearance of felicity in applying the general concept is deceptive. Everyone who has analyzed the intellectual has seen his participation in politics as something which perverts his natural functions. Thus, absence of direct responsibility for practical affairs is the intellectual's hallmark, and so the intellectual is defined as a deviant product of modern capitalist industrialization, with all its emphasis on achievement and role differentiation. How does someone like Rosa Luxemburg, whose primary interest was the analysis and amendment of these capitalist processes, fit into the category of unpractical? Schumpeter's definition clearly accents the cultural preoccupation of the intellectual. More recent analysis, specifically concerned with the intellectual in politics, provides little more help. He is either the propagator of chiliasm, the millennium on Earth, or the apologist for hard-boiled and practical conspirators, le trahison de clercs, the scribbling admirer of Leninism seeking sublimation. Perhaps the most accurate characterization is the purely negative one. He who innovates is not heard. He who is heard does not innovate. Though this sad verdict is the product of research into the limited and specific problem of modern bureaucracy. As we shall see, Rosa Luxemburg's tentative participation in the modern bureaucracy of the SPD ended in failure and contempt. So far the analogy holds. Similarly, the SDKPL, Rosa's ideal party, was deliberately orientated towards correct theoretical formulations, and practical problems were not, before 1905, allowed to restrict the preferred intellectual activity of the leading elite. But Rosa Luxemburg's reluctance to participate in practical work was limited to the most obvious manifestations of bureaucracy. Far from abstaining from practical affairs, she not only kept her writing strictly aligned to political immediacies but also participated in the highly practical events of revolution whenever the opportunity presented itself. To this extent, the abstentional definition of intellectuals applies much less to her than to people like Plekhanov and Kautsky. Rosa Luxemburg accepted politics at their face value. She never self-consciously promoted culture in opposition to politics and only occasionally tried to subordinate political activity to considerations of conceptual neatness. Politics are analyzed, not beautified. There is no apology for mud and blood. She recognized that revolutionary politics brought confusion and much personal unpleasantness. Violence was necessary, an instrument, yet not a proper subject for cult worship as it was for Sorel, and even for the Bolsheviks with their specific dialectical theory of terror, alias the dictatorship of the proletariat. Either we must create a special subcategory of intellectuals for her and her peers, and run the risk that it will still prove neither exhaustive nor exclusive, or we must handle the type with care and reservations. The contrast between influence and power, which Rosa Luxemburg raised to a unique relevance, is not quite the same as that between practical politicians and intellectuals. The latter are rarely frontline casualties in battle. The politics of influence failed in the Second International, together with the whole International itself. Power was still the centerpiece of all politics, whether reactionary, reformist, or revolutionary. The question was who should wield it, and Leninism's most enduring lesson was that it should, and could, be wielded by intellectuals, not of course scribblers or apologists, but those political intellectuals like Rosa Luxemburg and himself whose choice lay between influencing those with power and displacing them. It is here that both Mao and the leaders of the new Afro-Asian countries trace their legitimate ancestry back to Lenin, and that Khrushchev's impressive bureaucracy had less to offer. Subversion is one thing, but positive revolution requires the fusion of ideology and power. Rosa Luxemburg was primarily a journalist, a pamphleteer. She wrote fast and with few corrections. As with any good practitioner, her work was self-generating so that she did not always know at the beginning of the article what she would say at the end. This is why so many of the really interesting flashes of insight come not in the main argument but are incidental illustrations. Her style was demanding. Long sentences with a logic of their own which often have to be read 2 or 3 times to do full justice to her intentions. She was much misquoted. Her critics found it all too easy to pick out gaudy daubs from the composition of a balanced whole. Though she could write simply and popularly, more so in Polish than in German, the elaborate use of classical allusions, metaphors, and even quotations, typical of the period and abounding also in the writings of Franz Mehring and Karl Liebknecht, necessarily limited her faithful circle of readers to the party intellectuals. But she reached a wider audience through her speeches, and it is on these that her best prose was expended, and on the letters. She was a better communicant in private than in public, to one person rather than to the lowest common factor of the crowd. Unlike Kautsky, she had no interest in expounding Marxism for its own sake, not even with a view to making it popular. The only object of quotations from Marx was to illustrate a particular political point. But here again she differed from people like Lenin, who constantly searched the works of the master for concrete evidence in support of a current view of a political argument. She treated Marxism and Marx much as Trotsky did, as a view of life, a technique, and the great man himself primarily as a superb publicist. What she admired in Marx was not so much his intellectual achievement, which she took for granted as a necessary even more than an excellent analysis of reality, but the forcefulness of his style. Though she never produced any overall comment or criticism of Marx, she repeatedly asserted that many of his practical conclusions were limited in value as merely the product of his period. Thus, she was able to fly in the face of specific doctrine from time to time. On the national question, she brought Marx up to date. By using his own techniques, she arrived at precisely the opposite conclusion. In the accumulation of capital, too, though she did not reverse his analysis, she altered both the method and the impact. And in her private correspondence, she readily recommended her friends to read Marx for the freshness of his style and the daring of his thoughts, the refusal to take anything for granted, rather than for the value of his conclusions. His mistakes in political analysis were self-evident, indeed inevitable. That was why she never bothered to engage in any lengthy critique. The analyst of political theory comes up against a major difficulty here, one that is usually abstracted or played down. Comparing ideas is difficult enough in vacuo, even when they are specifically related through deliberate comment on or criticism of each other. When it comes to differences of personality and method, the difficulty of confrontation is greatly enhanced. Nor is it solved by explaining these differences extraneously. They have to be borne in mind and used continuously as an organic part of the comparison. Let us take Rosa Luxemburg, Kautsky, and Lenin. The last was a disciplined thinker, acute rather than profound, who used theory and system sparingly, enough to prove his points and no more. Not a word, not a thought wasted. Disciplined combat with just the right application of ideas and analysis to make what was generally a simple political point. That is why Lenin's theories have been so useful: imperialism, organization, the state. In contrast to Lenin, Kautsky was a theorist by disposition, who could hardly handle discrete facts without at once knitting them into a theory. Thus he produced a theory for every occasion, and in the process vulgarized theory into a convenient and respectable cloak for every tactical adjustment, objective or subjective. Rosa Luxemburg was more original than either. She always overshot her limited political objective. Her argument bursts with assumptions, ideas, and hints, sometimes supporting it but occasionally running far beyond and contrary to her intentions. Her mind was a complicated machine. Once stimulated, it generated its own energy and ranged way beyond the original problem. Consequently, we find things in unexpected places. Like Lenin, her basic theories were few. Like Kautsky, however, she subordinated tactics to basic theoretical propositions. Comparing Rosa with Kautsky is like comparing a compound equation with a host of simple ones. Compared with Lenin, she was atomic fission instead of fusion, releasing energy rather than compressing it. A three-way comparison, or 4 or 5, thus becomes almost impossible. But this did not mean that she was a Marxist only in partibus. To her, what we call Marxism, the combination of history, economics, sociology, and philosophy into one overall process of analysis, was unchallengeable reality, and Marx merely the best interpreter of reality of them all. She used the word Marxism rarely. In many ways it was a meaningless term. This was in the tradition of the Second International, where social democracy was the modern term for the contemporary and political application of the laws first postulated by Marx. Here, too, Rosa Luxemburg was the product of her times, the optimistic pre-war world of peace and progress. Her personality, as much as her political ideas, made her the champion of active revolution. Imperialism, with all its overtones of violence and inescapable confrontation of classes, was the handmaiden of her obsession with the self-satisfaction and immobility of German social democracy. War was objectively inevitable but subjectively beyond imagination, and no one, except perhaps Lenin, was more surprised than she when one day it broke out and engulfed pre-war social democracy. For her, peace and progress were not the usual bourgeois notions of economic development and a growing liberalism, but a socialism strong enough to withstand the impact of international war and reassert the fundamental necessity of class conflict against it. Thus, before 1914, wars no longer had their primeval overriding power of preemption. Their impact was now limited by the requirements of the class struggle. All this, of course, proved an illusion in 1914 as in 1939, and when the illusion was exposed, the basis of her world collapsed. Unlike Kautsky, Rosa Luxemburg was acute and revolutionary enough to realize that the collapse was final. She drew the consequences, but she herself had been too much part of this world. She survived the political collapse of social democracy, but the revolutionary requirements of the future, the kind of personality that built the modern Soviet Union, that created 12 years of the thousand-year Third Reich, even the socially inclined conservatives of England, France, and America, these were alien monsters to Rosa Luxemburg. Her brilliant and devoted efforts during the German Revolution were still no more than an attempt to deal with the problems of a new world by using the best tools and precepts of the old. In the last resort, the relevance of her ideas to the world of today must mean a return to the basically optimistic enthusiasms of the Second International. Probably Lenin's single most remarkable achievement was his confrontation of the socialist collapse of 1914. He saw it as a constructive beginning, not a sad end. In this he was alone. It does not make him very lovable, but it certainly made him great. He never had to look back, either in sorrow or in genuine anger. 2. Poland, the early years, 1871 to 1890. This story moves back and forth across the eastern half of Europe, from St. Petersburg to Berlin. But we must begin in the east with the murder of Tsar Alexander II. His assassin, Ignacy Hryniewiecki, was a Pole working for a Russian terrorist organization. The heart of the Old Kingdom of Poland had been incorporated in the Russian Empire since the end of the 18th century. There had been several disastrous attempts to prise it loose, the last of which, the revolt of 1863-4, brought about an intense campaign of Russification in the intellectual and administrative life of Poland. In its dealings with the Poles, the Russian government was never as efficient and thorough as that of Prussia, but it was more brutal and consequently much more notorious. The Russian autocracy was the outstanding target for liberal and left-wing European indignation, including Karl Marx's. A combination of brutality and inefficiency creates effective opposition. For some of its subjects and for nearly all of Europe's Tsarist Russia was, throughout the whole of the 19th century, the symbol of obscure, rigid, and ever less effective reaction. But it continued to be viable as a power factor in Europe, still enjoying the apparent loyalty of most of its subjects, especially when compared with the empires of China or Turkey with their stiff and ancient outer shell, whose living inside was visibly rotting away. At least there were some changes and attempts at self-renewal in Russia. The second half of the 19th century brought a great revival of Russian studies in the whole of Central Europe, and this linked up with an intellectual fermentation in Russia itself. Some of the greatest writers of the age were working in Russia at this time, not only producing escapist and obscure literature but also social novels which described and took issue with the world in which they lived. In the 1860s, the Russian government, under the impact of Western ideas and of the buffets sustained in the Crimean War, put a more liberal policy into operation. Russian Poland during this period benefited especially from this loosening of the reins. On the one hand, there was intense Russification, the precautionary destruction of a national elite after the 1863-4 insurrection to ensure that there would never be another attempt. All the power was centered in the hands of the Governor-General, whose rule was more or less equivalent to permanent martial law. Russian became the official language of the country, and a host of Russian officials moved into Vistulaland. Even the name of Poland was abolished. In 1869, the Polish University in Warsaw became a Russian one. Banks, clubs, and other manifestations of local economic and cultural life were either abolished or Russified. The Polish governing classes lost their jobs and with them the reason for existence. However, Poland benefited more than proportionately from the economic boom in the Russian Empire. The industrial development of Poland proceeded at a greater pace than that of Russia. As a refuge from the destruction of national aspirations, Polish industrialists and businessmen concentrated on the exploitation of the enormous Russian market, on increasing their ability to supply it. This development, at first unconscious, later a valued prerogative of Polish industry, was later analyzed and explained by Rosa Luxemburg in the industrial development of Poland and became one of the main pegs on which those who had a vested interest against Polish independence could hang their views. The economic development of Poland continued more or less steadily throughout the whole of the last quarter of the 19th century, necessarily affected by the periodic economic crises that shook Russia but always in advance of the rest of that country. Of course, comparison with Russian conditions is one thing, with European conditions, particularly in those countries, Germany and Austria, that contained a settled Polish population, quite another. By the beginning of the 20th century, the average wage of an industrial worker in Russian Poland was still a quarter lower than that of a Polish coal miner in Silesia, though he in turn was the lowest paid worker in Prussia, well behind the German workers. So the Polish workers in the mines of Upper Silesia or in the oil fields of Austrian Galicia were economically better off than their counterparts in Russian Poland. Industrial development is always relative, at least in its effect on the people involved. Perhaps the difference between the economic situation in East and West Poland provided just the incentive to make Russian Poland the motor of industrial development in Russia. In many respects, the Industrial Revolution in Poland had all the aspects of savage pioneering of England 50 years earlier. Lodz was justly called the Manchester of the East. And with economic development came a new form of pressure for social change, socialist rather than merely political or nationalist. In 1881, Tsar Alexander II was murdered. Already, in the latter part of his reign, his government had become disillusioned with the liberal experiment. His death brought a stronger reaction. The new Tsar, Alexander III, and his advisors drew the most convenient conclusion from the death of his predecessor. Force must be answered with force. The social forces of reaction were mobilized to assist the police repression of terrorist and revolutionary movements. This mobilization, coupled with the new emphasis on Russian national supremacy over the minorities in the empire and on the Slav mission, affected all the minority nations and particularly the most dispersed and vulnerable, the Jews. It was the beginning of the great period of Jewish emigration, of Zionism and Jewish socialism. Thus, apart from any utopia of independence, one of the answers to discrimination was a re-emphasis on the distinct character of these minorities, the demand for a greater means of national self-expression and the right to an equal, if distinct, life within the country. In the case of the Jews, this trend was especially strong, since there was no possibility of national independence except by swimming away to Palestine. The hope of finding salvation within a better Russia was bound to be given special emphasis among them. Even before any specifically socialist movement emerged among the Jews, there was a division between the Zionists and those who wanted to fight for improvement at home and who later became supporters of the Bund. The issue was quite sharp. While the great centers of Zionism were in Russia itself, the main center of Jewish socialism was Vilna, the capital of Lithuania, a mixed town where no single nationality dominated to the same extent as in Russia or Poland proper, though numerically the Poles were in a majority. The city, like Jerusalem, was the center of aspirations for a troika of discordant nationalities, living together in uneasy harmony. Both Zionism and socialism were ideologies perfected and polished abroad and brought back to Russia from the West. Meantime, this nascent split in Russian Jewry was superimposed on the older issue of assimilation, and the conflict between Hasidim and Maskilim, between extreme religious orthodoxy and a more social and cultural revival. From 1880, the opposition to the existing state of affairs became broader and more radical. Oppression was felt no longer only as a national factor, but as a political and, by some, a social one. The remedy was general social change. Naturally enough, it was this movement that was most susceptible to the evangelization of Marxism. Economic and political influences do not always move in step, either chronologically or geographically. The satisfactions of economic development and the consequent improvement in the standard of living in Russian Poland was one thing, and the frustration among all the politically articulate sections of the population in the last 2 decades of the 19th century was another. After the end of the liberal era, there was a feeling that only the overthrow of Tsarism could end the unsatisfactory system, that reform or persuasion was hopeless because the government was not amenable to agreed change. But as far as the bulk of the population was concerned, the dissatisfaction did not find any immediate or obvious form of political expression. A particular sense of hopelessness descended on the Jewish population. Rosa Luxemburg herself described the state of mind among thinking Russians of the day in her introduction to Korolenko's History of My Contemporary, which she wrote while she was in a German prison during the First World War. After the murder of Alexander II, a period of rigid hopelessness overcame the whole of Russia. The lead roofs, prisons of Alexander III's government contained the silence of the grave. Russian society fell into the grip of hopeless resignation, faced as it was by the end of all hopes for peaceful reform, and the apparent failure of all revolutionary movements. In such an atmosphere there could only emerge metaphysical and mystical tendencies. In the 1880s, the dominant revolutionary party in Russia were the populists and a terrorist organization which grew out of it, the Narodnaya Volya, People's Will. Its ideas about the future, a form of national regeneration through the peasantry, were vague and, in Marxist terms, utopian. However, the terrorist organization relieved itself of the necessity of political and economic analysis by concentrating on the technical means of eliminating prominent members of the administration, as symbols of the hated Tsarist regime. For a time, the reputation of the People's Will was very considerable. A series of raids and assassinations gave it an aura of success, and the Polish social revolutionary movements of the time were glad to cooperate with it as closely as possible. In spite of this association, in which the Poles ceded seniority and supremacy to the Russian group, Polish groups like Proletariat as well as Ludpolski, the Polish people, wanted from the start to create a mass base instead of relying exclusively on individual terrorist achievements. The Russians had the simpler, more romantic notion that once you removed the hard crust of autocracy, which bottled up the natural development potential of human beings, the possibilities of liberty and a better life would emerge by themselves. Like most movements strongly tinged with anarchism, the peoples will believed in the essential goodness of human nature once it was liberated. Such idealism could not long survive the harsh continued impact of reality. But the very process of its dissolution and decay brought at least one famous recruit to Marxism, Georgy Plekhanov. The Poles were for once more sanguine from the start. The Proletariat Party was founded by Ludwik Woryński, a magnetic personality who traveled all over Poland, Russian as well as Austrian, and also spent some time in Switzerland, at that time the intellectual power station from which East European revolutionary movements were supplied. Woryński returned to Warsaw from Geneva in 1881, the year of Alexander II's death, and by 1882 had founded the Proletariat, which can be described as the first Polish Socialist Party. In common with the general anarchist aversion from political action in Europe at the time, Woryński and his friends articulated, and took back to Poland with them, a predilection for economic rather than purely political thinking. For the time being they urged the primacy of economic problems, hence the interest in mass support. Among this small band there was little time for or interest in the problem of Polish independence. But right from the start Woryński found himself up against the strong, if inchoate force of Polish patriotism. To buttress his own program, he argued that the well-to-do classes in Poland, interested only in profits, were not revolutionary. In their absence there were no real revolutionary factors making for Polish independence. The workers, on the other hand, the only truly revolutionary group, were concerned primarily with their own state of subjection and were at least as much exploited by their own capitalists as by the Russian autocracy. Simultaneously with the proletariat, the Polish people was organized by Bolesław Limanowski, who deliberately took for his organization the name that had been used by the first Polish group tinged with embryonic socialist tendencies. This had been founded in Portsmouth in 1835, its members, mostly soldiers and intellectuals, having emigrated to England after the insurrection of 1830-1. There, for some years, they had existed precariously as a separate little community on the south coast and marginally influenced early English and continental socialism. Where Limanowski was an imaginative writer, an exciting personality, Woryński was a quiet and close organizer. Woryński played down the traditional romantic element in the aims of his proletariat party. For the purpose of a revolutionary movement based on mass support, the workers had to be rallied round familiar, everyday problems. This precluded the appeal to national sentiment. For a workers' party, immediate betterment of conditions and rights was important, not the theoretical liberation of the human spirit or the liberation of an abstract nation. Limanowski, on the other hand, gave greater priority to the national question. He believed that no socialist development could take place as long as one nation oppressed another, as long as Russia was occupying and exploiting Poland. From the weakness of Russian populism, particularly from the writings of Peter Lavrov, he drew the conclusion that the Poles could not afford to rely too much on Russian revolutionary initiatives. Socialism and patriotism were anyhow not incompatible. Consequently, the movement must comprise not only workers and peasants, but intellectuals as well, especially the younger generation. He expressed these ideas in a pamphlet published in Geneva in 1881. In pursuing this policy, he claimed freedom of action for his Polish organization and the right to decide its own policies, though he was willing to collaborate on equal terms with any Russian group or party. The ideas of both groups, proletariat and Polish people, were embryonic. They were associations of people with ideas rather than parties with programs. Better still, they were followers grouped around an individual personality. It is important to stress the personal aspect in these 19th-century Russian and Polish movements. Later history, a back projection from important political events into the history of ideas, the descent and transformation of ideas from person to person, makes both the cohesion and the ideas themselves much too formal. Thus, a person who joined one of these groups could, in the present wisdom, be said to have adhered to one program in preference to another. This conception makes little sense and does not correspond to reality. If a personality cult has any historical meaning, it is precisely in the emergence of these small revolutionary groups or sects. Nonetheless, the emergence of two different trends in Polish socialist movements at this time is worth emphasizing, even overemphasizing, because here is foreshadowed in embryo the major difference between the two schools of Polish socialist thought which would divide them until after the First World War. The problem of Polish independence was always to be the main bone of contention between the two Polish socialist parties. It was present from the start. Unlike most of the Marxist arguments in the 25 years preceding the First World War, this was not a matter of tactics or even of Marxist theory, but a profoundly personal and violent difference in approach to a question that had run like a deep red gash through the entire history of Polish life for over 100 years. Werenski tacitly admitted this problem when he said, "There is only one nation more unfortunate than the Polish nation, and that is the nation of proletarians." In 1884, Werenski's Proletariat Party in Poland and Narodная Wola, the Russian People's Will, actually signed an agreement. Werenski himself had been arrested in 1883, and the alliance with the People's Will was carried through by his second-in-command, Kanicki. Conforming to the general, perhaps inevitable, tendency, all top decisions on theory, strategy, and organization were taken abroad, in this case in Paris. In this joint program, an autonomy of operational control was reserved to each party within its own territory, Russia and Poland. The Proletariat Party accepted the Russian formula of economic in addition to political terror in various forms. Both parties were to consider themselves under the tactical leadership of the Russian group, at least until after the revolution. Since there was to be free interchange of action between Poland and Russia and free movement of operatives, the division of responsibility became largely a matter of geographical accident. The main effort of the People's Will was in St. Petersburg. As a result of this flexible exchange of personnel, a number of Polish revolutionaries remained permanently in Russia, and later figured among the membership of the more orthodox socialist organizations. The Proletariat Party succeeded in organizing a series of strikes in Poland in April 1883, including a mass strike near Warsaw. The government used troops against the strike and, during the next 2 years, the new tough policy of the authorities resulted in large-scale arrests. There had been several attempted assassinations of police agents and gendarmes, and with these assassinations as a particular excuse, many of the leading members of the proletariat were imprisoned by court sentence or by administrative order. 4 of the leaders, Bardowski, Kanicki, who had signed the agreement with the People's Will, Osowski and Piotruszyński, were hanged on January 28, 1886 in the Warsaw Citadel, fortress and prison and the symbol of Russian domination. Werenski himself was sentenced in the same year to 16 years hard labor in the notorious Schlüsselburg fortress near St. Petersburg, where he died 3 years later in 1889. Among those condemned to long sentences of penal servitude was Felix Kahn, one of the few proletariat leaders to return after many years in prison, who was destined to play an important part in the Polish Socialist Party and eventually in the creation of the Polish Communist Party after the First World War. Polish socialism now had its first martyrs, a necessary form of self-perpetuation in any revolutionary movement. Most of the names of these early socialists in Poland have disappeared in the relative obscurity arranged for them by their later, more orthodox Marxist successors, though in the last few years they have been honorably excavated. It is the particular fate of any vanguard, mostly groping its way without a complete theoretical formulation of first principles, to fall into obscurity near the entrance to the revolutionary pantheon precisely because later followers are more successful, and more explicit as well. On the other hand, if there had been no social democracy of Poland and Lithuania, no Polish Socialist Party, the First Proletariat and the Polish people would have been largely forgotten. Both wings, left and right, claimed their ancestry from the first great proletariat, a fact which made its history a bone of contention for a long time. The arrests and trials, and the particularly savage sentences meted out, effectively broke up the Proletariat Party. Among the few who escaped arrest were Simon Dickstein and Stanislaw Mendelssohn, both of whom became important socialists. In spite of its wish, proletariat had never succeeded in being a mass movement. Out of the remains of the membership, 3 small groups continued to function, the so-called Second Proletariat, the Union of Polish Workers, and the Association of Workers, the last an offshoot of the Second Proletariat, determined to break with the terroristic methods of the People's Will. Unlike the national rising of 1863-4, the activities and destruction of the Proletariat Party caused hardly a ripple on the surface of Polish life. Indeed, most Poles outside Warsaw were probably unaware that it existed. The revolutionary vacuum, the political silence of Russia, now covered Poland as well. For a time the Tsar ruled his extended family, the empire, in a hush of surface deference. When Werenski was sentenced in 1886, a Warsaw student called Rosa Luxemburg, not yet 15 years old and already connected with dissident student circles in Warsaw, was probably feverish with excitement and anger. She had been born on March 5, 1871, the youngest of 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls. Zamość, province of Lublin, in the flat agricultural area of southeastern Poland, was then a large town, but of declining importance, overshadowed by Lublin to the north. More than 1/3 of the town's population was Jewish, one of the highest proportions in the country. But it was not the poverty-stricken place with a population of low cultural level, which Rosa's biographers describe. In fact, Zamość had long been a town of importance under its local lords, the Zamoyskis, big landowners with great power and influence. Under Austrian rule in the First Partition of Poland, until 1809, the district finally became Russian in 1815. Zamość was thus at the cultural crossroads, and Russification was better resisted there than elsewhere in the north and east. Nor was Jewish life narrowly fanatic, out of the way, a backward world of resignation and greed, obscurantism, dirt and poverty, a rotting morass. On the contrary, Zamość had a Jewish community of great importance, a particular kind of Jewish middle-class atmosphere graced by a setting of architectural splendor, a majestic town hall surrounded by a late Renaissance square complete with arcades. It was a center of the Haskalah movement, a reaction against the overzealous fanaticism of the Hasidim. One of its most important writers was Yitzhak Leib Peretz, who was born and lived much of his life in Zamość. The Jewish community of this town was actually one of the strongest and most cultured in Poland. But the Luxemburg family had little or no part in this life. They had already become assimilated in the time of Rosa's grandfather. Such assimilation was more common in Zamość than elsewhere, precisely because of traditional links with Western literature and learning, an improvement on the more usual and miserable alternative of having to fall back on a surrounding Polish community of much lower culture. Already in the 1860s, Jewish writers in Zamość were protesting against people who changed their name and traditional habits. This tendency to assimilation actually encouraged the rigid Cassidist section of the community against the masculine Enlightenment. Rosa's parents thought and spoke Polish. Her father especially took an interest in Polish affairs. According to one biographer, hers was one of those homes where Western culture, particularly German, was at home. They were moderately well-off, comfortable in middle-class terminology. The Luxemburgs lived on the main square right opposite the magnificent town hall with its flamboyant curving sweep of staircase. It was, and still is today, an attractive Renaissance house, one of a row over an arcade. But inside, the stone front still gives way to wooden landings and a small dingy courtyard with a fountain. But the comfort was intermittent. On one occasion, Rosa recalled that the spill for lighting the lamp in fact turned out to be the last banknote in the house. According to her friend Marchluski, who knew her parents, the linen had to be pawned from time to time. But at best, these were temporary and isolated instances. Rosa's father had himself been educated in Germany and managed the family timber business. He often traveled on business as far as Germany and frequently to Warsaw. As they did not lead a consciously Jewish life, the family were thrown back largely on their own resources. There is no evidence that they had any close Polish friends. Rosa's elder brothers were educated at high school in Berlin and Bromberg, Bydgoszcz, respectively. German was spoken and read in the house, with the emphasis on German Romantic writing, which in those days was more common among Jews in Vienna and Berlin than in Poland. The children all had classical names: Maximilian, Joseph, Anna, Rosa herself, which were as much German as Polish. The name, in fact, may have been Luxemburg at one time, since Rosa's first known letters use Luxembourg or Luxembourg somewhat indiscriminately, and her brother, as late as 1929, was still using Luxembourg. Rosa's father, Elias or Edward Luxemburg, was sympathetic towards the National Revolutionary movement among the Poles, but was not politically active himself, and he devoted his attention to cultural questions and particularly to the Polish school system. He was a man of considerable energy. His material well-being and his education had given him confidence. The Jewish community of Zamość at any rate did not approve of families like the Luxemburgs. It is significant that none of the children ever played any part in Jewish movements or affairs. Rosa herself spoke seldom of her youth, her home, or her parents. There are a few incidental references in some of her letters, and she had a propensity for mildly Jewish jokes and occasional Jewish expressions. But any self-consciously Jewish atmosphere grated on her at once. The attachment to her family, though considerable, was very private. Her letters are singularly bare of any expression of sentiment. Even less is known about Rosa's mother, Line, born Lowenstein. Her brother Bernhard, Rosa's uncle, was said to have been a rabbi. Frolick says that she exercised considerable influence on the development of the children. She was a great reader, not only of the Bible, but also German and Polish classical literature, and there was almost a glut of Schiller in the house. Rosa, however, seems to have rediscovered this poet only much later, with the sympathetic encouragement of Louise Kautsky. Schiller's continuous glow of romanticism was perhaps too much for a scientific but rebellious student, whose early interest in literature was largely revolutionary. At the height of the considerable Schiller cult among German socialist intellectuals at the beginning of the 20th century, both Rosa Luxemburg as well as Franz Mehring, who himself admitted that he had at one time ascribed too much revolutionary potential to Schiller, took issue publicly with what they considered his undeserved revolutionary reputation. There is no real need to grub too deeply among the literary tastes of the Luxemburg family to explain Rosa's interests. She was the type of person who would always want to fill out her knowledge of history and science with the perceptions of fiction. But she did take with her a developed critical faculty which instantly reacted to anything manufactured, excessive, or false, and anchored her own preferences firmly in the great German classics. The only writer to whom she remained attached from early youth was Adam Mickiewicz, the major 19th-century Polish Romantic poet. Though he was a propagandist of Polish independence, this did not diminish her admiration. Mickiewicz was to provide a rich fund of quotations for much of her Polish writing, a sure sign of approval. There is no evidence that Rosa was interested in or read much Russian during her youth, though she clearly mastered the language as a child. It is tempting but not meaningful to draw too many conclusions from the comfortable shut-in family existence in the Luxemburg household. The cultural, rather isolated pattern provided no local roots outside the immediate family. These family links were maintained throughout Rosa's life. She remained on good, if not very intimate, terms with all of them. There was no deliberate renunciation like that of many Russian revolutionaries. A letter in which she refers to her father's death expresses a rather passive regret that she had not had the chance to see more of him in his last years. Life and the Second International had all too rapidly gobbled up the years. But in another letter she speaks of being completely knocked out by her father's death. Unable to communicate with a soul for a long period from which I have only just recovered. However, this letter was to an elderly lady, the mother of a close friend, with whom Rosa's communication was almost deliberately sentimental. She may perhaps have exaggerated the intensity of her feeling. She certainly had a bad conscience. After her mother's death in 1897, her father, perhaps with a premonition that he too had not long to live, had announced his urgent desire to come to Berlin to see her. It was the summer of 1898. The Bernstein controversy was boiling up and Rosa's career depended on her contribution. Besides, she wanted to meet Leo Jogashes, who was still confined to Zurich. Reluctantly, she temporized with her father, and this visit never took place. She spent a few weeks with him in Germany just before his death. But she repeatedly met all three of her brothers and her sister after she left Poland, and did not hesitate to use her elder brother's house and help during her illegal stay in Warsaw during the 1906 revolution. A niece, daughter of a brother who emigrated to England, stayed with her for some months in 1910. We know that until the war she was in correspondence, sometimes clandestine, with her family, though none of the letters exists. Up to the end of 1899, her first year in Germany, she sometimes asked for money and they sent what they could spare, often pathetically little. But they neither understood nor supported her political views and activities, even though they no longer attempted to dissuade her after she left home in 1889. In fact, the relationship was a surprisingly easy one. They respected her evident success in her chosen career and her manifest talents, the respect any family pays to professional achievements. In return, they were always sure of a welcome on their way through Berlin. It was a sensible middle-class relationship, a matter of arrangements and courtesies rather than passion or intimacy. Rosa's close attachments were elsewhere, with her close political friends and their wives, with the very few people whom she loved. At the same time, her brothers and sisters were the only ones whose relationship to Rosa did not need to be cemented politically. She always compartmented her life more rigidly than most political émigrés were able to do. Indeed, she rather despised those who muddled their private and political lives, like Krzyzewski and her friend Adolf Warszawski. In 1873, when Rosa was 2.5 years old, the family moved to Warsaw. It had always been her father's wish to move to the capital, partly to benefit from the more cosmopolitan life and business opportunities, partly to give his children a better education. The family fortune had varied in accordance with the periodic slumps and booms of the Zamość region, and a period of prosperity finally decided the move. At first, things were difficult for them in Warsaw. They lived in an old apartment house where the outlook on the world was confined to a few high windows, and the clatter of all the other tenants reverberated through the building. Shortly after arriving in Warsaw, Rosa developed a disease of the hip which was wrongly diagnosed as tuberculosis and as a result wrongly treated. She was more or less confined to bed for a whole year and used this period to teach herself to read and write at the early age of 5. This illness resulted in a permanent deformation of the hip which caused her to walk with a slight limp for the rest of her life, though otherwise it did not prove a serious disability. As far as her elder brothers and sisters were concerned, she was the invalid in the family, and as such was treated with special care and consideration. Probably this same physical disability caused her interests to turn towards literature, and she is said to have translated German poems and prose into Polish at the age of 9. Her first literary attempts were sent successfully to a children's magazine in Warsaw. At least one other attempt is more interesting for posterity. In 1884, at the age of 13, she wrote a poem on the occasion of the visit of the German Emperor William I to Warsaw, half reverent and half sarcastic, which may have been as much a protest against her father's excessive fuss as evidence of any early anti-monarchical convictions. Finally, we shall see you, mighty man of the West, at least if you deign to enter our local park, since I don't visit at your courts. Your honors mean nothing to me, I would have you know, but I would like to know what you're going to chatter about. With our royalty, you are supposed to be on intimate terms. In politics, I'm still an innocent lamb. That's why I anyhow don't want to talk to you. Just one thing I want to say to you, dear William. Tell your wily fox Bismarck, for the sake of Europe, Emperor of the West, tell him not to disgrace the pants of peace. Photographs taken during this period show her as an intelligent, rather sharp and attentive girl, not conventionally pretty, dressed in the somewhat starchy clothes of a middle-class child on parade. She was and remained small and conscious of the fact, as she was always, in a good-humored way, conscious of her physical characteristics. In 1884, at the age of 13, she entered the second girls' high school in Warsaw. This was one of the best establishments of its kind in Poland, patronized largely by the children of Russian administrators, who had first call on most of the available places. The first high school was in fact exclusively reserved for them. Admission for Poles was difficult, for Jews even more so. The latter were normally confined to a limited quota in specially designated schools. One of the rules of all secondary schools was that lessons and conversation should be entirely in Russian, and the children were not even allowed to speak Polish among themselves. The proletariat party was at its zenith at the time. It was largely an intellectual affair confined to the main cities, but with considerable influence among senior pupils of high schools and universities. Students were always the best intellectual tinder. During her last few years at the school, Rosa Luxemburg was undoubtedly in contact with a group of illegal revolutionaries. She was 15 when the 4 death sentences on the gallows, the first since 1864, were carried out. In her last year, she was known to be politically active and not amenable to discipline. Consequently, she was not granted the gold medal for academic achievement which her scholastic merits had earned, on account of her rebellious attitude towards the authorities. But the girl who passed out top in the final exams was not only a class nuisance. By this time she was probably a fully fledged member of one of the remaining cells of the Revolutionary Party proletariat, which had escaped police detection, and which formed the nucleus of the Second Proletariat. Rosa herself wrote a form of posthumous self-criticism of proletariat some years later, when she was about to enter the adult socialist world of German social democracy. She described it retrospectively as too centralized, and too much like Narodnaya Volya in its emphasis on terror. This marked a definite stage Marxist self-criticism always does, in her self-conscious growing up. After the destruction of the original proletariat, one of the few remaining personalities of the new proletariat was Marcin Kasperzak, who incidentally was also one of the very few workmen to rise to a position of authority in this largely intellectual party. Kasperzak came from Poznan in Prussian Poland. He was at that time working in Warsaw and bringing together in small clandestine groups those of the members of the previous proletariat whom the police had not picked up. In the course of this work he met Rosa Luxemburg, and a strong personal connection was formed which was to continue until his own death on the scaffold in 1905, 17 years later. But the police continued to be active. After 2 years of agitation among the students in Warsaw, Rosa Luxemburg was herself apparently threatened with arrest. She was too young and inexperienced to have developed the conspiratorial mobility and secrecy of the real revolutionary. At that time she was still living at home and at the same time working openly for her revolutionary group. There was in the years 1888 to 9 something of a renaissance of socialist activity to which both the surviving proletariat under Marcin Kasperzak and the Union of Polish Workers contributed. The latter had been founded at the beginning of 1889 by Julian Marczlewski, Adolf Warsawski, and Bronislaw Wesolowski. At the beginning, this group concentrated on the immediate needs of the workers and on purely economic demands, though later, just before it merged with other groups to form the PPS, the emphasis was once more on political activities. Although Rosa Luxemburg was to form a lifelong friendship with both Marczlewski and Warsawski, she probably knew them only casually, if at all, in Poland at this time. Proletariat and the Union of Polish Workers were separate organizations, and Rosa Luxemburg was firmly committed to the proletariat movement. The next 3 years saw a new wave of strikes and, more significant, the first recurring demonstrations on May Day. For political reasons, the government refused to let the employers grant wage concessions. It was a period of good business, and there were several clashes with troops. A further wave of arrests followed and almost completely wiped out the second proletariat as well. The leaders of the Union of Polish Workers went abroad, some to Switzerland, others across the border to Galicia, the Polish part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire which enjoyed the most liberal and also least efficient of the foreign governments. By then, however, Rosa Luxemburg was herself no longer in Warsaw. In 1889, warned of the imminence of her own arrest, she was smuggled abroad with the assistance of her friend and mentor Marcin Kasperzak. There were regular routes of entry and departure from Russian Poland into the Polish parts of Germany and Austria. Indeed, the traffic of people, literature, and money was already becoming highly organized. Few people were caught on these border crossings which, as they do on frontiers to this day, required only the active participation of the population on both sides of the border. In Rosa's case, some last-minute difficulties arose in the frontier village. Presumably, the organized means of transport had broken down. Kasperzak persuaded the local Catholic priest that a Jewish girl wished to be baptized in order to marry her lover, but owing to the violent opposition of her family, could only do so abroad. The priest, inspired by a mixture of national goodwill and religious duty, gave his assistance and arranged for her to be hidden under straw in a peasant's cart. Certainly she had been only too willing to leave. Her first acquaintance with the writings of scientific socialism, with the works of Marx and Engels, had been made during the 2 years after leaving high school in 1887. For anyone interested in becoming a fully fledged socialist, a period of study was highly desirable. This was the real difference between socialism and other previous revolutionary movements, which above all needed decision and courageous action but no knowledge of a set text and commentaries. The universities of Western Europe were a great deal more tempting than those of Poland or Russia. To absorb socialism thoroughly, it was necessary first to study existing capitalist society, and modern economic and political teaching, quite apart from any study of socialist thought, was not available in the Russian Empire. Rosa must have known that she would find in Switzerland not only the institutions of learning of a free and more questioning society, but also the presence of some of the most distinguished Marxists. Switzerland also offered the additional attraction of universities which traditionally admitted men and women on an equal footing. Rosa never wanted either to claim women's privileges or to accept any of their disabilities. The possible danger of arrest may even have been a welcome excuse for departure, possibly to appease an anxious family. They offered to support her financially as best they could, at least for a while, and off she went, looking forward to the freedom of a society nearer to the final stage of socialism. The path to the West was well trodden. The departure of actual or potential Polish revolutionaries for Western Europe was an old, well-established tradition. Polish and Russian socialists were only following in the footsteps of their nationalist and liberal predecessors. But there was another, more typically Polish tradition. Émigrés, particularly from Poland, had always given their services to the revolutionary movements of their host countries. There had been Poles among the immediate followers of Fourier, of Saint-Simon. A Polish general had died on the barricades of the Paris Commune. Thus, integration into foreign revolutionary movements was almost as well established as émigré plotting for a new revolution at home. Rosa Luxemburg faithfully followed both traditions. She based her activities on the international character of scientific socialism, but in effect her work in the SPD was in line with a Polish tradition much older than Marxism, and so was the resentment which it caused among the establishment in the West. While Rosa Luxemburg was embarking on the life of a young student émigré in Zurich, the Polish socialist movement rapidly developed and crystallized during the next few years. After the police had destroyed the Second Proletariat as well as the Union of Polish Workers, an attempt was made to bring together the separate émigré groups into one socialist party for the whole of Poland. In 1890, the anti-socialist laws were lifted in Germany, and at once a Society of Polish Socialists was founded in Berlin, which concentrated on organizing the workers in Prussian Poland, Silesia, Posen, Poznan, and Pomerania. In 1891, this group began to issue a weekly paper called Gazeta Robotnicza, the Workers' Journal. With the rapid development of a strong German Social Democratic Party, the incipient movement in the Polish-speaking areas of Germany soon came under its organizational wing, and for at least 10 years remained within the orbit of German social democracy, though not always in harmony with the SPD leadership. These Poles became a minor, though persistent, problem for the German party, a matter in which Rosa Luxemburg became intimately involved. A year later, in 1892, the leaders of the Polish socialist groups of Austrian Galicia and Prussian Silesia formed distinct and separate Polish parties in their territories. At once this posed the urgent problem of relationship with the big socialist parties of the two dominating countries, Germany and Austria. Both within the new parties and outside, among the émigrés from Russian Poland, there developed a more nationalistic current, as a reaction to what was held to have been the main failing of the Second Proletariat, its excessive negation of nationalist desires and its consequent lack of popular appeal. In a confused way, the pendulum swung between nationalism and antinationalism in the Polish parties, sometimes a matter of faith and conscious choice but often a reaction to previous failures. In addition, the Polish socialists in Galicia under Ignacy Daszyński always got on much better with the Austrian party than the German Poles succeeded in doing with the SPD. In an empire which contained a host of emergent and conflicting nations, the Austrian Social Democratic Party had to have a workable policy on national questions, and always had a somewhat federal character, in fact, if not yet in name. Indeed, perceptive members of the SPD in Germany ruefully came to envy their Austrian colleagues for their ability to manage the recalcitrant Poles. There was finally the important personal friendship between Daszyński and the Austrian leader Victor Adler, which ensured powerful support for Daszyński's party in the International and incidentally made Rosa Luxemburg an important and permanent enemy in the person of the Austrian leader. On November 17, 1892, a Congress of all Polish socialists in exile was summoned under the joint aegis of Mendelssohn from the First Proletariat and Limanowski and the remnants of his Polish people. The old differences in emphasis between the two major constituent groups had largely disappeared, and it was Limanowski who presided over the pre-Congress meeting, which consisted of 10 members of his group and 8 members of the First Proletariat. Out of this Congress was born the new United Polish Socialist Party, PPS, linking up with the existing organization in Galicia and Silesia, and covering, it was hoped, the whole of Poland. But no all-Polish organization was possible, for the very real borders between the occupying powers could not be ignored. Thus the new party, PPS, covered only the Russian territories of Poland. It was closely related to the other two parties, the Prussian Polish Socialist Party and the Polish Social Democratic Party in Austrian Galicia. At international congresses, the Poles appeared as one unit, at least until the foundation of Rosa Luxemburg's SDKP, and for some 10 years a special body existed in London to coordinate PPS activities in all three territories, the Association of Polish Socialists Abroad, Związek Zagraniczny Polskich Socjalistów. The new party on Russian soil accepted terrorist activities in part and temporarily as a necessary means of action, an inevitable consequence of illegality, but it subscribed firmly to the idea of a socialist state based on the working class. Most important, the new party issued a declaration extending the hand of cooperation to all Russian socialists, but only as separate and equal partners. 3. Switzerland, Study and Politics, 1890 to 1898. Rosa Luxemburg arrived in Zurich towards the end of 1889. She settled into rooms at 77 Universitätsstraße, on a hill above the stately complex of University and Technical High School. There was a distant view over the lake and the wooded hills to the north of the city. She was immensely proud of her rooms. Well furnished, comfortable, and above all, cheap. Next year she enrolled at the University of Zurich in the Faculty of Philosophy and followed courses in the natural sciences and mathematics. Mathematics fascinated her particularly. She felt she had a natural gift for it, and always claimed that her contribution to economics was only an extension of her proficiency in higher mathematics. In the natural sciences, botany and zoology were her main interests, and though not to be her life's work, these subjects always retained a strong and almost professional fascination for her. Later, especially in prison, she would periodically go back to the detailed cataloging of a collector and bombard her merely nature-loving friends with technical explanations and comments on plant life. Out of this knowledge grew a genuine feeling for the beauty and unreason of plant and animal life. She was not just the deep-breathing romantic nature lover portrayed by some of her biographers. Somewhat self-consciously, she would react to moments of extreme political frustration by lamenting that it would have been better if she had stuck to botany altogether. At least plants responded more directly than human beings to their environmental and natural laws instead of denying and resisting them. In 1892, she changed over to the Faculty of Law and for the next 5 years studied public law under Professor Julius Wolff, Professor Voigt, Professor Trickler, and Professor Flaner. Little is known about her activities at the university. The law faculty in the University of Zurich, then as now, and in common with the academic practice on the continent, included social studies, which were of particular interest to Rosa Luxemburg. Among her teachers, Professor Julius Wolff was the most distinguished and prolific. For many years she would quote his statements and writings as an outstanding example of what, in Marxist terminology, was known as vulgar economics. Her comments became increasingly unfavorable as she developed her own distinct theory of Marxist economics, and in the end his name rather unjustly became shorthand for empty academic fuddy-duddiness. But his courses had left their mark on her. The very strength of her reaction shows it. Wolff, too, was influenced by his thrusting, intelligent student. He later paid generous tribute to what he himself admitted was his outstanding pupil. I was entirely absorbed in the world of my lectures, but managed to give an academic foundation to the ablest of my pupils during my time at Zurich hielt die Akademischen Steigbügel, Rosa Luxemburg, even though she came to me from Poland already as a thorough Marxist. She got her doctorate in political sciences, Staatswissenschaft, under me with a first-class dissertation about the industrial development of Poland. He was fortunate, or unfortunate, enough to have in his class several budding Marxists from Poland and Russia, already impatient with the fashionably liberal theories of the time and probably irritated by the constant academic emphasis on the need to be objective. Some of these youngsters combined to make the professor's life difficult. They asked loaded questions and Rosa Luxemburg was the one who was usually chosen to expose the professor's old-fashionedness, with her own quick repartee and love of arguing. Rosa's life was of course not confined to the university. As a member of proletariat, one of the constituent groups of the future PPS, she came armed with introductions and with the right as well as the desire to participate in the work of émigré socialism. Switzerland was at the time the most important center of Russian revolutionary Marxism, and Rosa Luxemburg soon became absorbed in this acrid but stimulating atmosphere. The politics of these groups were heavily tinged with problems of personal relations, In this respect, the structure of nascent Russian and Polish socialism resembled the loose coteries of 18th-century parties, though inevitably personal conflicts were still further sharpened by the uncompromising confrontation of doctrinal debate. This atmosphere, highly charged with the energy of strong personalities and compressed by the narrowness of personal circumstances, played a vital role in shaping Rosa Luxemburg's political manners and outlook. Some of the friendships she made in these early years in Switzerland remained forever, a few dissolved slowly under the impact of events. But she was always more constant in her enmities than her friendships, and the feuds of this period made her some important, lifelong enemies. At the head of the hierarchy of Russian Marxism was the enormous figure of Georgy Plekhanov. His group for the liberation of labor, Grupa Osvobodzenia Truda, included distinguished revolutionaries like Pavel Axelrod and Vera Zasulik. Years before, in 1883, Plekhanov had finally become disillusioned with the populists. Since embracing Marxism, he had used his great analytical and philosophical faculties to break entirely new ground. To the younger generation of Marxists in Russia, as well as abroad, he was the giant of his day. The task of bringing Marxism to Russia had fallen on his shoulders, or, better, had been placed there by no less an authority than Engels himself. Plekhanov was the authorized interpreter into Russian of all past and present wisdom from London. But he was also an extremely touchy, prejudiced person who never hesitated to use the full hammer of his authority on his opponents, even when the issue was trifling. For young enthusiastic admirers from afar, the first meeting with him was a stimulating and at the same time disillusioning experience, to which Lenin, Martov, and Jagishes all testified independently. It was actually through Jagishes that Rosa Luxemburg first found herself in head-on conflict with the Sage of Geneva, an experience that was to make them enemies for life. Leo Jagishes was the most dominant figure in Rosa Luxemburg's life. In his own right, too, he deserves better than the scanty published material on him and the even smaller use historians have made of it. His life's work was conspiracy and subterranean organization. Though he left his imprint on the literature of socialism as editor of the Polish Review, Przegląd Socjaldemokratyczny, in its heyday, he wrote hardly anything himself. Deliberately, he chose always to remain a mysterious and shadowy figure in the background behind public events, and hid his identity behind a monstrous regiment of pseudonyms. Jagishes arrived in Zurich in 1890 and met Rosa a few months later. He too had escaped to avoid arrest, though his crossing of the Russian border was less comfortable than Rosa's. Instead of straw, he traveled under clay. But he was preceded, or perhaps accompanied, by an established reputation. He had been among the first to organize the Jewish workers in Vilna, then the focus of socialist activity in the Russian Empire from which the rest of the country was to be fertilized. He was even supposed to have had contacts with army officers, and an additional and pressing reason for his departure was the disagreeable threat of military service, possibly in a penal battalion where his agitational talents would have been wasted. Escaping from military service was a traditionally powerful propellant of Jewish emigration from Russia. In Jagishes' case, desertion was to form one of the main counts in the indictment against him when he was captured during the revolution in 1906. Born in Vilna in 1867, Leo Jagishes came from a prosperous Jewish family which, like the Luxemburgs, had been largely assimilated into their surroundings, though his family was far better off than Rosa's. Leo himself also spoke no Hebrew and little Yiddish. As early as 1885, at the age of 18, he had founded a revolutionary circle in Vilna, and several of the Jewish socialist leaders who were later to form the Jewish Bund acknowledged him as one of the earliest and most active socialists in the town. He had already been arrested and imprisoned twice and had each time got away before escaping finally to Switzerland. His considerable reputation in Vilna survived for many years. A visiting Jewish socialist was told in 1898 of a mysterious, almost legendary person, surrounded with the halo of unusual dedication to the workers' cause, of steadfast socialist activity, called Liavka. His proper name was Jagishes, the son of rich parents who had owned a fine house in a wide street, but he was much less appreciated in emigration than he had been in Vilna. That was indeed Jagishes' tragedy. He was only an intellectual faute de mieux and, cut off from his agitational activities, he always felt like a fish out of water. A natural tendency to arrogance and obstinacy increased through frustration, particularly when he found that, to the ruling group of Russian Marxists in Switzerland, he was an unimportant new boy. He had brought with him a considerable sum of money, partly his own and partly funds he had collected for the printing and distribution of Marxist literature. The classics, mostly translations from Marx, Engels, Bebel, and Liebknecht into Russian, and the works of Plekhanov, were essential primary fuel to the spread of socialism. These were to be smuggled into Poland and Lithuania through the channels which his and other Jewish groups were laboriously opening up. Djagiches went straight to Plekhanov and proposed collaboration. His money and technique, Plekhanov's prestige and copyrights. When Plekhanov frigidly asked what basis he had in mind, the young man coolly proposed 50-50 and was promptly shown the door. Their icy differences were confirmed by letter. Djagiches was unabashed. He decided to pirate some of the Marxist classics for translation and distribution in Russia, and created his own publishing venture for this purpose, Sotsialdemokratическая Biblioteka. At this, Plekhanov declared open war. His instant dislike of Djagiches turned into noisy and public hatred. Like Trotsky, Djagiches suffered from two unforgivable defects in Plekhanov's eyes: self-assurance aggravated by youth and being Jewish. To Engels he described Djagiches contemptuously as un miniature Ausgabe de Nechayev, a miniature version of Bakunin's wildest and most reckless anarchist disciple. Rosa fell in love with Leo Djagiches very soon after they met, and she was at once transported into the thick of the fight. Their relationship was far too close for any possibility of her remaining neutral. At first she tried to exercise a moderating influence on Djagiches. For her, Plekhanov was first and foremost the great man and Djagiches obstinate and perhaps unreasonable, not willing to appreciate the stature of his opponent. But to no avail. No one ever changed Djagiches' mind by persuasion, and by 1894 she too was ready to cock a snook at the old man whenever there was an opportunity. This quarrel with Plekhanov had important consequences. It isolated Djagiches in the Russian socialist movement abroad to such an extent that effective participation became impossible, at least to a man of his driving temperament. For 4 years Djagiches obstinately went on trying to maintain an independent foothold in the publication of Russian material, aided by the fact that his distribution outlets in Vilna were superior to anything available to Plekhanov and Axelrod. In 1892 he snatched a collection of speeches made at May Day rallies in Vilna and Warsaw from under Plekhanov's nose, and published them in Polish with an introduction by Rosa Luxemburg, her first known publication. Plekhanov then retaliated by putting the obnoxious couple in Zurich under interdict. It is important not only what you take, but from whom you take it. He lectured the Jewish leader John Mill during one of Mill's visits in search of material to distribute, after interrogating the astonished Mill closely as to his intentions. If you take from him, you definitely will not get from me. As proof of his contemptuous disregard for the usual émigré courtesies, Plekhanov refused even to use the pseudonym Grozowski, and simply referred to the other man as Djagiches. An alias was as honored as an officer's title, and a studied refusal to use it was the socialist equivalent of a gauntlet thrown down. The upshot was that Djagiches' publishing venture failed, in spite of the large funds at his disposal. Already in 1892, after his first dispute with Plekhanov, Djagiches had turned his interests and funds increasingly towards Polish affairs. Most people believed that this was due to Rosa's deliberate influence, and so it probably was, though Plekhanov, who if anything preferred the young woman to the man, still thought that she was trying to keep him on Russian paths. From 1893 onwards, he was active behind the scenes at Rosa's side in the breakaway Polish movement and became its chief organizer and convener, though his name hardly figures in the documents before 1900. For the implacable Plekhanov, he was the moving spirit of the breakaway Polish party, just as he was the evil spirit behind the Russian opposition to Plekhanov's Grupa. By driving Djagiches out of any effective participation in the Russian movement, Plekhanov unwittingly rendered Polish social democracy a great service. But these extreme postures adopted on both sides also helped to set the pattern of political relations between Poles and Russians for many years. While Djagiches was struggling with the intransigent elders, Rosa Luxemburg and a small group of friends were fighting an equally bitter but more rigorously ideological struggle against the leading lights of Polish émigré socialism. When the United Polish Socialist Party, PPS, had been founded at the end of 1892, all the émigré groups adhered to it. The creation of a united party and the adoption of a program acceptable to all the various groups was a considerable achievement, of which the participants were justly proud. The program of the PPS met not only the vociferous demands of the representatives abroad, but also covered the aspirations of the groups inside Poland, though these were obviously not in a position to make their views heard as forcefully as the émigrés. Of necessity, it was a compromise program, neither rigorously Marxist nor particularly nationalist. Like those of most Western socialist parties, it offered a declaration of the full Marxist faith as its maximum program as well as directives for more immediate tactics, the so-called minimum program. But where the bigger socialist parties in the West made organization their main field of operations and kept the party program for flag days and parades, like a sacred symbol, the program of the Polish Party was its holy of holies, the only cohesive factor. Within a few months of its adoption, it became the subject of an acute controversy. And there was no organizational structure to enforce discipline. In July 1893, there appeared in Paris the first issue of Sprawa Robotnicza, The Workers' Cause. It introduced itself with a leading article setting out the purpose of the paper and the line that it would follow: strict adherence to the cause of the working classes in their struggle against the class enemy. The accent was on the struggle against capitalism, solidarity with the Russian working classes in their struggle against Tsarist absolutism, and on the international character of all working-class movements, including the Polish. Sprawa Robotnicza was the creation of a small group of young Polish enthusiasts, mostly students abroad. Right from the start, Rosa Luxemburg was one of its leading lights and in 1894 formally took over the editorship, under the pseudonym of R. Krasinska. The finance was provided by Jagoshes, and Sprawa Robotnicza took over many of the ideas and methods, with a particularly Polish accent, which Jagoshes had hoped to fulfill in association with Plekhanov. But the paper received no support from the leaders of the PPS. The very first number announced the paper's independent and unusual line, particularly on the question of cooperation with the Russian working classes, a flavor which ran directly counter to the attempt of the PPS leadership to liberate itself from Russian tutelage. Moreover, there was not a word in the first issue about Polish independence. On the contrary, socialist progress in Poland was presented as a mere part of the general development in Russia. The timing of the first issue of Sprawa Robotnicza was no accident. The Third Congress of the Socialist International was due to take place in Zurich from 6 to August 12, 1893. The group associated with Sprawa Robotnicza now staked a claim for representation at the Congress as part of the Polish delegation. Although the Polish socialists, unlike the Russians, had succeeded in forming a united party, representation at the Congress was still based on individual groups and newspapers without any of the discipline and bloc votes of such Western parties as the German or Austrian. There was always some confusion over the mandates of those loosely associated groups, which generally had to be adjudicated by the Congress. If the Sprawa Robotnicza group could show that it ran a viable newspaper, its prima facie right to be represented at the Congress would be established. In order to make doubly sure, Rosa Luxemburg wrote a Polish minority report on behalf of the Sprawa Robotnicza group on the development of social democracy in Russian Poland between 1889 and 1893, the period since the last International Congress in Paris. Such reports to the International of domestic activity were normally provided by each party affiliated to the International. But the document of the Sprawa Robotnicza group was an unofficial venture. The PPS leadership presented its own report, and so there were before the Congress two separate and very different documents, both claiming to represent the socialist movement of Russian, or, as it was sometimes called, Congress Poland. The Sprawa Robotnicza report contained the ominous phrase that the socio-economic history of the three parts of the former Kingdom of Poland has led to their organic integration into three partitioning powers and has created in each of the three parts of Poland separate aims, designea, and political interests. This was a veiled negation of the whole case for any re-establishment of historic Poland. By emphasizing and relying on modern developments, it indicated that any policy of Polish independence was nothing more than a clutching at the archaic straws of history. The activities of Sprawa Robotnicza were emerging as clearly separatist and potentially oppositional to the main Polish party. We do not know whether any efforts were made before the Congress either to suppress or come to terms with the group of young independents. In the event, the International Congress unexpectedly witnessed a public display of dissension in the ranks of the recently formed Polish Socialist Party. It was all very unfortunate and incomprehensible as well. Meetings of the International were in part ceremonial occasions when achievements were passed in review and prospects evaluated. Open signs of dissension were like painful spasms of the ague which could only give joy to the eager enemy in the capitalist camp. Every effort was made to avoid them or at least play them down, except when the debate ranged over great and noble issues. This particular Congress assembled in the holiday heat of hospitable but uninterested middle-class Zurich, first and foremost to welcome to legality the important German Social Democratic Party. In addition, an official reckoning with the disruptive anarchists had to be made. The Association of Polish Socialists Abroad, which continued to function as the foreign liaison group of the PPS, sent a powerful delegation of 10 members, including Jankowska Mendelssohn and Felix Perl, all former members of proletariat who accepted the new compromise platform, and Ignacy Dasinski from Galicia, Austrian Poland, already emerging as the most distinguished Polish socialist with the backing and friendship of the senior leaders of the International. This delegation reported to the chairman of the Congress Bureau, the Belgian socialist leader Van der Velde, that it was opposing one of the Polish mandates, that of Krasinska. The delegation considered that the self-conscious and deliberate inflation of an obscure newspaper, one moreover with oppositional tendencies, could not justify membership of the Polish delegation and certainly would do nothing to advance the cause of Polish unity. The Bureau at first tried to preserve peace. In its report to the Congress, it recommended acceptance of the mandate and Krasinska's, Rosa Luxemburg's, appearance as a member of the Polish delegation. Dasinski thereupon took the matter before the Congress itself. He asked for the mandate to be quashed on the grounds that only one issue of the paper, Sprawa Robotnicza, has appeared. The mandate has no signature. No one even knows the editor who sent this delegate. Rosa Luxemburg was the last person to refuse a public challenge. She jumped up at once. These facts are due to the peculiar situation in Russian Poland. The paper is a social democratic literary venture and expresses the view of the Polish socialist proletariat. Willingly or not, the Congress had to listen to the conflicting arguments. Dasinski emphasized the unimportance of his opponents, while Rosa Luxemburg argued her case on basic differences of policy. Emil van der Velde, the Belgian socialist leader, left a description of the scene. Rosa, 23 years old at the time, was quite unknown outside one or two socialist groups in Germany and Poland. But her opponents had their hands full to hold their ground against her. She rose from among the delegates at the back and stood on a chair to make herself better heard. Small and looking very frail in a summer dress, which managed very effectively to conceal her physical defects, she advocated her cause with such magnetism and such appealing words that she won the majority of the Congress at once, and they raised their hands in favor of the acceptance of her mandate. Memory and chivalry, the Second International was not ungallant, may have deceived van der Velde. After further tumult, during which Marczlewski and Warsawski spoke in her support, the Congress in fact voted for the rejection of the mandate. Plekhanov threw his voice and votes behind the PPS. He had already pledged his support to his Polish friends in advance and saw here a splendid opportunity for getting his own back on the infuriating couple in Zurich. The Bureau, however, queried the Congress vote, which had taken place amid some confusion. The Polish delegation demanded a vote by national delegations, and these voted 7-4 and 9 against the young girl's mandate, with 3 abstentions. Rosa left with a red face under protest. Her friend Marczlewski, however, remained, since no one had challenged his mandate. Though Rosa Luxemburg failed to maintain her position against the powerful opposition of Dasinski and the other Polish delegates, she personally achieved something of a moral victory. Dasinski, anxious to play down the importance of his opponents, argued ad hominem, or rather ad feminam. Rosa Luxemburg had tried to discuss principles. Then and later she gave the appearance of someone reluctantly forced to display personal dissensions in public. By hinting that the dispute was one of principle and that both sides represented different versions of socialism, she gave the appearance that it was Dasinski and the PPS who were trying to suppress an inconvenient opposition with whose policy they disagreed. The Second International subscribed to the majesty of principles, and most of its leaders hated personal polemics in public. After the Congress, Rosa Luxemburg and her group emphasized their role as doughty champions of principles, and their eagerness to debate these at any time against opponents who preferred scurrilous attacks or, still better, silence. By the time the next International Congress met in London in 1896, their right to be heard as representatives of a genuine, if small, section of Polish socialism was already established beyond challenge. This time Dasinski shouted at her that, "We cannot tolerate our movement being dragged through the mud by scribblers and crooks like Rosa Luxemburg, We must and will clear the ranks of our international army of this group of journalistic brigands who are trying to disrupt our fight for unity. But the Congress upheld her mandate on that occasion and continued to do so until, after 1900, the PPS leadership gave up attempting to challenge it. Now that war had been openly declared between the Sprawa Robotnicy group and the leadership of the PPS, there was little point in the opposition remaining within the PPS organization. Originally, they had considered the formation of an oppositional group within the party, probably hoping to influence and persuade an increasing number of PPS members to adopt their own point of view. But the attitude of the leadership at the Zurich Congress and subsequent attacks in the PPS press against the splitters doomed any such hopes. It was decided to form a new party altogether called Socjaldemokracja Królestwa Polskiego, the Social Democracy of the Kingdom of Poland, SDKP. The choice of name was Rosa Luxemburg's, and in itself defined the attitude of the new party. By deliberately adopting the geographical limitations of the Kingdom of Poland, even the suggestion of Polonia Rediviva was carefully avoided. The policy organ of the new party was Sprawa Robotnicy, its only newspaper. The program of the new party was based on the Statement of Editorial Policy which had appeared in the first number of the paper in July 1893. This, together with the group's report to the Zurich Congress, was formally adopted as a program at the party's first Congress in March 1894. In spite of all the public enthusiasm over founding a new party, there was a somewhat indefinable and well-disguised element of sour grapes. Rosa Luxemburg was never keen on sex, and the little band of individuals had all the makings of a minute sect at the time. Having recognized the impossibility of remaining in the PPS, Rosa made a somewhat half-hearted attempt to join the Russians, only to be scornfully rejected by Plekhanov, who gleefully reported the Polish disarray to Engels and characterized Rosa as Jagish's female uppunnage. Thus, the SDKP was the product of as much disillusion as enthusiasm. From time to time, Rosa would still sigh briefly for a united Polish party. Based on her policy and attitudes, bien entendu, the SDKP saw itself as the direct successor to proletariat, and turned sharply away from the compromise program of unity around which the PPS had been formed. The immediate aim, the minimum program which every socialist party predicated in contrast to the maximum eventual aim of social revolution, was a liberal constitution for the entire Russian Empire with territorial autonomy for Poland, that curious, half-federal solution which Rosa Luxemburg and her friends were to defend staunchly in the Russian party for many years and which was to be the subject of so much acrimonious debate. The SDKP stressed the need for close cooperation with Russian socialists, though there was no mention of any preeminence for the latter as there had been in the Narodnaya Volya Proletariat agreement. Polish independence was now specifically rejected, in Rosa Luxemburg's phrase, a utopian mirage, a delusion of the workers to detract them from their class struggle. The tactical consequence of this position was that the Polish socialists in each of the occupied areas would have to join, or at least federate with, the socialist parties of the partitioning powers, German, Austrian, and Russian. It was hoped that a united Russian party would soon come into being to enable such cooperation to become effective. From the moment of its foundation, the SDKP piously called on the Russians to form the necessary united party. For the rest, the SDKP program was modeled on the German Socialist Party's 1891 Erfurt program, with its careful synthesis of immediate tasks and final revolutionary aim. But it recognized that conditions in Poland were one very important step behind Germany. Since no possibilities of open agitation and electoral propaganda existed in Russia as they did in Germany, a liberal constitution for Russia must be the immediate aim of all socialists in the empire. Finally, the SDKP's accent was international. The party pledged itself specifically to supporting the international working class movement as constituted in the Second International. This was to distinguish it from the allegedly national position of the PPS. The implication was that the latter adhered to the International under false pretenses. The whole program was above all a reaction to the PPS position and organization. Its possibilities of positive achievement at the time were small. There was no Russian Socialist Party to join, no prospect of contributing significantly to any constitutional reform in Russia, little chance of carrying away a substantial part of the PPS membership or of influencing events at home. Though the first Congress took place illegally in Warsaw, a matter of great pride to the new leadership, even though they were unable to participate in it, the party was visibly the product of an émigré split, and a typical result of Eastern obduracy over principles. The whole effort must therefore be seen as a self-conscious assertion of a generation of young revolutionaries opposing the more practical and compromising leadership of the PPS. Nonetheless, the division was not purely personal. There were profound differences of policy which crystallized more and more round the question of Polish independence. For the next few years, the SDKP leadership, and particularly Rosa Luxemburg, embarked on a theoretical underpinning of their position on this question, until the negation of Polish independence became a doctrine in itself. At the same time, the sharp polemics on this subject with the PPS periodically forced the latter also to re-examine its own position, and the original vague commitment to re-establishing Polish independence became much more specific and unequivocal. The Polish socialist movement remained sharply divided on this issue. In spite of periodic shifts of opinion, these two opposing views remained distinct and dominated Polish socialism up to the First World War, forcing the two parties into polarization on almost every other issue as well. The creation of an independent social democracy of Poland with a small though viable organization at home was a remarkable achievement, even though it broke up the brief existence of a united Polish socialist movement. The new movement could easily have remained a small émigré sect without followers or significance, as so many Russian and Polish dissidents were to be in the future. That it flourished in spite of all setbacks and grew into a powerful nucleus which eventually swallowed the major part of the PPS to form the Communist Party of Poland is largely due to the outstanding quality of its leadership. Still more remarkable is the fact that it was, for most of the time, an émigré leadership. In spite of inevitable police penetration of the membership in Poland, and the repeated defection of the most important party workers, the émigré leadership always managed to rebuild local organizations and never lost contact entirely with the clandestine movement at home. Most of what is known of the SDKP is based on its policy record, expressed in publications and documents. No study of its sociology has ever been attempted. Yet this is important in a context far wider than the history of Polish socialism, for many of the leaders abroad played an important part in other socialist parties, and some of them eventually made their name in the Bolshevik Party after the October Revolution in Russia. The nucleus of the leadership was formed between 1890 and 1893 in Switzerland. Rosa Luxemburg and Leo Jagesches had been installed in Zurich since 1890. In 1892, Julian Marczlewski arrived, after a year of imprisonment in Warsaw followed by expulsion. Marczlewski was a somewhat patrician figure in this circle. His family lived in Włocławek, halfway between Poznan and Warsaw. He was not Jewish, his father was Polish and his mother German, and there was no tradition at home of political descent or underprivileged minority status. He had come to Marxism entirely by conviction. Though by nature an intellectual, interested in philosophical questions and expressing his thoughts in a heavy and somewhat indigestible style, he had deliberately gone to the people in the best populist tradition, and had tried to absorb working-class ideology by seeking employment in factories as a weaver or dyer. There was always something self-conscious and sacrificial about Marczlewski's socialism. He found personal relations difficult and, like Mering, was extremely sensitive to personal slights. His happiest moments were devoted to writing his complicated analyses of social conditions. He deliberately submitted himself to the harsh discipline of the SDKP, particularly under Jagesches, and accepted the most difficult party assignments as an exercise in deliberate self-subordination. Though by no means fully in agreement with all of Rosa Luxemburg's ideas, adherence to the SDKP and complete acceptance of its program was part of his self-denial, though his personal relations with Rosa Luxemburg were often edgy. Frequently he was the spokesman of the party on matters with which in his heart he did not fully agree. Rosa Luxemburg did not really like him for many years. He was important rather than desirable. Neither she nor Jagesches trusted him completely, and when Rosa moved to Germany in 1898 she steered clear of him for a while, unjustifiably as it turned out. Another co-founder of the SDKP was Adolf Warszawski. He, too, had been prominent in the Union of Polish Workers. Warszawski was a Jew, an excellent agitator and speaker who could transform the complications of Marxism into easily comprehensible slogans and ideas for the masses. He had not the intellectual equipment of Rosa Luxemburg or Julian Marczlewski, but was much more the type of revolutionary whose entire life was devoted to the complicated and unrewarding routine of small-scale persuasion. He was a gray person, without obvious inspiration but hardworking and completely absorbed by his task. As such, he found the atmosphere of the later Bolshevik group in the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, RSDRP, more congenial than some of the other Polish socialists. But his commitment was particularly to the Polish movement. He was the only one of the SDKP leadership who played no part outside the Polish movement, whose entire life was to be absorbed by it and who remained faithful to it until his death. These four people, Rosa Luxemburg, Leo Jagesches, Julian Marchluski, and Adolf Warszawski, were the nucleus of the SDKP from the day of its inception. They were more or less of the same age, and all found in the movement a fulfillment of their personalities and talents impossible elsewhere. Yet they were very different people and by no means thought alike on every question. Their cooperation was based on a shared long-term objective and on a common revolutionary temperament. None of them sought immediate recognition in terms of power and status within the Second International. Indeed, there was a certain personal impatience with the self-indulgence of an international rolling endlessly onwards. All of them were dissenters by personal conviction, outsiders rather than organized conspirators. They had boundless self-confidence, both in the development of a socialist future as well as in the rightness of their particular analysis and tactic. Most important, their collaboration was based on an indefinable web of personal attitudes generating a sort of spontaneous and flexible consensus which had nothing to do with any discipline of organization or with doctrine or even charisma. Instead of being created or prescribed, consensus emerged. Though the party statutes called for a tight and conspiratorial centralism, Lenin, had he bothered, would have found in them a perfect model for democratic centralism. The actual procedures of the leadership during these early years were informal and personal rather than tight and official. Consultations on matters of policy were of a purely personal kind, generally by private letter between individuals, and none of the formalities which were typical of the German and Austrian parties were observed. Yet collaboration was such that no party congress was found necessary for 6 years. The Second Party Congress took place only in 1900, to register the important constitutional changes caused by the adhesion of the Lithuanian group. Precisely this lack of formality makes the historian's task difficult, for comments on events and people were usually made in a mental shorthand which is impossible for the uninitiated to decipher. Round the nucleus of these four personalities there grew a larger constellation of brilliant activists, drawn in by the aims and methods of the SDKP. In the course of its history, such names as Dzerzhinsky, Hanecki, Unslicht, and Nettl became associated with it. Some, like Dzerzhinsky, remained intimately connected with the movement until the Great Russian Revolution swept them into its orbit. Others died before the First World War, says Irina Wojnarowska. A few dissented early, like Trusiewicz. Finally, an important group, Hanecki, Nettl, Radek, and Unslicht, revolted against the émigré leadership and broke out to form a dissident movement in 1911. But it is striking that the SDKP at various times contained such a galaxy of revolutionary personalities, whose enormous energy overflowed into the German and Russian Social Democratic parties without prizing them loose from the Polish party. Nonetheless, it was only our four figures who really saw the movement through from its inception in 1893 to the formation of the Polish Communist Party in 1918, and they particularly set the tone and provided the continuity of its policy. Without being unjust to the many other interesting personalities who will appear in these pages, the SDKP, which later became the SDKPL, was the particular creation of Rosa Luxemburg, Leo Jagesches, Julian Marchluski, and Adolf Warszawski. The SDKP leadership was unique in the Second International. It differed both from the strictly hierarchical Western European parties and from the tight conspiratorial group with its craggy absolutes as criteria of unity which the Bolsheviks were to develop. It was essentially a collaboration of equals, formulating a joint policy yet preserving the individual right to differ. The leading members thus preserved their personal status yet at the same time were subservient parts of a closer association for particular purposes, without there being any obvious conflict between the two roles. In any context, this was an unusual form of group association. Something of its spirit was retained by all the participants and carried by them into the various associations and parties which they were to join in the future. At all events, the SDKP provided a source of strength and self-reliance which distinguished these Polish leaders in everything they did. Rosa Luxemburg was the fountainhead of policy ideas. Sprawa Robotnicza was primarily her inspiration. She had written the dissident report to the International Congress and the articles which were to form the basis of the SDKP program. It was through her that the dissatisfaction with the PPS leadership was articulated, and hers was the decision to bring the split into the open. Right from the start, therefore, she played a prominent role in the SDKP, a role which was to diminish relatively as the years went by and a self-generating and broader leadership became established. Sprawa Robotnica was published in Paris, and between 1893 and 1898 she went there frequently, both in connection with party work and to pursue her studies in the Polish libraries. Indeed, her second visit to Paris in 1894 was something of a rescue operation for Sprawa Robotnica from the uninspired hands of Adolf Warszawski. For several months Rosa not only wrote or rewrote most of the contributions but spent hours arguing with Reef, the printer, over priorities and costs. Similarly, 77 Universitätstrasse was the intellectual center of the SDKP. But because Rosa Luxemburg was always the public half of the partnership while Jagisches remained in the background, his role has been too much played down. Rosa thought and formulated, but the dominating trend was laid down by him, and many of the concepts she developed were originally his. Certainly everything she wrote was discussed with him, and could go no further without his approval. Above all, their personal relations with other Poles and Russians were laid down by him, and the question whether a junior colleague was a fool, a knave, an innocent dupe, or a cunning deceiver was debated seriously back and forth. Plekhanov, for one, considered Rosa merely as Jagis's mouthpiece, though this was obviously one of Plekhanov's personal oversimplifications. Most of their contemporaries, however, were more clearly aware of the man's important role than later historians, and he had a substantial share in her triumphs as well as her vicissitudes. As Rosa's international reputation grew, more visitors called, and the second-floor flat became one of the points on the international socialist circuit. John Mill, Jewish socialist leader from Vilna and international gossip, visited her several times during his journeys from Russia to the West in search of support for the foundation of the Bund. Though he found both Rosa Luxemburg and Leo Jagisches resistant to his early appeals to them as Jews, and firmly opposed to any obligation to a specifically Jewish socialist movement, he nonetheless saw them with an eye that at that time was politically and personally neutral, if not benevolent. His description of their lives and works in this period tells us more than that of close friends or committed enemies. He described his first meeting with Rosa. She was of low build, with a disproportionately large head, a typical Jewish face with a thick nose, a heavy, occasionally uneven walk with a limp. Her first appearance did not make an agreeable impression, but you had only to spend a bit of time with her to see how much life and energy was in the woman, how clever and sharp she was, and at what a high level of intellectual stimulation and development she lived. Like other young socialists, Mill wanted to combine work for his group abroad with a chance to study, and Zurich was beginning to have snob appeal for this purpose. Leo Jagisches proved little help and was not interested in academic pursuits. It was Rosa Luxemburg who found Mill a room and discussed possible study courses. The room, she explained, was haunted, and she hoped that he was not superstitious. A Polish Jew, also a member of the SDKP, had recently committed suicide in it after a violent quarrel with a group of PPS students nearby. When it came to discussing political cooperation, however, John Mill found himself up against an outburst of intellectual disapproval. "One cannot work with crazy political kids who only want to play at soldiers," was Rosa's reply when he tentatively touched on the question of arms. Nevertheless, the Jewish leaders appreciated Rosa's lively pen and Jagis's conspiratorial abilities. Between 1895 and 1897, a certain amount of SDKP material was distributed through Bund channels. Whatever differences there were between the SDKP and the emerging Bund leadership, the latter preferred to collaborate with Jagisches and Luxemburg rather than with the PPS. Jagisches terms were stiff. He insisted on handling his own distribution, and in the end, the committee in Vilna reluctantly agreed to act more or less as his agents. This situation continued until 1897, when the formal creation of the Bund closed this convenient distribution channel to Leo Jagisches. In these early years from 1893 to 1895, Rosa Luxemburg and Leo Jagisches were almost entirely isolated. The PPS leadership had put a cordon sanitaire around them, and even sympathizers kept away for fear of reprisal. Rosa's exuberant personality and her predilection for expressing herself in print exposed her far more than Jagisches, who always kept out of the limelight. By 1894, she had become the bogey woman of Polish socialism. She had been so blackened by the PPS that she was considered unclean traif, Even the parents of Julian Marchluski, a close political collaborator of Rosa's, were preoccupied by their son's association with the outcast in Zurich. Apart from her group in the SDKP, Rosa had a motley circle of friends. Gutman and his wife, Krzyzewski, Kernatowski, Teplov, and Peterson, of whom only Teplov was to achieve any particular distinction in the future. But she was learning German fast. Though she spoke and wrote it with a strong Polish cast, by 1895 she was making friends among the German circles in Zurich, particularly with Robert and Mathilde Seidel. Naturally, her Russian friends were all enemies of Plekhanov. As with the Poles, a group of young émigrés was organizing itself against the established avuncular leadership, and found cohesion in the cavalier treatment handed out indiscriminately by Plekhanov and Axelrod. Her Joan of Arc role at the 1893 Zurich Congress earned Rosa Luxemburg the friendship of Christian Rakovsky, at that time the sole representative of the Bulgarian Socialists at the Congress and one of the most attractive figures of the Second International and later of the Bolshevik hierarchy in Russia. Like Trotsky, he was a man of great charm and warm-heartedness. Unlike Trotsky, an aristocrat who combined the progressive development of his estates with socialist illegality and conspiracy. Although his friendship with Rosa Luxemburg cannot be documented, they met regularly and with pleasure at every international congress until 1905 when Rakovsky returned to the Dobruja to look after his property. Yet curiously, this man, who was perhaps the only lasting and intimate friend in Trotsky's life, never succeeded in bringing Rosa close to Trotsky. These two in many ways similar figures of left-wing socialism in the Second International never failed to grate on each other personally and intellectually. During this time Rosa was particularly associated with the group of Russians round Khrushchevsky and Akhimov, who had formed the Union of Social Democrats abroad and were competing with Plekhanov and his group for the liberation of labor for control of the emergent Russian movement. From 1892 onwards, she corresponded regularly with Khrushchevsky, and the SDKP's assessment of developments in Russia was very similar to that of the Union of Social Democrats. Apart from their close contact in Zurich, they met regularly at international congresses and probably collaborated in the presentation of views on Russian affairs. When Khrushchevsky and Teplov founded their own paper in 1899, they called it Rabishi Delo, probably after Rosa Luxemburg's Sprawa Robotnica, of which it is a precise Russian translation. The friendship did not, however, survive the test of time and political developments. A further group of émigrés at the end of the century under the leadership of Lenin and Martov adhered initially to Plekhanov and his group. Together they drove Khrushchevsky and Akhimov out of their influential position in the Russian party by identifying them, the first use of this technique by Lenin and Plekhanov, with the economist movement which subordinated political activity to the trade union struggle. In 1898 Rosa was already sorry for Khrushchevsky. "I answered at once and in as friendly a fashion as possible," she reported to Jagashes in September, and certainly by 1903 the political friendship between them was at an end. Khrushchevsky was no longer able to get a mandate to the Second RSDRP Congress that year, while Akhimov led a tenuous existence on the fringe as an observer until the 1906 Stockholm Congress. Consistent lack of success and the resulting personal humiliation were not marketable commodities in Rosa Luxemburg's polity. Looking back in 1910, she recalled, "Poor Khrushchevsky in Paris, after 1900. A wreck perpetually complaining about his debts, his children, his ailments. He failed to keep up with me mentally, and when I saw him again it was like being visited by a provincial cousin whom one had known 10 years ago as a brisk young man and found now nothing but a worried provincial hic and pater familias." There is little material to illustrate the daily routine of these young socialists in Zurich. They were all poor, though both Rosa Luxemburg and Leo Jagashes received intermittent help from their families. Most of whatever money Jagashes could lay his hands on went into the movement. He was always more careful with money than Rosa, who fought hard for her minimum standard of living and liked her own flat, at least to be well furnished, a retreat from the turmoil of socialist activity which necessarily involved other and not always attractive people. These émigré circles were riddled with personal feuds, and Rosa Luxemburg made a deliberate effort to avoid the usual meeting places. Self-pity, aided by alcohol, was despicable in her eyes, and the resultant wildness of some of the political speculations repelled her. Polemical, exposed, and unmistakably Jewish, she attracted. Then, as always, the anti-Semitic outbursts which were never far below the surface of Polish and Russian life, and which many genuine revolutionaries unconsciously shared with their enemies. The SDKP leadership, containing a higher proportion of Jews than almost any other socialist group at the time, had consistently to ward off attacks tinged more or less obviously with anti-Semitic bias. In the circumstances at the time, Rosa Luxemburg, who in the eyes of many was the SDKP, became the target for most of the abuse. She was the direct cause of the first wild outbreak of anti-Semitic fury on the part of the former radical and free-thinking Black Hundreds, but the loose, comradely, yet stimulating association between the SDKP leaders provided its own ideological defense. Rosa Luxemburg always found attacks of this kind particularly stimulating. They gave her an excellent chance to show up her opponents without, in fact, touching her on any especially sensitive spot. Antinationalism was a source of pride, not a shortcoming. But by far the most important relationship was with Leo Jagish's. Its pattern was set early. Strategic control in his hands, with the right on Rosa's part to make tactical alterations where she thought fit, particularly in literary matters, where his influence was one of heavy, pedantic restraint. He criticized everything in his nagging, often abusive way. She soon became resigned to the fact that every one of my actions calls forth abuse. Moreover, his arrangements were devious and often overcomplicated. Having chivied the printer for breakneck speed, he would then let the finished material lie about for weeks, which made the next inducement to hurry obviously pointless. But since it was his money, Rosa Luxemburg put up with it all. If you don't agree, cable. Otherwise, I will go ahead. She fought like a tigress over costs, though not at the expense of good paper and a decent layout. Her curious lifelong attitude over money, both spendthrift and mean, was already much in evidence. Above all, she accepted from him the imposition of workloads which, unless they were self-imposed, she would never have accepted from anyone else. For all intents and purposes, Rosa Luxemburg was Polish social democracy during these years. Her writings were the ones that caused comment and reaction. The others only helped, or, according to her, hindered, Adolf and Jadwiga Warsawski with their need to earn a pittance on which to live, Marchluski with his soupy style of writing which had always to be stirred by someone else, even Jagish's with his fuss and bother. Then there was a whole group of people who helped occasionally, or had to be helped, Rutinsky, Olszewski, Heinrich. Rosa Luxemburg was frequently exhausted and disillusioned during 1894 and 1895, when she felt she was doing everything and yet, according to Jagish's, never enough. But their relationship, personal as well as political, was never for one moment in doubt. It was her great source of strength. Rosa's isolation within the Second International was, of course, the direct result of her uncompromising polemics against the PPS and her stand on the broader question of Polish independence. The SDKP was very small. For 7 years, from 1893 to 1900, it was practically a head without a body. Though Sprawa Robotnicza bravely boasted of its substantial readership in Poland, visitors to Poland found that the SDKP organization was largely non-existent. After his first visit to Zurich, John Mill was asked to take back an important letter from Rosa Luxemburg to an SDKP organizer in Warsaw called Rutinsky, the son of a shopkeeper. He turned out to be the only self-confessed social democrat in the entire city. And even he soon found the strain excessive. He was arrested in 1902 and joined the PPS in exile in Siberia. As to Sprawa Robotnicza and its readership, it could not be found anywhere in Poland. You could search everywhere with candles and fail to throw any light on it. The correspondence printed in the paper from time to time was often fictitious and turned out to have been written by the editors themselves in Switzerland. Visitors who told them the latest news from home were astonished to find that their stories appeared as readers' letters in the next issue. Sprawa Robotnicza itself eked out an increasingly precarious existence from the spring of 1895 onwards, when Rosa Luxemburg left Paris for Zurich. The intervals between issues became longer, and in July 1896 it ceased publication altogether. Of course, this situation was not due to any internal weakness in the SDKP nor even peculiar to it. The PPS, too, suffered from the inroads of the police into its organization in Poland, and both socialist movements were reduced to token forces in 1896. The pattern was always cyclical. A resurgence of interest and growing organizations followed by a reaction during which the police were able to clean up most of the revolutionary nests, until new ones could be formed once more. These tendencies were general throughout Russia and applied in all regions. It was not until the last 3 years of the century that there was a revival. During the period which saw the formation of both the Bund and the RSDRP, the Polish socialist movement, too, benefited from a sudden and rapid accession of strength. The Polish émigré leadership, and particularly the SDKP, were not directly affected by the decline of the organizations at home. The work of strengthening the position of the party in the Second International was always as important as the conspiratorial efforts at home. This was particularly Rosa Luxemburg's work. While Jagesches found the ebb of the revolutionary period in Russia very frustrating, she concentrated more than ever on the defense of the SDKP program in the West. Here she was confronted by an established and well-reputed PPS leadership. In offering to engage a man like Dasinski in public debate on the question of Polish independence, in projecting the image of the SDKP as a group of serious intellectuals within the Western context, Rosa Luxemburg actually benefited from the slump in revolutionary activities at home and emerged, for contemporaries and historians, as the preeminent spokesman of the SDKP point of view. Sprawa Robotnicza was in some ways a literary nursery both for those who wrote in it and for those who read it. A regular part of it was always reserved for polemics against the PPS and its nationalist position. The paper emphasized the all-Russian aspect of its Polish socialism, which has been discussed, but right from the start a steady parade of international socialist affairs marched across its columns. The attempt to link developing socialism in Poland with the experiences of other countries was a distinctive feature of Rosa Luxemburg's approach. The technique of easy cross-references from one country to another, the creation of a truly international socialist polity with interchangeable parts, was something she later took with her into the German movement, where it was to cause considerable annoyance. The editors of Sprawa Robotnicza knew they were catering for a proletariat in an embryonic state of class consciousness. Particular attention was paid to the developing trade union activities, which were recognized as the midwife of developing socialism. There were articles on the May Day celebrations, which actually originated in Australia, probably the most important event in the early socialist calendar in Poland. And whenever there was an industrial strike, Sprawa Robotnicza noted these examples of muscle-flexing class solidarity with pleasure and spelled them out as an example to be followed. The policy of the paper was always to indicate the need for a separate and self-conscious proletarian mentality relying on itself and no longer on the middle classes, which was contrary to the conventional Russian wisdom as expounded by Plekhanov at the time. The proletariat, though not yet ready to achieve its aims, must act on the middle classes and not collaborate with them. But the ideas themselves were already revolutionary. The prevailing ideology still saw socialism as an appendage to middle-class liberalism, at least in those countries like Russia which were still in a state of autocracy corresponding, in the socialist calendar, to Western feudalism. Sprawa Robotnicza did not have the circulation necessary to obtrude itself onto the consciousness of prominent Western theorists. No one outside the Polish movement could read the language, and consequently these traces of a new doctrine passed unnoticed. However, they sketched the outline for an analysis which was to prove critically important in the 1905 revolution, linking the ideas of the SDKPL with those of the Bolsheviks, against the more orthodox formulation of PPS and Mensheviks. Apart from the PPS, the chief opponents at this time were the anarchists. They received the sympathetic but slightly contemptuous compliments reserved for have-beens whom history has left behind. Brave, even heroic, revolutionaries, but unproductive in the end because their policy is and remains irrational. Like Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg always retained a soft spot for genuine revolutionary sentiment, however mistaken in theory. But Rosa, even more than Lenin, had a sharp eye for mere mouthers of revolutionary phraseology. With the end of Sprawa Robotnicza, the SDKP was left without an organ. In view of the doldrums at home, it seemed more important to project a sophisticated party image at the Second International than to translate international socialism for the benefit of a rapidly declining Polish readership. In 1895, under the auspices of Sprawa Robotnicza, Rosa's first pamphlet had appeared, under the pseudonym of Maciej Rozga. It was her first cohesive statement on the national question. The theoretical implications were assumed. The main plank of the argument was immediate and political. Any emphasis on Polish nationalism must divert the working classes from the intensity and purity of their socialism. She felt as strongly as she reasoned convincingly that the two were incompatible. Instead of going together as the PPS claimed, they would necessarily struggle with each other for supremacy. One must supplant the other. Although she maintained that the socialist factor was as progressive as the nationalist factor was backward-looking, she must have felt a definite fear of contamination. In a struggle between nationalist and socialist tendencies within a fairly unsophisticated working class, socialism would probably be the loser. Nothing but fear added to conviction will explain her intensity, her willingness to fall out at one time or another with almost every socialist of importance, from Liebknecht to Lenin, over this question. Rosa Luxemburg justified her anti-nationalist program in political terms by showing that nationalism was the refuge of the middle class, but that this same middle class had ceased to be a revolutionary factor in Poland. Consequently, any nationalist aspirations on the part of socialists would merely chain them hopelessly to a bourgeoisie itself politically impotent. In any case, nationalism was something which the middle classes would always be able to propagate more successfully than socialists. Most important, however, was the fact that if the middle classes had finally to choose between getting socialist support in order to gather momentum for a campaign for the independence of Poland, or abandoning this demand in order to cooperate with the autocracy against the specter of social revolution, they would always plump for the latter. At times the pamphlet's argument seems ingenuous, even naive. Rosa overstated her case in trying to have the best of both worlds. Thus she argued that the working class, theoretically powerful enough to bring about the collapse of the Tsarist government, or even to overthrow the order of society, was actually unable to achieve national independence. History shows that the workers by their own hands and against the class opposition of the bourgeoisie have never achieved national independence but have, for instance, wrung out a constitution, first with the help of the bourgeoisie and then alone. The bourgeoisie thus had to play a double, even contradictory, role to satisfy Rosa, supporting nationalism in order to mislead and vitiate socialism, but opposing it if the workers hoped to achieve socialism through a program of self-determination. The latter proposition already foreshadowed the later economic theory which postulated that Polish capitalists were better off within the Russian Empire and knew it. Straight national aspirations were arbitrarily reduced to being only the desire of one small class, the confused petite bourgeoisie. This class was to serve Rosa as a convenient dialectical rubbish bin for many inconvenient or abstract absurdities in the future. Though the first and by no means the best of her many writings on the national question, it put forward a point of view which, during long years of struggle and debate, was never substantially altered except for minor tactical concessions in the heat of debate. It is easy to shrug off her negation of Polish independence as a product of her social and religious background. This identification, partially true, has the additional advantage of applying to many of her colleagues in Polish social democracy, Radek, Warsawski, Jogashes, and Letter, but as a sole explanation it will not suffice. Nor will the negative stimulus of opposition to the PPS leadership. Undoubtedly, the bitter polemics drove both conceptions to extremes, so that the PPS became a near-nationalist party and the SDKP a total and doctrinaire opponent of all national aspirations. But both these points of view assume a modicum of deception, partly unconscious and partly deliberate. Rosa Luxemburg's case against Polish independence was far too much of a scientific totality for such explanations. She argued on all levels, political, economic. Her doctoral thesis, The Economic Development of Poland, was to provide the economic rationale. And in terms of Marxist dialectics, even though she had to turn Marx's own words upside down. The antipathy to Polish independence was so deeply felt that Rosa Luxemburg preferred to polemicize with Lenin for years on this subject and refused to let the SDKP join the Russian Party in 1903 because he would not subscribe to the fullness of her views. In the last resort, Rosa Luxemburg and her friends believed this particular conception of Polish independence was not only a misguided illusion, but a cancer which could not fail to eat into the socialist movement and destroy it, and she was always able to find evidence within the PPS to lend some justification to her point of view. Whether one accepts it or not, the case against the resuscitation of Poland deserves careful consideration. In order to make her point, Rosa Luxemburg did not confine the argument either to Poland or the arena of debate to Polish socialists. Part of the policy of combating the PPS on the international plane was to contrast its exclusively national orientation with the virtuously international policy of her own party. The national-international antithesis was a weapon of variable efficacy, but it was more than just a tactical trick. The same argument was to be raised against the leadership of the German SPD during the First World War. This problem, with all the pent-up emotions behind it, burst like a bomb at the next International Socialist Congress, due to meet in London on July 17, 1896 for its usual purpose of reviewing and discussing international progress. The proposed resolution was given the widest publicity in the PPS press. The Polish committee in London worked hard in public and behind the scenes to ensure that the nefarious activities of the Zurich group would now be crushed once and for all. It could not afford to leave Rosa Luxemburg's Niepodległa Polska I Sprawa Robotnicza unanswered. Yet at the same time it was important for the PPS to appear as the injured party, badly done by rather than doing. Simultaneously with the secret assault on the SDKP inside the boundaries of Polish socialism, the PPS leaders used their connections in the Second International to present an innocent and purely defensive face. They succeeded admirably. I am afraid that the unnecessary but certainly harmless Polish PPS resolution for London will certainly be blown up into quite an affair by her RL. Victor Adler's view was shared by most of the International's establishment. Plekhanov and his group, particularly, were pledged to unequivocal support of the PPS. The offensive was not confined to political polemics. Warsawski was singled out for personal indictment as a secret agent of the Russian police, and conveniently Marcin Kasperzak, who had recently escaped from Poland, was also available to be smeared as an individual of dubious reputation and honesty. Such accusations against individuals recurred with miserable regularity in the Russian and Polish movements. Out of the vast armory available to these hardened champions of personal abuse, the accusation of working for the Okhrana was the nastiest and most destructive. The PPS leadership could be well satisfied with its preparations for a final reckoning with its opponents at the Congress. But Rosa Luxemburg reacted with speed and precision. Shaped now for a more sophisticated and international readership, the arguments of her Polish pamphlet were repeated in a series of articles in Neue Zeit and Critica Sociale, the chief theoretical organs of the German and Italian socialist parties. The International as a whole and the German and Austrian parties in particular were now put on notice that the alleged objectionable nationalistic tendencies of the PPS were not confined to an incomprehensible squabble in the bosom of distant Russia, but were affecting and destroying the precious unity of theory and organization of the two great parties. For Polish nationalism was not an alternative socialist policy at all, but the negation of one. Chameleon-like, the PPS, according to Rosa, wore socialist colors merely as a disguise in order to undermine the authority of the German leadership over the gullible, unsophisticated Polish masses. At the same time, the SDKP leadership had to refute the personal accusations against Warsawski and Kasperzak. The accusation against the former was handed over to a committee of investigation, under the chairmanship of the impeccable and ancient Russian revolutionary Peter Lavrov, which after a few sessions cleared him completely, with Rosa personally importuning the old man. The case of Kasperzak was more difficult since so little was really known about him. He was an old-fashioned type of revolutionary conspirator, a practical man with pistol and printing press, without any great intellectual claims, but a leader nonetheless. He had been Rosa's guide and mentor in the early Warsaw days, and though they were never personal friends, she described him as a most intimate party colleague, and later worked closely with him in Germany. In order to avoid imprisonment or exile, he had feigned madness and been confined in a Warsaw lunatic asylum from which he managed to escape. On arrival in Germany, he had been promptly arrested by the German police, who then negotiated with the Russian authorities with a view to his extradition. The SDKP leadership appealed to prominent German Social Democrats on his behalf, while the PPS attempted to scotch such intervention with the accusation that Kasperzak was an Okhrana spy. Rosa Luxemburg was active in Switzerland and appealed among others to Seidel to use his many German friendships and connections. It was through this correspondence that an intimate friendship blossomed in the next few years. On July 12, en route for the Congress 5 days later, Rosa descended on Paris like a hurricane, to finish off the next two numbers of Sprawa Robotnicza, to whip up local Poles like Warsawski and her friend Cezarina Wojnarowska. Above all, to get support for her own SDKP Congress resolution and pledges against that of the PPS. She was very cheered by her reception. Alamein and Valiant more or less promised support and, more important, hoped to get that of Jowers. Bernstein was reputed to be sympathetic. Even Plekhanov was suspected of using his colleague Gurvich, Dan, to send an offer of reconciliation and cooperation with the Russian Congress delegation. This suggestion was contemptuously refused. Cooperation with Parvis and John Mill was also flourishing. Altogether, Rosa felt much more self-confident than during the last Paris visit, and immediately behaved much more arrogantly. Wojnarowska was mad because she queried Rosa's distribution of mandates. Krzyzewski, an ugly rag, Tryapka, who would come to a bad end, Schwarzumsoff, because he was too sick and too unconcerned either to fight or to write. Even Jagishes was for once roundly abused. You dealt superbly with our delegation's report. You had a whole week and only now you begin to scratch about for material. You should be ashamed of yourself. At least this one thing you could have arranged without me. Rosa Luxemburg's activities and articles in Neue Zeit caused a storm. Plekhanov took it upon himself to reply personally on behalf of the PPS. Karl Kautsky, the editor of Neue Zeit, who had agreed to publish the articles in view of their high standard and closely reasoned argument, disagreed with the conclusions and invested the debate with his own very considerable prestige by answering Rosa Luxemburg at length. He asserted the revolutionary, anti-Tsarist potential of the fight for Polish independence, and threw in for good measure all the authority of Marx's and Engels's own views, which he had at his fingertips. He solemnly warned that opposition to this view could only give active assistance to the Poles' present oppressors, the Russian autocracy. The most violent reactions, however, came from the members of the PPS. Napperzad, forward, reviewed her first article with contemptuous regret that any serious German paper should be taken in by Miss Rosa, who has even managed to bluff the good Swiss into believing that she represents somebody or something in Poland. Berfuse, one of the leaders of the PPS organization in Germany, was offered space in the official German party paper to reply. The debate went on right up to the eve of the International Congress, with Rosa Luxemburg insisting on the right to reply both in Vorwärts and in Neue Zeit. From Kautsky she had reluctantly to accept the cuts on which the editor now insisted. The problem of length was also to contribute to the still distant ending of their friendship, and with somewhat better grace agreed to the alteration of any mistakes in her German. But she would not be held responsible for the tone of the polemics. You are doing me an injustice when you lay all these results at my door. My argument has nothing personal in it, but is directed exclusively at political points of view. In criticizing a certain position, I must above all show due regard for the line of argument, however ill-informed this argument may be. At the Congress itself she led the SDKP delegation, confronted by a powerful PPS group under the leadership of its emergent, strong man, Josef Pilsudski, to make doubly sure that there would be no unpleasant surprises about mandates. She came fortified with 2 additional German mandates which were beyond anyone's challenge. These had been obtained from under the noses of the German leadership. The provincial SPD leadership in Silesia was becoming acutely conscious of the activities of the local PPS organizations and appreciated the incidental services of Rosa Luxemburg's policy in keeping the Poles faithful to the SPD organization. But to most of the leaders of the Second International, she was merely a quarrelsome young woman who insisted on pitting her considerable wits against wiser and better heads. Victor Adler, who led the Austrian delegation, viewed her existence and activities with unmasked hostility, from which he was never to deviate one iota. He considered her articles ill-timed and tactless. She is trying to do our thinking for us. See Zerbrecht sich unseren Kopf. Above all, I am scared of the effect on our Dasinski. He himself is very sensible but has to deal with his, as we with our, lunatics. I implore you to send me whatever more you get in before setting it in print. Not for my comments, but to enable me to calm things down and make up for all the damage this doctrinaire goose has caused us. To hell with all these refugees. Wilhelm Liebknecht, the august co-chairman of the German party, had already expressed his disapproval in a strongly worded private letter, and entered the public debate shortly after the Congress with a polemical article against her in Vorwärts. Dasinski was incensed by the report on socialist activities in Poland with which the SDKP had again insisted on belaboring the Congress, and characterized Rosa as a pedantic and quarrelsome person with a mechanistic interpretation of Marxism. With so much personal opposition, it looked as though Rosa would have a rough passage at the Congress. Even some of her immediate party friends were reluctant to follow her into a head-on conflict with all recognized authority, and partially dissociated themselves from her intransigent attitudes, at least in private. Marchluski, who was himself breaking into the hallowed pages of Neue Zeit, told Kautsky that his material should not be confused with the polemical shafts of Rosa Luxemburg. My work is not concerned with striking attitudes on the Polish question. This will have to be solved by our Polish workers in Warsaw and Lodz on their own behalf, and one can only hope that, to the dismay of the émigrés, this will happen soon. I can imagine that the contribution of at least one of my Polish colleagues has made you wonder exactly what you let yourself in for when you agreed to tackle the Polish question in your paper. Yet, surprisingly, honors were remarkably even between the two Polish parties, or rather between Rosa Luxemburg and the PPS. She unexpectedly whipped out a motion opposing that of the PPS, in which the aim of national independence was specifically denied as valid for any socialist program. With the help of a furious personal onslaught on Rosa Luxemburg, the PPS delegation succeeded in persuading the Congress to reject it. To overcome stalemate, George Lansbury, on behalf of the Congress Commission charged with this intractable dispute, asked the Congress to declare that it supports the right to complete self-determination of all nations and sympathizes with the workers of all countries presently suffering under the yoke of military, national, or other despotism. It invites the workers of all these countries to enter the ranks of class-conscious workers of the whole world, in order to fight with them for the overthrow of international capitalism and the attainment of the aims of international social democracy. The Congress gladly adopted this compromise, which expressed the right of all nations to self-determination but made no particular mention of Poland either as an example or as a specially deserving case. Naturally, Rosa Luxemburg's right to appear, and the whole question of the SDKP's existence as a separate member of the International, was also duly challenged, but upheld by the Congress. Right or wrong about nationalism, Rosa was established as a noteworthy contributor to the mainstream of socialist ideas. Her party had earned its spurs, though as far as the International was concerned, it is probable that it found more recognition and acceptance as the projection of Rosa Luxemburg than as the vehicle which had sent her to the Congress. Naturally, the Congress decision on self-determination was a blow. Rosa Luxemburg was perfectly genuine in believing in the importance of the International, not merely as a confederate gathering of autonomous parties, but as a supreme lawmaking body for that growing section of the world which represented socialism and the future. This body had now enacted legislation directly contrary to her own beliefs. According to her, self-determination was not merely a wrong theory but a dangerous and misleading tactic as well. There was nothing to do but keep arguing and writing in the hope that a future Congress might reverse the decision and adopt what Rosa Luxemburg believed to be the proper socialist view. This hope never materialized. In the end, she tacitly accepted that it was hopeless to expect any declaration against self-determination. She tried at various times, but without much conviction, to deflect and reinterpret the purpose of the Congress resolution. She claimed that what the London Congress meant was not so much agitation for self-determination under existing conditions of capitalism, but the hope of its achievement after the worldwide social revolution had taken place. This, of course, was no more than a piece of cynical sophistry to which even Rosa Luxemburg was liable at times, for she herself frequently pointed out that under socialist conditions self-determination was unnecessary. The argument did not, of course, end with the 1896 Congress. No argument about socialism was ever ended by any Congress until Stalin turned the secret police into party Congress bailiffs for ideas as much as for men. Rosa Luxemburg had already transformed the arguments about self-determination from a purely Polish context into an organizational question for the German and Austrian social democratic parties. Now she broadened the arguments still further. Having tried to show that Russia was no longer the hopeless bastion of reaction, to be weakened in every possible way, Rosa Luxemburg completed the argument by showing that one of the bastions of defense against aggressive Russia, a viable Turkish state, was nothing but an illusion. Far from being artificially maintained, it and not Russia should be pressed to disintegration. The dead weight of Turkish rule was even incapable of generating capitalism, and thus ultimately socialism. The sooner it was destroyed and split up into its constituent national parts the better, and then this backward area might catch up with the normal processes of historical dialectic. Turkey, then, was the exception that proved the rule. Nationalism, far from being a progressive modern factor, was merely the last resort for lonely fossilized pockets of resistance which history had passed by. Responsible public opinion in the Second International took offense once more. Further polemics rained down on the daring author. Old Liebknecht again took up his pen, and so did the PPS. A whole team of PPS publicists worked in relays to deal with every one of Rosa Luxemburg's unpredictable appearances in print. Rosa eagerly seized the chance to reply offered by the editors of Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung, the Dresden socialist paper. She now had the distinction of being involved in public polemics not only with Kautsky but with Liebknecht as well. She became known to a wider section of party workers in Germany than she realized. When she moved to Germany in 1898, she found that Rosa Luxemburg from Zurich was a familiar name to many officials in Saxony who had followed her argument with Liebknecht with sly sympathy and ruefully agreed with her condemnation of separatist PPS tactics. Though Rosa enjoyed these polemics, her friends were becoming anxious about the exposure to which this constant solo performance was leading. Leo Jagesches expressed his own doubts and those of party friends. As we shall see, this unremitting opposition to self-determination, on which the SDKP increasingly relied to the exclusion of all else, was not by any means to the taste of all the members. One of them, Stanislav Trusiewicz, was the center of a small group in Poland which began to dissent from the extreme attitudes of the leadership in exile. Other voices were to be raised later. Though many of the underlying assumptions were shared by the SDKP leaders, and particularly the need to struggle vigilantly against the PPS, the more general ventures into neo-Marxist generalization were peculiarly Rosa Luxemburg's. Already the limited opportunities of a Polish émigré movement were proving irksome to her. She longed for the chance to enter the main international field, or at least a movement with more scope than the SDKP. These articles in Neue Zeit and the continuing polemic in Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung and elsewhere provided a launching platform for Rosa Luxemburg. The fact that she was at loggerheads with accepted opinion was secondary. Her views had been worth a detailed refutation by some of the most distinguished socialists of the time. In the unanimous chorus of disapproval there were in fact two distinct groups. One was the orthodox Marxists, to whom the interpretation of the classics was a sacred trust as well as an intellectual dividend in perpetuity, and who entered the field every time the basic beliefs of Marxism seemed in question. The majestic display of orthodoxy was their exclusive preserve. For the rest, they used their intellectual tools according to taste, to project Marxism into hitherto fallow fields or, like Kautsky, to simplify it for ever broader and more popular consumption. Kautsky and Plekhanov, whose characters were very different but whose self-interest in Marxism was identical, personified this group. Both men, and others like Liebknecht, particularly objected to Rosa Luxemburg's intrusion because of her deliberate revision of traditional, their own Marxist analysis. A substantial accretion of authority had by now identified Russia as the reactionary center of gravity in the world, and there were solid contemporary grounds for maintaining this assumption. What right had a youngster to make a fleeting bow to the great masters of socialism by admitting their analysis to have been correct in their time, and then to turn everything Marx had said on the subject upside down by presenting a whole new set of conditions? To agree with Rosa Luxemburg meant nothing less than admitting that both Kautsky and Plekhanov had failed to notice these changes, they who spent their whole time sharpening the tools of Marxist analysis on the world around them. And what of Liebknecht, who had personally sat at the feet of the master and had made him politically acceptable in Germany? The other group was much less interested in theory but took exception to Rosa Luxemburg's splitting tactics against the consensus in the leadership of the International and the cohesion of its constituent parties. Victor Adler saw the possibilities of endless friction with his Poles in the Austrian movement, which in turn would upset the rest of his multinational contingent, Czechs, Hungarians, Slovenes, as well as Germans, all of whom were organized in the Austrian Social Democratic Party. Besides, he admired Dessинski. Many of the PPS leaders were his personal friends, who had struggled with him for so long against non-recognition and contempt. August Bebel in Germany was, if anything, even less sentimental. He had little interest in the Polish leaders personally and knew nothing of Polish problems, but he too saw that the heat generated in this debate could not but affect the cohesion of his party, especially in those areas where there was an important Polish minority. Except for matters in which the executive of the German party had a direct interest, Bebel disliked and avoided disputes. He saw no point in intellectual quarrels, particularly foreign ones, like Napoleon and his contempt for the ideologues. As far as he was concerned, the raising of the Polish question at the London Congress had been unnecessary and should if possible be avoided in the future. On September 29, 1898, he wrote to Victor Adler, with a sigh, "I suppose we shall have yet again to face a Polish debate with Rosa Luxemburg unless this time she unexpectedly proves herself more sensible." Polish debates, Polendebatten as they were contemptuously called, became a synonym for disagreeable wrangles over marginal matters which proved as insoluble as they were obscure. It was not until Bebel, with his colleagues, realized that the Polish problem was biting into his organization like acid and prizing loose whole chunks of potential membership from German control, that he took an interest. But even then he was a latecomer to the group of German sympathizers with Rosa Luxemburg's policies. It was not entirely a coincidence that the German executive's support for her policy of Polish integration into the German party after 1900 rapidly silenced the groans and complaints about Polendebatten. Imperceptibly, the traditional Polish role of purveying pointless polemics was, in German eyes, taken over by the Russians. The identification of these two distinct groups is interesting because they provide an early projection of the lineup in revisionist controversy and foreshadow the subsequent and still more important separation of the Marxist center from the main body of the party. As during the Polish debates, the majority forces during the revisionist controversy consisted of an unspoken but real enough alliance between orthodoxy and organization. Yet this alliance was neither permanent nor automatic. Over the Polish question, the executive lost interest in supporting the orthodox case for Polish independence as soon as the party had to protect its structural cohesion, just as the executive only entered the revisionist controversy in order to protect the party against a split in its own monolithic authority. Rosa Luxemburg's position was peculiar both in regard to the Polish question and in the revisionist controversy. For it was she alone who aggregated these two separate interests, by refusing to acknowledge their separateness. For her, the German party's battle for cohesion against Polish dissidents was merely a byproduct of the fight against the PPS. The special category of patriots was merging into the general category of opportunists, the same aggregation that happened to Lenin. In the revisionist controversy, as we shall see, she was on the side of the majority, but again failed to acknowledge any distinction between the two groups, at least until much later. The commitment to totality does not make for sophisticated or practical politics. Insistence on black and white blinds to the various shades of gray. The Polish question of 1896 thus assumes a significance far beyond that of the internal and rather personal squabble between the two Polish socialist factions, an importance which Rosa Luxemburg unconsciously acknowledged by escalating it into a question of first principles in the pages of Neue Zeit and Critica Sociali. From 1897 onwards, a revival of socialist fortunes took place throughout Russia. The Jewish organizations, the most developed and class-conscious section of the Russian proletariat, were united in the Bund in 1897, and a year later the Russians, shamed and galvanized by this event, created a united party of their own, the RSDRP. Both Polish parties benefited from this resurgence. The SDKP, particularly, received an important reinforcement through the adherence of the Lithuanian Social Democrats under the leadership of Felix Dzerzhinsky. This not only increased the membership substantially but provided the movement with one of its most powerful and active personalities. In 1898, Dzerzhinsky escaped from Siberian exile and returned home to Lithuania. The scene there mirrored that in Poland, two parties, one with Polish nationalist tendencies led by Kaczmarowski, the other Trusiewicz's anti-nationalist Social Democratic Party. Both men desired fusion with the SDKP and brought it about in December 1899. Trusiewicz's had already exerted some influence within the SDKP. The new party now took the name of the Social Democracy of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania, SDKPL for short. Immediately after the fusion, Dzerzhinsky moved to Warsaw where he began to rebuild the almost defunct SDKP organization. Although he was soon arrested again, his organizational efforts continued to prosper. By 1900, the SDKPL had spread to most major industrial cities of Poland and to the Dabrowa coal mining area, though its membership was still predominantly artisan rather than industrial. Now that a Russian party had finally come into being, the SDKPL emphasized the need for close collaboration with it and began to discuss the possibility of fusion. This, as much as any question of Polish independence, set it apart from the PPS at this time. The latter had by the turn of the century become increasingly anti-Russian in a socialist as well as a national context. We shall see how the aspirations of the SDKPL were translated into concrete efforts at unity with the Russian party. This growth of the SDKPL added height to Rosa Luxemburg's stature. Since her public debate on the question of Polish independence, most foreign observers, and especially those within the Russian movement, considered her the undisputed theoretical leader of her party. Though she still spoke only for a small minority, She had battled through to respectability and was no longer the isolated and remote figure of 2 years ago. Contributions from her pen could safely be solicited. The Bund asked her for articles and in 1899 reprinted her article in Neue Zeit. In the spring of 1897, she presented her thesis to the University of Zurich for the advanced degree of Doctor of Law. This title was The Industrial Development of Poland. Using hitherto unknown sources, she analyzed the growth of Polish industry in the 19th century. It was indeed the first serious economic analysis on this subject. She showed that, economically speaking, Russian Poland had become an integral part of the Russian Empire, that the economic growth of Poland could not have taken place without the substantial Russian market, and that the economy of Poland made no sense in any other context. The argument was Marxist only by implication. Its aim, to prove in economic terms what she had already argued politically and dialectically, namely, that any attempt to prise Russian Poland loose from the Russian Empire and join it to the other occupied areas of Poland to form a Polish national or linguistic state was a negation of all development and progress for the last 50 years. The thesis served her and others as an important reservoir of evidence against the political demands of Polish nationalism. At that time, it was an unusual distinction for a thesis on a subject other than the natural sciences to be published, and research students today can still obtain the benefit of an original piece of economic history, the value of which has not dated or deteriorated. It was the first of Rosa Luxemburg's major economic works, and already showed her particular gift for enlivening accurate economic history with striking illustrations, a combination of statistics and social imagery which was peculiarly hers. She hoped to use the work as a basis for a general history of Poland, on which she worked intermittently throughout her life but which she never completed and of which no traces remain. At about this time, the desire to capitalize on her growing reputation in a movement with more scope than the émigré leadership of the SDKPL was finally transformed into a definite decision to move to Germany. Some of the contacts made through her articles had been carefully nurtured. Apart from Neue Zeit and the Dresden paper, she had also written an article for Sozialistische Mannschaft. Kautsky looked to her as a regular correspondent on Polish affairs, preferably on less delicate problems than Polish independence. The friendship with Robert and Mathilde Seidel introduced her personally to a wider German circle. Robert Seidel had emigrated to Zurich to escape a charge of sedition and had remained after the end of the anti-socialist legislation partly because the indictment had never been withdrawn and also because of his growing absorption into the Swiss socialist movement. He had become editor of the important Zurich socialist paper Arbeiterstimme, to which Rosa then became a contributor on Polish questions. In return, she helped him with his literary work. Seidel had artistic pretensions, and was a frequent and welcome visitor at the Seidel house. He considered her very much his protégé, and for a time she consulted him on political questions. Probably she submitted her early articles to him for approval. As with so many of Rosa Luxemburg's friendships, the emphasis subtly changed as time went by, and the original mentor in course of time became the client. However, it was no doubt partly Seidel's influence which decided her to go to Germany. Marchluski had traveled the same road in 1896 and for much the same reason. He was now co-editor of Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung and might prove of considerable assistance to his young Polish colleague, though Rosa was undecided whether to approach him. The other editor was Alexander Helphand, known by his pseudonym of Parvis, on which he settled after discarding various other aliases, a brilliant and turbulent Russian émigré who had studied in Bâle and had been in Germany since 1892. He had maintained close connections with Russian circles in Switzerland and had met Rosa Luxemburg there. Indeed, he and Krzyzewski were among the first Russians to be asked for contributions to Sprawa Robotnicza. He was to be a close political collaborator with and admirer of Rosa Luxemburg for 10 years. Their characters were similar in some ways but very different in others, and in the end their paths diverged and led them into open conflict. Parvis provided a point of contact for her, but one to be used with caution. Her German had much improved by this time. She spoke fluently, though some of her early public appearances in Zurich had not been too successful since she tended to get excited and nervous. Gradually she overcame this, but for some years remained more convincing in print than at a political rally and always preferred to write German rather than to speak it. Though not as a rule a diffident person, doubts about the correctness of her German continued to beset her for the rest of her life, in spite of the reassurance of friends and critics. Nevertheless, A move to Germany was a big step, and Jogasches for one could not bring himself to advise her to go. She would necessarily become absorbed in German affairs, and Polish socialism would lose its best brain. Besides, he was frankly jealous. He was not able to write himself into a state of euphoria. In fact, he was hardly able to write at all, and even proofreading for Rosa caused him hours of agony, and produced linguistic boa constrictors. He was an unhappy and intermittent student who never took his degree. But all technical considerations apart, he feared to lose Rosa on his own account as well as that of the Polish movement. Her reports of the attention of men like Parvis, Bruns, party secretary in Breslau, and Schonlank caused him agony. We do not know if he really tried to prevent her from going, but we do know that he disliked it. There were actually telling party reasons for her departure on which she played hard: the rescue of the Poles in Silesia and Poznan from the clutches of the PPS, and the need to gain German sympathy for their cause. But these two were too close for effective pretense. The ambition which he feared was also her main propellant. She knew she could make a career in Germany. She knew it and would prove it to the grey heads of the International, to the PPS, and to him. There was no need to prove it to herself. Meantime, there was the difficulty of obtaining a residential permit. This was a crucial problem for socialists. To most of the German provincial authorities, socialists were little better than criminals, and active foreign ones were not entitled to the courtesies customary in those days for resident foreigners. The only solution, again on advice from the Seidels, was marriage to a German national, and so Rosa hatched a plot with one of her friends, the Polish wife of Karl Liebknecht, another German expatriate. Old Liebknecht had fallen on evil days, a cripple who had to trade on old comradeships to place his writing in the German party press. Rosa helped him in this and probably wrote a number of his pieces. Her particular friendship was with Olympia Liebknecht, who was the exact opposite of her husband. Young, thoroughly bohemian, especially in matters of money. Serious Germans had never been able to bring themselves to approve of Olympia Liebknecht's antics. While still émigrés, both Kautsky and Bernstein had several times lent their own scarce money to a starving family, only to find Olympia fraudulently converting these starvation loans to artistic purposes. A visit to a theater, for instance, with a whole group of friends. The two women had been friends since 1890. Olympia helped to solve Rosa's problem by providing a suitable young man, her own son, Gustav. He was serious, undistinguished, and did not approve of the idea. He had already, in 1895, acted as a post office for communications between Rosa in Paris and Leo Jogasches in the East, and been roundly abused for his pains. He knew all about their relationship, and considered his intended role as fictional husband undignified and unlikely to be peaceful. But the whole family felt under an obligation to Rosa for the long hours she had put in with old Liebknecht. In any case, his mother decided that a career as Rosa's husband was better than anything he was likely to achieve on his own account. No objections could prevail against her breezy insistence, and the marriage took place in the spring of 1897 in Bâle, shortly after the completion of Rosa's thesis. The young couple parted company at once on the doorstep of the registry office. It was never intended to be more than a sham marriage, but it took Rosa another 5 years to obtain a divorce. She always felt a certain amount of good-natured contempt for her husband, though in the end she was very relieved to be rid of him. Typical Liebknecht became a synonym for carelessness and unreliability. Even to complete the divorce, the Seidels had to be brought in to supervise and agitate, since Gustav proved incapable of dealing with any formalities on his own. Nonetheless, Rosa always got a certain amount of amusement from her married name and gleefully signed hotel registers and postcards with a flourish as Frau Gustav Liebknecht. After the formalities were complete, Rosa paid a last long visit to Paris in May 1897, probably with Leo Jogasches. She renewed contact there with her Russian friends who were urgently engaged on the preparations for the forthcoming Congress of the Russian Party. More important for the future, however, was her contact with prominent French socialists. The Paris she had originally disliked, consisting as it did of noise, smoke, and distance, and far too many Poles, now offered its traditional seduction for the first time. Rosa Luxemburg now got to know Jouwers, Jules Gued, and Edouard Vaillant better. Jouwers she admired. Jules Gued was an object of somewhat cold esteem and impersonal approval. It was Edouard Vaillant with whom she became particularly friendly. Rosa felt she had now become qualified to expound with authority on French socialism, a subject on which she was to write prolifically in the coming years. It was also during this visit that she suffered her first family loss, for her mother died while Rosa was in Paris, an unexpected personal tragedy which cast its shadow across the bright prospect of her career. On May 20, 1898, she moved to Berlin, strange, friendless city with straight streets and stiff-backed people. She disliked the place from the moment she arrived. It suddenly made Zurich seem curiously comfortable and attractive. But these sentimental glances back into the past were unimportant compared with the vistas which now opened before her: serious socialism in a cold climate. With her departure from Zurich, a new chapter opened in Rosa Luxemburg's career, and it was with German socialism that she was to be primarily associated for the next 20 years. As luck would have it, the moment of her arrival in Germany coincided with a major thunderstorm in the German party, which shook the very foundations of its accepted ideology. Rosa participated actively in these events, the more so since the issues presented themselves in a way with which she was particularly well equipped to deal, a combination of theory and practice which she had already mastered in the arguments over the Polish question. Later, she herself looked back on her Zurich period as her final education in socialism. Her political adolescence came to an end in May 1898. For First Battles in a New Arena, 1898 to 1899. The Germany Rosa Luxemburg entered in 1898 was two different things. To a resident it was a new society, to a socialist an old battlefield. Every socialist had this bifocal vision of his own society, and attempted, to the best of his ability, to reduce the double vision to a single, consistent view. Before examining Rosa Luxemburg's particular effort, however, we must look at these two aspects objectively and in turn. To the rest of the world, and especially to most of its own citizens, the German Reich at the turn of the century was the economic and political bastion of continental Europe. Bismarck had created, in the eyes of his contemporaries, a strong, rich, and growing empire out of a collection of German-speaking princely states. As little as 40 years earlier, these had been pawns on the political chessboard of a Europe dominated for 2 centuries by the notion of a balance of power. The disciplined and ambitious Prussia of Frederick the Great had given way to a weak and vacillating monarchy, a mere appendage of Habsburg conservatism. To its everlasting indignity, an indignity that both conservatives and socialists were unwilling and unable to forget and from which they drew their respective inspiration, Prussia, in 1849, had to be rescued by the Russian Tsar from its own abortive revolution, the belated attempt to establish democracy. Pregnant with revolution, Prussia's back had been stiffened with the rusty iron of Nicholas L's autocracy. By supporting the Prussian king, he had succeeded in stifling the revolution throughout Germany. Among other things, the events of 1848-9 had stimulated Karl Marx into taking up his dominant attitude of political disdain for German liberalism. Within 15 years, however, Bismarck had changed all this. Austria had been evicted from the German concert and had to turn south and east to the Balkans for a substitute sphere of influence. French hegemony over Western Germany and the revived pretensions of a Napoleon on the French imperial throne were decisively defeated in 1871. More important still, the impetus for German unity, which had originally come from the liberals and had in 1848 found expression in the hope of a democratic, equal, and spontaneous fusion of all the various states of Germany, had been contemptuously vitiated and trounced by Bismarck. He had made an almost reluctant king of Prussia into the Emperor of Germany. With the support of all but the extreme and lunatic fringe of Prussian conservatives, Bismarck had created German unity without the support of the liberals and on his own terms, permanent Prussian hegemony in the new empire. The liberals could either accept the situation and join the bandwagon of triumphant German unity, or they could go into permanent and ineffectual opposition against the illiberal domination of Prussia and Prussian ideas. They could in turn be either nationalists or liberals. In the event the party name National Liberals became the embodiment of a myth, but they could not be both. They plumped for nationalism and Bismarck. Over the years, they tried spasmodically to push the Reich government in the direction of traditional liberalism, free trade and more government support for the interests of the growing industrial and commercial community against the landed gentry, the Junkers. But it was hesitant and hopeless. It meant using the Reich government against that of Prussia, a patent impossibility. In this respect, the Social Democrats saw clearly, Whatever the trimmings, the Reich government could never act against the interests of Prussia, its backbone and most powerful constituent. Apart from conservatives and national liberals, the bourgeois political spectrum of the German Empire included a large Catholic, center party, the historic counterweight of the new Reich's West and South against the Protestants of the North and East. Farther left was a group of small progressive parties which, as a result of the schizophrenia of the national liberals, preempted the whole oppositional tendencies of the small man in a modern industrial society still encased in the structure of semi-feudal Prussia. Socially speaking, the progressives were not merely petit bourgeois, but radical in the French and English sense, the expression of essentially political and economic rather than social aspirations. But the power of all these parties, as distinct from the number of their seats in the Reichstag, was limited. The legislature was only slightly more necessary for the conduct of government business than the Elizabethan House of Commons. The only legislative control was exercised through the budget, and then merely in the raising, not the spending, of revenue. From 1870 right through to 1914, conservatives repeatedly pointed out that the emperor could, at any time, send along an officer and 10 men to disperse this rabble of self-important legislators, and that the best way of demonstrating his rights and powers was to do it. The Reichstag was there to facilitate government business, not to criticize or obstruct it. In any case, the Reich government found it fairly simple to manipulate party differences in such a way that a grouping could always be found to support whatever policy the government was then putting forward, either by combining conservatives with national liberals and progressives against the center, or through a conservative center bloc against the others. It would be quite wrong to equate German parliamentary life with that of contemporary England, even though the Reichstag was elected by universal suffrage and the British House of Commons was not. The upper house of the German parliament, the Federal Bundesrat, was at all times a conservative factor. Its federal structure ensured, as with the Senate in America, disproportionate representation of the smallest and most conservative areas against the populous urban centers. Moreover, many aspects of sovereignty remained in the hands of the provincial governments. The system of election to most provincial legislatures was much less democratic than for the Reichstag, with the result that the provincial legislatures were much more conservative than the Reichstag itself. Members of the Reich Bundesrat were not appointed by the provincial legislatures but by the provincial governments whose voice they represented at the center, and who, if anything, were more conservative still. Probably, with its universally elected Reichstag, Germany looked much more democratic than it really was. Subsequent history has shown, as it often does, that the realities of power worked against the constitution and the apparent structure of institutions created by it. By 1900, the course of Imperial German history was becoming established in a new pattern. The immediate boom after the Franco-Prussian War had been followed by a crisis, as a result of which the anti-socialist laws had been passed. But the economy soon recovered. In spite of Bismarck's departure and the end of the special legislation against social democracy, Germany prospered politically and economically. It was a time of gradual but continuous boom throughout the world, and there was a general atmosphere of stability and confidence. Germany had been a latecomer into the colonial field, and had not obtained what was considered to be her proper share. Bismarck had not been interested in a forward-looking colonial policy. Indeed, towards the end of his career, he had tried to call a halt to the extension of German colonial interests and the expansion of Germany's international commitments, which he considered a rival to her primary European concerns. Such restraint, however, did not suit William II, heir to a vigorous, muscle-flexing empire. After Bismarck had gone, the German government, under the particular inspiration of the emperor, clearly announced its intention of obtaining its proper share in all fields of international activity, colonial possessions, naval as well as military power, and a share in the minding of international business as befitted a great European power, irrespective of whether its direct interests were concerned or not. Underneath all this political activity and economic progress, there had grown, like an enormous mushroom bed in the damp of a neglected cellar, the organized proliferation of social democracy. After 1890, when its activities were legal once more, the Social Democratic Party increased by leaps and bounds, both as a directly political organization and through the development of its industrial branch, the free trade unions. Unlike England, where trade unionism preceded political socialism by many years, without taking into account the much neglected false start of political agitation between 1820 and 1840, and deliberately created the Labour Party at the end of the century. German trade unionism was the creature of the political party and was never allowed to forget it. The SPD had been a fusion of two trends in German working-class organization. One was that of Lassalle, which had purely political aims and had already appeared as a marginal force on the political horizon in the early 1860s. From this side came the tradition of political activity within the framework of the middle-class state, the need for representation and influence within the organs of state power. The other trend was Marxist and had been nurtured by Marx and Engels from the days of the First International and through the period following its collapse. The fusion between the two wings had taken place at a congress at Gotha in 1875 when the program adopted had been largely Marxist, though not entirely to Marx's liking. The progress of the new party had been followed closely by the great man in London, and after his death Engels kept in regular touch with the leaders until he died in 1895. Marx had mistrusted the revolutionary understanding and intentions of the German leaders, and often criticized them savagely in private, a fact that was to remain a closely guarded state secret among a few top SPD leaders until after the war. The first party congress after the end of the anti-socialist laws took place in Erfurt in 1891 and adopted an up-to-date program of principles and tactics which was to serve the party until the outbreak of the First World War. It was reprinted with German solemnity as a foreword to the report of every annual SPD Congress. The program pledged support for the Marxist view of the inevitable collapse of capitalist society. It foresaw the establishment, within a distant but foreseeable future, of a socialist society in its stead. It spoke of collapse, but out of deference to the laws and their eager agents of enforcement there was no mention of revolution. At the same time, however, the party accepted the need to protect working-class interests in the present, and laid down certain minimal aims for which the party must strive all the time. The program thus divided into the final maximum and the more immediate minimum objectives, two separate aspects of one whole. The Erfurt program was a synthesis of aims which were not necessarily the same and which might come into conflict at times, thus necessitating a choice. The theoretical part of the Erfurt program was the work of Karl Kautsky, then the best-known Marxist theoretician in Germany and a familiar of the old man himself. He provided the theoretical link between Marx and his own close friend Engels on the one hand and the SPD leadership of Wilhelm Liebknecht and August Bebel on the other. But though Engels approved of Kautsky and his work, he misunderstood its nature, and the gap between himself and it, between genuine revolutionary feelings and popularized revolutionary postulates in the abstract. The spread of Marxist dialectics was Kautsky's life's work, and though his friends Victor Adler and Eduard Bernstein for many years pointed out to him in private and even in public that this dialectic could not in practice be accommodated within the party's tactics, he himself never faced up to the empty juxtaposition of final aim and present tactic which he had himself created in the Erfurt program. Nor did anyone else at the time. There was much heated debate at Erfurt about the party's tactics, none about the adoption of Kautsky's draft of first principles, the shoot down which all tactics had to roll. On the face of it, however, this two-legged stance was necessary, even inevitable, for political social democracy. Any political party representing a group interest in a society made up of various groups or classes had to look after immediate interests. This was especially true in a society like Imperial Germany where political parties could have no expectation of power and were no more than interest groups, nudging the permanent power structure of imperial government in their direction. At the same time, however, the SPD was a party which maintained that this same society in which it operated was inevitably doomed in the long run. Its aim was precisely to help bring about this doom and inherit all power. That was the maximum program once more. In this respect, the SPD was something quite new, just as Marxism as a political philosophy was new. There had previously been many groups and associations aiming to overthrow a regime, offering future blessings in place of present evils. But such parties had always arisen from an act of will by a group of people, large or small. They had claimed virtue, power, even the word of God. But none of them had ever been able to claim historical inevitability, or produce an all-embracing philosophy which made their activities objectively necessary, as well as subjectively desirable. Nevertheless, a combination of day-to-day activity with the aim of total destruction of the very framework within which this activity took place was never an easy, straightforward policy in practice, especially not for a mass party observing the forms of democracy. Every step of the leadership was public property, freely discussed at any time and voted upon at least once a year. The novelty, the uniqueness of the party was accepted. Indeed, it was a matter of pride and faith. But there was much less understanding of the secondary, often ill-defined, problems that went with it. The SPD was a confident party. History was on its side, and with the irresistible force of history went a clarity of vision vouchsafed only to the party of the rising proletariat. But this clarity was blinding as well as illuminating. It lit up the gulf between bourgeoisie and socialists, between organized society and organized social democracy, between them and us, so that no confusion was possible. But it obscured the political and personal consequences of such a black and white image of life. Looking out at the harsh bourgeois world from their tower of shining isolation, as remote and virtuous as the Holy Grail, socialists began to think of themselves as generically different from other men, immune from their political failings and social diseases. The deliberate earthiness of Marx the politician, as opposed to the philosopher, became a kind of device to keep reality at bay. The direct, open tone of socialist speech seemed to complement pure and idealistic processes of thought. Things were held to be valid and true because they were continually repeated. Confidence, and the possession of the historical dialectic, thus proved an obstacle to clear political thinking. The problems imposed by an unusual political situation on what were after all fairly ordinary political people were not perceived. Even the possibility that such problems might exist was anathema. When they began to manifest themselves, the SPD was ill-equipped to deal with them. The isolation of the party was at the same time self-imposed, on principle, and forced on it by society. The attempt up to 1890 to legislate the SPD off the political map was not repeated, though the idea and certainly the wish spasmodically occurred to the imperial government and its conservative supporters. But the emperor, who boasted of his personal ability to deal with the socialist menace, always preserved a particular dislike for its political manifestation, the SPD. In the eyes of the comfortable and respectable citizen of the German Empire, loyal to the imperial promise of a German place in the sun, the SPD was the pariah party, an outcast from the fatherland. Among the liberals and the progressives there were some, especially a few professors, who understood the social urge for recognition among the working classes and tried, as it were, to build a direct bridge between them and the imperial throne, on Lassallean and Napoleonic foundations, spanning the Marxist chasm. But their attempt was doomed, both by William II's complete reliance on the political forces of conservatism and by the SPD's blank refusal to compromise its policy of formal abstention. At home it wore its isolation proudly, the consequence of its materialist dialectic philosophy. For foreign consumption, all the talk of abstinence and revolution was sometimes replaced by the lament that the government refused to treat social democracy fairly. The stronger the SPD became, the more the leadership reiterated the fierce old words of hatred for bourgeois society, root and branch, and the more difficult it became in practice to enforce such a policy on a mass party. Isolated, then, deliberately or inevitably, not at one end of the political spectrum but right outside it, the SPD became more and more self-absorbed. Concern with internal affairs increased as its influence on society was reduced to insignificance. Elections were mere musters of support, attempts to bring the ever-growing, increasingly discontented and impoverished proletariat, spawned by capitalism, into the orbit of organized social democracy. Any increase in SPD votes was seen primarily as a negation of and protest against the existing system as a whole. There was little point in analyzing the precise differences between liberal and conservative parties, in maneuvering between them, profiting from any of their disputes, which were temporary and unreal anyhow, dissolving in fright as soon as social democracy took a hand. In short, the SPD was creating a world of its own. The main preoccupation was to enlarge this world as much as possible, so that ambitious socialists would not have to look to bourgeois society to achieve any of their political or private satisfactions. The extension of socialist activity obviously did not take place all at once, but grew gradually. However, the need was clear and ever-present. It served the double purpose of keeping the members loyal to the party by absorbing their interests in as many party activities as possible, at the same time keeping them away from the contamination of bourgeois life. All this was consciously intended to prepare the party for its eventual takeover. The phrase that the present system was pregnant with revolution, which later came to be used so much more incisively by Rosa Luxemburg, simply meant that present society was dying with the fetus of its successor in its womb, that it must die in giving birth to its successor, without benefit of abortion, a curiously Catholic concept. From the start, the SPD leadership was absorbed with problems of administration and organizational growth, more so than any of the other parties in Germany who were merely associations or social interest groups advocating their particular policies. Since political power in the Reich was never in their grasp, party life, other than that within the SPD itself, never took on structural form. Only the SPD, however, tried to be both highly organized and severely democratic at the same time. The party congresses always began with a report on the organizational state of the party, the budget, the growth and circulation of the party press, the number of registered members, and a report on the activities of the executive, the provincial branches, and the Reichstag delegation. This was partly a reflection of the personality of August Bebel, who from 1875 onwards dominated the policy and spirit of the SPD. The organizational imprint of the party was largely due to him. What was not so well appreciated was his extreme astuteness as a politician and his eye for short-range party tactics, a somewhat bourgeois virtue of which he himself was possibly not even aware. In the eyes of his contemporaries he was, by 1891, the grand old man of the working class whose many uncompromising statements always culminated in total defiance. I am and always will be the mortal enemy of existing society, and not a man nor a farthing for this system. Phrases like these made him the keeper of the party's revolutionary conscience. He had been the guest of the German government on several occasions, as he was fond of pointing out. He and Wilhelm Liebknecht had been the only ones to vote against war credits during the Franco-Prussian War and had proudly accepted the long spell of national obloquy which this gesture entailed. Although he also made far less uncompromising statements and, as will be seen, came to doubt and even fear the revolutionary potential of the German proletariat which he had for so long helped to nourish, his uncompromising image remained intact until his death, and even beyond. In his last years he was often ill, absent much of the time in Switzerland with his daughter. Most members of the SPD, among them Rosa Luxemburg, preferred to remember the active, fire-eating Bebel they had known for so long. Though she took issue with him on several heated occasions, and he sometimes attacked her savagely, she always maintained political respect for him in public. By 1913, when he was dying and had turned the leadership of the party uncompromisingly against the left wing, the most she would say was that Comrade Bebel, who said so many splendid things, sometimes like any human being also said some less splendid things. When Rosa Luxemburg joined the German party, the other dominant personality was Wilhelm Liebknecht, who had been a close colleague of Marx and Engels for many years, and had, indeed, been responsible for uniting Bebel and the SPD to the two London exiles. It had been Bebel's decision, as president of the Verband der Deutschen Arbeiterverein, to dissolve his organization and get its membership to join Liebknecht's Social Democratic Party en masse, that had made possible the foundation of the modern SPD in Germany. Liebknecht and Bebel had been largely responsible for organizing the joint committee for fusion with the LaSalle organization, the Allgemeiner Deutscher Arbeiterverein, which came to fruition in a constituent congress at Gotha in May 1875. Bebel was at this time in jail. Liebknecht had been Bebel's teacher and inspirer, and had brought him within the orbit of Marxist ideas. He more than anyone had given the German working-class movement its international orientation and its preeminent status within the international. Liebknecht was a much warmer person than Bebel, something of a romantic and a moralist, with all the advantages and disadvantages of a visionary approach to politics. He liked and disliked instantly with full commitment. At the same time he was less consistent, more changeable, and perhaps in some ways less reliable than Bebel. His approach to politics was through people rather than through ideas. Unlike Bebel, who could overcome personal antipathies for the purpose of political combinations, or at least keep them hidden, Liebknecht found it almost impossible to work with those he disliked. By the time Rosa Luxemburg came to Germany, the efficient civil servants of the SPD hierarchy were finding the old man's unpredictable sorties a trial, and his love of adulation a regrettable though useful farce. The SPD party secretary, somewhat indiscreetly told Rosa Luxemburg, when he comes to London or Paris, they produce an ovation, 3 men of whom 2 are police spies, and then he thinks he knows the mood of the country. Well, he's an old man. Discussion with him is useless, as you learnt yourself. But he's not a serious obstacle. He can be got around. These 2 men held the SPD on its apparent Marxist course, with Kautsky producing and putting into popular form a systematic analysis under the critically approving eye of Engels. The ideas of Lassalle and his immediate successors in the Allgemeiner Deutscher Arbeiterverein, emphasis on political activity as opposed to economic, flirtations with German nationalism, the absence of any rigid philosophy to permit a more cheerful fishing in the troubled waters of politics. All this had been gradually eliminated. No doubt the restriction on social democratic activity during the time of the anti-socialist laws between the years 1878 and 1890 helped to solidify the uncompromising oppositional philosophy of Marxism. It is interesting that, while ideas and tendencies similar to those of Lassalle were to reappear constantly in the SPD in one form or another, they were seen more as a deviation from correct Marxism and not as a recrudescence of the politics of Lassalle. By 1900, the real Lassalle, who had had interviews with Bismarck and the atre to a number of aristocratic drawing rooms and bedrooms, he had died in a duel over a woman, was forgotten, replaced by the image of an apostolic ancestor figure of social democracy. Rosa Luxemburg herself used to conjure him up against purveyors of euphemisms and revolution-scented phrases as a revolutionary realist who believed in doing rather than talking. The special legislation against socialism, the Ausnahmegesetz, had of course not destroyed the SPD or even made its existence entirely illegal. But its activities were limited, especially propaganda and recruitment. The only permitted efforts were those directly concerned with Reichstag elections. This gave electoral affairs a quietly special place in party mythology, never to be eradicated even when the party returned to full legality. Most of the illegal propaganda was carried out from abroad, especially from England and Switzerland, though the SPD never attempted to turn itself into an illegal conspiracy of Russian type. Rosa Luxemburg made her first personal contact with German Social Democrats during her first years in Zurich. In the early 1890s, apart from Lübeck and his circle, she had contact with the first of the left-wing opposition groups within the SPD, the Opposition der Jungen, known as the Jungen or Youths for short. The importance of this Jungen group coincided with the return of the SPD to full legality. Its members took issue with what they considered to be the party's tendency to grow soft in legal sunshine, ceasing to be a revolutionary party and becoming purely a parliamentary one. It fought for the adoption of a more revolutionary program. Its activities caused considerable embarrassment to the party leadership, just preparing to settle back into the creaking armchair of legality. The executive succeeded in having the noisiest ones expelled in 1891. Once outside the party, some of them turned to anarchism and a few reverted to orthodoxy. But no doubt their vociferousness was partly responsible for the adoption of the comparatively fierce Erfurt program. On the basis of this new program, the SPD went from strength to strength, undisturbed by any major controversies for 8 years. To the rest of society, it was a cancerous growth and a major preoccupation. The repeal of Bismarck's special legislation did not mean the end of official harrying of socialist activities. Indeed, the normal processes of law were used to the utmost. Everything that could reasonably or unreasonably be interpreted as a transgression of the existing, and stiff by French or English standards, laws concerning lèse-majesté, sedition, libel, and agitation among the army, immediately became the subject of a prosecution. There were fines and injunctions against party papers, continual arrests and regular sentences of imprisonment, all of which, duly reported to the party at the annual congresses, were totted up into an impressive total. Bismarck, who was nothing if not practical, had tried to combine legislation against socialism with a program of social legislation, to warn and wean workers away from the SPD. William II and his later chancellors had no consistent policy other than an intense dislike of socialism and the vague patriarchal feeling that the workers were being misled. Faced with the constant irritation of the procurators and the endless inconvenience which a determined imperial bureaucracy could provide, the SPD leadership took an increasingly gloomy view of the morals of bourgeois society. From this developed a whole global morality. Apart from any Marxist interpretation, a system which was perpetually persecuting those who did their duty for the less privileged section of society could not be anything but rotten. Necessarily, therefore, the working classes and their political organization had to be all the more virtuous. This moral aspect was particularly noticeable among those men whose experience of bourgeois morality was greatest. Those like Hugo Hasse, who spent much of their time defending socialists in court, or Clara Zetkin, who organized socialist women and struggled for some semblance of equality between the sexes in everyday life. The aura of morality which pervaded the SPD was both attractive and repellent to Rosa Luxemburg. And out of it was to grow, as we shall see, a special philosophy constructed on the antithesis between capitalist immorality and proletarian virtue. The gnarled hand of labor figured prominently, in contrast to the fat and venal capitalist. It was easy and natural to take moral antithesis for granted in a country like Russia, where even relatively unpolitical novelists could write themselves hoarse in disgust at the grim and unfeeling barbarity of the ruling classes, where whips did the work of the black-coated judges. German society, however, was proud of its enlightenment and social responsibility, and it was therefore doubly important for revolutionary opponents to insist on its ultimate moral corruption. Within the party there were no thorny issues in the last decade of the 19th century, at least not until 1898. The only controversy of importance, after the Jungen had been quietened or expelled, concerned agrarian reform. From the beginning, and even today, the problem of the land was difficult for socialists. It might be possible to produce sweeping agrarian changes in theory, but it was impossible to obtain much support or enthusiasm for them among peasants and small farmers, or, indeed, to bring the ideas of socialism into the world of farming at all. Merely to consign the whole of the agrarian population into the shameful limbo of backwardness was obviously not enough for a mass party that would eventually need electoral support in rural constituencies also. From the start, the party program called for the progressive elimination of smallholdings and for the creation of large landed estates in private hands which would, when the time came, fall like ripe plums into the lap of socialist agriculture by the simple act of confiscation. This was one of the most obvious examples of historicist helplessness, the attainment of socialism by helping capitalism rather than combating it, a particularly inflexible transposition of industrial socialism into agricultural terms. But some members of the SPD were unwilling to leave agricultural labor and smallholders to the inexorable fate of historical materialism. In 1894, George von Vollmer, a South German, raised the problem in a practical form. In his speech to the Party Congress at Frankfurt that year, he called for a special SPD program for agriculture. He did not accept the need for the peasant to become totally proletarianized through the growth of large estates. Historical inevitability was no policy for a party that was interested in the welfare of human beings. Immediate and thorough reforms were needed instead. As a result of this proposal, a commission was set up to examine the problem, and at the next Party Congress in 1895 a sweeping program of reform was put forward as an executive resolution. However, the resolution was rejected. The party program, with its emphasis on socialism as a final aim, could not simultaneously contain reforms that might shore up or even improve the condition of capitalist society. By a considerable majority, the Congress upheld principles against expediency. The argument over agricultural policy was not itself of great importance. But for the first time, two distinct groups had emerged in the party. The supporters of the agricultural program were not, as might have been supposed, deputies from Prussia and the Junker areas where conditions were most backward, but from the south of Germany where, if anything, political life was more sophisticated and tolerant. The South German wing of the SPD, which had representation in provincial legislature unmatched by local government in the north and east, now called upon the party for the first time to recognize a special set of problems in the south, and consequently the need for special policies. Their plea was turned down. The party was not to return to agricultural problems as a major issue until after the war. But at the same time as the argument over the land, there arose a parallel problem peculiar to the South which was to dominate party congresses and literature for the next 10 years, a chronic source of recrimination. The SPD delegates to the provincial legislatures of Württemberg, Bavaria, and especially Baden had, as early as 1891, voted the land government budgets in the provincial legislatures. This at a time when party congresses every year solemnly reiterated the doctrine, not a man nor a farthing for this system. The man part necessarily remained a figure of speech, but the provision of money arose every time a Reich or land budget was presented. The SPD made a solemn ceremonial of each refusal to help the class state tax the people for the upkeep of its tyranny. Its deputies voted solidly against one Reich government budget after another. The government funds were necessarily used in part precisely for combating the SPD, by maintaining the police, the courts, and above all that last anti-socialist resort, the army. The action of the South Germans was thus not a mild departure from formal party manners, but a blow to the vital principle of isolation, of total opposition. As early as 1894, a resolution had been submitted to the Party Congress which baldly forbade SPD delegations in any parliament to vote for any budget. The South Germans fought this resolution. Their spokesman argued that for all practical purposes the importance of the SPD as a political factor in the South would be destroyed if the resolution was passed. Voting on the budget was not only an important means of propaganda but gave the SPD a lever in the government mechanism of the provinces concerned. Often the SPD votes were decisive for the provincial government, and so concessions were made to obtain SPD support. Such advantages were not difficult to see, and Vollmer obligingly provided a list of them. It was the first but not by any means the last of such lists. This time the orthodox resolution was lost. In 1895 at Breslau, a similar resolution was again lost. Bebel, among others, was none too happy about South German budget voting. But as long as the fiction of special circumstances was preserved, and no specific inroad made on party principles, the urgent convenience of a number of distinguished South German comrades could be quietly suited. When old Engels protested from London that Vollmer was hardly a good social democrat, and possibly an outright traitor, Liebknecht had to write half apologetically to pacify him. Finally, we should take a look at the structure and organization of the party which Rosa Luxemburg was entering. On the ground, the SPD was organized like a honeycomb, in accordance with the administrative divisions of Germany. The local organization corresponded to the area of a kreis, roughly the extent of a rural or urban district council. Directly above this was the province, and at the summit the central party organization with a proliferation of committees and commissions which were to grow in number and importance as the years went by. The party Vorstand executive was the repository of executive authority, under the joint chairmanship of Bebel and Liebknecht, but it submitted its activities and indeed itself to party approval or criticism at every annual congress. This was not so much a parliament or soviet as an annual constituent assembly, the expression of the party's general will, a very Rousseau-like concept. The constitution of the party was very democratic indeed. Everyone accepted, at least tacitly, that the party congress was the highest authority on all matters of administration, policy, and personnel. The activities of the executive, the main events of the year, the action of parliamentary delegations and their individual members were examined at considerable length and often in great detail. Anyone who had something to say could do so with a liberal allowance of time. If this was insufficient, he could reapply to speak on the matter and, under normal circumstances, was permitted to do so. A senior member of the executive or of the party generally introduced any major topic with a platform speech at some length, after which the discussion was thrown open to the floor. Particularly important matters, or those where there was some disagreement, were given to platform speakers. The status of the Party Congress was precisely that of an all-powerful last court of appeal which English Labour Party conferences consistently strive for but never achieve. Until the First World War, the SPD, unlike the Labour Party, always effectively controlled its Reichstag members. Great value was placed by sponsors, private or executive, upon getting the Congress to adopt their resolutions. These then became party law for at least a year, or longer if the party did not alter or revoke them. The history of the SPD was littered with plaintive pleas that party Congress resolutions were being ignored or not followed. Arguments as to right and wrong usually took the form of differing interpretations of Congress resolutions, seldom of outright disagreement with them. Hence the rather arid discussion one year as to what the party Congress had really intended the year before. Hence also the prevalence of lawyers, professional and amateur, to extract the meaning of resolutions from the actual words. Analysis of meaning was an important part of socialist argument and commentary, since the words themselves were always accepted as being beyond challenge. Appearance at the Party Congress was governed by mandates. The bulk of these were from Reichstag constituency organizations of the SPD. In addition, the members of the party executive, SPD Reichstag deputies and representatives of the important party newspapers all sat ex officio. As the SPD grew, so did the size of its Congress. However, the same nucleus of people appeared year after year and, like all well-versed parliamentarians, were able to benefit from the particular skills of congressmanship, which often made newcomers feel rather uncomfortable. But until the last few years before the war, there was practically no fixing. The debates clearly show that the party preferred to air its problems in public and have them reported sardonically in the bourgeois press. The occasional warnings that this public oratory could not improve the party's image were drowned by the moral answer: "We are not as other parties are." Rosa Luxemburg was a particularly strong advocate of public frankness. The greater the differences, the greater the erring. She had a real horror of secrecy. She considered it both immoral and undesirable, especially in the context of working-class politics, which she saw mainly as a process of continual clarification. For her, the masses were ever-present spectators at the Congress. They, more than anyone else, were the important judges of what was openly displayed before them, and this, for Rosa and other radicals, was the only reason for the display. Above and beyond the SPD party congresses, like a vague benevolent presence, was the Socialist International, meeting at intervals of 2 to 4 years. This was the incarnation of the world's socialist presence. Not an instrument of precise policies, but an expression of the immense moral authority of free proletarian cooperation in an age of imperialism and war. The Second International had been founded in 1889, to express the reality of which Marx's First International had merely been the pious hope mass socialism, and as the base for its irresistible future. These international congresses were a useful place for individuals to meet and exchange ideas. Each national party could report on its situation, and from the public proceedings ran the guiding lines for socialist behavior everywhere. Whether these resembled the pious public expressions of goodwill of a World Scout jamboree, with the real exchange of views behind the scenes, or whether the Congress resolutions were mandatory acts of international jurisdiction, was neither asked nor answered. Some certainly believed the latter, and among them Rosa Luxemburg. For the first years of its existence, the International was preoccupied with cleansing social democracy of the anarchists who, formally thrown out of the conference halls in Zurich 1893 and London 1896, kept making Punch and Judy interruptions through windows and balconies. The problems of the International were naturally those of the most important national parties, primarily the Germans and the French, though the size of the delegations was highly flexible and governed in the main by the cost of transportation. International socialism was poor and needed to conserve its resources for the great day, but also for more immediate rainy days. As far as the German party was concerned, there was little danger of conflict between the international view and its own. Amid all the euphoria and the slogans of triumph at international congresses, great care was taken not to wound national susceptibilities, at least not until some of the French socialists and the SPD met head-on in 1904. When Rosa Luxemburg joined the SPD, her status in the International changed perceptibly, even though she always attended more as a Pole than a German. The indignities of 1893 and 1896 could not be repeated on someone who, from 1900 onwards, was a figure of importance in the German party. Whatever the International might feel about squabbling Poles, or even disunited Frenchmen, the SPD was the envy and admiration of socialists throughout the world. Its preoccupations automatically became the International's agenda. In fact, the SPD more or less dominated all the international congresses before the war, and was well aware of the fact. By the turn of the century, then, the German party was an organized, forward-looking, powerful expression of working-class will, bestraddling tactics and long-term strategy with apparent success, an irresistible force to its enemies, the envy and example of other socialist parties, the perfect arena, in fact, for a young socialist bursting with ideas and the will to join the heart of the international class struggle. Rosa Luxemburg arrived in Berlin on May 12, 1898. Her first official acts were to register with the police. No trouble here, the papers were found in order and they gave me my identity card at once. And with SPD party headquarters. Her mood was compounded of despair and determination, alternating violently as they always did. Berlin was both fabulous and strange. It was far larger than any city she had known, more orderly, and at the same time much more impersonal. The Germans made an instant impression on her. Stiff, reserved, untemperamental creatures of routine. Berlin is the most repulsive place. Cold, ugly, massive, a real barracks, and the charming Prussians with their arrogance, as if each one of them had been made to swallow the very stick with which he had got his daily beating. The same sentiment appears in Rosa's letters to Jagesches. They established a derogatory shorthand. Germans became Swabians, and intermittently all the troubles of a sorrowful world were cast off by sticking pins into a vignette of a typical German. Within a few days of her arrival, she wrote, "My soul is bruised, and it is difficult to explain exactly how I feel. Last night in bed in a strange flat in the middle of a strange city, I completely lost heart and asked myself the frankest question. Would I not be happier instead of looking for adventure to live with you somewhere in Switzerland quietly and closely, to take advantage of our youth and to enjoy ourselves? In fact, I have a cursed longing for happiness and am ready to haggle for my daily portion of happiness with all the stubbornness of a mule. The first difficulty was to get a flat, and this took almost a week's hard searching. They were either too expensive or not good enough. She did not want to move to the outskirts. The air may be better, but it is outside Berlin, and these are really rather proletarian districts. Finally, she found a flat in Cuxhavenstrasse. Near the center, as you see, in the most aristocratic part. They have never seen a woman doctor. But it was more expensive than they had planned, and Rosa apologized profusely for exceeding the agreed budget. For once, her change of circumstances was so dramatic that she felt impelled to describe her daily routine in detail. Like any pioneer in the jungle, I wake up before 8, run into the hall, grab the papers and letters, and then dive back under the bedclothes and go through the most important things. Then I have a rub down with cold water, regularly every day. I dress, drink a glass of hot milk with bread and butter. They bring me milk and bread every day, sitting on the balcony. Then I dress myself respectably and go for an hour's walk in the Thiergarten Berlin's Hyde Park, daily and in any weather. Next I return home, change, write my notes or letters. I have lunch at 12:30 in my room. Marvelous luncheons and very healthy. After lunch, every day bang on the sofa to sleep. Around 3 I get up, drink tea and sit down to write more notes or letters, depending on how I get on in the morning, or I write books. At 5 or 6, I have a cup of cocoa, carry on with my work, or more, usually go to the post office to collect and send letters. This is the high spot of my day. At 8, I have dinner. Do not be shocked. 3 soft-boiled eggs, bread and butter with cheese and ham and some more hot milk. Around 10 I drink another glass of milk. It makes fully a liter daily. I very much like working in the evenings. I have made myself a red lampshade for my lamp and sit at my desk just by the open balcony. The room looks lovely in the pink dimness, and I get all the fresh air from the garden. Around 12 I wind my alarm clock, whistle something to myself, and then undress and dive under the bedclothes. At SPD headquarters, Rosa Luxemburg got a cautious but not unfriendly reception. To her surprise, she was known. The intrepid gadfly from Zurich who had buzzed persistently at Kautsky and Wilhelm Liebknecht. As soon as she said that she had German nationality, the interest became practical, and turned to fervor when without prompting she offered to perform the muddiest job of all. Agitation for the coming Reichstag elections among the Silesian Poles. She listened politely to a lecture on the situation by Auer, the SPD secretary, then replied, "You've told me nothing I didn't already know. In fact, I know a lot more about it than you do." Then we began talking frankly. "In the executive," said the SPD secretary, "we regard the independence of Poland as nonsense. We finance Gazeta Robotnicza, a Polish paper in Silesia, under the strict condition that there will be no nationalism. So far, so good." Auer soon became still more frank. "We couldn't do the Polish workers a greater service than to Germanize them. Only one mustn't say so. I'll gladly make you a present of all and every Pole, including Polish socialism." I retorted sharply, and the man became apologetic. Marchluski? They do not even know his name. Merely that there is someone about whose name begins with an M. And off she went to Silesia. It was on the darkest fringes of party activity. The district secretaries in Breslau and farther south, in the industrial area of Upper Silesia, felt remote, neglected, and resentful, much like Russian pioneers in Siberia. It was difficult enough to work successfully among the German textile workers, who were probably the lowest paid and least class-conscious in the Reich, and so the least receptive to socialism. Among the Poles, who supplied the bulk of the labor in the mines, it was even more hopeless. There was the insurmountable language barrier and the fact that the PPS was hard at work for its own purposes, which did not fit in with those of the SPD, though it was difficult precisely to spell out why. In this stale situation, the arrival of a first-class agitator who spoke well and who spoke Polish, who had distinct ideas of her own in fundamental opposition to the separatist tendencies of the PPS, was very welcome. Bruns in Breslau wanted to retain her in that city. But Rosa traveled on into Upper Silesia, the heart of the Polish area. There at Königstadt, Królewska Huta, sat Dr. August Winter, who already had a particular bee in his bonnet about integrating Poles in the German organization, and whom the party executive had therefore found invaluable for a job that no one else would undertake. Winter is persona grata in the SPD. Generally speaking, as far as they are concerned, the Polish movement means Winter. Rosa Luxemburg and he entered into a working alliance right from the start, and their cooperation, after many setbacks and difficulties, was to lead 5 years later to an almost complete victory for the integration policies of the SPD, and the emergence of the SDKPL as orthodox advisor to the German party on Polish affairs, to the discomfiture of the local PPS leaders. But the collaboration between Dr. Winter and Rosa Luxemburg was political, and the appearance of friendship suggested by their close political accord is misleading. Rosa Luxemburg had well remembered the derogatory remarks of the chief party secretary, Auer, about Poles. She knew that the Germans made no real distinction between political integration and total assimilation. This she was, of course, determined to resist. Besides, she suspected Winter's motives. German enthusiasms were always suspect. Winter might merely hope to build a party career out of the Poles, which was also partly her intention. Consequently, there was always some reserve, at least on her side. She was determined that the credit for success should go to her and not to him. In course of time, her doubts weakened and almost disappeared. By 1899, Rosa Luxemburg's position in the German party was so well established that any competition on Winter's part for the role of spokesman on Polish affairs in Germany had become impossible, and Rosa could afford to be more generous. It was a deliberate part of her policy to put the SPD leadership under an obligation to her. She always described this and subsequent visits to Upper Silesia as her stint in the desert, at least to acquaintances like the Kautskys. Consciously or unconsciously, this corresponded to conventional wisdom in the party. Rosa Luxemburg may well have come to consider this agitation among the Poles less interesting than her activities nearer the center of the political stage in the SPD. But at the same time she began, soon after her arrival in Germany, to develop that particular and deliberate schizophrenia about German and Polish affairs which makes so many of her actions appear contradictory at first sight. Though she always remained loyal to the Polish movement, it soon became obvious to her that Polish and German activities could not be integrated into a harmonious whole, that they would have to be kept separate as much as possible. No doubt this decision to live two lives was largely forced on her by circumstances. But it meant that to her German friends Rosa either kept quiet about her Polish activities or prevaricated. The reasons are not far to seek. Only through wholehearted commitment to the German movement was she able to do something for the Poles. The fact that PPS leaders in Germany like Berfuse were openly and entirely committed to an exclusively Polish point of view made the German leaders discount their opinions more and more. As we shall see, her schizophrenia eventually became threefold as Russian questions, too, obtruded themselves into the range of Rosa Luxemburg's activities. In any case, far from sighing about uphill work, as she did to the Germans, she wrote to Jogashes in the summer of 1898 that the visit to the Polish areas of Upper Silesia was like a breath of fresh air. She even tried to persuade him that it was the ideal place for their next holiday together. The only strong impression was the one I wrote you, cornfields, Polish surroundings. I pay no attention to people and do not even notice Berlin. I long for Silesia, for a village, and I dream of the time when we can be there together. I insist that that part of the world will influence you as much as it has influenced me. We would both revive simply by walking through cornfields. Does it not attract you, or don't you believe that we shall ever get there? She made a considerable impression, not only on the people she met but particularly on the party officials. At election time, public meetings in the Polish areas were prohibited by the police and the work had to be confined to individual agitation. You have no idea what a favorable influence my first appearances had on them and on me. Now I am positive that within half a year I shall be one of the best speakers in the party. Voice, temperament, tongue, everything stands the test. And, most important, I mount the platform as if I had been doing it for the last 20 years. Jogashes had been against the whole agitation in Upper Silesia, just as he was against almost everything that she undertook without him. But Rosa knew very well that having offered the executive her help in the Reichstag election campaign, she had to put up with it or shut up. Her success here was bound to lead to greater possibilities at the center. She had made her position clear from the start. Her sex was irrelevant. She indignantly refuted the official suggestion that, like Clara Zetkin, she might find her natural habitat in the women's movement. During a train journey she met Schonlank, the influential editor of the Leipziger Volkszeitung, who had raised that paper from the very average level of provincial socialist publications to the highest level of political and literary journalism. A lively correspondence between them started at once. Schonlank wanted her collaboration on his paper, and they exchanged several letters a week on questions of philosophy and literature. It was clear that he was paying her court and that the intellectual capsule of their communication was no more than a cover for more human intentions. Rosa Luxemburg was both flattered and amused. She reported it all faithfully to Jagisches, only to receive a burst of jealous resentment which she had much difficulty in calming. Nor was Schonlank the only one. Bruns in Breslau tried the more orthodox line of the misunderstood exile, immersed in a dull routine of wife and family which quite stifled his evident talents. Altogether, Rosa Luxemburg caused a flutter in southeast Germany, compounded of political, intellectual, and personal motives. The difficulty was to decide which friendships had to be nurtured and which to be cooled down. Winter was necessary for the SDKP's Polish policy, Schonlank essential for her own advancement. But both needed careful handling to ensure their continued support without indelicate personal involvement. Back in Berlin, Rosa Luxemburg summed up the positive gains of her trip. A basis for engaging the PPS had been established. But she could not see much point in sharpening the open political struggle for the moment, at least until the German party had officially taken notice of the specific problem of PPS separatism. What am I to do? For instance, should I go to Poznan, deliver a speech there, create some sort of organization, let myself be elected as a delegate or something? Or should I just go to the meetings there and start a public discussion? The devil knows. What is the fight with the Morawskis, PPS leader in Silesia, for? Agreement? This is out of the question and could in fact prove very awkward. An open quarrel? What is the concrete advantage from it? That is the question. The best thing is to work indirectly through German connections like Schonlank. As far as her German career was concerned, the results were wholly positive. After the summer, she was besieged with requests for articles, not only from the Leipziger Volkszeitung but also from Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung, where Parvis was editor. He, too, corresponded with her fervently. Party affairs enlivened by the overtones of his irrepressible personality. The Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung had recently gained unexpected prominence through Parvis's vituperative onslaught on Bernstein. She had previously written for the paper on the national question, before Parvis became editor. Now she was to be a regular contributor. Parvis insists on calling me urgently to Dresden, where he is making another one of his revolutions on the newspaper. It was Parvis's discovery of a kindred spirit in her, much more than the wish of her own party colleague Marchluski, that was primarily responsible for her collaboration with Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung, which was soon to lead to her appointment as editor. The most important work of the summer was her own reply to Bernstein in the form of a series of articles for Leipziger Volkszeitung. Every spare moment not occupied with Polish immediacies was devoted to them. It was to be her dramatic entrance onto the stage of the current drama in SPD politics. She felt it in her bones. Her contribution to the revisionist controversy had not only to be good but also to be timed correctly. Its appearance had to take place shortly before the party congress in September in order to serve as a basis of discussion there. One must work quickly. 1, because the whole work will be good for nothing if somebody gets in first, and 2, most of the time has to be spent not on writing but on polishing. Generally speaking, I have tackled the work very well. Already those pieces written in Zurich are just of the right dough, of course not baked yet. If I only knew what to write, the appropriate form would come by itself, I feel it. I am ready to give half my life for that article. So much am I absorbed in it. This, of course, was the first half of what was to become the pamphlet Social Reform or Revolution, Rosa Luxemburg's most important contribution to the revisionist debate and the first of the great works of Marxist analysis on which her reputation rests. Great things, however, come from small beginnings. There is in Rosa Luxemburg's letters no trace of the moral indignation against Bernstein which so clearly breathes out of the pamphlet itself. Instead, nothing but nicely calculated self-interest. Since her arrival in Germany, Rosa had spent whatever money was not needed for food and lodging on subscriptions to the most important party papers. She found that none of these, except Parvis's articles, seemed to deal with Bernstein's articles systematically. In fact, the problem was just another intellectual storm in a teacup for most of the papers. Here was an obvious gap to be filled, and Rosa felt supremely capable of filling it. She was well aware of the stakes. If successful, this pamphlet would establish her reputation as an overall Marxist at one stroke, whereas otherwise she might have to spend years piecing it together. Statements of first principles were rare in party writing, and then the exclusive preserve of people like Kautsky and Mehring. The Bernstein series was a heaven-sent opportunity. If Rosa Luxemburg cannot get credit for a deep intellectual urge to deal with Bernstein, she at least deserves full praise for seizing and magnificently exploiting her opportunity. All this illuminates not only the purpose of her coming to Germany but her intentions and activities on arrival. She was out to make a career for herself, and almost everything she said or did was tailored to this end. The fact that she was a revolutionary, that she instinctively rejected Bernstein's thesis, was a secondary consideration. As with her efforts in Silesia, the demands of SDKP policy coincided with her attempts to win the attention of the SPD leadership. She used her success among the Silesian Poles to make the personal acquaintance of as many of the leaders as possible. Several times that summer she tried to see Bebel and Liebknecht and got introductions to them from people she had already met. At the same time, this emphasis on the plain self-interest of her actions does not sully her motives. She was not interested in power for its own sake. A career in the German party was a means of spreading those ideas which she held to be correct and important. The power structure of the SPD, with its hierarchical organization, its tendency to more clearly defined institutional authority, did not attract her at all. She was interested in influence, not power. Essentially a lonely person, she was suspicious of people, particularly Germans, and expected them to be suspicious of her. Why should they trust a person whose only claim to existence is a few articles, albeit first class? A person, moreover, who does not belong to the ruling clique, Sippschaft, who won't rely on anyone's support but uses nothing but her own elbows. A person feared for the future not only by obvious opponents like Auer and company, but even by allies, Bebel, Kautsky, Singer. A person best kept at arm's length because she may grow several heads too tall? I take all this with great calm. I always knew it could not be otherwise. In a year or two, no intrigue, fears or obstacles will help them, and I shall occupy one of the foremost positions in the party. Thus, she deliberately set out to influence people for particular purposes and expected others to try to do the same to her. However much she talked of masses, persuasion was mainly a private, personal affair. She had no feeling for the organized, structural fellowship of a party like the SPD, the huddle and the artificial glow of comradeship that goes with the common but negative experience of being rejected, deprived by society. She took the formal German camaraderie for granted, and saw it as a hostile rather than a friendly force. As Bryant put it some years later, Genossen, JNAI mar de CS Genosseries. Instead, individuals had to be prized loose from their web of immediate loyalties, by reason and influence, towards the policies which Rosa Luxemburg advocated. This attitude was to remain constant throughout her career in the SPD, even though her policies only crystallized as distinct and oppositional much later. I have no intention of limiting myself to criticism. On the contrary, I have every intention and urge to push positively, not individuals but the movement as a whole, point out new ways, fighting, acting as a gadfly, in a word, a chronic incentive for the whole movement, the work that Parvis began, but left sadly unfinished. She was never in the SPD to the extent and in the manner in which she was in the SDKPL. People were not her people. In the Polish party, she exercised a major influence in the creation of ideas which flowed outwards from the peer group at the top. In the SPD, however, right from the start she was pulling away from the establishment. She was competing in the creation of ideas, and her influence was projected towards the center rather than outwards from it. Even from 1901 to 1905, when she appeared to speak for the party executive on many issues, she was always an outsider, by choice as well as by necessity. It is always like that with them when they are embarrassed, to the Jews for help, and when it is over, away with you, Jews. She learned to live with this situation. At the beginning, occasional loneliness assailed her unbearably, and at such moments her correspondence with Jagisches in Zurich provided the only link with what she felt to be the one genuine reality of her life. I cannot write much about my own person. I can only repeat what I have written to you before, but you will again not understand and will be angry. I feel cold and calm. You understand the phrase with regard to your own self, but do not comprehend the fact that I am complaining about my condition which goes on and on. There is a lethal apathy in spite of which I act and think like some kind of automaton, almost as if someone else were doing it all. Explain to me what I can do. You ask me what is wrong. I am lacking some part of life. I feel as if something had died within me. I feel neither fear nor pain, nor loneliness. I am like a corpse. I seem to be an entirely different person from what I was in Zurich, and I think of myself as having been quite different in those days. Here was the one person who could be told everything, without adornment or rationalization. But this brutal, incoherent frankness brought its own penalties. Jagisches made a point of disagreeing with many of her decisions and increasingly resented the implications of her growing independence. Rosa Luxemburg satisfied him as far as she could by explaining everything at great length and accounting in detail for things like money and arrangements. But she found it impossible to submit to his decision on the intellectual aspects of her work. In these she knew that she was right. I just received your very evil postcard in which you berate me. I draw comfort from the fact that today you must have received my long letter and will recognize that you were quite wrong in telling me off. But your card upset me and I have to lay off the book I was reading in order to write to you again. My golden one, how can you be so vile and write like this? You must really be mad at me, no? It hurts me immensely, but never mind. I shall write to you just the same as I intended to yesterday. Do you know why I find it so hard to write about my impressions? It is because I attach practically no significance to personal impressions, to the influence of my sociological condition. I abhor describing feelings or even letting myself feel anything instinctively. I now value only real results. However, I think I may be wrong, for you too only appreciate real value and everything else is a waste of time. It may well be that it is this that causes the inner loneliness I was complaining about. Maybe it is nothing but contempt and aversion for all the personal motivations. We have now been living so long in the expectation and desire of some positive result that this must have some repercussion on me. Apart from this, there is one other important thing. I am living here like somebody without air. If you were here, if we were living together, my life would be normal and I would like Berlin and I would find pleasure in walking in the Thiergarten. Now it is dark. Not a single pleasant impression. It makes no difference to me whether it rains or whether the sun shines. When I walk about, I do not pay the slightest attention to shop windows or people. At home, I only think of what I have to do, what letters I have to write, and I go to bed with just the same indifference with which I got up. To cut the story short, all this has one basic cause. You are not here. I feel as if the ground was detached from my feet. Strange to all and everything. But all the time Rosa knew she had to liberate herself from the extremities of subservience. Whether it was a minor matter like buying clothes, which he insisted should not be done without him, or the more important battle of wills as to whether he should come for holidays to Berlin or she to Zurich. If my independence is sufficient to expose myself in the political arena, it must be sufficient for purely personal matters too. And as for his criticisms and correction of her literary work, this was quite unacceptable. I read through your amendments and nearly had a fit, but I do not want to speak of it as it will do no good. So I return it as it is with only the style corrected. I know we look at things from a different point of view. 2 weeks of work like mad and only a lot of inaccuracies to show for it. Let us never have such work again. I am not only thinking of the errors in figures but of the thousands of molehills, which under the microscope of your literary pedantry grew up into veritable mountains. I am on the whole not reassured when I look at the results.
Now an frisch, froh und frei.
We should work lightly, with pleasure, think things over seriously but briefly, think not of what has been attained but decide quickly and go ahead. I have always acted in this way and have never made one mistake. It was not my fault if everything here did not go quite as I wanted. I was ready, and if need be would have managed splendidly all on my own. But enough of praising myself. I really wanted to write to you personally about a million other things. Though Rosa Luxemburg's confident appearance in Germany was based on the established certainties of her Polish activity and on her durable relationship with Leo Jages's, success in her new environment inevitably affected the older relationships as well. The breakthrough in Germany was hers alone. The more Jages's attempted to force it into the framework of their partnership, in which he clearly predominated, the more Rosa Luxemburg felt the need to assert her independence all along the line. It is symptomatic of their relationship that when Rosa was offered the editorship of Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung and proudly informed Jages's of the fact, she received a laconic telegram which instructed her to decline unconditionally. And equally symptomatic that she took no notice but went right ahead. Jages's capitulated. He slipped quietly away from Zurich and joined her in Dresden in her moment of triumph, keeping, as always, in the background so that her fellow editors, with whom she was soon to become embroiled in a struggle, were entirely unaware of his presence. To do justice to their relationship, we must document the moments of euphoria as well as the disputes. Rosa Luxemburg celebrated her 28th birthday in a good mood. Things poured on her from a veritable horn of plenty from German friends and admirers, but the most valued gift was Jages's, an edition of the works of Rodbertus, a German economist. Her letter of acknowledgement is one of the most touching personal documents she ever wrote. I kiss you 1,000 times for your dearest letter and present, though I have not yet received it. You simply cannot imagine how pleased I am with your choice. Why, Rodbertus is simply my favorite economist, and I can read him 100 times for sheer intellectual pleasure. My dear, how you delighted me with your letter. I have read it 6 times from beginning to end. So you are really pleased with me. You write that perhaps I only know inside me that somewhere there is a man who belongs to me. Don't you know that everything I do is always done with you in mind? When I write an article, my first thought is, this will cause you pleasure. And when I have days when I doubt my own strength and cannot work, my only fear is what effect this will have on you, that it might disappoint you. When I have proof of success, like a letter from Kautsky, this is simply my homage to you. I give you my word, as I loved my mother, that I am personally quite indifferent to what Kautsky writes. I was only pleased with it because I wrote it with your eyes and felt how much pleasure it would give you. Only one thing nags at my contentment: the outward arrangements of your life and of our relationship. I feel that I will soon have such an established position here, morally, that we will be able to live together quite calmly, openly, as husband and wife. I am sure you understand this yourself. I am happy that the problem of your citizenship is at last coming to an end and that you are working energetically at your doctorate. I can feel from your recent letters that you are in a very good mood to work. Do you think that I do not feel your value? That whenever the call to arms is sounded you always stand by me with help and encourage me to work, forgetting all the rows and all my neglect? You have no idea with what joy and desire I wait for every letter from you, because each one brings me so much strength and happiness and encourages me to live. I was happiest of all with that part of your letter where you write that we are both young and can still arrange our personal life. Oh, darling, how I long that you may fulfill your promise. Our own little room, our own furniture, a library of our own, quiet and regular work, walks together, an opera from time to time, a small, very small, circle of intimate friends who can sometimes be asked to dinner, every year a summer departure to the country for a month but definitely free from work. And perhaps even a very little baby? Will this never be permitted? Never? Darling, do you know what accosted me yesterday during a walk in the park? And without any exaggeration? A little child, 3 or 4 years old, in a beautiful dress with blonde hair. It stared at me and suddenly I felt an overpowering urge to kidnap the child and dash off home with him. Oh, darling, will I never have my own baby? And at home we will never argue again, will we? It must be quiet and peaceful as it is with everyone else. Only you know what worries me. I feel already so old and am not in the least attractive. You will not have an attractive wife when you walk hand in hand with her through the park. We will keep well away from the Germans. Darling, if you will first settle the question of your citizenship, secondly your doctorate, and thirdly live with me openly in our own room and work together with me, then we can want for nothing more. No couple on earth has so many facilities for happiness as you and I, and if there is only some goodwill on our part we must be happy. Like all events in history which later turn out to be major watersheds, convenient dates for dividing one period from another, the revisionist controversy has been, if not oversimplified, at any rate compressed. All writing of history is compression, but the scale on which it is done varies considerably, becoming most intense where one period is thought to link up with the next. Revisionism gave its compact name to a widely differing series of attitudes and policies, as much on the part of the historians as of the original participants. The intellectual content of the original revisionist controversy has been sharpened and simplified considerably to produce the required political sales appeal for different periods of communist history. The result is that today it is exceedingly difficult to liberate the analysis of contemporary attitudes from the heavy burden of later imputation. The revisionist controversy as such can be dated approximately from the beginning of 1898. Not that the problems were entirely new. They had recurred consistently since 1891 but had always been dealt with as isolated questions of tactics without giving rise to any general discussion of principles as the foundation of party policy. Towards the end of 1896, a man called Edward Bernstein, in his typically leisured and peaceful manner, had sat down and analyzed the events of the preceding 10 years of socialist history. This broad survey took the form of a dialogue between reality and illusion, between the existing policy of the SPD and the one that appeared to him objectively desirable. It was a complex subject. One thing necessarily led to another, and in the course of his investigation Bernstein tackled almost every major aspect of socialism. Bernstein himself was a distinguished figure in the German party. He was particularly well liked for his good nature and agreeable, restrained temperament. For a time he had been Engels's secretary and had always remained particularly close to him. He had shared the Swiss emigration with many important German leaders, among them Kautsky, to whom he was personally close. Then he had moved from Switzerland to London where he had remained, again on account of one of those mysterious and ever-pending indictments with which the imperial authorities belabored social democracy, and which would have led to a court case as soon as he put his foot on German soil. In fact, Bernstein did not return to Germany until 1901. In the course of his stay in England, he had developed considerable sympathy with English attitudes. He had for years been editor of the Sozialistische Monatshefte, which had at one time during the existence of the anti-socialist laws been radical enough to require printing abroad. What he had to say, therefore, was treated primarily as the product of a well-known and respected mind. His peers unhesitatingly accepted Bernstein's right to speak on all these matters with authority. To them it was not so much what was said but who was saying it. Among the elders of the Second International, the content of opinion was never divorced from the personality of the writer. The form which the great controversy was to take, and particularly the roles of Parvis and Rosa Luxemburg, cannot be understood without a clear appreciation of the attitude of the fathers of German social democracy to Bernstein's articles. Kautsky found them extremely attractive. He had, after all, accepted them in his paper. When the first criticisms appeared from Dresden, Bernstein interrupted his series to reply to Parvis, and Kautsky accompanied this reply in Neue Zeit with an editorial note to the effect that he had received a number of polemical comments on Bernstein's articles which we have to turn down for publication because they are based on a mistaken conception of Bernstein's intentions. He later described Bernstein as one of his closest friends, with whom he had been one in heart and soul, a friendship which other people regarded as that between a kind of Red Orestes and Pylades. Kautsky was not a man who formed intimacies easily. Later, when Victor Adler accused him of supporting Rosa Luxemburg beyond the bounds of political reason, he hotly denied that his political alignments could ever be governed by personal friendships, and cited his attitude to Bernstein in support. Vorwärts, too, welcomed any critical appraisal of Marxist theory on principle, even though Bernstein's ideas could in part have given rise to misunderstandings. Even the controversial Leipziger Volkszeitung had at first nothing sharper to say than interesting observations which nonetheless terminate in a mistaken conclusion. Something that is always liable to happen especially to lively and critical people, but there is no more to it than that. In the spring of 1898, Bernstein was far from being odd man out. It was Parvis who was demonstrably behaving like a maniac. He was editor of Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung. The SPD party press had just begun to rise above its humble, purely agitational beginnings. Questions of theoretical interest were reserved by consensus to Neue Zeit. Vorwärts, the party's official gazette, had practically a monopoly of important official business, which it treated with ponderous and dull solemnity. much quoted and probably little read. The provincial papers suffered from a dearth of journalistic talent and also a lack of interesting material. The gutless state of party journalism had been obvious to Rosa Luxemburg from the day she arrived. "I do not like the way party affairs are written up. Everything so conventional, so wooden, so repetitive." Only Schonlank in Leipzig was creating a paper of wider range with a strong emphasis on culture. The traditional rivalry between the cities of Leipzig and Dresden was reflected in the struggle between their respective socialist papers. Parvis, a man of impatient and scintillating temperament, was determined to make a revolution in Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung. It was a revolution in every sense. His articles had a polemical bite quite unknown to German party papers, and in addition he kept the administration of the paper in a constant state of flux. His decision to mount a noisy artillery barrage against Bernstein was therefore as much editorial policy as it was an expression of Parvis's own literary appetites. In seizing on Bernstein as a target, he succeeded beyond his wildest expectations in putting his paper on the political map. By the time the party congress assembled that year, people were already talking of taking a Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung line. In fact, Parvis cleared the editorial decks in Dresden and launched into a lengthy series of polemics against Bernstein beginning on January 28 and concluding on March 6, 1898. It was a prolonged upheaval which completely disrupted the work of the paper and greatly upset the staff. He began his series with the title Bernstein's Overthrow of Socialism, and almost every issue carried yet another installment of fireworks. The onslaught was such that Bernstein was compelled to interrupt his own series in order to reply. He took issue particularly with those of his critics who insisted on waving the Communist Manifesto as though it were the fount of all wisdom. Surely it is ridiculous to argue 50 years later with excerpts from the Communist Manifesto which are based on wholly different political and social conditions to those which face us today. There is no genuine reason to assume that the basic considerations which motivated the party in formulating the Erfurt program, are necessarily those which Parvis thinks. The argument thus moved from history to politics, from the past to the present and back again. By the time Rosa Luxemburg appeared on the scene, the problem of whether current social conditions justified Bernstein or Parvis had already been posed, and was replacing the academic exercise of discovering what Marx really meant. Parvis returned to the attack in increasingly personal terms. He did not take the factual range of discussion much further, but he did raise the temperature by several degrees. Moreover, it was Parvis who now suggested that since factual argument with Bernstein was hopeless, he could only be treated as a ridiculous deserter from socialism. It was at this stage that Rosa Luxemburg took a hand. There is consequently a clear difference between the personal attitudes of Rosa Luxemburg and Parvis right from the beginning of the revisionist debate, and the actual contributions they made to the important questions that had been raised. Parvis had forced the controversy on to the public conscience of the party by his uncompromising tone and the comprehensiveness of his dissent. Having earned notoriety for his paper and himself, he soon lost interest. As for Bernstein, systematic analysis was not really his line. But Rosa Luxemburg saw here an opportunity for short-circuiting the lengthy process of making an impact on the party. The situation of 1898 was a race for time. Not only had she to throw her hat into the ring before the party congress, when the whole problem would be discussed by all the big guns before a critical audience, but she had to get her word in before her rivals. By the end of the year it became plain that Kautsky too could no longer keep quiet. An amusing race now took place for possession of a proof copy of Bernstein's new book, Die Vorsetzungen des Sozialismus und die Aufgaben der Sozialdemokratie, which was to put his case more fully to the party. Rosa Luxemburg was the first to review this book and tried to ensure that Schonlank would give her review absolute priority. Schonlank had his personal interests to protect. It was important that he should be the first to comment on it before Neue Zeit. You probably read the notice in Neue Zeit about Kautsky's book and Eads, Bernstein. Schonlank writes that he had ordered Dietz to send it to him immediately after it comes out, still warm from the belly of the cow. Probably it will be a proof copy. Naturally, he does this so that he can get the review from me as quickly as possible. In a daily paper, I can move quicker and consequently beat Kautsky to the draw. The hope of publishing a pamphlet is tied up with Leipziger Volkszeitung because nobody will want to reprint anything from Neue Zeit, and a pamphlet it has got to be. By the end of the summer, a certain restiveness in the party was becoming apparent. But again, this was not due to Bernstein so much as to Parvis. The leadership had been disturbed out of benign indifference by the tone of the Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung. Nonetheless, questions of tone apart, the counterattack of the Dresden paper represented genuine and perhaps widely felt resentment against Bernstein's practical proposals, involving as they did a departure from the accepted comforts of revolution. It may seem strange to speak of a revolutionary doctrine as comfortable, but there is comfort in routine belief irrespective of content. Bernstein was proposing changes in outlook and policy which must radically alter many of the accepted notions on which the party's whole rhythm of life was based. To this extent, Bernstein, with all his denial of violence and advocacy of reform, was the revolutionary, while the accepted doctrine provided the shelter of conservative tradition. Typically enough, it was old Wilhelm Liebknecht, with his romantic temperament and sentimental memories of previous struggles, who was only too willing to tilt at any comfortable windmills. The party congress assembled in the first week of October 1898 in Stuttgart. Schonlank had persuaded Rosa Luxemburg that she too must attend, initially as an expert on Polish questions. The Polish Socialist Party of Prussia, Rosa's local enemies of the PPS, might well raise the Polish question at the Congress. Her mandates were provided from Silesia by Bruns. In the event, the Polish question was not raised, but Rosa was able to use her presence at the Congress to participate in the much more interesting preliminaries of what was already beginning to be known as the revisionist controversy. Parvis, who had no formal mandate, had been invited to attend and was anxious to use the assembly for a full discussion of the whole matter. His resolution, roundly condemning Bernstein and his views, was submitted by his friends representing the 6th electoral district of Dresden, but the party executive declined to support it. Bebel wrote to Kautsky on September 3, "Parvis's resolution is tactless. The man is eaten up by galloping personal ambition, and his resolution shows that he doesn't at all understand our circumstances. To have the party congress solemnly declare that it stands for social revolution, that really would be all we need. Sometime we will certainly get to another set to about tactics, but it is too soon to do it at Stuttgart." Even Liebknecht, though he agreed with the array of Parvis's facts, criticized the manner of presentation, a tone more suitable for a schoolmaster than for a party comrade. Definitely de haut NBS. The speakers at the Congress did not separate theory from practice, but they did try to keep personalities out of it as much as possible. The leaders considered that the immediate problem was to soothe the feathers ruffled by the two tactless foreigners, mainly Parvis but also Rosa Luxemburg. In trying to shunt the whole argument off onto rails of mere theory, they certainly gave some delegates the impression of tacit support for Bernstein and his ideas. Clara Zetkin, editor of the Socialist Women's Paper, Gleichheit, and chief of the German Socialist Women's Organization, had already been attracted by Rosa Luxemburg's contribution. She wrote to Kautsky on September 29, "The fact that Bebel has stated what the tasks of the Party Congress are is already some improvement on the notion previously held that it exists only to expedite business, and hasn't any right to mess about with problems. Ah, if only our Engels were still alive to wake him Bebel out of his enchanted sleep, Dornröschenvorsicht. God in heaven, how he would have laid about him with blunt instruments against all this opportunist rubbish in our ranks." Kautsky's position, too, was equivocal. He was beginning to have doubts as to whether the Bernstein formulations were really as harmless as he originally thought. While disassociating himself strongly from Parvis, he made it clear that, theoretically speaking, he did not share Bernstein's views, though the Congress should at least be grateful to Bernstein for having provided the opportunity for a lively discussion and much fruitful rethinking. A platitude that roused Plekhanov, who attended the Congress as a fraternal delegate, to fury. Rosa Luxemburg spoke twice at the Congress. Her criticisms were directed not at Bernstein, absent in England, but at Heine, one of Bernstein's most prominent supporters in Germany. He served as a convenient scapegoat. In the course of the Reichstag elections, Heine had suggested that the party should concentrate above all on getting votes, and it was this fairly common and harmless suggestion that now drew Rosa's fire. Instead of playing down the revolutionary aspect of the party program at elections, what was needed was its particular emphasis. Our task can only be made comprehensible to the voters by emphasizing the closest possible connection of capitalist society as a whole with the insoluble contradictions in which it is enmeshed and which must lead to the final explosion, a collapse at which we shall be both executioner and the executor who must liquidate bankrupt society. She did not miss the opportunity of seizing on Bernstein's formulation about the relative importance of aim and movement and turning it upside down. On the contrary, the movement as such without regard for the final aim is nothing, but the final aim is everything for us. Her second speech embroiled her in the personal recriminations which had soon broken through into the open. Just as Parvis was made to apologize for the personal implication of his articles, so Rosa Luxemburg had been taken to task by Vollmer. Vollmer has seen fit to reproach me bitterly that I, a mere recruit, should lecture the veterans of the movement. This is not the case. It would indeed be superfluous, since I am sure that the real veterans share the same point of view as I do. I know I have to earn my epaulets in the German movement, but I intend to do it on the left wing where the enemy is actually being engaged and not on the right where the enemy is being parleyed with. General contradiction. If, in reply to my concrete arguments, Vollmer comes with the specious argument, "You greenhorn Gelbschnabel, I could be your grandfather," then we can only take this as evidence that he must be on his last legs for more concrete arguments. Laughter. But the main spearhead of the attack against Parvis and Rosa Luxemburg did not come from the revisionist intellectuals like Heine and Vollmer, but from the shock troops, the South German leaders, and the trade unionists. One should always be polite to ladies, but Comrade Rosa Luxemburg will certainly not insist on velvet gloves in political matters. She came and claimed that she had something original to say, but all she has dished up for us are commonplaces. The way that Comrade Luxemburg and Comrade Parvis have appeared before us enables us to see clearly what kind of people we have to deal with. I specifically accept Frau Zetkin, who is full of genuine good intentions. But there are no such excuses for Parvis and Luxemburg for having poisonously attacked our best, our most distinguished and most sensible comrades in the course of many weeks. Frau Dr. Luxemburg talks to us like God from the sky. Let these two confine themselves to the safety of their lecturing platforms, but let them leave tactics to those of us who have to do the actual fighting and carry the responsibility for it as well, the responsibility not only towards contemporaries but future generations as well. For Rosa there could be no question of any apology. She echoed Parvis's words. In an embattled party, sharp words cannot always be avoided. She always dealt with the many attempts to deny her right to speak as a junior, a foreigner, or, worst of all, a woman, as obvious proof of her opponent's inability to deal with her arguments factually. It was a useful technique, even though her claim to despise personal issues did not prevent her from making many telling personal insinuations herself. It looked at the Congress as though the resentment against Rosa Luxemburg and Parvis would engulf the tentative doubts of many people about Bernstein. The executive besought everyone to go away and think more calmly? Who knew but that within a year the whole thing might not have blown over? The SPD leaders were good politicians. Before they felt obliged to get involved in any party controversy, they provided every opportunity for it to die a natural death. Kautsky was still very reluctant to engage in public polemic against Bernstein, but had declared intellectual war against him in private. Our cooperation is finished. I cannot follow you any longer from this day on. Bebel's own reaction was similar. He, too, wrote privately to Bernstein, not with the teleological certainties of Kautsky, but with quite unusual sorrow and diffidence. I write to you so outspokenly because I want to save you from disappointments, and because only unmitigated frankness might conceivably make you reflect very carefully once more whether you are not after all in a blind alley. Like Kautsky, Bebel recognized that he and Bernstein did not differ merely about details. What made the whole thing important was not so much the views themselves as Bernstein's status as an old friend and comrade. He had chosen to go out on a limb, not for the first time. Vollmer may be with you, Schiphol hardly, under no circumstances however he may like to play the diplomat and moderator. Bebel felt sorry for Bernstein, but not angry about a revisionism or reformism which he did not yet recognize as existing. The real pressure on the executive to intervene against Bernstein was mounted after the Congress, in private as well as in public. Throughout October, Rosa Luxemburg continued to publish polemics against the revisionists in Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung, of which she had now become editor. Bebel was stung at least into private acknowledgments. I'll answer Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung as soon as the next article is out, and particularly, I'll deal with the question why one of the old men did not get right in there and fight at once. On October 31st, Rosa Luxemburg wrote personally to Bebel in the most unequivocal terms. I am surprised that you and Comrade Kautsky did not use the favorable atmosphere at the party congress for a resolute and immediate debate, but instead encouraged Bernstein to produce a further pamphlet which can only drag out the whole discussion. If Bernstein is really lost to us, then the party will have to get used to the fact, however painful, that we have to treat him henceforward like Schmaler or any other social reformer. Similar communications flowed into the executive from other sources. But perhaps the most significant pressure on the executive came from outside the German party altogether. The Russian Social Democrats in Switzerland, in the throes of founding their own united party at last, had followed the polemics with great interest from the start. Both Parvis and Rosa Luxemburg were well known to them. Plekhanov in particular saw in this debate the treatment of problems in which he had a vital and professional interest. His natural counterpart in Germany was Kautsky, and as early as May 1898, he had written to him suggesting joint and immediate action against Bernstein. Kautsky had pleaded preoccupation with his current book on agrarian questions and personal attachment to Bernstein. At the Stuttgart Congress itself, the distinguished Russian Marxist had been an honored guest and had witnessed the executive's equivocations. Plekhanov thereupon decided to attack Bernstein himself. In October, both Bebel and Liebknecht thanked him fulsomely for his intervention. Keep hitting him good and hard, they advised. Liebknecht went on to blame Kautsky for the German failure to take issue with Bernstein more sharply. Theory, after all, was Kautsky's resort. If I had been him, I would have gone for Bernstein with gusto. If Kautsky had not hesitated from considerations of principle, there would never have been a Bernstein case. The controversy could no longer be buried as just a little intellectual squall or the product of personal friction. The executive hoped to have at least 12 clear months before having to meet the problem once more at the 1899 Congress. Meantime, the party officials at the center did their best behind the scenes to relieve the pressure which always built up at the annual jamboree. Men like Auer, the party secretary, deplored the public airing of what were largely questions of individual conscience. He wrote to Bernstein, "My dear Ede, one does not formally make a decision to do the things you suggest. One doesn't say such things, one simply does them." And Bernstein, essentially a practical person, got the point. He even felt able to vote for future resolutions specifically condemning revisionism. All that was needed was to add a grain of salt to his vote. The whole thing was like a modern version of the great Galileo controversy 300 years earlier. There, too, the trouble had been the inexorable result of public commitment to what were honest if personal conclusions, et rut coelum. The only difference was that the 16th-century Catholic Church was far more adept in its public relations than the modern SPD. While the papal advisors realized early on that the controversy could get out of hand, the SPD leaders for a long time believed that the revisionists could be silenced by sustained and superior public argument. But in the end, they too came to accept the simple need for a guillotine on discussion. Who, then, was the guilty party, in the old controversy as much as the new? The irresponsible questioners or the organization pledged to maintain order and cohesion irrespective of scientific truth? Have men and women the right to question dogma in public and still call themselves members of the faith? Who is the real disturber of the peace, questioner or suppressor, irrespective of whether the questioner is revisionist and the dogma revolutionary? As it turned out, by the autumn of 1899 the personal element had indeed receded, but the practical questions had only become that much more urgent. The revisionist controversy simply could not be confined to abstract propositions in the pages of Neue Zeit. For, unlike the Galileo controversy, the issue here was abstract truth indeed, but also the livelihood and policy of a great mass party. The dilemma can best be illustrated by Bebel's own attitude. The master tactician of the party was always sensitive to the needs and feelings of the members. For years earlier he had complained that, "In the party press we have got out of the habit of expressing any kind of criticism or independence. All this namby-pambiness makes one shudder. The more I look, the greater the faults and deficiencies I see in our party." But by 1900 he had had his fill of controversy. The new tendency for personal polemics was now a sign of deterioration in the party, and could not be deprecated sufficiently. At the end of September 1898, even before the party congress could meet, Rosa Luxemburg benefited from an entirely unexpected event. Parvis, editor of Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung, and his assistant editor, Rosa's old party comrade and doubtful friend Julian Marchluski, were both expelled by the royal government of Saxony. The blow fell on September 25, 1898, and the expulsion order gave them only a few days' grace before departure. They urged the local party press commission to appoint Rosa Luxemburg and cabled her to come at once. Jagisches insisted on a negative reply, but Rosa went just the same. Marchluski met her at the station, and within a few days the appointment was confirmed by the press commission. The last doubts were overcome by the fact that both Parvis and Marchluski made their future contribution to the paper conditional upon Rosa's appointment. By now the paper was an asset to the local party, and Parvis's views could not be neglected. Rosa Luxemburg took up her duties more or less at once, while Parvis and Marchluski, after being refused residence in various parts of Germany, finally settled in Munich. Rosa Luxemburg already attended the party congress as editor-elect. It was this which promoted her from a possible advisor on Polish questions to full participant with the right to speak on the main problems of the day. In Dresden she inherited an administrative mess of the first order. Much of the resentment against Parvis's haphazard editorship spilled over onto her, and the exercise of authority needed to put it right was strongly resented in a woman. At the same time she continued his assault on revisionism, though without the pointed extremes of his tone. She used Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung to winkle the executive from its protective neutrality. In the course of this campaign for clarification, Rosa Luxemburg took issue specifically with Vorwärts, the central organ of the party. It was a mixture of journalistic rivalry and genuine disagreement over policy, or, as she put it, dislike of the central organ's lack of policy. The general slanging match soon found a more particular focus, in the person of Dr. George Gradnauer, one of Rosa's predecessors as editor of Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung and now an assistant editor of Vorwärts as well as Reichstag deputy for Dresden. Gradnauer was a prominent revisionist. With all the authority of a Reichstag deputy, he had written a series of articles in Vorwärts commenting on the Stuttgart Congress. It was sniping of a very special kind. One by one he picked off those with whose views he disagreed, each article a vignette compounded of politics and personalities. He blamed the executive and the radicals for having created the controversy. This annoyed Rosa Luxemburg, and she took him publicly to task in Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung. In particular, she used the opportunity for berating once more the pontifical attitude of Vorwärts with which Gradnauer was now associated. The latter first replied in Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung itself, but his next attempt to defend himself met with the negative exercise of Rosa's editorial discretion. He then turned to Vorwärts, only too glad to get even with the provincial upstart. Is it not remarkable that the one paper that has always stood for the freest discussion and mocked us when we tried to restrain such license, should now itself censor the words with which a comrade, and one moreover who has been attacked in a most insulting manner, attempted to reply and justify himself before his voters? At the same time Gradnauer placed the issue before the Dresden party organization as a question of principle and discipline. He was after all the sitting member for Dresden, an important person to whom the local party paper owed respect, which was probably why Rosa Luxemburg chose to take him on in the first place. The dissatisfaction which had prevailed on the editorial board since Parvis's days now found a ready means of articulation, and 3 of her colleagues lined up with Gradnauer against her. Rosa Luxemburg offered to resign at a meeting of the press commission of the provincial party executive of Saxony on November 2nd. She stated that she could not continue to serve as editor if her own colleagues did not support her, and even attacked her in public. The commission called a further meeting for November 8th in the hope that the differences might be settled in the meantime. However, Vorwärts had no interest in allaying the dispute. On November 3rd, a notice appeared that Rosa Luxemburg had already resigned, clearly based on a slanted leak from someone present at the meeting. The executive now decided to intervene. Under instruction from Berlin, the press commission forbade publication of Rosa Luxemburg's apologia. They would not even let her print a personal reply to the attacks. She approached her friend Bruno Schonlank at Leipziger Volkszeitung, only to find that Bebel had blocked this avenue of publication as well. I do not know what her explanations are, but Rosa Luxemburg acted wrongly and without cause. Her inconceivably tactless statement against her colleagues justifiably should remain unpublished. If I were to meet her, I would tell her my opinion in much stronger words. You may show Comrade Luxemburg these lines. I am especially annoyed that she has proved herself too much of a woman and not sufficiently a party comrade. I am disillusioned with her. It is a pity. Bebel and Schonlank did not get on. The classic rivalry between self-conscious Kultur and equally self-conscious calloused hands. But the matter was too serious to be left to run its natural course. Schonlank did not reply to Bebel, but he did show the letter to Rosa Luxemburg, who promptly sat down and wrote to the party chairman at length. I prefer to reply directly to your letter, of which a copy reached me through Comrade Schonlank. It is beneath my dignity to go into such matters as moral face slaps, unbelievable tactlessness, etc. Since the days of Parvis, conditions on the editorial board of SAZ have been so disrupted and untenable that there had to be a row sooner or later, the more so since my colleagues were all on edge after the long struggle with Parvis, and were determined to use the change in the editorship to get complete control of the paper. In this, they had the support of the Press Commission, who resented all the accusations against the unpleasant and vulgar tone of the paper. For my part, one consider it wrong to confine myself, as did Parvis, to the writing of tactical and polemic articles, and let everything else on the paper go to the devil. I considered it my first duty, after the discussion of tactical matters, to improve the state of this neglected paper, and so took an interest in a number of items which gave cause for new frictions with my colleagues. You are of the opinion, then, that in all matters of substance the Commission found for me. In fact, however, it turned down all my proposals and requests, it supported my editorial colleagues all the way, and if I had returned to the editorship, given the present conditions and the mood of the Press Commission, I would have had to give up my independence. Formally, it may have appeared merely as a matter of altering my editorial manner, but in effect I would soon have been unable to publish my articles, and, more important, Parvis's articles. I said to myself, if that is the Commission's point of view, then I have nothing more to do here, then everything is already lost to us. If the Commission intends to give me the necessary freedom of decision, they can still tell me so, even after my resignation. Please note, I repeated 10 times during the meeting of the Commission that I was being forced to resign, that there was no way out. They smiled at this as an empty threat, the sort of gesture that Parvis used to make repeatedly. I hope that with these facts I have shown you that you have been a little hasty in your verdict on my actions. By this time, the squabble had drawn repercussions from as far away as Vienna. Rosa Luxemburg and Parvis make themselves unpopular by reproducing hoary and ancient wisdoms with a fanaticism which leads one to believe that the latest scientific discoveries, the fact that 2 and 2 make 4, are the private property of their small sect. They will learn, and eventually we shall, let us hope, get a few drops of good wine from all this undisciplined fermentation. Unbanded Garandin most. The many enemies Rosa had made, all the seniors of the Second International who had been stung by the disrespectful young controversialist of Zurich, had watched her unexpected success in Germany with mixed feelings, however much they might admire her intellect. In Dresden she had laid down the law not only to her old opponents on the national question, but to the Germans, as well as the French, the Belgians, and any other party whose affairs came within the range of her interests. The editor of even a middling provincial party paper was a person of some consequence in the Second International. Thus Jowers and Plekhanov and many others, as well as Victor Adler, were probably pleased that she appeared to have overreached herself. Perhaps now she would learn to serve by waiting a little. Certainly the feeling that Rosa's departure from Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung involved any matter of principle was entirely confined to herself. The editorship of Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung was now offered to Ledebour. It was stated that the policy of the paper would not be changed, which also helped to preserve the appearance of a purely personal squabble without political overtones. So ended Rosa Luxemburg's first attempt to participate in the organizational structure of the SPD. She had taken on the editorship in order to project her influence in the party, but she fell victim to the truism that membership of a hierarchy necessarily involves limitations on personal freedom, particularly of public self-expression, that power and influence are sometimes parallel but more often contradictory. Within the structure of the party, her natural disadvantages, youth, foreign origin, sex, above all impatience and intellectual superiority, stood out glaringly. Collective responsibility and cohesion, the hierarchy's mutual self-protection against outsiders, which she despised and attacked, could not suddenly be invoked to her advantage. Her complaint to Bebel and to the press commission that her colleagues would not support her showed that the pressures of institutional cohesion were the same for her as for everyone else. She made one more attempt to belong when she took on the joint editorship of Leipziger Volkszeitung after Bruno Schonlang's death. This too ended in failure. Henceforward Rosa Luxemburg would accept the implications of her temperament and remain an outsider seeking influence but despising power, attacking the hierarchy's inevitable efforts to cover up for its members, finally attacking the hierarchy, or ruling clique as she called it, for its very existence. The dialectic as a career, 1899 to 1904. After the fiasco in Dresden, Rosa Luxemburg moved back to Berlin. Although she now had a few friends, and a much greater number of detractors, there was an inevitable sense of anticlimax. She felt almost as lonely as when she had first come to the capital 6 months before. As far as my own life is concerned, I feel very well insofar as I am able to get work done. Work, that is to say hard, intensive work, which makes complete demands on one's brain and nerves, is, after all, the greatest pleasure in life. I am already getting over the frantic efforts in Stuttgart, the Party Congress, and Dresden, but I seem to have met my usual fate. I once more have a very dark room. This at least drives me every day for a walk in the Thiergarten. It was the same routine as before. The new rooms were at 23 Wielenstrasse, in Friedenau, a popular residential suburb in the western section of Berlin. Now she was only 2 streets away from the Kautskys. As a neighbor, she began to see more of them than of anyone else in the party. Their interests and political alignment were alike. Close contact soon ripened into friendship. In 1899, she reported to her Swiss friend, Seidel, "The only people I meet here, Friedenau, near Berlin where I live, are the Kautskys, my neighbors, and from time to time Bebel, Mering, Stadthagen, etc. Mostly, however, I prefer to sit at home at my desk, in my warm room, and read. I fear that more than ever I am able to make do without people, and withdraw more and more into myself. I suppose that this is abnormal, but I don't know. I seem always to have so much material to think about and live through that I don't feel the vacuum." Within the year, her friendship with the Kautskys became much closer. The immediate impulse was Rosa's ostentatious gesture in refusing to do a commissioned review for Sozialistische Monatsheft, Bernstein's paper, and offering Kautsky first refusal of her piece instead. Impressed and flattered, he asked her to visit them more often. "We Marxists are unfortunately thin on the ground in Germany, and the present revisionist crisis gives us every reason to stick closely together." The awe-inspiring sage Franz Mering, too, had taken a firm liking to the self-confident young woman, almost to the latter's surprise. Quite undeserved friendship always seems to me something unexpected, a gift. She did not like Berlin any better, even allowing for the distortion of all comparisons. "You in Zurich, in that happy, blessed Zurich, have no idea what darkness there is in Berlin during the winter. I have to light my lamp at 3:30 to write a letter, and you know how I long for sunshine." In July 1899, she managed the long-planned visit to Zurich and reunion with Leo Jagesches. The year before, her desire to see him had conflicted with the real fear that the atmosphere of Zurich would clash with her new state of independence in Berlin, that his strong personality would dominate her once more. If he could not come to Berlin, then Munich, neutral ground, was the farthest she would concede. Now she felt strong enough. The obvious reaction to the hated Swabians was to escape from them occasionally. Also, the desire for sunshine and the South had become overwhelming. This passion at least she shared with the German class enemy, for this was the period when northern Italy and the Mediterranean coast were being discovered by refined, sensitive, middle-class Germans in large numbers. The pioneers of that Anglo-German myth about the soft, all-permissive, lemon-growing South, Das Land with Die Zitron Bluhen, constructed on no less respectable a base than Goethe. For Rosa, too, the only thing that could occasionally thaw out the rigid confrontations of the class war was the sun. In the summer of 1900, Jagesches had suddenly to leave Zurich, and joined her in Germany at last. At first they lived together in Cuxhaverstrasse, a more suitable apartment, where she had moved sometime in February 1899. But Jagesches did not stay in Berlin very long. The SDKPL was still largely moribund. The movement in Poland had failed to take hold and, as with the Russians, the newly emerged local leadership had to go into exile. Jagesches, restless from the futility of an émigré command without troops, made all the more bitter by contrast with Rosa's successful participation in the SPD, took himself off at the end of 1901 to Algeria, where his brother was dying in a tuberculosis sanatorium. Leo Jagesches remained there for some months. What little party news there was could easily be supplied by Rosa Luxemburg in her frequent letters. He did not return until March 1902, by which time Rosa Luxemburg had finally found the ideal flat at 58 Kronachstrasse, still in Friedenau, the well-loved rooms in which she was to remain for almost 10 years. She became very attached to this flat. Even while imprisoned in Warsaw in 1906 during the Revolution, she was more concerned that the rent payments should be kept up than with her own safety. The red and green rooms, the bookcases, the pictures, some of them painted by her cat Mimi, all constantly appear in her letters as the few anchors of an otherwise restless life. What of the career which had been driving Jagesches to jealous despair? By 1899, the revisionist controversy was coming to the end of its first free-for-all phase. The intellectuals Kautsky, Parvis, Rosa Luxemburg on one side, Bernstein, Schiphol, and Heine on the other, had fought each other to an inconclusive draw, as intellectuals on their own always do. But, though they had settled nothing by themselves, they had made sufficient noise to draw in the real powers in the party, the practicals, the leaders. During the intellectual onslaught on Bernstein, the South German SPD leaders had been singled out as revisionism's most skillful practitioners, and had hit back not in defense of Bernstein at all, but for self-protection. Indeed, they carefully avoided all reference to Bernstein's ideas, confining themselves to personal tributes in which Kautsky and all the leaders generously joined. They did not intend to become involved in intellectual fireworks. If they had kept quiet and lain low for a time, the whole thing might well have fizzled out as just another unreal Wurtstreit, blown up by a few ambitious editors of the party press. As it was, they decided to counterattack the noisy, irresponsible outsiders, foreigners to boot, and so forced a reluctant leadership to turn its full slow wrath against them, and against Bernstein too. For the most practical manifestation of revisionism was in discipline and disobedience, a door open to centrifugal bourgeois influences. It is difficult to do justice to Rosa Luxemburg's role in this process of politicization, turning an intellectual dispute into a political problem and mobilizing the political forces in the party against the revisionists. Apart from her various articles on particular aspects of revisionism, her most significant contributions were the 2 series of articles in Leipziger Volkszeitung and her support of Schonlank, its distinguished and influential editor. The gossip has gone round Kautsky, Mehring, and Bebel that Schonlank's attitudes are largely due to my influence. Curious mud-slinging. Rosa Luxemburg also suspected that Kautsky's current efforts to get Mehring to write for the Leipziger Volkszeitung were not merely a peacemaking move but an attempt to counteract her own influence with that paper. This produced its own peculiar reaction. Schonlank was by no means persona grata with Bebel, and Rosa Luxemburg had delicately to pick her way through the flood of solicitations to avoid commitment to any of the personal factions with which the German party was riddled. This unwillingness to become involved was one of the salutary lessons of her Dresden experience. She was becoming increasingly conscious of the delicate personal relations in the SPD and learnt to avoid them. But tactics apart, she could claim with justification that her Bernstein pamphlet, more than any other, had provided an intellectual rallying ground for the opponents of revisionism. My articles, and particularly my pamphlet, have met with approval and are making their mark. They will put the seal on my right to participate in the discussion, and you will see that even Bebel at the coming party congress at Hanover will simply repeat from my pamphlet, just as Clara Zetkin did at her recent meeting in Berlin. She certainly received many letters of support and admiration. Rosa Luxemburg's view of herself at this stage of the revisionist controversy was a curious mixture of profound skepticism about people, coupled with self-confidence and belief in the possibilities of exercising influence in the German party. However much she feared and disliked the attitude of the German establishment, which used people and then discarded them, particularly outsiders, she still felt that the German party and the leadership were capable of greatness. She argued with Jagesches, whose tendency then as always was to advise personal, behind-the-scenes manipulation rather than open engagement. As to your accusation that I am an idealist in the German movement, this is ridiculous and I don't agree. Firstly, there are idealists here also, above all an enormous mass of simple agitators from the working masses. Secondly, there are certainly idealists among the leaders as well, for instance Bebel. In the last resort, none of this matters to me. The principle which I have adopted from my Polish and German revolutionary experience is this: be always completely indifferent to your surroundings and to other people. I definitely wish to remain an idealist in the German as well as the Polish movement. Naturally, this doesn't mean that I want to play the role of a wide-eyed dreamer. Certainly I want to achieve the most influential position possible in the movement, but this really need not conflict one bit with one's ideals and does not require the use of any other means but those of my own talents, those that I know I have. If anything, the disillusion in Dresden had been a salutary lesson, and had proved that personal participation in a cliquish, elite-conscious movement was much less productive than the development of her natural talents. Dimly, Rosa Luxemburg perceived even at this early date what her real contribution to socialism was destined to be. You know what I feel lately but very strongly? Something in me stirs and wants to come to the surface. Naturally something intellectual, something to write. Don't worry, it is not poems or novels again. No, my dear, something in the brain. The fact that I have not used a 100th part of my real strength. I am already very fed up with what I am writing. I already feel that I have risen above it. I feel, in a word, the need, as Heine would say, to say something great. It is the form of writing that displeases me. I feel that within me there is maturing a completely new and original form which dispenses with the usual formulas and patterns and breaks them down, and which will convince people, naturally through force of mind and conviction, and not just propaganda. I badly need to write in such a way as to act on people like a thunderclap, to grip them by the head, not of course through declamation, but by the breadth of outlook, the power of conviction and the strong impressions that I make on them. But how, what, where? I don't know yet. But I tell you that I feel with utter certainty that something is there, that something will be born. Bebel, Mehring, and Clara Zetkin were all urging her to capitalize on her new reputation with a speech at the SPD Congress at Hanover. Jagisches from Zurich urged her to tie Bebel down to a formal commitment for a speech. This she knew was impossible. Once more her very success would rouse the latent opposition of a jealous establishment. When Bebel wrote to her that she really must come to Hanover and discuss with him in advance a definite plan of campaign, she commented sarcastically, "As soon as everything is clearly set to go well, he and Kautsky will quickly cool down and remove me from the agenda. I know this lot like I know my 5 fingers." But to Hanover she went none the less, and speak she did. The Congress lasted 5 days, from 9 to October 14th. It was a quiet Congress compared with Stuttgart the year before. The executive had merely requested the participants not to engage in personal recriminations and to discuss problems rather than people. To Bebel and Auer, theory was still a useful safety valve which could not harm the political unity of the party. In accordance with the official line, Rosa confined her speech largely to theoretical questions. Nonetheless, her temperament soon got the better of her. Attacking the validity of English analogies for German conditions, she referred to comrades with crazy ideas, and immediately her opponents, who had been waiting for just such an outburst, triumphantly called her to order. Sorry, I don't mean it insultingly, erroneous is what I meant to say. But she had let the cat out of the bag all the same. If it were only a theoretical argument on the part of one man, Bernstein, no one would worry. But our differences extend not only to theory, to abstract questions, but to highly practical matters. People cover their minor practical activities with false revolutionary phrases about socialism. This was the opportunity for Fendrich, Pius, and all the other trade unionists to hand out punishment for the insult of the labors of Sisyphus, one of those gullet-sticking phrases at which Rosa excelled. On the whole, it was Rosa Luxemburg who was on the defensive. Parvis, who had been merely an unofficial delegate at Stuttgart the year before, was not present at all this time, while the eminent practicals took the offensive. Vollmer even paid her a backhanded compliment. Comrade Luxemburg has been surprisingly mild this time. In order to lay such a gaseous egg, was there really need for so much squawking? Several times the chairman of the Congress had to protect her from the sarcasm of her opponents. and Rosa herself reminded them that they were not a discussion club where words carried no real weight, but an embattled party. A resolution was brought in to sharpen the one submitted by Bebel on behalf of the executive. In this, Rosa Luxemburg was supported by Adolf Hoffmann, Clara Zetkin, and George Ledebour, an ally of very limited duration, whose opposition to revisionism was even more formal and pedantic than Kautsky's had been the year before. None of them except Rosa was really able to demonstrate the consistency of the relationship between the jealously guarded but remote principles on the one hand, and the manifold tactics along the entire battlefront with bourgeois society on the other. To most of the delegates, it was more a case of saving the good old principles from public abortion. The Congress adopted the sharper resolution, largely because old Wilhelm Liebknecht himself gave his support. Heine's plea that to discuss tactics as a theoretical problem when there are gigantic practical tasks to be embarked on is a fruitless undertaking was of no avail. Encouraged by the increasingly firm stand of the executive against at least the theoretical conception of revisionism, Rosa returned to her attack on Vorwärts, an issue that had remained in suspense since the argument over the editorship of Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung. Her old enemy Gradnar was still ensconced in Vorwärts, together with Kurt Eisner and other even more clearly defined revisionists. In September 1899, even before the Hanover Congress, Rosa Luxemburg published an article in Leipziger Volkszeitung in which she roundly accused the party central organ of having no opinion of any kind. Such a wishy-washy policy could not, as Gradnar claimed, be based on the party program. The party needs neither a standing nor a lying but a forward-marching central organ, and it is to be hoped that the Hanover Party Congress will set it on its feet and give it a push. Gradnar, with evident pleasure, replied in Vorwärts on September 24, 1899, Comrade Luxemburg should be the last to live under the illusion that it is her duty to lecture us on how to run a paper. She should not forget too quickly that her own attempt to head a party paper finished in the shortest possible time with the quickest possible push, for her, a tragicomedy. This produced one of Rosa's sarcastic outbursts, after which there was little left to say. It was no use expecting Vorwärts to express an opinion. To express something, you must first have it. No editor of Vorwärts would ever walk out voluntarily as she had done in Dresden. Questions of principle, of backbone, never arose there. There are two types of living organisms, those who possess a backbone and therefore walk, at times even run. The others, invertebrate, who either creep or cling. She developed an almost Gallic gift for political epigram, which made her not only readable but quotable, that essential prerequisite for political influence. Her personal contact with party eminences increased accordingly. One thing led to another, and the frequent visits to the Kautskys were especially helpful. She met Bebel privately from time to time. The latter's personal reservations about her were beginning to melt a little, though she continued to be a useful ally and spokesman more than a personal friend. As early as March 1899, she was trying to mediate in one of the many disputes in which Franz Mehring had become involved, this time with Schonlank, the editor of Leipziger Volkszeitung, and Rosa's intellectual beau. It became one of Rosa's regular if unofficial duties to act as an intermediary between the oversensitive Mehring and the group of party editors, Kautsky, Schonlank, and others, with whom she was friendly. She tacked carefully between Kautsky, the editor of Neue Zeit, and Mehring, the distinguished contributor. Mehring was always very conscious of his status. This mediation was a service that Rosa was to render Mehring again during the war. Her letters from prison were full of tactical suggestions as to how he might best be approached, what to say and what above all not to mention. There were of course long periods when she herself was not on speaking terms with him, but none the less Rosa seems to have had a more than usual comprehension of the personal touchiness of her irregular friend and collaborator, who was usually his own worst enemy. The support her resolution had received from Wilhelm Liebknecht at Hanover brought about a rapprochement between her and the old man shortly before his death. Their differences had largely been over Polish questions, for Liebknecht, the secretary of all foreign parties in Berlin, had not only a sentimental attachment to the old Marxist ideal of Polish independence, but a voracious appetite for telling foreigners their business, or rather, suggesting it forcefully. But the insistent and opinionated young woman was much less disagreeable when, in the revisionist debate, she used her Marx more literally, the right way up, and when her pen flashed in the same direction as his own. He was as warm and uncomplicated in his friendships as in his disapprovals, and always willing to let bygones be bygones. When in September 1899 one of the editorial places at Vorwärts became vacant, he himself suggested Rosa Luxemburg. Her candidature was also supported by Adolf Hoffmann, the chairman of the Press Commission, who had collaborated with her in the resolution at the Congress. The executive wanted to put some life into the Central Party organ, but had difficulty in finding a suitable young man and had even cast about as far as Vienna for candidates. It was a measure of the creeping hold of the revisionist controversy on the party that the candidate was specifically required to hold orthodox views on this subject. The questionnaire to applicants stated, "What is your position in the Bernstein question? Please do not reply by stating that your position is that of the Bebel resolution at the Hanover Congress, for as you must know, Bernstein too stands by that resolution, and therefore this answer is not sufficient." However, Bebel, a more astute politician than Liebknecht, saw that Rosa's appointment could only lead to trouble. "I shall advise Comrade Luxemburg to withdraw. I think she will have a tough time and would shortly leave on her own account." The editors admittedly made as if she were welcome, but that is pure hypocrisy. "I shall vote for Strobel." He bluntly told Rosa the same thing. The last thing he wanted was a repetition of the Dresden scandal in the inner sanctum of the party leadership. Sensibly enough, Rosa herself wrote to the chairman of the Press Commission briefly and formally, withdrawing her candidature. She too recommended Strobel. She even preferred him to another candidate recommended by her friend Clara Zetkin. What we need on Vorwärts are precisely people with temperament. After this incident and until Liebknecht's death in August 1900, there was a pale autumnal friendship between them. Rosa was more upset by his death than she herself expected. At the time she wrote, "Recently when I was at the Vorwärts office, the old man took me aside and suddenly whispered in parting, 'I will always do everything I can for you. My suggestion for you to become an editor was meant perfectly seriously, and I would have been glad to have you. Whenever you have something stirring to say, et was fulminans. Give it to me for Vorwärts. It does after all carry more weight there than in the Leipziger Volkszeitung.' I promised to do so, and he extended a warm invitation to me to visit him, saying that he and his wife would always be glad to see me. A bagatelle, but I was glad to have parted from him in peace." At the end of December 1899, she was canvassing once more in the Polish areas of Upper Silesia, whence had come her mandates for the Hanover Congress. She had one of her brief flashes of euphoria, when she suddenly wrote letters to a number of relatively neglected friends and reminded them gaily of her existence. On such occasions she at once seemed years younger. Even winter was no longer a menacing enigma, but merely a harmless hack. "It turns out," Rosa reports delightedly, "that the formidable Rosa Luxemburg is now considered quite human. Certainly the political alliance with Winter was, this December, blossoming unseasonably." He had reviewed Rosa's doctoral dissertation most favorably in Neue Zeit. On the shoulders of this left-wing intellectual, who had been a pupil of Werner Sombart at Breslau, was carried almost the entire responsibility for the SPD's effort to organize the Polish workers of Upper Silesia in the German party, and to combat the rival PPS organization. The loneliness and strain in the end nearly broke his health. In 1903, he finally got his transfer to Stettin on the verge of nervous collapse. He was not made of Rosa Luxemburg stuff. The SPD was living in increasing discomfort with the Polish Socialist Party of Prussia, founded in 1893 if not as a completely separate and independent party, at least as a means of miniature Polish duplication of all SPD functions, from local cell to National Party Congress. For Rosa's purposes, it was the Russo-Polish PPS all over again. The Poles in Germany played hard on the SPD's bad conscience about the underprivileged Poles, and on the peculiar and incomprehensible nature of Polish politics. At first the question was mainly one of organizational definition, so that the parties should not get in each other's hair. From the beginning, the Poles got moral support and advice from Dasiński across the Austrian border. His ideal was the Austrian Social Democrats, a federated party made up of independent national organizations. The Prussian Poles also received SPD subsidies, especially for their paper, the Gazeta Robotnicza. But with the appearance of Rosa Luxemburg in Germany, the latent organizational friction was brought into the open by the question of principle which she had brought, battle-scarred, from two international congresses, Polish self-determination. As the controversy in 1896 had shown, no important member of the SPD shared her theoretical platform in public, though some agreed with her on the quiet. However, events soon played into her hand. By constant hammering on the covert emergence of a separate PPS organization in Germany, duplicating and displacing that of the German Party, Rosa Luxemburg touched the SPD on its most sensitive spot. Not intellectual unanimity but organizational control. Gradually, under such ironclad cover, she managed more and more to insinuate her ideas of principle into the minds of the SPD leadership, self-confessedly ignorant about Polish affairs. She did this with great tactical skill and forbearance, never overplaying her hand. Indeed, it was the only tactical campaign of her life from which she emerged wholly victorious. The first thing was to transfer the battle from Upper Silesia 200 miles to the north, to the politically hostile jungle of Poznan. Here an old comrade-in-arms was installed. Marshal Kasperzak had remained in Prussia after his release from prison in 1896. The Prussian PPS, which he had joined as political cover, had evicted him after the sustained campaign alleging theft and treachery which emanated from the leaders of the PPS in London. Already in 1898, she had tentatively inquired how he stood in regard to the questions she was currently agitating in Upper Silesia, and had received a characteristically curt but favorable response. Now Rosa Luxemburg, Kasperzak and Gagowski, another Polish supporter of Rosa's, worked on the creation of a trade union organization in Poznan, favorable to her principles of complete integration in the SPD. Poznan was industrially one of the least organized areas in Germany, and the Polish workers supported the bourgeois Polish National Democrats. One of Rosa's friends graphically described the work to the sympathetic Kautskys 4 years later during the 1903 Reichstag election campaign. Our Rosa has gone into the desert and is now immersed in very hard, health-breaking work. And what a desert! Not a trace of modern culture, only clericalism and feudalism. Everything has to be started from scratch. The worst of it is, I can't help her myself. Not being a German citizen. The PPS at first tried peace overtures. Rosa herself attended the 5th Prussian PPS Congress at Easter 1900. Her supporters submitted 2 sharply worded resolutions against the nationalist fantasies of the Prussian PPS. Indeed, the resolutions called for no less than complete dissolution of the Polish Party and its absorption by the SPD. Rosa supported the resolutions with a pointed and polemical speech. The party Congress naturally resisted this attempt to make it vote its own dissolution, and Rosa, who probably had never expected that her resolutions would be adopted, cleverly withdrew them and offered a compromise: the creation of a press commission to be responsible for propaganda and for supervising the editorial policy of Gazeta Robotnicza. The executive of the PPS apparently believed that this sudden change of direction could lead to the conversion of their bitterest opponent into a potential supporter, and even supported her election to this proposed press commission. However, Rosa merely used the opportunity, as might have been expected, to combat the ideas of the PPS from within it and to try to destroy the close connection between the PPS executive and its paper. When, later, the PPS tried to obtain her agreement to the idea of an independent Poland as a compromise solution, Rosa Luxemburg instantly took up in public her complaints against the destructive operations of the nationalists. Within 3 months, the artificial alliance had been exploded. At the next German Party Congress in Mainz, 17 to 21 September 1900, she again represented Polish constituencies in Upper Silesia and Posen, and spoke mainly on Polish questions. The Congress had before it a resolution protesting against the Prussian government's measures to eradicate the use of the Polish language in schools and the general tendency to treat Poles as second-class citizens. Rosa, now on the offensive, wanted to augment this resolution, to adjure the Polish worker to give up national utopias, and to accept that his national interests are best taken care of by social democracy, and not by taking up a separate position as a Pole in the wake of nationalist parties. One of the PPS speakers attacked Rosa Luxemburg, referring particularly to an article she had written in which she had used the objectionable words social nationalists and social patriots. She would not have dared to rely on the words of Wilhelm Liebknecht if he had still been alive. One need only refer to the letter he wrote her shortly after the Hamburg Congress in 1897. The International Congress resolutions in London and Paris, Karl Kautsky's articles against Rosa Luxemburg in 1896, all were once more trotted out against her. As far as opposition to Polish self-determination was concerned, Only the Warsaw Commandant of Gendarmerie, Colonel Markgrafski, agrees with her. By this time, the PPS had reached the stage of putting up Polish-speaking candidates against the official SPD candidates, thus splitting the working-class vote in the Polish-speaking areas. This was obviously news for the majority of the Congress. When Rosa Luxemburg mentioned it, there was a general disturbance. Most of the delegates, even the leadership, were unfamiliar with the problem, as they freely admitted. Rosa also pointed out that it had been her influence at the last provincial congress that had prevented the Polish organizations in Germany from authorizing an official Polish candidate to be put up against the SPD in Upper Silesia to spite Winter. But, in addition to separate parliamentary candidates, the Gazeta Robotnicza, German-financed but Polish-controlled, was now even calling for the establishment of exclusively Polish trade unions. In the winter of 1900, at the insistence of Rosa, a summit conference between SPD and PPS executives was at last organized. Dr. Winter, Gagowski, and she herself attended as consulting experts. The Germans now took the offensive, accusing the PPS of nationalism, of irresponsible attacks against Kasperzak, an innocent comrade. They insisted that either he or Rosa must join the editorial board of Gazeta Robotnicza. When this was refused, the Germans withdrew their subsidy as of April 1, 1901. What annoyed them even more was their failure in the Posen by-election for the Reichstag in March 1901. The SPD executive had requested the PPS to support Kasperzak, their official candidate, or at least not to oppose him openly. Instead, the Poles agitated loudly against him with all the old accusations and nearly put up their own opposition candidate, as a result of which, or so it was held, Kasperzak obtained less than 3% of the total poll. At the Lübeck Congress, 22 to 28 September 1901, the executive, despite the protest of several members, obtained the party's approval for its decision to withdraw financial support from the Gazeta Robotnicza. The official grounds for stopping the subsidy were slightly hypocritical. Not the oppositional tendencies of the Polish socialists, but the failure of the paper to achieve a circulation commensurate with the expenditure which the SPD executive had lavished upon it. The PPS supporters reverted once more to personal denigrations borrowed from the old PPS armory. Biniskiewicz told the Lübeck Congress that Marcin Kasperzak had fled to the German party and pretends to be an honest man, but in reality it is because his existence in Poland has become impossible. We cannot work together with people like Kasperzak. Some of the so-called Poles in Germany are not Poles at all, are born abroad, and do not even speak a word of Polish. These harsh words were the product of defeat. Guided by Rosa, the SPD executive treated the PPS with increasing hostility. In doing so, it obtained the support of what, for Rosa, were unfamiliar allies in the party, establishment figures like Auer who believed that organizational unity was sacrosanct, and that the reasonable interests of the majority must prevail against a minority, however vocal. There were others who simply felt that a big German party was not going to be dictated to by a small Polish one, especially one that Big Brother was financing. The whole concept of separate Polish organizations, even within the broader framework of SPD policy, was challenged in the course of the German counterattack. And under such massive cover, Rosa and her friends infiltrated further into the PPS stronghold. In Posen, a new Polish organization mushroomed out of the ground, demanding sole recognition by the SPD authorities. Now that relations between German social democracy and PPS had been totally broken off, now Rosa Luxemburg felt strong enough to come out openly once more for her own basic principles and against Polish self-determination, instead of taking refuge behind the organizational squabble. Whether this was deliberate planning or emerged in the heat of debate at the 1901 SPD Congress at Lübeck was uncertain, though Rosa had by now acquired sufficient self-control to overcome the impulses of spontaneous anger. We may safely assume that her outburst was planned. At this Congress, the main champion of the Poles was Ledabur. Although not particularly familiar with Polish affairs, he represented in this, as in so many other matters, the German socialist conscience at its most prickly and acute. To support the Polish case for separate organizations, he dredged up as much detail of the disputes between PPS and SDKPL as possible, including the undignified squabble over mandates at the international congresses in 1893 and 1896. It was primarily with him in mind that Rosa declared, "It is no use trying to be fair to oppressed nationalities if one does not understand the circumstances." In so saying, she in fact showed her whole hand. Whatever differences there were behind the scenes between Rosa and the German efficiency experts at headquarters, who were indifferent if not hostile to the whole Polish problem in its personal as much as its national form, in public their views now appeared identical. Rosa Luxemburg addressed the Congress as an SPD expert, not as a suppliant or competing Pole. But to the Poles themselves, and to those like Ledibor who tried to represent their interests, she spoke as one of them, with their interests very much at heart. It is not a matter of German representatives being anti-Polish, but of a purely internal Polish dispute about the problem of national self-determination. The Polish socialists at their last Congress PPS made a point of declaring that they were cutting the last ties between themselves and our party SPD. At the last Silesian Provincial Party Congress of the PPS, one of the delegates now present here said, "We do not give a whistle for the resolutions of the German party congresses. Next Wednesday I am traveling directly from here to Posen to answer a charge of insulting the Prussian Minister of Education, allegedly contained in my pamphlet in defense of Polish nationality. So you see we also want to protect the Polish nation to the very best of our ability." This pamphlet was Rosa's answer to the charge that she opposed even the cultural and ethnic separateness of Poles. Still more important, it fulfilled the claim that her organization was just as capable as the Prussian PPS of defending the interests of Polish socialists, politically as socialists, culturally as Poles. She strongly attacked the Prussian government's campaign against the Polish language in schools, and concluded with the oft-repeated Luxemburg appeal: "The landlord, the manufacturer, and the capitalist, whether German or Polish, are our enemies. But the German worker, who suffers like us from the exploitation and oppression of the ruling class, is our ally." The immediate result of the pamphlet was not, however, widespread desertion from the PPS, but a prosecution by the Prussian authorities for insulting the Minister of Culture, which was apparently dropped on appeal. Meantime, the PPS attempted to defy the German party openly. At a meeting at Auschwitz, in Austrian Silesia on July 13, 1902, 8 Polish opposition candidates were nominated to stand against the SPD. At the SPD Congress at Munich on September 14, there was accordingly a more heated discussion than ever. Rosa Luxemburg and Ledibor met head-on. The Poles protected by Lediborski must be saying to themselves, "God preserve us from our allies," she taunted him, and Lediborski it then remained for many years. Rosa and 22 German delegates submitted a resolution condemning the independent grouping of the PPS and their separate mandates as sharply as possible, and calling on them to dissolve their separate organization. Even Bebel criticized Rosa Luxemburg's intransigence, though it was the high point of their friendship and cooperation, and submitted a compromise amendment to her resolution. Comrade Luxemburg told me privatum a short while ago that if I was not prepared to go all the way with her point of view, there was in the end no point in her being restrained and sensible for once, at which everyone laughed, Rosa included. Yet the problem of the Polish population in Germany, quite apart from the 60,000 mine workers in the West German coalfields, was crying out for a solution, either a German or a Polish one. Bebel and the German executive began to think that perhaps they should not drive things to an extreme. Bebel sighed that relations with the Poles in Germany would be far better if only these were headed by a man of Dasinski's intelligence, which was no compliment to Rosa Luxemburg. The PPS was in dire financial straits and also had second thoughts. A new unity conference took place in October 1902, shortly after the SPD Congress, made up of the 2 executives, with a panel of experts consisting this time of Dasinski from Galicia, Rosa Luxemburg, and representatives from Posen and Silesia. The Germans presented their organizational demands, and Rosa contributed her own special theses. The Prussian PPS to become the Polish social democracy in Germany, with explicitly no self-determination in its program. The Polish Party Executive and the Board of Gazeta Robotnicza to be made up equally of representatives from Posen, where she was strong, and Silesia, where she was not. How Rosa must have enjoyed sitting opposite her old enemy Dasinski, with all the weight of the great SPD behind her. She was at the height of her influence. When the PPS, after bitter argument, decided at its 7th Congress to accept the German organizational conditions and in effect merge with the SPD, Rosa suddenly reappeared in print with a further demand for the inevitable statement renouncing self-determination, though this thesis had not been insisted upon by the SPD at the October meeting. Indeed, she had specifically withdrawn it there, since at one stage it had been the only obstacle to agreement. This was sheer bravado, but Rosa still retained the support of Dr. Winter and the SPD executive, as she had known she would. The latter went back on the word of their previous negotiator and insisted on further negotiations. Once again, the self-determination thesis was withdrawn at the last moment, but the Germans insisted that Rosa and Marchand Kasperzak be formally invited to join the PPS, and even this slap in the face was accepted. But the now thoroughly roused organizational fears of the SPD were still not allayed. Balked on her question of principle, Rosa determined to push the complete destruction of separate Polish organizations down the throats of her opponents. They were not even to elect their own executive in the future, and were to sign a secret protocol not to pursue any separate policy demanding the recreation of an independent Poland. And it was only through Bebel's intervention that the required undertaking was made into a secret instead of a public document, a device that Bebel was notoriously to use again later. But this time Rosa's determination to humiliate her opponents had gone too far. Infuriated more by the breach of faith than by the actual conditions, the PPS now withdrew all its consents and, on March 14, 1903, finally broke off negotiations. A temporary arrangement for the 1903 elections was nevertheless worked out at the last moment, though the SPD-PPS results in Silesia and Posen were disappointing. The supporters of the PPS, especially Ledibor and Konrad Hainisch, there were many Polish laborers in the Dortmund area where the latter worked, attacked the methods of the executive at the Dresden Congress of 1903. Ledibor made a point of pillorying the real initiator of these perfidies, Rosa Luxemburg. He disclosed that the paper published by her group, the Gazeta Ludowa, which the SPD was now subsidizing instead of the Gazeta Robotnicza, cost the executive 70 marks per subscriber, since the subsidy of 2,600 marks had to cover precisely 37 of them. But by this time the executive and the party congress were tired of this question. Rosa wisely undertook to answer Ledibor's charges later and outside the congress, though she and Ledibor argued the toss intermittently for another 2 months in the hospitable but indifferent pages of Vorwärts. At the congress she had, however, reiterated her position of principle in the clearest terms. It cannot be the task of a proletariat to create new class states, and if the London Resolution of the International mentions self-determination of oppressed peoples, it means the right of self-determination in a socialist society, not the creation of a new class state on a capitalist basis. The history of the Polish problem in the SPD shows how Rosa Luxemburg was able to get her way in the end, at least on the surface. In spite of the commitment to offer all matters of importance for the judgment of the party congress, many of the day-to-day decisions in the SPD had to be taken by the executive, and these created a momentum of policy that was very hard to break, and especially in awkward, unfamiliar matters like the Polish sublife in German socialism. Rosa Luxemburg and her friends succeeded, between 1899 and 1903, in cutting the ground from under the feet of their opponents in the German party. By 1903, Rosa was the acknowledged authority in Germany on Polish questions. Requests to speak were incessant, sometimes in strange company with the danger of physical assault. I'm supposed to go to Posen to a meeting of the Polish People's Party to open the discussion, seeing that we can't have any meeting hall for ourselves. Nice prospect. In several such meetings our people have been beaten up and pretty thoroughly. I'm very curious whether I shall stop a few blows myself. Anyone in Poland who wanted something from the SPD executive, and especially from Kautsky or Bebel, was well advised to obtain her clearance first. Even in Galicia, the small, independent Polish Socialist Party, Proletariat, the Third Proletariat, made certain of getting her agreement before asking Kautsky for reproduction rights of his writings. Of course, the separatist movement among the Poles in the Reich was too strong to be reversed. The PPS program of national restoration exercised a great pull. Even the SPD executive could not prevent the PPS increasing its influence from its strong base in Austrian Poland. In the process, relations between the German and Austrian socialist parties became very strained, and Victor Adler and his lieutenants, at any rate, thought they knew exactly whom they had to blame for the SPD's uncompromising policies of integration. Though the revolutionary atmosphere of 1906 finally produced a German-Polish agreement, on SPD terms, by 1908 the Poles were back once more to separatist propaganda and activities. From 1906 till 1913 relations between the two parties oscillated between politely cool and very frosty. But by that time Rosa was herself preoccupied with the revolution in Russian Poland and SDKPL policy in the Russian context. After her return from Warsaw, she lost interest in the minutiae of party affairs and concentrated on broader aspects of policy. Finally, she fell out with Kautsky and Bebel. By 1911 she had lost much of her influence on the SPD executive in German matters and made no sustained efforts to mobilize German support against the new, far more nationalistic, executive of the PPS which had taken over from the old leadership of Berfuse in 1905. Her direct attempts to influence and organize a Polish labor movement in Posen based on her ideas and those of her friends Kasperzak and Gagowski were also doomed to failure. In this area of agriculture and small industry, the influence of clergy and middle-class nationalism was too strong. The Gazeta Ludowa, with its 37 subscribers of 1903, finally folded up a year later. The last issue appeared on July 1, 1904, after the SPD had withdrawn financial support from it, as well as from its PPS opponent. But Rosa's reputation as the leading Orthodox Marxist expert on all things Polish continued, even though she had little to do with German-Polish relations after 1904. In 1912, when Rosa was almost completely isolated and barely able to represent the SDKPL at the German executive, it was impossible to get anyone of similar standing to write on Polish matters in the SPD press. Ryazanov answered Kautsky's request for possible names with a shrug. "I am sorry it won't be Rosa. Your question is difficile. If you want anything sensible about Polish history, you have to go either to Rosa or to a bourgeois historian." Similarly, her opponents held her responsible for what they considered to be the SPD's bludgeoning tactics towards the Poles. The failure of Polish trade unions in Germany was due to the last traces of Rosa's influence on the party executive. Otto Bauer wrote to Kautsky at the end of 1913, "It is simply impossible to force Rosa's policy and Rosa's creatures on the Poles from Berlin against their wishes. The fact that her opponents are nationalists is true in the last resort. But nationalism can only be combated from inside a nation, not by outside pressure." The Austrians at least had been consistent for almost 20 years in their opposition to Rosa's policy and their antipathy towards her person. Though growing nationalist tendencies at home, particularly in Czech Bohemia, were to cause Victor Adler and Karl Renner much trouble and almost wreck their precious federal formula, Adler and his followers still considered Rosa and her anti-national platform by far the greater evil. Official SPD support for Rosa Luxemburg's integration policies also produced some sharp public backbiting between the Austrian and German leadership, and particularly between Bebel and his old friend Victor Adler. But there was another aspect to all these activities. As official SPD consciousness became almost glazed with the Luxemburg Polish policy, her own importance was correspondingly enhanced. From her position as a difficult, brilliant interloper in 1898, she had become by 1903 an established figure in the life of the SPD, a force to be reckoned with, friend of the great hammer of revisionists. Whatever its intellectual pretensions, the SPD was in one way much more like the English Labour Party than any of the French socialist groups. A party of horny-handed, practical organizers who knew their grassroots. No intellectual, however brilliant, could ever have made his way by the pen alone, and men like Mering never did. Her work in Upper Silesia and Posen grafted Rosa onto the SPD hierarchy as nothing else could have done, especially after her two editorial failures. Yet at the same time, the glow of official approval was for Rosa a false glow, and the period in question, 1903 to 1904, the most boring of her life. As in 1898, Rosa Luxemburg's success with the German Poles earned her the respect of party headquarters, in particular that of the highly organization-minded Bebel. Organizational preoccupations were now generally to the fore in the party. The revisionist controversy had developed into an open power confrontation within the party, regional against central authority, trade unions against party, spontaneity against discipline. Bernstein and his analysis was nowhere. Not entirely with cynicism, Bernstein had subscribed to the vaguely condemnatory Congress resolutions in 1898 and 1899 which asserted the continued, chronic validity of the good old principles, and was to do so again when a much sharper resolution appeared in 1901. On this point, there was nothing left to argue about. But the cohesion and discipline of the party, the alignment behind the central executive of all the important publications and regional executives was still a very open question. Thus, by 1901 the SPD executive, and Bebel in particular, were ready for a more taxing trial of strength with the practitioners of revisionism. They drummed up a crusade. Parvis was expressly summoned from a lengthy silence into a new outburst of polemics. Fully aware of the irony of this sudden courtship, he wrote to Kautsky, not without justifiable sarcasm. Now by taking issue with me over my strong language, and so keeping yourself at a careful distance from me, you can help to defend our common point of view all the more ruthlessly. You are, as it were, advancing under covering fire. Whether you would have fought so bravely without covering fire, I doubt. Rosa, too, was formally enlisted for the Lübeck Congress by the executive. Best regards to Rosa, and tell her to put on her most shining armor for Lübeck. Bebel himself promised to intervene actively. The next speech which I will fire at Bernstein will be such a battering as he has never hitherto experienced. For Bebel, a superb tactician, still found it advisable to flog his enemy at one remove, through the convenient pelt of Eduard Bernstein. Another example of a technique adopted but not invented by today's communist leaders. The general recommendation of fierceness was followed by precise combat orders. I recommend that Rosa keep her eye firmly on the Baden legislature, voting for provincial budgets. Better still if a resolution on this subject were put up. She can always refer to the appeal by the party executive. At the Congress itself, Bebel pronounced a lengthy and powerful indictment of the revisionists. Rosa's own contribution was limited, partly because she had to leave before the end in order to appear in court on a charge of sedition, arising out of her pamphlet in defense of nationality. Her opponents, however, took the opportunity of her absence to attack her as well as Parvis for their renewed polemics. As Parvis had correctly pointed out, they were being used as scapegoats for the executive. The party membership did not know that the sudden revival of the onslaught in the press against the revisionists was in part officially inspired. Bebel himself admitted the equivocal nature of their position. The articles Parvis's Der Opportunismus in der Praxis are not in fact a personal degradation of Vollmer and Bernstein but an objective if not always correct criticism. But our sensitive brethren Gefühlsmeier, who are always opposed to anything personal, and who anyhow have Parvis stuck in their throats like a fishbone, will certainly be all worked up at the Congress and will make our position difficult. You cannot imagine the animosity against Parvis and also La Rosa in the party, and even if I am not of the opinion that we should be guided by such prejudices, we cannot at the same time afford to ignore them completely. Other prominent party members had their piece to say in private as well as in public about the tone of the polemics. Ignaz Auer wrote to Kautsky about all that noise down there from Rosa, Mering, Parvis, who consider themselves to be the exclusive proprietors of the last and final truth. Look round in our party, who cares about the rigid tactics preached by you all? Not a soul. Both Rosa and Parvis appeared on the face of it to be much more isolated than they really were. The personal onslaught against them both at Lübeck made Bebel prevaricate once more about the tone of their polemics. It requires considerable tastelessness to present distinguished party comrades as it were in their bathing costumes to the public gaze. He now admitted. Richard Fischer spoke of literary teddy boys, Rothbold. One of the South German delegates spoke of the unpleasant tone in the party press produced by the male and female immigration from the East. And it was Heine who had to be officially rebuked by the Congress chairman for drawing the final conclusion, that Parvis's and Rosa's articles were positively correlated to the rising wave of antisemitism in Germany. But the mood of the party had subtly hardened against the revisionists. Their outcry was no more than the diversion of a rearguard. No one attacked Kautsky any more for supporting Rosa and Parvis. Even Victor Adler in Vienna, though still fulminating against Rosa's monstrous tactlessness, admitted that I can begin to understand these otherwise incomprehensible excesses when I consider my own discomfort at the spread of revisionism in all its various manifestations. The warmest support for Rosa and Parvis on this issue came from the Russians, especially Martov. On October 30, 1901, Bruno Schonlank died, and Rosa Luxemburg was invited to take over as joint editor of Leipziger Volkszeitung, in which she had published most of her work since her break with the Dresden paper 3 years before. Schonlank had made it perfectly clear that he wished his protégé to succeed him. By this time she was a national figure. When the news of her appointment was published, the conservative Kreutzeitung called on the police to extradite her. The Vossische Zeitung suggested that at least the party should get rid of her. Franz Mering congratulated our young friend at the horror which the mere mention of her name called forth. On the other side, it was to be a cooperative effort between Mering and herself as joint part-time editors, the most distinguished journalistic talent the SPD could muster. Rosa was still reluctant to move to Leipzig altogether. To Clara Zetkin she wrote on March 16, 1902 that she still had so much unquenched thirst for education and knowledge. I am so strongly drawn to scientific, theoretical work. You know as well as I do that conscientious editorship and scientific self-education don't go together. Franz Mehring and I have specifically taken on the political direction and have a free hand to do as we like on the paper. We can carry out all necessary reforms, hire and fire collaborators, etc. In any case, Mehring's congratulations were short-lived. In practice, the day-to-day collaboration with Rosa did not work out happily. The details were not made public, but by the late spring of 1902 they had completely fallen out. Mehring complained about her to all and sundry. To Kautsky he wrote in his style of warped courtesy about the Lady Luxemburg's power complex, her dirty power-grabbing attitude. At a time when they were still officially collaborating, it is not hard to guess what happened. Rosa tried to emulate her distinguished predecessor Schonlenk, to impose her will and policy on staff and collaborators alike. They, however, were not willing to accept from a young and rather aggressive woman what they had taken from the most distinguished journalist and editor in the SPD. Mehring, instead of helping, hindered and obstructed at every turn. He felt his own status to be at stake. It was the story of the Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung all over again, though this time there was not even any matter of principle involved. After a few months Rosa left this post as well. Her departure was less publicized than the earlier one from Dresden, and the circumstances have never been entirely cleared up. Apparently the editorial board tried to put the new editor under firmer control and Rosa found this unacceptable. One of her biographers has suggested that she lacked staying power, that she was essentially a rolling stone as far as any administrative work was concerned, but the evidence suggests that her reasons for leaving Leipzig were more positive than this. In the course of her departure she fell out with Mehring openly and completely, especially since it was he who now took over as sole editor. By October 1902 she had given up all collaboration with the paper. She claimed that too many of her articles found their way into the wastepaper basket, and that her successor would not defend her interests with sufficient vigor. Frolic speaks of an icy letter breaking all relations, which she is supposed to have written to Mehring. Whatever the real issue of the quarrel, they were again on better terms the following year, after Rosa had defended him at the 1903 Congress, where he suddenly found himself the subject of a highly personal and bitter attack for his anti-socialist writings 30 years earlier. The affair of the Leipzig editorship certainly helped to confirm Rosa's reputation as a cantankerous female, even among those who wished her well. An incidental result was that, as a regular contributor, only the pages of Neue Zeit now remained open to her, and she was only too well aware of the limitations which this imposed. Bebel, at the moment kindly disposed towards her, warned her not to fall out indiscriminately with left and right by hitting out in all directions. This could only result in her complete isolation in the German party. The warning was well meant. A politician must know how to close down his anger, but Rosa, stung by the monotonous attacks both within the SPD and in the bourgeois press, was roused to an excited defense of her position. If I were inclined to sulk, I would truly have had ample opportunity already, from the first moment of my appearance in the German party, from the Stuttgart Party Conference onwards. In spite of the peculiar reception which I and other non-Germans, comrades not de la maison, have had to put up with, I have not missed any opportunity to stick my neck out for trouble. It did not occur to me, quite apart from any question of sulking, even to withdraw to the much more agreeable safety of purely scientific study. Since June I have been pushed out of LV step by step through Lensch, one of the editors, and if I have committed any sin, it is an excess of my almost cow-like patience, with which I have let myself be kicked around by too much consideration for personal friendships, instead of getting out on my own account and at once. Cow-like patience was perhaps going rather far, but Rosa had the Russian view of polemics, a necessary form of socialist self-expression, in which people's names and to some extent even their personalities served as symbols in a political equation. Personal dislike as a political end in itself was alien to her. One should not attack people in public except for political purposes. To this extent her attitude was the exact opposite of her German colleagues, who deplored personal politics in public but respected private personal dislike. Rosa was of a more political character than almost anyone in Germany and extended the area of politics well beyond the essentially bourgeois limits of the SPD, not in terms of attitude but of range. When she relaxed, wrote letters about botany or classical literature, took pity on a frozen beetle. She was not withdrawing from politics but fulfilling her concept of a wholly political life. This is what gives all those non-political letters a slightly self-conscious, even unctuous tone, and the appearance of a theatrical performance. Private life, perhaps, but always with a highly political basis. Rosa's real privacy was of a different and very secret order. In any case, these events did not seriously weaken her position. The executive had not yet finished with the Polish problem, nor with the revisionists. In the 1903 Reichstag elections, the SPD made an important advance in voting strength, raising its Reichstag representation to 81. Rosa contributed to this triumph in Polish-speaking Posen and in Chemnitz, the center of the textile area, where she established her campaign headquarters for Saxony. Every day there were crowded meetings in the open air, in beer halls, anywhere with enough space. Thousands came to hear her. The candidate she was supporting was none other than Max Schiphol, her old friend Ice Cream. He would prefer no meetings, no handbills, no argument. He feared that his opponents might recall that Bebel had called him a rascal at the 1902 Party Congress. That, of course, was a jab for my benefit. But when it came to fighting against the class enemy, it made no difference whether the candidate was kosher or revisionist. Rosa worked wholeheartedly on his and the SPD's behalf. She strongly objected to the suggestion that any personal resentment would prevent her from supporting SPD candidates anywhere in an election. Right off the beam. To hell with it, I used to work for the worst revisionists. Now I should let personal friction prevent me from helping my political friends. This success at the polls encouraged the executive to make what they hoped would be a final reckoning with the revisionists at that year's party congress. The areas of permissible contact with bourgeois politics were at last tightly defined and limited. In another long speech, Bebel re-emphasized the party's attitude to existing society. I am and always will be the enemy to the death of the existing system. Rosa's direct participation was no longer required, since the executive was itself prepared to occupy the positions of the advance guard which it had pushed out in 1901. During these years before the revolution of 1905, Rosa Luxemburg reached the height of her influence in the SPD. She had the complete public support of Kautsky. Undoubtedly, he was greatly influenced by her, and she provided most of the sting in the Neue Zeit which he was temperamentally unable to provide himself. She was a regular contributor to the paper and as associate editor had considerable say in editorial policy. She now dispensed or denied some of the patronage she had herself sought 6 years earlier. A number of her friends besought her to help place their articles in the German party press, to the extent of straining her patience. I have received a letter from Seidel naturally containing a new pamphlet and some poems, which of course he wants me to place. I shall do something for the poems, but not for the pamphlet. However close the collaboration with Kautsky, she always sensed a feeling of reserve on his part, an ultimate refusal to commit himself personally. She put this down to fear and jealousy. He wants to cut down my influence. He sits and scribbles for all he is worth so as not to be pushed out of the forefront by me. He even copies from my work, but how palely, she had written in 1899. In spite of all friendship, something of this competitive caution always remained. Nor was it just Rosa's imagination. But what she put down as a personal reaction to herself was in fact a feature of Kautsky's relations with all fellow writers, indeed with everyone, kindness and coldness combined. This made her excessively sensitive to any sign of political cowardice on his part. She expected from him the same unqualified public support that she was always willing to give. Thus Rosa wanted to print a rejoinder in Neue Zeit to the attack on her in absentia by Fischer at the 1901 Lübeck Congress. Kautsky asked her not to insist, and she agreed, but at the same time she could not help taking him to task. She wrote him one of her take heed letters. Of course I am willing to refrain from publishing my declaration in the Neue Zeit, but allow me to add a few words of explanation. If I were one of those who, without consideration for anyone, safeguarded their own rights and interests, and the number of such people is legion within our party, or rather that is the way they all are, I would naturally insist upon publication, for you yourself have admitted that you as editor had certain obligations towards me in this matter. But while admitting this obligation, you at the same time placed a revolver of friendly admonition and request at my breast, to prevent me from making use of this obligation and thus getting my rights. Well, I am sickened at the thought of having to insist upon rights if these are only to be granted amid sighs and gnashing of teeth, and when people not only grab me by the arm and thus expect me to defend myself, but try in addition to beat me to a pulp, in the hope that I may thus be persuaded to renounce my rights. You have gained what you are after. You are free of all obligations towards me in this case. But it would seem that you labor under the delusion that you acted solely out of friendship and in my best interests. Permit me to destroy this illusion. As a friend you ought to have said, I advise you unconditionally and at any cost to defend your honor as a writer, for greater writers, like Marx and Engels wrote whole pamphlets, conducted endless ink wars, when anybody dared to accuse them of such a thing as forgery. All the more you, a young writer with many enemies, must try to obtain complete satisfaction. That surely is what you should have advised me as a friend. The friend, however, was soon pushed into the background by the editor of the Neue Zeit, and the latter has only one wish since the party congress at Lübeck. He wants peace. He wants to show that the Neue Zeit has learned manners since the whipping it got, has learned to keep its mouth shut. And for such reasons the essential rights of an associate editor and regular contributor must be sacrificed. Let a collaborator of Neue Zeit, and one at that who by no means does the least or the worst of the work, swallow even a public accusation of forgery as long as peace and quiet is maintained. That is how things are, my friend. And now with best greetings, your Rosa. The public Kautsky Luxemburg front was made of political rather than personal stuff. His papers in Amsterdam clearly show that he kept open house and letterbox, but few of those who passed through were people whom he really liked, even though he often managed to convey this impression. He had stuck up for Rosa against Victor Adler in the Belgian controversy, and the Austrian leader was irritated enough to accuse Kautsky of letting his judgment be swayed by personal sentiment. Kautsky replied promptly as usual, admitting that he and Rosa Luxemburg were in close political agreement. But the friendship is in fact very lukewarm and, where party matters are concerned, I have already for substantial reasons torn up far more intimate friendships. Thus, while Rosa was very close to Louise Kautsky, her friendship with Karl was always a little lopsided, dragging in the frothy wake of their political collaboration, and supported on his part by an outward tolerance, good nature, laziness almost. He hated personal unpleasantness. Apart from the Kautskys, Rosa had made a firm friend in Clara Zetkin, whom she had known for some years, almost since that first Congress at Stuttgart in 1898 where Rosa had made her debut. Clara Zetkin stayed with her in Berlin whenever she came up from Stuttgart for the meeting of the Party Control Commission of which she was a member. It was to be the most secure friendship of Rosa's German life. The woman whom she had described at the first arrogant sniff as a sincere and worthy woman, but also something of an empty piece of rubber hosing, had become Rosa's total ally in all things, and her devoted friend. Clara Zetkin had only a slippery hold on Marxist theory. Her revolutionary devotion was sentimental rather than conspiratorial or scientific, and her passions were fired by indignation and protest, very real human qualities as a reaction against injustice, but easily transformed into visionary mysticism about a socialist future or, when things went wrong as they did all too often, into black, almost physically paralyzing despair. To a disciplined and independent person like Rosa Luxemburg she was frequently a trial, and Rosa was, to say the least, indifferent to the socialist women's movement which was Clara Zetkin's special interest. But they both took their stand instantly and without question on the left wing over every issue, and Clara Zetkin was only too willing to defer to Rosa's superior intellect on tactics or analysis. Their mutual interest and consideration for each other extended into private life, though Clara Zetkin, who knew no guile, gave rather more than she got. The distance between Berlin and Stuttgart was considerable and both led busy lives. But in Rosa's letters to her friend in South Germany there lives a spirit of rare love and affection, occasionally tempered with good-natured impatience with the older woman's almost masochistic despairs. Politics, and above all revolutionary politics, are a hothouse for personal relations. They sharpen, magnify, distort, and destroy prematurely. With Mering and Kautsky, Rosa's relationship was primarily political, and personal feelings had to adjust accordingly. Only with Clara Zetkin could the political aspect be taken so much for granted that uncompetitive personal friendship was allowed full play. Other than this, Rosa had a lot of acquaintances but few German friends. Besides, Leo Jogashes was now living permanently at Kronakstrasse. Ever suspicious and resentful of people, her people, and frustrated by his own enforced inactivity, he restricted Rosa to only the most political contact with Germans. Besides, from the beginning of 1903 onwards, there was a rising tide of Polish work for her. Rosa took a short holiday at Hessenwinkel in the summer of 1904 in the sandy pine woods of Brandenburg to recover from another hectic week of agitation in the Polish areas. She was due to travel to the International Congress at Amsterdam with Louise Kautsky. She had to be there a few days before the official opening to participate in a meeting of the International Socialist Bureau, of which she had been a member since 1903 as permanent representative of the SDK-PL. Already the intractable problem of Russian unity had been put in the Bureau's lap, and Rosa was perhaps its only uncommitted expert. This was the high-water mark of Rosa's position and prestige. She attended the Congress itself in a dual capacity, both as a German delegate with a mandate from Bydgoszcz, Bromberg, and as a Polish delegate with a mandate from the SDK-PL Central Committee in Poznan. For the first time, there were no mandate challenges. She was one of the 2 German members on a Congress committee to report on trusts and unemployment, and the Polish representative on the more important Commission on International Socialist Tactics. In the latter, she brought an amendment to a resolution by the Italian Ferry, in which she reiterated that socialist tactics could only be based on the total class struggle. Her contribution to the general pressure on the French to achieve unity based on firm Marxist principles. She defended the right of the small delegations, Russia, Poland, Bulgaria, Spain, and Japan, to vote on the Congress resolution on socialist tactics, against the proposal by the Belgian Socialist Seal that only the parties most affected should be allowed to meddle in such an important issue with its vital consequences for the important French party. We must not permit the Congress to divide delegates into active and passive ones, to build a European concert of big powers who would be the only ones to decide the basic principles of international socialism. In a photograph taken at the Congress, Rosa stands out as the only woman among so many old, mostly bearded and wise-looking men, significantly stuck between her old hero Valiant and her enemy Victor Adler. The main achievement of the Congress was in the victory of German principles over Jowers, for which she had fought in so many printed pages and which she again demanded at the Congress in a short, sharp speech, summing up her entire case against revisionism. And she contributed to the general feeling of euphoria, with French unity now in sight, by a small, personal gesture towards her great opponent Jean Jowers, whom she never actually managed to dislike, while he had not even attempted to dislike her, respecting her talent and integrity in spite of the many bitter polemics. When he had finished his eloquent defense of his party's position, ridiculing both the stale, cheap theories of Kautsky, Sir Demand, and the misguided passions of Rosa Luxemburg, there was suddenly no one to translate for him. Rosa jumped up and reproduced his moving oratory, from French into equally telling German. It was the kind of gesture, vouloir and pouvoir combined, which the Second International loved, impossible to imagine in Stalin's Comintern. Amid general applause, Jowers thanked her elaborately, and felt certain that this was evidence of a solidarity greater than all their surface differences. Rosa was well satisfied. Both the SPD and the International had, after much delay, finally voted the complete negation of revisionist ideas and tactics. The orthodox line had triumphed at the highest socialist court of appeal. In private, Rosa at first placed no great faith in Jowers's intentions of putting into practice the resolutions of the International. The centrifugal experiences of Poles and Russians did not set an encouraging example of self-denial. But she was wrong. Her experience of conceptual wrangling with the German revisionists blinded her to the caliber, the attachment to international socialism, of an individualist like Jowers. This was the seamier side of Rosa's internationalism. For with the denial of all national solutions went a monochrome universality which even obliterated national distinctions. The great battle against revisionism had been won in Germany, won at least in the way in which Rosa Luxemburg still conceived of victory, with words on paper and in resolutions. For the moment the whole world was Germany. It was Kautsky's conception, but in public it had her full support. Lingua Kautskiana in Bacca Rosana. It appeared as though socialism, after 6 years of struggle, had now been declared free of disease. The yellow flag of quarantine, all the sacrifices of the siege, could be lowered at last. But Rosa's own dialectic was already at work. undermining the satisfactions of apparent triumph. While Kautsky's politics were essentially a chain of static situations, hers were a process. While he moved towards a given end, and then a new one, her ends were no more than a sophisticated means, chimerical postulates with which to whip the tired caravan onwards through the desert. The monochrome universality had come before the triumph, not with it. A means once more, not an end. The very triumph of Amsterdam actually bred dynamic disillusion. She wanted more action, not less. Instead of peace, the success at the international meant sharper struggle. The only problem was how, what, above all, against whom. From the International Congress at Amsterdam, Rosa returned to Germany, straight to jail. In July 1904, she had been sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment. The charge was insulting the emperor, that same William II who prided himself on his inspired capacity to understand the problems of the German workers better than any social democrat. The authorities took exception to her remark in a speech during the 1903 Reichstag election campaign that a man who talks about the security and good living of the German workers has no idea of the real facts. The incident did not have much repercussion at the time because the SPD was more preoccupied with the big trial at Königsberg in East Prussia during the same month, in which a number of prominent social democrats, including Otto Braun, were indicted for helping to smuggle revolutionary literature into Russia. Rosa Luxemburg herself referred to this trial and the happy result of acquittal of the major defendants. Above all, we ought to congratulate ourselves upon Königsberg. It is a real triumph, at least I feel it as such here, and I hope you feel the same where you are, notwithstanding the heat and the beauty of nature. St. Gilgen in Austria, Kautsky's favorite holiday resort. Great Scott, such a judgment of blood on both Russia and Prussia is still much more beautiful than any majestic mountains and smiling valleys. Rosa began her sentence at the end of August 1904 in the jail at Twickau. Rest quite easy about me. Everything is all right. Air, sun, books, and good fellowship on the part of fellow human beings. First, she caught up with her correspondence. She followed party affairs closely from prison. Her relations with Mering had been reestablished, and the thought that he might resign from the job of editor of the Leipziger Volkszeitung now caused her consternation, though it was a threat which Mering repeated monotonously. The enforced idleness, however, gave her time for deeper reflections, which in Rosa's case invariably culminated in impatience with the existing state of things. From prison she wrote to Karl Kautsky, "So now you still have other battles to fight. I am quite happy about this, for it shows that these dear people, the editorial board of Vorwärts, felt our victory in Amsterdam quite severely. That is why I am annoyed that you envy me the peace and quiet of my cell. I don't doubt that you will thoroughly hit out at the 1904 Bremen Party Congress, but you must do it with guts and joy, and not as though it was a boring interlude. The public always feels the spirit of the combatants, and the joy of battle gives resonance to controversy and ensures moral superiority. Certainly you will be quite alone. August Babel will remain in the vineyard of the Lord until the last moment, and both dear Arthur Stathagen and dear Paulsinger will be elegiac, as you put it. Would that thunder and lightning struck them 7 fathoms into the ground if they can still go on being elegiac after such a congress. The last congress at Dresden. And this between 2 such battles when one ought to be happy to be alive. Karl, this brawl is not just a forced skirmish, fought out in a listless atmosphere. The interest of the masses is on the move. I feel it even here penetrating through the prison walls. And don't forget that the International is looking at us with bated breath. I am writing you all this not to stir you up to rebellion. I am not so tactless, but rather to make you happy for battle, or at least to transmit my joy to you, for here in cell number 7 I cannot make much use of that commodity. I am sure that Clara Zetkin is not elegiac, but treasures her contact with you and me. Do arrive at an understanding with her in good time, you can depend on her." Instead of serving 3 months, Rosa was released, or rather almost thrown out, after 6 weeks on October 15, 1904. The usual amnesty at the coronation of a new monarch, King Friedrich August of Saxony. Rosa did not want to accept such forms of royal grace and favor, but she had no choice. From her cell she went straight back to work in Berlin. Her impatience mounted. She expressed it most clearly in a letter to her Dutch friend Henriette Rolandholst. The 2 women, totally dissimilar in origin and temperament, had formed a momentary friendship, and tried hard to convert an intellectual relationship into something more involved and human. The effort and the friendship did not last more than a few days, but for the moment Rosa was able to adopt a much more intimate tone than with Karl Kautsky, much less managed. She could speak frankly. With you, I want to talk about our general situation. I am not in the least happy about the role which the so-called orthodox radicals have played up to now. Chasing after each opportunistic hare and yakking critical advice doesn't satisfy me. In fact, I am so sick and tired of this sort of activity that I would really rather keep quiet in such cases. I envy the certainty with which some of our radical friends merely find it necessary to lead back the strayed lamb, the party, into the safe domestic fold of the old principles, Principien Festigkeit, and don't realize that in this wholly negative manner we don't move forward one single step. And for a revolutionary movement not to move forward is to go back. The only means of radical struggle against opportunism is to move forward oneself, to enlarge the range of tactics, to increase the revolutionary aspect of the movement. Opportunism is in any case a plant which only flourishes in brackish water. In any strong current it dies on its own. Here in Germany a move forward is an important and burning need, and how few people realize it. Some fritter their effort away in arguing with the opportunists, and others believe that the automatic mechanical growth in membership, at the elections and in our organizations, represents a move forward. They forget that quantity has to be turned into quality, that a party of 3 million cannot adopt the same flexible tactics as a party of 500,000. We must talk about this, otherwise this letter will turn into a leading article. The problem is not just a German one, but an international one. The Congress at Amsterdam made me very conscious of this. But German social democracy must give the signal and provide the direction. Nothing could be clearer than these two examples of pending disagreement between a party executive, which only a year earlier had finally measured up to her rigorous standards in the condemnation of opportunism, and Rosa Luxemburg, urgently looking for new and sharper weapons of struggle. She was constant in one thing only: the new tactic had to be found in Germany, where the victory over revisionism had been won. These years from 1900 to 1904 marked a definite stage in the development of Rosa Luxemburg's personality. The youthful eagerness, the deliberate enthusiasms, playing it young, this was over. No more Don Quixote engagements with party bosses or harmless practical jokes. Instead, a maturer acceptance of immobility as a political phenomenon which had to be fought with political weapons, and not just so many personal obstacles against which one could charge head-on. Bebel was a political force as well as a granddad in whose shoes, placed outside hotel rooms at night, one could leave scurrilously funny notes. What was needed was a broad revolutionary mass movement that would sweep these obstacles away, or at least sweep them along. Her personal life was also to enter a new phase of maturity, with all the losses and sadnesses that this implies. She would lose friends and lose her lover. The Prussians she hated would get increasingly on top of her, and her ideas find less and less response. The past slipped rapidly away. It is curious how thorough was the break of 1905 to 1906. Rosa never again referred to the happy hunting years of revisionism. One link with the past, however, was snapped without regret in 1903. Rosa finally obtained her divorce from Gustav Lübeck. Lübeck had apparently provided the grounds for the divorce, presumably desertion, and Rosa, who had no very high regard for his reliability or common sense, was anxious to assure him that his guilt would be a mere formality. Typical Lübeck. Naturally, he will not have to pay a penny. She was still on friendly terms with his mother, the impossible Olympia, and with a little pushing and tugging everything could be finally arranged. Her father, too, had died in 1900, regretted in retrospect, but jostled out of the picture in the last years of his life by the excitements of her battle against revisionism. Not that Rosa fulfilled herself in as narrow a life as politics. After the first flush of party activity, she read widely once more, went out to concerts and theaters, building up that cultural base on which she would rely so heavily in the doldrum years. But it was a lone venture. Jogasches was a reluctant participant. He had to be dragged by main force, as much because he loathed being seen with Rosa in public as from his dislike of any form of public entertainment. More important still, culture was the secret preserve of a few party intellectuals, the Kautskys, the Stathagens, the Merings, when she was on speaking terms with them. This meant the society of people who were by choice remote from the masses, whose battles and victories were fought on paper, the group who wanted to enjoy the fruits of victory over the revisionists, for whom the Russian Revolution was welcome as long as the theory could be examined in Germany but the practice remain in Russia. Like Trotsky, therefore, Rosa Luxemburg kept her artistic and cultural interests more and more to herself, or cultivated special friends for this purpose. Privacy became almost an obsession after 1906. This made the totality of her political opposition all the easier.
6.
Defending the fortress. The battle against revisionism. Revisionism was all things to all men, supporters and opponents alike. To Plekhanov, attending the 1898 Stuttgart Congress of the German Socialist Party as a fraternal delegate, it was mainly a problem of philosophy and, as such, peculiarly important and fascinating. He found the lowly political concerns of the Germans unworthy and disagreeable. "You say your readers have no interest in philosophy," he wrote to Kautsky. "Then you must force them to take an interest. C'est la science des sciences." But philosophy did not mean abstraction or restraint. "If you want me to write against Bernstein, you must give me full freedom of speech. Bernstein must be destroyed ante ante, and I will gladly undertake this task if you will let me." This was an extreme position which tells us much about Plekhanov but little about German revisionism. It was shared by no one in Germany, and is therefore of little direct consequence to our analysis of the revisionist debate and Rosa Luxemburg's contributions to it. Paradoxically, Plekhanov's desire for a tough-minded philosophical campaign against Bernstein had specific political results. It shamed the German party leaders into taking a position against the revisionists earlier and probably more strongly than they would otherwise have done. For how could the spearhead of attack on revisionism, essentially a German matter, be left to the Russians who had not even a united social democratic party of their own? These results, though, were not direct but derived. We shall divide our analysis of the revisionist controversy into three parts: the question of theory, its relation to tactics, and the political impact of the tactical question on the German party itself. These are different aspects of the same problem, though in the first instance their analysis involves some rather arbitrary separation. As the revisionist debate proceeded, and in a sense it never really ended until the war, though its main energy was spent by 1904, the emphasis changed increasingly from theory to tactics, from first principles to political immediacies, and then back again. But this chronology is the broadest of generalizations. In fact, it is more helpful to think of emphasis on theory and tactics, not as superseding each other in time, but as a pattern variable, a dichotomous state of the system of each participant's interests, habits, and beliefs. We must confront each major contributor's attitude to the revisionist debate in terms of this particular variable, from the extreme of a mutually exclusive alternative between theory and tactics to some intermediate balance between them, or even synthesis of them. These individual variables in practice aggregated broadly into the two opposing camps of revisionists and orthodox, with the latter disintegrating eventually into radicals and center. But politics, unlike philosophy, is not capable of dividing into infinite subdivisions. The dynamic factor of polarity ensures a unifying reaction to each divisive action. In the end, revisionists and center fused once more. Thus, while analyzing the revisionist controversy in terms of our variable, we shall exercise the full advantage of historical hindsight, knowing that the articulations of the revisionist controversy were temporary and to some extent an illusion. The theory of revisionism. Bernstein did not intend to produce any new political system, or to substitute his own ideas for the SPD's existing philosophy. Primarily, he expounded what he thought he saw. Somewhat remote from the day-to-day struggle in Germany, he was still living in London at the time. Bernstein attempted to underpin his empirical observations with a set of causalities. Like any good Marxist, to whom the systematic examination of past and present is only meaningful in terms of a historicist prediction of the future, he extrapolated his findings. His conclusions were not that Marx was wrong, but that his postulate of revolution only made sense if revolution meant adaptation and substantial change without any a priori notion about the manner in which these would come about. The whole thing was really a piece of good-natured social bricolage, using all the tools and materials and the acknowledged skills of the great master. These were never in question. But what distinguishes bricolage from systematic analysis is precisely the open-ended final product. You can never tell where it will lead. Having created a furor on a scale which he had certainly never anticipated, He admitted that far from any passion for rigorous totality, the whole exercise had been no more than a series of unrelated pensées, filling in some obvious gaps in the party's analysis of the contemporary scene. Systematic thought and logical progression sat heavily upon me, he ruefully admitted. His critics did not fail to notice his empirical approach and had no great difficulty in showing that, as a logical system, Bernstein's ideas left much to be desired. Bernstein has the capacity to unite the most complicated matters and to confuse and break up the simplest ones. Much of Rosa Luxemburg's criticism of Bernstein was concerned with exposing the logical inconsistencies of both Bernstein's assumptions as well as his conclusions. And if today, half a century later, a conception already torn into 1,000 pieces by Marx and Engels has been sewn together once more and offered to the German proletariat as the last word in science, then clearly this is the work of a tailor, but not a very good one. None the less, Bernstein did produce, if not a complete philosophical system, at least a fairly consistent critique of an existing one. Briefly, he concluded that the evidence of the last few years showed serious weakness in Marx's prediction of capitalist collapse. Capitalism had a far greater potential for survival than Marx had realized. The evidence was based on the survival of the small capitalist against the predicted process of amalgamations and concentration, the use of credit as a means of evening out the excessive cycles of slump and boom, above all the factual absence of any crises for the last 25 years. Not that Bernstein abandoned the aims of socialism. He was no more a liquidator, except in the eyes of his opponents, than all the Mensheviks were liquidators, except in the eyes of Lenin. He emphasized the moral content of socialism, its importance as a means of redistributing income and opportunity. These ends would be achieved by pressure on and within the existing system instead of an unreliable utopian hope for its overthrow. The means of pressure were cooperatives of producers and consumers, and the trade unions. The role of the SPD would be that of a radical or reformist party using its electoral strength and opportunities to press for reform. Bernstein admitted the possibility of resistance and therefore the need for pressure, substantial at times. Nor did he demand a radical change from existing policy. What he recommended was in fact what the SPD was already doing. All that was needed was for the party to dare to appear as what it actually was: a democratic socialist party of reform. Bernstein's doctrine, particularly as expressed in his articles in Neue Zeit and in the underlying assumptions of socialism and the tasks of social democracy, was therefore something of a compromise. Neither a new philosophy nor a series of specific proposals for immediate action. If anything, he had gone further towards a systematic demolition of Marxism than he actually desired. He was concerned to bring practice and theory into a more positive relationship. By removing the arbitrary assumptions about revolution, he felt that he had corrected theory and brought it more closely into line with reality. I have no objection to the practical aspect of the social democratic program with which I am entirely in agreement. Only the theoretical part leaves something to be desired, he replied to Kautsky's accusation of destructiveness. Bernstein was close enough to the leaders of the SPD to realize that they held the practical program of the SPD in far higher esteem than its theory. To them, first principles were no more than a kind of holy writ inscribed on scrolls and locked up in the tabernacles. Bebel himself had said years before that a correct tactic is more important than a correct program. Consequently, he neither expected nor desired a lengthy theoretical debate, particularly not the acrimonious onslaught of Parvis and Rosa Luxemburg. At most, an amicable discussion in the pages of Neue Zeit, as speculative as his own analysis had been, more bricolage. It was significant that the theoretical rebuttal of his views came not from expert philosophers like Plekhanov in Geneva, but from Kautsky, Rosa Luxemburg, and Parvis, and all for highly practical reasons. Their replies to Bernstein, and particularly the fierceness of their replies, can only be understood in terms of practical concerns. Bernstein's very refusal to be wholly serious was part of Rosa Luxemburg's list of charges against him. We are not a discussion club, but an embattled party. Rosa Luxemburg commented on Bernstein's Neue Zeit articles with a series of her own in Leipziger Volkszeitung from 21 to September 28, 1898, which became the first part of her pamphlet. The second part of the pamphlet consisted of a review of Bernstein's further thoughts contained in his book The Underlying Assumptions of Socialism and the Tasks of Social Democracy. Both sections were issued together in 1899 under the title Social Reform or Revolution. She handsomely acknowledged the importance of Bernstein's follow-up book. It was, she admitted, what it set out to be, a more systematic justification of certain practices, which she then enumerated. Most of the instances cited were very recent. In fact, they had all taken place since the spring of 1898, when Bernstein had first been attacked by Parvis. There was no doubt that everyone's vision had now become much sharper. Though she said that the opportunistic tendencies in our movement date back a considerable time, this was not part of her indictment against Bernstein so much as a reluctant admission of his own case for historical accuracy. In general, she denied Bernstein's claim to be speaking for a well-developed, even dominant tendency in the party. Nor indeed could she do otherwise, for her whole argument was based on making Bernstein into the symptom of something new rather than the confirmation of something old. Throughout social reform or revolution and all her other writings on revisionism, the emphasis was always on the need to defend established orthodoxy against unwarranted innovations. The proletarian movement has not suddenly become social democratic. It has been and becomes more social democratic every day. And what is surprising is not the emergence of opportunist tendencies but their weaknesses. Though Rosa Luxemburg did not use the phrase which was to emerge as the executive's slogan, the good old tactic, everything she wrote was in its defense. And when she did take up the phrase after 1906, as a mark of contempt and in order to belittle it, she never fully realized the extent to which she herself had contributed to making it the dominant philosophy of the party. But Rosa Luxemburg's analysis was no mere reliance on traditional, even if unspoken, assumptions. In order to defend existing social democracy against Bernstein, she analyzed its purpose and philosophy at considerable length. Her emphasis was twofold. First, the importance of theory. Secondly, its validity. What distinguishes all the opportunist tendencies in the party on the surface? The dislike of theory, and this is natural since our theory, i.e. the basis of scientific socialism, sets our practical activity clear tasks and limits, both in relation to the goals to be attained as much as in regard to the means to be used and finally in the method of the struggle. Naturally, those who only want to chase after practical achievements soon develop a desire to liberate themselves, i.e. to separate practice from theory, to make themselves free of it. The notion that any social democratic activity could have meaning or validity apart from its causal relationship to theory was anathema. Rosa Luxemburg defended the political and economic lessons of Marxism at great length and in much detail to show not only that its provisions covered every conceivable aspect of political life, and that there was therefore no activity which could not be positively related to theory, but that it was the only theory that did so. The distinction between bourgeois and Marxist politics was precisely that the former was practical in the sense that it had no systematic meaning, while the latter was practical by being part of a theoretical necessity. Any attempt to relate practical activity only to its immediate purposes and abstract it from the causal pressure of necessity was an irrevocable step out of socialism and into bourgeois politics. This, in fact, was the main basis for the accusation that Bernstein was no longer a socialist. She countered his appeal for social democracy to recognize what it really was, a practical party, according to his definition, by asking the party to get Bernstein to face a similar disillusionment and to admit that he was no more than a radical petit bourgeois Democrat. There was nothing here of any love for abstract theory. Concurrently with the exposition of the need for theory went the proof of its validity. But to achieve this, it was necessary to dismantle every one of Bernstein's assumptions about the nature of capitalism and the role of social democracy. This detailed critique of Bernstein is still part of the standard tradition of Marxism up to the present day and can be found in every textbook on Marxism. Only a brief summary is necessary here. Credit did not reduce crises but accentuated them. Instead of a regular series of minor crises, you had an irregular series of greater ones, hidden but not alleviated by the development of banking finance. The small and intermediate capitalist was not an identifiable group of given size which must decrease and disappear before capitalism was ready for its final collapse. Instead, it represented the most dialectic facet of capitalism. Such capitalists were getting fewer, but they would never disappear altogether. Periodically, they were mown down like so much ripe corn and absorbed into larger concentrations. At the same time, the actual victims were replaced by a new spawning of small capitalist developments in the shelter of the periodic increases in the rate of profit following each depression. The conditions of production demand the employment of capital on a large scale. They likewise require its centralization, that is, a devouring of small capitalists by the great capitalists and decapitalization of the former. But this process of separating producers from their requirements of production and centralization of capital in a few hands would soon bring about the collapse of capitalist production if it were not for counteracting tendencies which continually have a decentralizing effect by the side of the centripetal ones. On the political side, the tendencies towards democracy, which Bernstein had hailed as a positive herald of change opening up exciting and objective possibilities for social reform, were dismissed as no more than the political manipulations of the bourgeoisie. Far from making revolution unnecessary, they provided the very factors which made it essential. As long as the situation of the oppressed class was a matter of formal law, such laws could presumably be changed. Hence the partially legal character of all bourgeois revolutions. But wage slavery, the real basis of contemporary oppression, was not a matter of law at all. Instead of resting on laws, the level of wages is governed by economic factors. Thus, the basic conditions of capitalist class domination cannot be altered by reforms of the law, like their original transformation into the present bourgeois conditions, since they had not themselves been brought about by such laws in the first place. The extralegal nature of bourgeois domination was precisely the reason why revolution rather than reform was logically necessary. There could be no other way. This particular aspect has been quoted at some length because it is the only point where Rosa Luxemburg departed from the more usual Marxist analysis of bourgeois liberalism as the legal and constitutional reproduction of bourgeois class domination. Instead of basing herself on the somewhat formal idea that bourgeois society was as much expressed by its laws as any other and that revolution was necessary because a change of the law would be resisted, she introduced the novel idea that it was the particular feature of bourgeois society that its main engine of oppression was extralegal, and therefore incapable of being changed by law, even if such a thing had been politically possible. Unfortunately, this interesting idea was not developed by her or anyone else, and she herself reverted later to the more usual formulation. Even in her pamphlet, the development of this idea was not consistent. Democracy is essential not because it makes the capture of political power by the proletariat unnecessary, but on the contrary because it makes the seizure of power essential as well as uniquely possible. The notion of democracy as a means, a socialist tool, was much more usual. Having demolished Bernstein's revisions of theory, Rosa Luxemburg went on to emphasize most strongly the essential relationship between correct theory and practice. Correct theory postulated revolution, and consequently everything that social democracy did or left undone must contribute to that end. In asserting the relationship between theory and practice, Rosa Luxemburg necessarily characterized practical activities in a way which reduced them to a secondary and contributory factor only, without any meaning or validity of their own. Her criterion of the relationship was qualitative, not quantitative, with principles definitely of a higher order than practice. Theory was the life force of tactics. At the same time, theory severely limited the choice of practical measures. Some of Bernstein's heraldry of hope she dismissed altogether as illusory, like producer cooperatives. Others were relegated to the backwater of insignificance. The natural and absolute rule of capital makes it impossible for workers to be capitalists in relation to each other. Consumer cooperatives did have some capacity for survival, but far from being an instrument in the struggle against production capital, i.e. against the mainstream of the capitalist economy, they are only a weapon against trading capital and particularly against small and intermediary traders, i.e. against a relatively minor branch of the main tree of capitalism. With regard to trade unions, Rosa Luxemburg once again followed the classical Marxist notion of limiting their role to regulating the apportionment of labor's due amount of wages, but without any hope of altering the iron law which governed their actual level. If there were no trade unions, not even the amount due to labor in Marx's economic formula would be paid out. In times of boom, especially, labor would get even less than that to which the capitalist economy entitled it. But that was all. The limits within which trade unions could operate were between the absolute and the relative decline of wages in proportion to the gross national product, which would grow as a result of the postulated increases in productivity. Thus, the trade union struggle, thanks to the objective circumstances of capitalist society, becomes like the labor of Sisyphus. This Sisyphus labor is of course essential if the worker is to receive the amount due to him in any given situation, if the capitalist law of wages is to be realized and the perpetually oppressive tendency of economic development is to be paralyzed or more gradually weakened. Any notion, however, that the trade unions can reduce profits pro rata in favor of wages presupposes firstly a halt to the proletarianization of the middle strata and to the growth of the proletariat, and secondly an end to the increase in productivity. In other words, a return to pre-capitalist conditions. This description of trade union work was to have rumbling political consequences. Although it followed directly from Marx's own, the striking phrase about the labors of Sisyphus gave great offense and was to be the symbol of the trade union's chronic enmity towards Rosa Luxemburg. But it is curiously ironic that this classical, if highly colored, analysis of trade union roles should have had far greater political repercussions than many of the really new and startling formulations she produced in the same pamphlet. Consumers and producers, cooperatives and trade unions, this was the extent of Rosa Luxemburg's examples of practical activity. The argument was concerned with upgrading theory and expounding it. Practical work was merely its executive arm, any elaboration of which was needed only to illustrate the relevance of theory, a simple diagram of how to apply it in practice. Rosa Luxemburg did not find it necessary to enlarge on party tactics in order to buttress her argument. She had established the conceptual framework between theory and practice. She had created a synthesis of the two modes of socialism, a tightly knit fugue. All that now remained was to use the fugal technique on the different melodies of the moment. But paradoxically, the great bulk of her writings on revisionism was in fact concerned with questions of practical policy. Since it is contradictory to demote a form of activity to secondary importance and then to upbraid people at length for performing it wrongly, she had to give positive content to the pattern of causality between theory and practice. This was the doctrine of class consciousness. We shall see how it was built up into the linchpin of her causations. Only by intense promotion of class consciousness was it possible to show that wrong practical action could affect, obscure, and indeed destroy theory. But before examining this transformation, we must investigate some further implications of Rosa Luxemburg's theoretical elaborations and compare these with the replies to Bernstein put forward by Kautsky and Parvis, her main allies. Rosa Luxemburg's analysis was pervaded by a strong sense of purpose. This may be overlaid, disguised by the polemical nature of the pamphlet. Her arguments arose in the first instance only in reply to Bernstein's. The points she made and the extent to which she developed them are therefore partly haphazard. But the aim, the purpose, was for totality. Rosa Luxemburg's whole case was based on the assumption that Bernstein was not contradicting a few minor facets of Marxism but excising the heart of its matter. Essentially, therefore, social reform or revolution is a reassertion of classical Marxism with particular reference to the present needs of the SPD. The totality she aimed for and achieved was no more than the essential totality of Marxism. But her assertion of totality was so forceful that it seemed remarkable, almost new, to many contemporaries and later critics. Nonetheless, at the risk of being repetitive, she was not merely after the totality of a respectable philosophical system. The purpose which permeates social reform or revolution is a political purpose, that of ensuring the alignment of policy to the final aim of revolution. For social democracy, the practical daily struggle for social reforms, for an improvement in the situation of the working classes within the framework of the present, is no more than a means of working towards the final aim of seizure of power and the removal of the wage system. For social democracy, an unbreakable connection exists between social reform and social revolution, in that their struggle for social reform is the means and social upheaval the purpose. Rosa Luxemburg wrote at some length of this final revolution, its purpose, its manner, its chronology. Here again she followed orthodox Marxism fairly closely. She added little to what Marx himself had said, but also subtracted nothing from the consensus of opinion which, on this subject at least, remained in existence until the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. All the problems of closer definition, over which communists and so-called democratic Marxists have since irrevocably fallen out, could be ignored, simply because they had not then appeared above the horizon of contemporary history. The only novel feature of Rosa Luxemburg's analysis of revolution itself, which incidentally anticipated the future application of her ideas in practice, was her insistence that revolution was a lengthy process. She denied the validity of a single, once-for-all upheaval. Again the problem came from Bernstein. his fear of premature or unpolitical attempts to seize power. But far from deriding this as unlikely, she attacked it head-on. The premature revolution which prevents Bernstein from getting his sleep menaces us like the sword of Damocles, and against it no prayer or preaching, no fear or hesitation will be of any avail. First, because such an enormous upheaval like the change of society from a capitalist to a socialist order is inconceivable in one hit through one victorious strike on the part of the proletariat. The socialist upheaval predicates a long and bitter struggle. Consequently, such premature seizure of power cannot be avoided, since such premature attacks by the proletariat are themselves a factor, and a very important factor, in creating the necessary conditions for final victory. The proletariat is not capable of seizing power in any sense other than prematurely. Once or even several times it must inevitably take power too soon in order to capture it permanently, and so the opposition to such premature seizures is nothing else than opposition to the very notion of seizure of power on the part of the proletariat. In this way, Rosa Luxemburg anticipated her later and more precise doctrine of a long revolution. At the same time, she developed in embryo the same reasoning which later enabled her to greet the daring impulse and yet oppose the clinging methods of the Bolshevik Revolution. Their immediate seizure of power would be supported against all those who were waiting for more suitable objective conditions, but the frank acceptance of momentary failure was essential and in no way lowered the value of their achievement. Any reader who cared to pursue Section 3 of the second part of Social Reform or Revolution in November 1917 would have found the direct ancestor of Rosa Luxemburg's analysis of the Bolshevik Revolution. Her pessimism, which was in fact a form of optimism, about the Bolshevik attempts to retain power was not a specific criticism of the Bolshevik Revolution at all, but a logical continuation of her entire thinking on this matter. It was also her sole contribution to the study of revolutionary techniques. Little else on this subject is to be learnt from Rosa Luxemburg. Having subordinated the day-to-day activities of the party to the final aim, she did not try to embellish this final aim with any imminent or picturesque relevance. Practical as this aim was to her, she could not present it in other than abstract terms, though often shot through with vivid perceptions. But they are sparks from the beak sharpening on Bernstein's cuttlefish, and not vulgar concessions to artistic realism about revolution. For instance, the sudden and acute perception about liberal democracy, the extension of a single worldwide economy, and the sharpening and universality of international competition have made militarism and marinism its naval equivalent. A peculiar contemporary formulation, the tools of international as well as domestic policy by the great powers. But if militarism and world politics is an increasing tendency in today's situation, then logically bourgeois democracy must be declining. Thus she recognized the very real and historical decline of liberalism long before it became part of the essential Bolshevik/Polish analysis of the 1905 Russian Revolution and was from there retransported triumphantly westwards by Rosa Luxemburg, Radek, and other analysts of imperialism, first to Germany and then, with declining social validity, to France and England. But at the time it could either serve as a counter to Bernstein's flirtation with an allegedly growing liberalism, as an assertion of traditional doctrine, or form the basis of a new prophecy about the future, but not both. The confusion in Rosa Luxemburg's characterization of liberalism at this time is very marked, and was due to her dual but irreconcilable purposes. The same confusion appeared even more clearly when she examined England and France in greater detail, the former as a sally into Bernstein's conceptual heartland, the latter because of the great events of l'affaire Dreyfus and its consequences. In the end, liberalism was to be examined afresh on the basis of a totally different experience in 1905 to 1906, and the Russian conclusions were then swept westwards as something entirely fresh and new. The best proof of the insufficiency of Rosa Luxemburg's arguments about liberalism in social reform or revolution is her own deletions and alterations in the second, 1907 edition of the work. The unfortunate remarks about France, where she predicted the imminent revival of the monarchy, ideas discarded 12 months later in her analysis of the Miller case of 1899, were firmly removed. With more recent events under her intellectual belt, she gave a different example of the exhaustion of liberalism in the new edition. In Germany, the most recent Reichstag elections of 1907 fought out under the aegis of colonial policy provide the historical funeral of German liberalism. Not even the class enemies of Marxism can justifiably be buried more than once, either in 1898 or in 1907. Neither then nor later did Rosa Luxemburg ever pursue her denigration of liberalism with any sophisticated social analysis. The only heir of liberalism's first demise of 1898 was the abstract state. From 1910 onwards, it was imperialism, which again was a political rather than a social concept. The declining social importance of classic liberalism's class spokesman, the grande bourgeoisie, never impinged on her critical consciousness. The petite bourgeoisie, which in Germany particularly was to be the specific carrier of nationalism and the direct successor and destroyer of liberalism, was and remained for her an unimportant abstraction, a mere lumpenbourgeoisie, just another word in the vast lexicon of Marxism. Realization of socialism does not predicate the absolute disappearance of the petite bourgeoisie. The same lifeless abstractions were also strongly apparent in the economic arguments of social reform or revolution. No doubt this was due to the fact that in these matters Bernstein was at his safest and most practical. Besides, there were weaknesses in Marx's economics which Rosa was specifically to tackle much later in The Accumulation of Capital. But meantime her orthodox arguments against revisionism had a hectoring, stereotyped air. She dismissed the idea of customs tariffs simply as an out-of-date reactionary measure which must itself prevent capitalism from reaching its maturity and therefore hinder social democracy pro rata, precisely the same inflexible schema which she ridiculed so acutely as a political question when discussing the premature seizure of power, and for which she attacked the Mensheviks in 1906. Tariffs today are no longer a means of safeguarding growing capitalist production against mature competitors, but a weapon in the struggle of one nationalist bloc against another. They do not assist industry to grow and capture the domestic market, but merely serve the cartelization of industry, i.e. assist the struggle of capitalist producers against consumers. Thus, a policy of tariffs is in fact no more than a means of casting feudal interests in capitalist form and giving them a false appearance. The same argument was further elaborated in a series of articles in which Rosa Luxemburg polemicized against Schiphol and which were reprinted as an appendix to the pamphlet Social Reform or Revolution. Another and even more striking example of Marxist laissez-faire was in the oddly formal and arid analysis of militarism. This, later to be one of the great bastions of her doctrine of imperialism and the aphrodisiac extraordinary to social democratic action, was in 1899 no more than a tired symptom of revisionism. It had been argued by one of Bernstein's supporters, Schiphol, that under certain circumstances a military budget could provide employment, that militarism with all its unpleasant consequences could provide specific if limited economic benefits for the working class. To Rosa Luxemburg this was to be deplored as a perversion of theory, economic theory, not because militarism was the armed sword of society on the warpath. The laborer might avoid a reduction of his wages through the existence of a military budget, but he loses to that extent his opportunity for improving his lot permanently by building up the very force which will be used to prevent him fighting for that improvement. Any artificial shoring up of society by tariffs or armaments meant a postponement of socialism. If actually propounded by socialists, it therefore cast doubt on their fervency of belief in the final goal. If, meantime, the working class had to suffer unemployment, then this was inevitable, a necessary stimulant to the class struggle. There is thus an innate contradiction between Rosa Luxemburg's sophisticated political dialectic and her rather schematic, or Menshevik, position on economic matters. This might be put down with some justification to defects in her own thinking, but probably follows more directly from the peculiar difficulties of Marxist economics which we shall discuss separately. Rosa Luxemburg did become aware of the increasing gap between an overformal schema of economics and a sophisticated theory of political action, and tried to improve the former in The Accumulation of Capital. However, the difficulty was not solved quite so easily. It is probably the most difficult aspect of Marxism, and she was merely saddled with the consequences of admitting the discrepancy. By transposing, unjustifiably, her economic formulae into the political field, her critics created the doctrine of Luxemburgism. To make theory supreme, practical measures had to be relegated to a position of unimportance, and in particular the hope of economic alleviation within capitalism confined to a narrow sector of the parameters. Fourier's idea of transforming the water of the seven seas into lemonade was very fantastic, but Bernstein's notion of changing the ocean of capitalist bitterness into a sweet socialist sea by pouring individual bottles full of social reformist lemonade is merely stupider without being one jot less fantastic. Though put forward with all the skill and brilliance of a writer who had mastered Marxist techniques, Such a concept did imply a particular state of mind, and also postulated it for the entire party. This could not be justified. Rosa Luxemburg was young and had very recently arrived in Germany. Her participation in socialist politics had hitherto been confined to an intellectual peer group pretending to be a party, in which her task had anyhow been far removed from the grind of organization and conspiracy. Correct or not, her attachment to a final revolutionary goal, which she could neither promise for the immediate future nor describe as painless, could hardly suit a movement whose whole strength was based on practical considerations and a well-established routine. The carefully nurtured charisma of the leadership was even more carefully underpinned with the coral-like accretion of innumerable routine activities. It was therefore natural and inevitable that her spirited defense of theory should unleash an outcry against abstract theorizing as a discipline, if that is what it leads to. In the process, the actual ideas she put forward were swamped. In order to answer Bernstein's theory, she had elaborated a theory of her own, embracing the relation of means to ends, of practice to principle, and had made it mandatory on the party. In this she had two kinds of ally. First, Parvis, who shared her temperament and had, like Rosa Luxemburg herself, a real feeling for the practical implications of turning a revolutionary party into a reformist one. For him, this was essentially a process of embourgeoisement. He had been the first to hoist the gale warning against Bernstein, though he himself had provided the gale. Unlike Rosa Luxemburg, however, his attacks on Bernstein were based on a strong feeling for revolution which never cemented his proposals into a coherent, disciplined whole. His attack had been piecemeal. He used even stronger language than Rosa because his response was that of an individual personality stimulated to attack another individual's outlook on life. Where Marxism for Rosa was itself a way of life, it was for Parvis no more than a useful tool, particularly for attacking others. What attracted him was the revolutionary content of Marxism rather than the scientific and inevitable manner of its coming. To begin with, he and Rosa Luxemburg fought shoulder to shoulder, and the revisionists found little to choose between them. Their differences were encapsulated in the strong bond of their similar temperament. But by 1901 their presentations of the case were beginning to diverge. If there is to be a revision of party principles, then it can only be done towards the left, in the sense of extending rather than restricting political activity, of sharpening social revolutionary energy, of heightening aim and will, but not in the sense of a chicken-hearted retreat. The proletariat must either be the gravedigger or the slave of capitalism. This was almost a call for new principles. Parvis was not averse to any arrangement, however tactical, that could benefit social democracy and harm its opponents. He was in fact the first socialist to advocate that social democracy should penetrate the capitalist state and make it into the tool of revolutionary struggle, by using every possibility offered by this state in order to turn it upside down. This included any alliances with liberals, any intervention in the present system of society, the same positive tactics advocated by the revisionists but for the opposite purpose. Here was the first ever suggestion of a deliberate fifth column. He had warmly defended a specific arrangement between social democracy and the center in South Germany. Through the electoral arrangement, the liberals were pathetically beaten up. They experienced all the disagreeable aspects of the voting system with their skins. The result was that, after the elections, all parties were in complete opposition and complained bitterly against the electoral system. This was a Russian conception which was later on to be practiced nakedly by communist parties in the Third International. But it conflicted with Rosa Luxemburg's notion of right and wrong. The two allies engaged in a minor and quite friendly polemic on the subject. Rosa Luxemburg wrote, "We regard the Bavarian electoral arrangement as horse trading of a kind unacceptable in principle. It has the additional disadvantage, as these things always must, of resulting in a major blunder in practice." Unwittingly, Parvis's recommendations led to the same result as those of the revisionists. Still, she knew his heart was in the right place and therefore rather unctuously forgave him. He need not worry, no one will mistake him for Vollmer on account of this example of false reasoning, the result of bad judgment on this one occasion. That is the reason why we let Parvis off so lightly. An occasional slip-up doesn't matter. In general, he and we take the same line, and we hope that, though he says he hasn't much time at the moment for our disputes, he will keep a wary eye open and deal with all manifestations of opportunism in the forceful and primeval manner so peculiarly his own. She was not the only one to misunderstand Parvis's intention. Bebel, too, thought that he had become a recruit to revisionist causes. Look at our Parvis. Everyone could have sworn until recently that he was a dyed-in-the-wool radical. And this solid pillar, after a short while in Munich, now lies broken in bits on the local heath. The same fate as other high-principled comrades, after a few years in Munich. Was it a slip or a difference of temperament? Morality was not a word used gladly by Rosa Luxemburg. It reeked of ethics, the negation of scientific historicism. Yet her socialism was suffused with morality, to the extent that it was permeated by purpose. Morality and purpose were so evenly balanced as to be almost synonymous at times. If social reform or revolution was coldly and ambitiously prepared, carefully timed for maximum career effect, the reason it was so widely acclaimed was not only the brilliant argument but the passion. Bernstein, too, had been moved in the last resort by moral purpose, to restore to the party its lost sense of purpose, its anchor in reality. Only an equal moral fervor could ever answer him adequately. Kautsky, as we shall see, had morality and to spare, but no revolutionary temperament. Only Rosa had both. Well disguised as they were, the differences between her and Parvis were therefore fundamental. Their dispute in 1899 was but a glimmer of what was to come 16 years later. By 1901, Parvis had already become impatient with the party's standfast defense against revisionism, as he was to become increasingly impatient with the SPD over the next few years. He was not interested in defending a tradition, much less a concept. Parvis described his own activities essentially as those of a galvanizer. I prefer to lash out into the frog pond from time to time. What had begun as an attempt to defend revolutionary principles in 1898 had by 1901 turned primarily into a defense of the status quo in which the emphasis was on tradition more than revolution. Rosa Luxemburg, much more interested in totality than Parvis, went further in her defense of the existing system of tradition. Where Parvis's concerns, like those of the revisionists, were with practical things, Rosa had subordinated these to a disciplined concept of revolution as the final aim. Since this subordination was traditional to the German party, she in fact defended tradition. And in this she was joined after some initial hesitation by Kautsky. He was never light-headed. As an old friend of Bernstein's, he had had to overcome a personal reluctance to engage in open and public polemic. The German party leaders, Bebel and Liebknecht, blamed him largely for their own belated stand in the revisionist debate. But by 1899 he was the unchallenged spokesman of the party in theoretical matters and had come down heavily against Bernstein in his book Bernstein and the Social Democratic Program. He acknowledged the importance of the controversy. Bernstein's book was the first sensational piece of writing produced in the literature of German social democracy. Like Rosa Luxemburg, he was concerned to rehabilitate theory, particularly the great bases of Marxism, the impoverishment of the proletariat, the theory of growing crisis, the inevitable capitalist collapse. Like Rosa Luxemburg, he treated tactics in abstract, formal terms. But unlike Rosa Luxemburg, he did not emphasize the connection between theory and tactics as a causal one, with the former preceding and creating the latter, but regarded it rather as a poor relation. Thus, theory assists the choice of a correct tactic, and questions of theory are not irrelevant but very closely connected with tactics. It was really a defense of theory as a necessary adjunct to practice and not, as in Rosa Luxemburg's formulation, the predominant causality of practice. He reminded the party of its tradition of Prinzipientreu, which in practice meant adherence to the principles that he himself had worked out in the 1891 Erfurt program. Kautsky was defending a tradition in which he had a stake. For if principles went by the board, there was little room for him. If new principles were substituted for the old ones, then Bernstein instead of Kautsky would become their new interpreter. For this reason it was necessary to show that Bernstein's theory was of a lower order in the intellectual hierarchy than his own. He contemptuously called revisionism the mere theory of a practice, and more than 20 years later was still talking about a problem of tactics more than principle. Thus Kautsky, too, elaborated the theoretical principles which he was defending, but his main plea was democratic legality. They had been constitutionally adopted and could not therefore be changed by argument alone. Rosa Luxemburg had mildly taken Kautsky to task for his almost neutral resolution at the 1898 Stuttgart Congress. But she thought his book typical, adequately illuminated by facts, clear, straightforward, solving the problems posed. From then on, their intellectual collaboration was close. Their personal friendship was in large measure the product of their common Marxist defense against revisionism. Here again, the innate differences between them were disguised rather than obliterated in the course of their cooperation. Kautsky never questioned the principles, and therefore did not, like Rosa Luxemburg, revalidate them. The validity was pale and negative. Though willing to elaborate and popularize, he took their political dynamic largely for granted. This in fact restricted him to a defense of a limited sector theory. As long as no attacks on theory were made, or on him as its main champion, he was willing to let revisionist practices continue unscathed. Gradually, the executive turned more sharply on the surface manifestation of revisionism, and Kautsky was drawn into the general backwash of condemnation. By 1903, he had emerged as the official spokesman against revisionist practice, and happily continued in this role from the International Congress at Amsterdam in 1904 right through to the last and greatest South German budget scandal of 1912. But this was not a personal crusade of right against wrong so much as the fulfillment of his unofficial role of theoretical cab driver for the executive. The initial defense of existing social democracy against the revisionists was therefore undertaken by a coalition. First Parvis, to whom the disappearance of revolutionary attitudes implicit in the revisionist conception was anathema, whose approach to tactics was based on the criterion of their revolutionary success, to whom in the last resort Marxism was a useful means of achieving social revolution, and not an analysis of its historical necessity. Secondly, Kautsky, defending the existing principles against detraction and amendment. Finally, Rosa Luxemburg, to whom the principles were a means of keeping tactics revolutionary, but who subordinated the choice of tactics to strict conformity with Marxist principles. She occupied an intermediate position between Kautsky and Parvis, intermediate and at the same time all-embracing. In fact, only her ideas were capable of providing a bridge between the active revolutionary spirit of Parvis and Kautsky's attachment to Marxist theory. Rosa Luxemburg thus played a vital role in the revisionist controversy, as the hinge on which the intellectual alliance against revisionism could turn. She provided the means of joining the executive's practical campaign against the revisionists to Kautsky's championship of theory. Her analysis was the only one broad enough to contain both the supremacy of theory and its critical confrontation with tactics. It is significant that Parvis soon lost interest in the whole dreary business and renounced all participation, while Rosa Luxemburg remained in the forefront of the controversy until the Russian Revolution of 1905. How did the abstract and limited elaboration of tactics, as opposed to theory, in social reform or revolution come to provide a basis for the practical concerns of the executive after 1899? Or to put the question more precisely, how was Rosa Luxemburg able to develop her formulations to cover the many aspects of revisionist practice which she examined in such detail in the next few years? On the face of it, social reform or revolution could easily have led to a defense of theory for its own sake, much like Karl Kautsky's. The link between theory and practice, the nexus which contained and colored the daily political routine and rescued it from mere abstract subordination to the final goal, was the doctrine of class consciousness. Through it, the meaninglessness of Sisyphus was allocated a vital role which enabled the executive to use and quote Rosa Luxemburg with complete approval for the next 6 years. The notion of class consciousness was of course not invented by Rosa Luxemburg. It springs from Marx's own analysis of knowledge and dialectic. Already halfway through the 19th century, it had become the main justification for his political activities. Rosa Luxemburg was therefore not original in her reliance on class consciousness. She never explained it, since it was already known to be an essential part of the process for creating the conditions for revolution, a process to which the SPD was fully committed. In bringing it to the fore in the revisionist debate, she was merely reiterating the fundamental necessities of the class struggle against the attempt to revise it. By questioning the final aim of revolution, Bernstein was incidentally destroying the very need for any separate proletarian class consciousness and reducing it to the level of a narrow and sectional interest. Class consciousness was an integral part of the doctrine of totality. Revisionism, here as in other things, broke up the totality into self-sufficient, limited, and therefore meaningless purposes, meaningless, that is, in terms of a general class confrontation. Once we get away from the exclusive preoccupation with the improvement of the immediate situation of the workers, the need for which is common as much to the traditional purpose of the party as to the purpose of the revisionists, the entire difference becomes this. According to the traditional conception, the socialist purpose of trade union and political struggle consists in preparing the proletariat for social upheaval, i.e. emphasis on the subjective factor. According to Bernstein, the purpose of trade union and political struggle consists in limiting capitalist exploitation, in robbing capitalist society increasingly of its capitalist nature and impressing a socialist character upon it, i.e. to bring about the social upheaval in an objective sense. In the traditional conception, the trade union and political struggle brings the proletariat to realize that it is impossible to alter its situation through such a struggle, and convinces it of the inevitability of its final seizure of political power. In Bernstein's conception, we start with the importance of seizing political power in order to achieve a socialist order as a result of the trade union and political struggle. Social reform or revolution, the product of a brilliant 28-year-old intellectual, bristled with such Talmudic subtleties encased in Hegelian splints. Such a progression of paradoxes, or driving the implications of any polemic to their extremes and then confronting the extremes with teeth bared, was always to be Rosa Luxemburg's method of argument par excellence. She had the opportunity to use it to the full only in those few basic writings in which she was able to survey the entire field of debate, instead of concentrating on particular aspects. Social Reform or Revolution, the mass strike pamphlet of 1906, the Russian Revolution, to a lesser extent her polemic with Lenin in 1903, and the Accumulation of Capital were all exercises in dialectic symmetry, in which the reader is perforce led to the highest mountain, the world divided into peaks and dark valleys with no flat resting places in between. Nowhere was this tendency more pronounced than in Social Reform or Revolution. Rosa Luxemburg, fresh from the absolutes of émigré Polish politics in Switzerland, had not yet had to compromise with reality, with tactical requirements. For some years she was to treat every single tactical problem in such absolute terms. This explains many of the minor absurdities in her analysis of current affairs. Such facile intellectual extremism was a symptom of the whole revisionist debate which affected not only Rosa but most of the other orthodox defenders. It was ultimately to ruin Kautsky and help ruin the SPD. Rosa Luxemburg escaped from it after 1905 when the Russian Revolution luridly lit up the flush of intellectual self-sufficiency in the SPD. She veered away sharply. With her new understanding, she even analyzed the phenomenon of intellectual rigidity as the product of shapeless opportunism. A formless jelly at one end of the political scale often caused cramps at the other, a metaphor with which she illuminated French, Russian, and also German conditions. Rosa Luxemburg continued her analysis of developing class consciousness as the main purpose of socialist tactics as follows. The great socialist importance of the trade union and political struggle consists in socializing the knowledge, the consciousness of the proletariat, in organizing it as a class. This sentence contained the essential sociology of Marx and its particular implications for that time in Germany. The practical activities of social democracy, far from achieving any positive or objective results, could only serve to introduce a socialist reality into the vacuum of alienation. Knowledge, or Kenntnis, is the Marx-Weber term on which rests the entire modern sociological theory of knowledge. Its use in this context was clearly intended to convey a frictional process of intervention in the mental vacuum of a proletariat oppressed by objective circumstances, unable as yet to appreciate the subjective requirements of its class interests. It is at this point that we reach a fundamental statement about the nature of the class struggle which has been missed by most commentators. Here, for instance, was the real difference between her analysis and that of Lenin, which has usually been looked for in the polemics about organization in 1903. For these polemics, in spite of the rhythmic downbeat of first principles throughout, were really concerned with derived phenomena rather than fundamentals. Both sides plugged their conflicting views about party organization. Both sides insisted that the purpose of the party must be the creation and representation of proletarian class consciousness. But in Social Reform or Revolution, Rosa Luxemburg went further than this. It was not the existence of the party, and even the best organization was only a manifestation of its existence, not a substitute, which helped to foster class consciousness, but the frictions from contact with society arising out of the tactical activities in trade union and political work. Lenin, however, specifically denied the creative function of such conflict. In order to ram home the imperativeness of his organizational ideas, he claimed that trade union and political activity could reproduce only a hollow echo of bourgeois consciousness in the working class, in other words, a false and corrupt class consciousness. Though the issue never arose clearly between them, they differed over the meaning and effect of alienation. The concept as such was not familiar or interesting to Lenin, and he saw the problem as a simple one: either revolutionary proletarian class consciousness or bourgeois infiltration, without any intermediate stage of emptiness. Rosa Luxemburg's notion of a vacuum, for which the two alternatives competed, as it were, provided a more sophisticated version of Marx's doctrine of alienation. It allowed for the existence of self-instruction resulting from the small change of socialist activities, the legal aspect of the struggle which existed in Germany but could hardly exist in Russia. Instead of assuming a closed circuit in which only ruthless injection of proletarian principles under pressure could ever displace bourgeois consciousness, Rosa Luxemburg assumed an open-ended situation in which the routine activities necessarily had their effect and the problem resolved itself into one of purpose, i.e. the relationship between tactics and final goal. Why rather than how? Only a deliberate misinterpretation of tactics a la Bernstein could cause the creation of a false bourgeois class consciousness. Left to themselves, to the established principles of the party, daily activities must create correct class values. Lenin was innovating and already substituting. Rosa Luxemburg was rescuing existing and traditional analyses. The organizational differences between them are thus secondary, derived. So, to a lesser extent, is the problem of the party's role. The heart of their disagreement concerns the interpretation of developing class consciousness, with Rosa Luxemburg seeing this as a growing, dynamic process which could only be diverted, and it was her job to see that it was not a defensive role. Lenin believed in a critical minimum effort thesis, not unlike modern views about economic development and takeoff. Efforts less than the critical minimum must return the system to bourgeois equilibrium and stagnation. The effort could be made only by discipline and self-conscious assertion. Any other notion of growth was mere illusion. Once more, it will be obvious that the different conceptions of Rosa Luxemburg and Lenin, here as elsewhere, arose out of the totally different circumstances absorbing their attention. A Leninist conception in Germany would have reduced tactical activities to pointless, carefully manipulated jerking at the periphery, Sisyphus indeed, but without the saving grace of growing class education and consciousness. If Rosa Luxemburg was bitterly attacked for subordinating tactical activities to the final goal, then Lenin, who denied their value even for this purpose, could not have survived at all. Even in 1904, when the two views were confronted, Rosa Luxemburg argued for the universality of the German concept against Lenin defending, without any claims for universality, a purely Russian concept. It was this that gave their debate an unreal air, a confusion increased by the insistence of both participants, but especially Rosa Luxemburg, on talking about first principles and so making the argument universally valid instead of limiting it to particular circumstances. It is as wrong to blame Rosa Luxemburg for an incorrect analysis of German conditions as it was for her to offer a German analysis for Russian conditions, even though the events of 1905–1906 in Russia were to prove Rosa Luxemburg right and Lenin largely wrong, while 1917 would prove the opposite. Rosa Luxemburg's analysis of class consciousness as a product of friction adumbrated a theory of action which was only to be developed a decade later. The hint in the one sentence quoted above was elaborated a few pages later. Clearly, the traditional social democratic tactic does not consist of sitting down and waiting for the development of contradictions in capitalist society to their final point, followed by their dialectic resolution. On the contrary, once the direction is recognized, we only base ourselves on it, in theory, but use the political struggle to develop these contradictions as much as possible, this being the very nature of every revolutionary tactic. It is an odd paradox that, finding herself on the side of the majority in the SPD for the next few years, the implications of action as the creative factor of subjective class consciousness was largely lost in a welter of tactical debates and victories which led inexorably into a blind alley of immobility and self-satisfaction. If Rosa Luxemburg and Parvis had remained the extreme outsiders which they were at the beginning of the revisionist controversy in 1898, if the executive had turned against them in substance and supported Bernstein, the radical doctrine of action which Rosa Luxemburg developed after 1907 would probably have emerged much earlier. It was to be essentially the product of opposition to the would-be powers in the SPD, but could not emerge as long as she fought alongside the executive against the revisionists. We shall later examine the nature and implications of this alliance between Rosa Luxemburg, Kautsky, and the executive. Unlike Kautsky, who always considered theoretical analysis in general and his own work in particular as filling a permanent need or vacuum, in the minds of the proletariat, Rosa Luxemburg was well aware that in practice this vacuum was largely an arbitrary postulate and not a reality. Writing could never be a means of social education. She was as conscious as Lenin of the possibilities and dangers of perversion. Wrong tactics a la Bernstein would also produce a type of class consciousness in the proletariat, but a wrong one. As with Lenin, the alternatives were proletarian class consciousness versus bourgeois class consciousness. What Parvis felt as embourgeoisement, Rosa Luxemburg analyzed at some length and with much evidence as a substitution of bourgeois values for proletarian values. To do this, it was necessary to show that Bernstein's ideas were not a different version of socialism but straight bourgeois policy which had nothing to do with socialism at all. And this in fact was the main purpose of her critique. Towards the end of social reform or revolution, Rosa Luxemburg clearly outlined the issue at stake. By letting off his sharpest arrows against the dialectic, what does Bernstein do but take issue with the specific mode of thought of the rising and class-conscious proletariat? He attacks the very weapon which hitherto has helped the proletariat to break through the mists of its historical future, the mental weapon with which, economically still in chains, it has already defeated the bourgeoisie by recognizing its transitory nature, and with which it has already carried out its revolution in the sphere of theoretical comprehension by recognizing the inevitability of its own victory. By saying goodbye to the dialectic and placing himself on the seesaw of on the one hand, on the other hand, if, but, more, less, he necessarily accepts the historically limited conception of the doomed bourgeoisie, a conception which accurately reflects the bourgeoisie's social existence and political activities. The endless qualifications and alternatives of today's bourgeoisie are exactly like Bernstein's quality of thinking, and the latter is nothing but the most refined and accurate symptom of a bourgeois consciousness. With increasing sharpness, Bernstein and other purveyors of opportunism were attacked not so much for their wrong tactics as such, though these too were attacked, as we shall see, but as carriers of the bourgeois virus into the socialist camp. Faced with the need to defend social democracy against an enemy who possessed such a substantial fifth column, and its real extent was only to emerge frighteningly in the next few years, all thought of an advancing tactic had to go by the board as long as the internal front was not secured. This was why the action doctrine as a means of sharpening class conflict and thereby hastening the revolution was left hanging in the air at the time, a mere hint which could only be brought back into the sphere of practical immediacy and developed once the rescue operation was completed. Having right from the start exposed Bernstein's theories as an infiltration of bourgeois values in socialist fancy dress, Rosa Luxemburg soon discovered the secret transport route and a fat nest of smugglers for good measure. The link with Bernstein had no longer to be proved, but was obvious for all to see. There were at this time a group of radical and progressive bourgeois theorists, academic social scientists mostly, who, while strongly denying the validity of Marxism, nonetheless accepted the need for substantial concessions by society to the working class. These prophets of social integration were Bernstein's link. They manned one end of the bridge in society while Bernstein manned the other in the socialist camp. Like Bernstein, they were anxious to overcome the dialectic, to deny class conflict. They urged concessions on the government in much the same way that Bernstein urged concessions on the doctrinaires of the SPD. This complementarity was seized upon by Rosa Luxemburg. Suddenly, all these good people, whose paid profession it is to combat social democracy with their theories from the lecture platform, found themselves, to their astonishment, transplanted into the middle of the socialist camp. In Bernstein's theories, and those of his supporters, the platform socialists, the subjectivists who had lived, died and rotted away with their long and useless talk, who had buried themselves in words, suddenly found a new lease of life. The more sophisticated and emphatic the plea for collaboration and social harmony, the more violent Rosa Luxemburg's denunciation. In a way, Catharsocialisten, academic socialists like Schmaler, Sombart, Roscher, Konrad Schmidt, and Bohm-Bawerk were even more dangerous than Bernstein. They were outside socialist jurisdiction and therefore could not be disciplined by expulsion, which, it must be remembered, was still Rosa Luxemburg's final solution to the revisionist problem, at least until the end of 1899. If we think of bourgeois society and social democracy as two armed camps, then the siren sound of these academics was doubly dangerous since it came from society's camp. Many misguided social democrats who would have shrugged Bernstein off as hopelessly utopian might well change their minds if they saw him supported and to that extent validated by sympathetic echoes from the other side. A steady tradition in the SPD had always maintained that the antithesis between socialism and society was due as much to the latter's rejection and expulsion of the former as to any dialectic necessity. Thus, Rosa Luxemburg reached heights of bitterness and satire in her attack on Professor Werner Sombart which far exceeded anything she wrote against the revisionists themselves. She naturally considered Sombart's approval of working-class claims on society as nothing more than a ruse, and so it was. For the attempt to reward labor, as represented by the trade unions, was contingent upon labor's rejection of social democracy. Here we have the whole secret of the correct, realistic, historical method, to fight against social democracy, to refute its program. Goodness know how unmodern, how unrealistic, how unhistorical. Instead, precisely to accept the working-class movement, the trade unions and social democracy as well as class warfare and even the final revolutionary goal, to accept everything. Only to give the trade unions a basis in their own interest, which is necessarily in contradiction to social democracy, to civilize social democracy in its own interest into a National Socialist Party. In a word, to break the neck of the class struggle in the interests of the class struggle. That is the secret. Rosa Luxemburg's whole article was a savage validation of social democracy in theory and in practice. Sombart's attack on socialist agitators as an unnecessary luxury which the working class could well afford to discard in its own best interests was answered in the most personal terms, as though Rosa Luxemburg were the incarnation of all agitators. How repellent, how wounding, how coarse the tone of discussion in which they engage. So, Mr. Associate Professor, you want to rid the working classes of their caricatures or political agitators. And whom, pray, do you mean by this exactly? Is it the countless canvassers of social democracy that you have in mind, those lazy devils whose prison sentences under the anti-socialist legislation added up to a millennium? How dare you, you economic scribbler, spending your whole life in the security of the academic lecture and drawing room? Or do you perhaps have in mind the modest editors of our small provincial papers, the people who address our meetings, who have worked themselves up from their proletarian origin with untold efforts, who have struggled to possess every ounce of knowledge and who through their own efforts have become apostles of the great doctrine of freedom? Are these the weak-minded, irresponsible firebrands to whom you refer? You yourself are an irresponsible firebrand, fed since youth on the lukewarm platitudes and tautologies of so-called German science in order that one day, with the help of God and of right-thinking people, you might actually become a full professor instead of merely an associate. Or is it our countless and nameless canvassers, risking their very existence and that of their families at every moment, who never weaken in their unrewarding work to instruct and enthuse the masses, who bring them 100,000 times the old and ever-new words of our socialist faith? Are these your caricatures of political agitators? You miserable caricature of a Lassalle, who can do no more than stammer like a parrot the ancient litany of bourgeois economics and the even older saws about the danger of social democracy. You dare not even shout your doctrine from the rooftops, but lisp and defame and sink your poison into the masses by counting on their naivete and good nature. For, contrary to the claims of the Kathersocialisten to be a real opposition to government policy, they were no more than the velvet glove occasionally but cynically pulled over the iron fist. The German social scientists have always functioned as an extension of the police. While the latter act against social democracy with rubber truncheons, the former work with the weapons of the intellect, first by stupefying public opinion with the production of pot-bellied professorial wisdom, then through polemics and slanders against Marx and his pupils, finally by creating a special bourgeois/socialist concoction called academic wisdom. Again and again Rosa Luxemburg left the internal preoccupations of the SPD to lash out at those she considered the manufacturers of Bernstein's ideas. A special place in her pantheon of hatred was always reserved for social scientists in general and German social scientists in particular. There was first the established tradition of contempt of the positive doctrinaire for the neutral social scientists which Georges Sorel expressed so concisely: Autre chose est faire de la science sociale et autre chose est former les consciences. Then there was the particular poverty of the German academic contribution, with its arid formulations divorced from real life, the sort of thing taught by Julius Wolff. It is no accident that Italy was the cradle of mercantilism, France of the school of physiocrats, England produced the classic thinking on international trade, while Germany is the birthplace of the historical school of political economy. Whereas these other great systems of national economy led and inspired the practical policy of the rising bourgeoisie with their broad ideas, it was precisely the fate of the German national economists to furnish weapons to the bourgeois feudal bloc against the rising working class. After 1906, Rosa Luxemburg was to contrast this with the social analysis provided by Russian literature, in favor of the latter. The Second International had hardly any established academics in its ranks. A few, like Sombart, came close to Marxism but sheared off at the last moment. There was no German Labriola. The role of academic spokesman had therefore to be taken over by people like Rosa Luxemburg and Franz Mehring, academically qualified but not academically established. The SPD was quite content to leave its intellectual defense in their hands. But in spite of the violent rejection of the political and social doctrines of the Kathedersozialisten, the personal attitude of socialist theorists always remained somewhat equivocal. Mehring, in an outburst typical of the man, accompanied Rosa Luxemburg's polemic against Sombart with the following notice. In the pamphlet of Professor Sombart, reviewed by Comrade Luxemburg, the associate professor mentions that I did not fulfill a promise made several months before, to take him up on his flirtation with the trade unions. He is quite right. Urgent party work, which came to me unexpectedly, a long absence from Berlin, made it impossible for the time being, and when, after my return, I wanted to get on with it, Kautsky told me that Comrade Luxemburg had meantime taken pity on the associate. Comrade Luxemburg was kind enough to show me her manuscript, and since I found in it everything which I wanted to say, only said far more competently, I shall but humbly request the associate to accept her review also as fulfillment of my own promise. But this was not simply an outright rejection of academics and their peculiar values. One of the greatest moments in Mehring's life was the arrival in Berlin of a formal letter of appointment to honorary membership of the Soviet Socialist Academy of Social Sciences in September 1918. Kautsky never made it in East or West. But in his later life, he was particularly flattered by emphasis on his reputation as an intellectual. In my eyes, you belong to the paladins of the new era of proletarian liberation. The only one to resist this temptation completely was Rosa Luxemburg. She rigidly rejected all academic recognition and preserved her hatred of intellectuals, Gellert, all her life. Throughout her debate with Kautsky in 1910, there ran an undercurrent of the revolt of the practitioner of politics against the theoretical emasculator. We may think of the SPD at the time of the revisionist controversy, therefore, as a fortress beleaguered by a hostile society. Suddenly, an important fifth column was discovered, partly innocent carriers of a virus, partly deliberate purveyors of the enemy's ideas. To start with, an effort was made to distinguish between these two types. Rosa Luxemburg soon recognized Bernstein as a deliberate fifth columnist. After all, he had chosen to elaborate his seditious doctrine at great length and with considerable subtlety. For him, expulsion, in the first edition of Social Reform or Revolution, a clear and unmistakable appeal was made to the party to evict Bernstein if he would not himself recognize that he belonged to the other camp and depart on his own. Others like Heine and Schiphol were treated to an exposition of the possibly unintentional consequences of their views, and merely warned. While the cleaning up operation inside the fortress was being carried out, sorties against the enemy outside were out of the question. The weapons of offense were put into cold storage. In order to succeed in mopping up the internal enemy, it was necessary to put the citizenry on its guard, and this led to the public witch hunt against revisionism which Rosa Luxemburg conducted with such vigor for the next few years. Since, moreover, the proletariat was an international concern, the international aspect always preoccupied Rosa Luxemburg. The lessons of the domestic diagnosis were carried post-haste to other beleaguered fortresses in France, Belgium, and elsewhere, all equally sick with the enemy's virus of opportunism. In Polish socialism, the German experience made it that much easier to put the old enemy, the PPS, into quarantine with the same disease. No longer a particular enemy, but the local representative of the worldwide foe. But Rosa Luxemburg's main battles were still to be fought primarily in Germany, at least until 1903, when the citizens' delegates assembled at the Party Congress finally saw and heard the last of the lepers routed, or so it seemed. As in all beleaguered fortresses, The need for physical survival had to take precedence over civilized comforts like freedom of speech. As in every political party, freedom to criticize our way of life must have a definite limit. That which is the very basis of our existence, the class struggle, cannot be the subject of free criticism. We cannot commit suicide in the name of freedom to criticize. Opportunism, as Babel has said, breaks our backbone, nothing less. The practice of revisionism. Rosa Luxemburg's analysis of revisionist practice fell into two categories. The first and more important was its relation to class consciousness. This hinged not on a variable of more class consciousness or less, but on the dichotomy of tending to proletarian or bourgeois class consciousness. The definition between them was absolute, not of degree but of kind. The second and less important category was concerned with judging the merit of any action by its practical results, the measure of efficiency. This was a polar variable of degree. We shall examine them in turn. Tactics and class consciousness. Almost every discussion of tactics raised by the revisionist controversy was at once traced as a pattern in the magnetic field of class consciousness. In Germany, two examples are of particular interest. First, the problem of elections for the Reichstag, which was to prove the test and breaking point of the SPD's role as a revolutionary or reformist party. Participation in elections, particularly with the system of the second ballot existing in Germany, raised the problem of temporary alliances and coalitions on every electoral occasion. This gave tactical considerations a preponderant importance at certain times and opened the door to a whole style of politics very different from the SPD's traditional negative disdain. Elections were the party's Achilles heel. Sensing this, Rosa Luxemburg uncompromisingly relegated the process of election, and indeed all activities in the Reichstag, to their primeval educational roles. This was the old, i.e. the correct, interpretation, corroded only by recent revisionist practices. The old tradition of the party is disrupted. Not mandates but education has hitherto been the main object, and where Social Democrats voted for middle-class candidates in any second ballot, it was a question of strengthening opposition. In Bavaria, however, the pact helped the most reactionary and dishonest of parties to obtain an absolute majority. All manifestations of opportunism have in common the simple attainment of immediate daily success at any cost. To the many implicit and open challenges against such a restrictive interpretation of socialist members' freedom of action in the Reichstag, she replied head-on that their activities could have no other meaning within the walls of this talking shop. Every speech, every gesture, every vote had to be aimed at the masses outside. Socialist words spoken in the Reichstag must carry through the window, hence the well-established phrase, durch das Fenster reden. How alien this was to the reality of institutional common sense which pervaded the growing contingent of socialist Reichstag deputies can most vividly be seen by the reaction of his colleagues to Karl Liebknecht, who tried to carry out this prescription literally. They thought he had gone mad. Even before the question became acute on a national scale, and this happened only after 1912 when the SPD became the largest party in the Reichstag, it had already arisen as an obstinate local problem in South Germany. Here, social democratic participation in the work of the state legislatures had always been greater than in the North. There was an established tradition of cooperation and participation by the SPD in communal affairs, with the SPD providing its electoral quota of local government officials. Hence the plea for the recognition of special conditions in the South, which the party was expected to accept, instead of generalizing about revisionism. Again, Rosa Luxemburg met the argument head-on. She repeatedly denounced not only social democratic participation as such, but the entire validity of special conditions. In this she was at first almost alone. Even Parvis accepted their existence, though he intended to use them for revolutionary purposes quite different from those of the participants. For Rosa, the very claim for special conditions was already a symptom of opportunism, which could only result in bogging down the party spirit. She was continuously under personal attack from the South for failing to recognize what was plain for all to see. A current of implacable and personal hostility, like that of the PPS, which she never sloughed off. For, whether justified or not, the famous special conditions did exist in the South. In all the thunder about discipline, unity, and cohesion put out by the executive after 1901, the analytical problem was swept aside and never settled. On the surface, Rosa Luxemburg had the last laugh when in 1910–11 she was able to document the complementary nature of the exciting new vistas after the coming Reichstag elections and the old but often condemned practice in the South. But it was this same laugh which turned sour when the logic of objective complementarity finally imposed itself on universal consciousness at the outbreak of war. For by this time the objective conditions had become much the same in North and South. But instead of leading to a reappraisal of party policy, it led to the acceptance of the situation in practice. The second example was the long debate over socialist participation in bourgeois government, brought to the fore by the Millerin case in France. This, too, Rosa Luxemburg treated throughout as a question of first principles. In any case, we are not concerned with judging the special case of the Waldeck-Rousseau cabinet, but with the establishment of broad rules. From this point of view, the entry of a socialist into bourgeois government must be seen as an experiment that can only harm the class struggle. In bourgeois society, social democracy is confined by definition to the role of an opposition party. It can only appear as a ruling party on the ruins of that bourgeois society. This led to cross-referencing between France and Germany. Since revisionism in Germany, except in the South, had been confined to words and intentions but in France had found startling application in practice, Rosa Luxemburg was led to conclude that France was to that extent behind Germany in the order of historical development. In Germany we have just defeated, after a thorough difference of opinion, an attempt to destroy the balance between final aims and present movement, at the expense of the final aims. In France, through the union of the radical elements in socialism, the balance between final aims and present purposes has only just been established for the first time all along the line. But this exercise in comparative political sociology led her into a desert of abstract misinterpretations. She who loved France and knew the value of French revolutionary achievements, paradoxically was now obliged to demonstrate at great length the proposition that these achievements were partly mythical, that the French Republic was less advanced than Imperial Germany. This in turn meant denigrating the victory against reaction in the Dreyfus affair as ephemeral and meaningless, in direct contradiction to earlier analysis of the affair undertaken before the straitjacket of revisionism had descended on her perceptions. Rosa Luxemburg's writings on France from 1898 to 1901 are among the least creditable and informative of all her work. 5 years of experiments, such as Jours's dickering with the radicals and Millerin's participation in government, and the French working class will have been corrupted to the bone. The perfect tool for every bourgeois social revisionist, opportunist, and all those who flirt with Caesarism, she complained bitterly in 1901. French socialist attempts to achieve unity met with impossibly rigid demands worthy of Lenin at his most extreme. If Jours, on behalf of the much larger group, had accepted the conditions for unity stipulated by Vaillant and Gued, socialist unity could have been instantly achieved. The same shotgun unity which Plekhanov described as the way a man desires to be united with a piece of bread by swallowing it. She carved through the plea of special conditions with the same imperative negation as in the case of the South Germans. In vain we, in Germany, continue to look for anything significant to the country of great experience. The revolutionary experience of France was, for present purposes, valueless. The new methods of which Jours was so proud were not new but old, and certainly outdated. He merely repeats monotonously the great slogans of the halcyon days of the Dreyfus affair. Jours's melodies remind you of Verdi's good old arias, which flow from the lips of every black-eyed and happy apprentice in sunny Italy, but which now grind out in distressing monotony like the lifeless mechanism of a barrel organ. Tempi passati. And the organ grinder himself looks on, bored and disinterested. It is only the practiced hand which turns the handle. His heart is not in it. The contradictions are easy to see. If Jours's new methods were in fact ancient, then revisionism, of which they were a symptom, must be ancient too, in which case the plea for a return to the established and hitherto unchallenged principles of social democracy became meaningless. Similarly, if the Dreyfus affair was merely an internecine quarrel in the capitalist camp in which socialists were not required to participate, then it was impossible to blame Jours for inconsistency, for he, too, was interested in the continuation of his policy and did not consider it superseded merely because the immediacies of the Dreyfus affair had been settled. Occasionally there were flashes of reality in Rosa's analysis, when she admitted, for instance, that the rigid attitudes of the most Marxist group in France, led by Jules Gued, far from being an ideal, were a distorted compensation for the opportunism of Jours and the right wing. This analysis of left-wing rigidity and extremism as an excusable reaction to opportunism was new, and Rosa Luxemburg made a general hypothesis out of it, using it later to explain Bolshevik intransigence as the product of Menshevik opportunism. But these were rare glimpses. On the whole, the elaborate treatment of French affairs, starting with the Dreyfus affair right through the Miller case to the Amsterdam International Congress of 1904, was a sad example of the isolation and unreality induced by the towering earthworks thrown up by German social democracy as the result of the revisionist controversy. The same criticism applies equally to her treatment of Belgium. Class consciousness thus assumed for Rosa Luxemburg the nature of a special intellectual prison, a glass house in which no stone might be thrown. The notion was so central for her thinking that she built it up into a vast intellectual structure, at once all-embracing and at the same time very fragile. Part of its universality consisted in the demolition of all special conditions, of all the unique elements in the history of different societies. Class consciousness, far from being a house with many mansions, became one vast international waiting room in the best 19th-century railway style, from which all trains departed for the same destination. Yet the architecture was unmistakably German. Though Rosa made every effort to make the French feel at home, peripheral visitors like the English were given short shrift. After 1899, Rosa Luxemburg wasted no more time on demolishing the special conditions of the United Kingdom, but wrote off the English as irrelevant. The long effort to save the French, however, seemed well justified when in 1904 the International Congress at last prescribed the German style as obligatory for all countries, and for France in particular. At Amsterdam in 1904, official French and German views confronted each other in a vast public joust, with the contestants stripped down to first principles. Rosa Luxemburg presented the German case in much the same terms as Kautsky. Jowers warns us not to lay down general tactical rules which no one anyhow will keep to. But what else can we do? If we don't do this, what point do our congresses have and our international solidarity? If a socialist minister cannot impose his basic principles in a bourgeois government, he must resign. If a revolutionary must deny his basic principles, honor demands that he must leave the revolutionary movement. I don't want Nettle's compromise unity. The splintering of the French parties is regrettable, but it exists. And nothing is more revolutionary than to recognize and declare what is, in accordance with the advice of the great Lassalle. Their whole case was based on an implicit refusal to make any concessions to the particular problems of France, or to admit that such problems existed. Jowers's plea for social democratic participation in the polity was treated exactly as Bernstein's plea had been treated in Germany 6 years earlier. In fact, and by arrangement, it was Jules Gued who placed before the International Congress a motion which was an exact replica of that adopted by the German party at Dresden the year before, the motion which the Congress adopted. Social democracy cannot aim at participation in governmental power within capitalist society. The Congress furthermore condemns any attempt to disguise existing class conflict in order to facilitate support of bourgeois parties. Later, Rosa Luxemburg summed up the successful work of the Congress with a clear reminder of the correlation between all the problems of socialist unity in France and the role of social democracy in society, a correlation called working-class consciousness. The exaggerated illusions created in the working classes by Jowers's policy of fine phrases naturally led to an opposite reaction. A considerable number of French workers have turned their backs not only on Jowers, but on Parliament and politics as a whole. These are the fruits of Jowers's attempt to rescue parliamentarianism. An increasing disgust among the people for every parliamentary action, accompanied by a return to anarchism. In one word, the creation of really great danger for the very existence of Parliament, and of the Republic as a whole. In Germany, such deviations of socialist practice from the basis of the class struggle are, in present conditions, happily unthinkable. But in her satisfaction, Rosa Luxemburg once more overreached herself intellectually. In her review of the issues settled at Amsterdam, she condemned Jowers's action, not only as leading to bourgeois penetration of the proletariat, but also for the opposite effect, the disgust of the workers with Parliament and politics. This was labeled anarchism, but could it not equally suggest that working-class consciousness was stronger than any opportunism on the part of the leaders? Was not disgust for every parliamentary action precisely what Rosa Luxemburg was preaching in Germany as a necessary precondition for safe social democrat tactics? In fact, the whole point of socialist agitation against bourgeois institutions? Her problem was balanced on a razor's edge, between contempt for bourgeois institutions on the one hand and participation in things like elections and parliaments on the other. She never advocated total abstinence. It was the purpose of participation that governed all. Like Lenin, she found that this balance was too fine for many of her followers. Just as Lenin had to rely on Menshevik support against his own men to overcome the veto on Social Democrat participation for the first Duma elections in March 1906, so did Rosa Luxemburg struggle in vain against the decision of a majority of the first KPD Congress in December 1918 to boycott the national constituent elections. This optimistic overextension of the perimeter of her argument created confusion, the confusion of victory. Rosa Luxemburg from the start had not been content merely to postulate class consciousness against opportunism. She chose to meet the opportunists on their own tactical ground, the quantitative measure of performance. This second element in her critique of revisionism grew as the party flexed its muscles against Bernstein's supporters, and was especially useful in her attempt to bring revisionism in other countries under the one newly built German roof. But far from enhancing the argument of class consciousness, it often contradicted it. B. The practical success of tactics. Rosa Luxemburg would have her cake and eat it too, and her indictment of revisionist tactics was as often due to their lack of immediate success as to their confusion of principle. Her dispute with Parvus over South Germany was in part a simple question of fact. Had the alliance with the liberals succeeded in keeping out the much more reactionary Catholic center, or had it helped the center to carry off a greater election victory? In the French context, had Jours's alliance with the radicals and progressives kept reaction at bay or helped to advance it? But these debates were not empirical, fact-finding sessions. If the dubious arrangement resulted beyond any doubt in a defeat for reaction, why, then, Rosa had a piece of decisive sleight of hand already. Reaction's original threat must have been illusory. Perhaps the most significant example of Rosa Luxemburg's involvement with the practical consequences of tactics was Belgium. The alliance of Belgian social democracy with the liberals to achieve universal suffrage. Here Rosa Luxemburg was at her most eclectic. At first, judgment was left in suspense, pending the outcome of action. The Belgian labor movement now occupies its proper place as the most revolutionary force in a rotting capitalist state. What the morrow will bring we shall see after Philippi. Having fired off her usual theory-barbed arrows against alliances with bourgeois parties, Rosa Luxemburg for once was willing to let the results speak for themselves without prejudging the issue. But the Belgian strike effort for suffrage reform failed to achieve the desired results, and Cassandra now wailed more loudly than ever. Here at last was a perfect example to illustrate the dual thesis that wrong tactics not only corrupted class consciousness but always failed to achieve their stated object as well. In a series of articles on the Belgian question, Rosa Luxemburg recreated the German progression of revisionist causality. Indecision leading to practical failure, treachery leading to corruption. The reason for the intermediate stage of indecision and error leading to the full Bernstein treatment of treason and corruption was necessary, since Rosa Luxemburg was dealing here with the official leadership of a substantial socialist party, not merely with the reformist wing. In France, Jours represented an important and independent group of socialists, but Van der Velde was the acknowledged leader of the unitary Belgian party. Neither of them could be dealt with like the dissident faction of German social democracy. Therefore, the proof of ideological corruption, which made both the Part 1 Socialist Français and the Belgian Social Democratic Party the direct equivalent of the German revisionists, could not simply be postulated from theory, but had to be proved in detail from their policy and actions. Rosa Luxemburg's concern with tactical questions was partly nosiness, but above all a necessary step in creating the required theorem of international opportunist complementarity. What Kautsky merely postulated, Rosa Luxemburg set out to prove. In the history of 20th-century socialism, the imputation of evil motives as the opening gambit of political controversy has traditionally been ascribed to the Russians, to Lenin in particular. The harshness of his polemics became settled Bolshevik practice, and Stalin's translation of words into corresponding action, physical violence to complement verbal brutality, was no more than reification, a logical end to the process. No doubt it was a manner of argumentation peculiarly suited to Lenin's personality. But it was also an objective necessity to Marxism, which was felt as strongly in Germany as in Russia. Those who had Marx's writings before them, who had chosen to accept his analysis of social relations and the intellectual discipline imposed by it, could not be let off with a mere correction of error if they chose to undermine the dialectic in theory or in practice. The whole concept of éclaircissement which went with Marxism imposed a peculiar responsibility on the beneficiaries. There could be no contracting out of enlightenment except by deliberate treachery. This was the peculiar legacy of Bernstein. Before 1898, it could be argued that doubtful tactical proposals were due to ignorance and error, and Wilhelm Liebknecht had represented some of Vollmer's agrarian proposals of 1894 in just this light to an apprehensive Engels in London. But once Bernstein had produced his theoretical justification of such tactics and had been refuted on his own grounds by Rosa Luxemburg as well as by eminences like Kautsky and Plekhanov, no excuses were possible any longer. If opportunism was to be dealt with successfully, every one of its manifestations had to be related back to Bernstein, whether the offender was a minor party member in South Germany or the legitimate leader of Belgian social democracy. As a result, Rosa Luxemburg's campaigns against revisionism were highly personal, and the tradition of character assassination was as much an inevitable consequence of the revisionist controversy in Germany as a peculiar method of political debate among Russians. But there was always a distinction between even the harshest imputation of motive deduced from action or ideas, and any attacks based on origin or religion, often a fine distinction but a valid one, observed by Rosa Luxemburg as much as by Lenin. When Rosa Luxemburg spoke disdainfully of her opponent's debating methods but then laid into them in the sharpest terms, this was what she had in mind. The analogy of a besieged fortress is particularly helpful if the consequences of the revisionist debate are to be grasped. Revisionism was not destroyed, rooted in reality. It survived continual condemnation by taking refuge in its grassroots origins. But after 1903, it ceased to be a debatable issue in the SPD as far as party principles or policy were concerned. All that remained was to attack its symptoms. The decision of the party congresses of 1901 and 1903, and of the International Congress of 1904, to condemn the theoretical basis of revisionism was not an automatic consequence of the debate about Bernstein's proposition of 1898. At first, the debate about theory had been inconclusive. For 2 years, the SPD executive avoided commitment by encouraging the theoretical aspect of the debate, in which it was not primarily interested. But the issue was not to be confined to a few intellectuals, especially once the latter had connected principles to practice and started their witch hunt against the reformist practitioners. These were often distinguished and important comrades who stoutly defended their actions and eventually forced the executive to take sides. As we have seen, every disposition of personal friendship and loyalty pulled the executive towards the revisionists, while people like Rosa Luxemburg and Parvis were friendless outsiders. Why then did the executive come down so heavily against Bernstein and his followers? Certainly it was not only sentimental attachment to the good old principles, but a far more practical and self-interested consideration. If Bernstein was right, then the exclusiveness of social democracy as a way of life and as an organization could not survive. The party leaders had made their careers out of total opposition to society. Their supporters had recreated in the SPD a substitute for the society which had cast them out. Lights had been lit in the darkness, and after 1890 they had reaped their reward. By the end of the century, the SPD was a state within a state, and its legitimate rulers represented a powerful vested interest in the maintenance of this status quo. The accent on separateness went well beyond mere politics or even ideology. It was a profound moral differentiation which made socialists regard themselves as almost a different species, a view shared, rather uncomplimentarily, by the rest of society. This deliberate, almost generic distinction became so widely accepted in Germany that the discovery that socialists had a good many normal German traits, that they too said one thing and often did another, was considered a major sociological breakthrough. It took no less a man than Max Weber to point it out, and sociologists today still use Weber's discovery that social democrats were human beings as evidence for showing that class, or caste-divided societies have as much in common as they have apart. Any ambition to influence society directly and at once meant entering it, becoming like any other political party in Germany, a mere interest group without any pretensions to power then or later. As far as the party was concerned, reformist success was self-liquidating. As socialist aspirations were fulfilled, so the proliferation of social democratic organization, the position of the leaders as the autonomous government, must be weakened too. Their raison d'etre was precisely the impossibility of achievement. Their presence filled the vacuum created by the abstention from political participation in society. They had not been elected to articulate policy within society but to create a new society which would take over after the collapse of its predecessor. The party's sole purpose was growth, and growth implied separation from the opposing camp. Participation in society could only delay the date of final collapse. In Marxist terms, the party was the bricks-and-mortar structure of alienation. This then was the fortress to be defended. It is obvious that all this did unintentional violence to Marxism, a dynamic and never static theory of social change. That is why Marxists like Rosa Luxemburg, Plekhanov, Kautsky, and Mehring, honored as they were, always thought of themselves as lonely and isolated, and periodically railed against the ignorant obtuseness of those around them. The fact that Kautsky, the most respected of them all, actually came to provide a theoretical validation of a state of affairs which was essentially static in an un-Marxist sense, and all in the name of Marxism, is one of the great ironies of socialist history. It was not, as we shall see, without a logic of its own. Not accidental or treacherous, but implicit and inevitable, and above all unconscious. That was to be why Kautsky remained the communist bogeyman for many years, long after he had ceased to be important. His world ended when social democracy split, and his failure to realize it confined him instantly and inexorably to the museum. That too explains why the communists everywhere thought of themselves as reconnecting directly with Marx rather than taking up from his social democratic heirs. What the revisionists proposed was to sign peace with the enemy, open up the fortress to him in return for a limited number of places in society. Where Rosa Luxemburg argued the socialist case from strength, the executive implicitly agreed with her from a position of weakness. They doubted their ability to maintain their position and authority in any but siege conditions. Political exigencies therefore made Rosa Luxemburg the spokesman and ally of an executive whose real motives were vastly different from her own strict teleology. The executive was not interested in revolution, but it was interested in the status quo, and if this involved a revolutionary postulate, then so be it. The momentary confusion between different motives is evident from the fact that Rosa Luxemburg and Kautsky managed to reach a common identity of views, and that the executive used them both indiscriminately to propagate its case. As later events were to show, what the executive needed in effect was a strict separation of theory and practice, with the former merely brandishing its weapons to cover up and gloss over the exigencies of the latter. This was preeminently Kautsky's task. He performed it long, unconsciously, and well. His self-interest in the status quo was the same as that of the executive. They ruled men while he had his private little empire of theoretical Marxism. Neither would encroach on the other. But it was not good enough for Rosa Luxemburg. Thus, the maintenance of orthodoxy gave both the executive and Kautsky what they wanted. For Rosa Luxemburg, on the other hand, it was a blind alley, and the uncompromising and intransigent character of her opposition to the executive after 1907 was precisely the result of her own efforts in the revisionist debate. After 1907, she was backing up the long road which she had traveled between 1899 and 1904. Her whole later conception of the mass strike, followed by the far broader doctrine of imperialism, was a corrective to the self-satisfied isolation, the apotheosis of the status quo and its extrapolation ad infinitum, which she herself had so vociferously and ably helped to make possible. But what she saw first as a misunderstanding, then as a difference in policy norms, and finally as a conflict of Weltanschauung values, had in fact altered the whole nature of the party over whose orientation the battle was to take place. With the emergence of self-sufficient, orthodox abstention in the party after the revisionist controversy, the function of party institutions imperceptibly changed. Ideology, the same old outward-going ideology of revolution, served more and more exclusively as a means of internal cohesion. With the continuation of practical politics at all levels, participation in elections, trade union activity, attempts to form blocs with bourgeois parties in the Reichstag, the gulf between theory and practice inevitably widened. Hence, increased ideological assertion became all the more necessary to sublimate the uselessness of practical politics, the uselessness which was all that was permitted. In turn, the lower echelons of party work became a desert in which one served to obtain one's promotion, instead of the grassroots of a vital struggle, The party congresses ceased to be the law and policy-making sovereign assembly and became an annual ritual where ideology was enthroned and from which participants dispersed full of moral satisfaction, to illuminate their comrades accordingly. The structure remained unaltered, except for the growth of the executive and its bureaucracy, but its functions, and with them the foci of power, underwent a considerable change. Rosa Luxemburg never admitted her own contribution to this state of affairs, not even insofar as she perceived the change. When the First World War broke out and almost the entire party accepted revisionist prescriptions, the old battle against the revisionists as such seemed more than ever justified. Only her allies had suddenly turned traitor. Later communist history has followed this analysis by postulating simply that on August 4, 1914 the party openly went over to revisionism. They point to the failure to eradicate it in practice, South Germany, Bernstein's and Vollmer's continued membership, etc. But this is an oversimplification, if not an error. The real influence which led to August 4, 1914 was not revisionism but the hopeless moral proposition of abstention, of maintaining a growing state within a state under modern conditions. The concept of such isolation had become out of date, and all the complicated efforts to relate participation in elections to such abstention from society were based on a total impossibility. The position of the party as a whole was therefore not revisionist but isolationist. Rosa Luxemburg's significant contribution to socialist thought was her attack on this isolation after 1907, not her defense of orthodox Marxism. However correct and revolutionary her analysis of revisionism in social reform or revolution, however closely this could be related to her later analysis as a logical progression, the political implications of her writings on revisionism helped to serve not the cause of revolution but the cause of isolation. Her claim on the attention of later Marxists, both Bolshevik and anti-Bolshevik, must be based on the weapons she forged against isolation. In the same way, her split with Kautsky in 1910 has greater historical significance than the entire revisionist debate. Dialectically, the future was already contained in the present. For even before 1905 she had already begun to feel acutely uncomfortable in the atmosphere she had herself helped to create. It was, however, the Russian Revolution and her participation in it that brought about a complete reversal of the direction of her thrust. 7. Russians, Jews, and Poles. The Émigré View of Revolution, 1898 to 1904. The last few years of the 19th century witnessed one of those mysterious revivals of revolutionary activity in the Russian Empire which periodically boiled up out of nowhere and ebbed away just as mysteriously a few years later. All the revolutionary parties benefited: Russian socialists and socialist revolutionaries, the Bund, PPS, and SDK-PL. Polish social democracy got a special bonus when the Lithuanian Social Democrats under Dzerzhinsky and Zaluski joined the SDKP in 1899. This brought not only a new organization but several outstanding leaders into the party. Dzerzhinsky was active in Warsaw on behalf of his new party until the end of 1901, when he was arrested. His efforts resulted in a brief flowering of social democratic activity in Warsaw and other industrial centers in Poland. The ripples of socialist activity emanating from the Russian Empire pushed the émigré groups to make an effort to unite. In 1897, the Jewish organizations centered on Vilna had formally constituted themselves as the General Union of Jewish Workers, the Bund. They were the most active propagandists for all-Russian unity and possessed by far the biggest organization at home, as well as the most efficient transport network between their foreign committee and the organization at home. For Plekhanov and the other Russians this was an example to emulate, but also a cause for jealousy and in some cases dislike. Within a year of the formation of the Bund, the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, RSDRP, came into being, though only after protracted argument and bargaining. It had not been easy. Plekhanov and his Grupa Osvobodzeni Truda demanded a preeminent role in the new party, much greater than that of father figure and fount of philosophical wisdom, which was all the constituent groups in Russia were willing to concede. The matter was shelved rather than solved. Right from the start, the Russian party was faced by an internal tug-of-war between the local organizations at home and the distinguished but somewhat remote leadership abroad. In addition, there was the status problem of the relationship with the Russian party's two precursors, the Bund and the SDK-PL, two snorting steeds whose impatience had helped to put the creaking Russian cart onto the road in the first place. Should there be one all-embracing party, or should they be separate but equal? And if not equal, who should predominate? Having succeeded in extracting substantial concessions from the other participants, Plekhanov asserted the same claim for primacy for the RSDRP over the Bund and the Poles. He was suspicious of the Bund, a suspicion which was fully reciprocated, and his relationship with Rosa Luxemburg's group had been bad for over 7 years. In addition, Khrushchevsky, Teplov, and Akhimov, who were Rosa Luxemburg's and Leo Jagish's closest Russian friends, were also Plekhanov's particular enemies. The auguries for Russian unity and friendly collaboration with their natural allies were not good. Neither Rosa Luxemburg nor Jagishes took any part in these negotiations and exercised no influence on them at all. They had lost touch with Russian affairs since the London Congress of 1896, and when Rosa Luxemburg plunged into the revisionist controversy in Germany, she even cut herself off from Polish affairs, not to mention the Russians. The official foundation of the RSDRP hardly made any impact on the Polish leadership, apart from an ironical acknowledgement of the improbable fact that the squabbling Russians had managed it at all. What is your impression of the new Russian party? Exactly the same as mine, no doubt. None the less the blighters managed to bring themselves to do it. They did not quite get the publicity they hoped for. They chose a bad moment. Certainly the earlier enthusiasm for Polish participation in the Russian party had waned, even though the ideological commitment was still asserted. The leading Poles did not care much for the new Russian leadership. Besides, Rosa's German affairs were flourishing and the outlook for Russian unity was still very uncertain. The Poles could afford to wait and see. And in fact, the first approaches were made by the Russians, the Union of Social Democrats abroad, to be precise. Their contact man was Buchholz, an SPD member of Russian origin who served the Russians and the Germans as a go-between, and later tried to compete with Rosa Luxemburg, to her great annoyance, as a German expert on Russian questions. Rosa was flattered at being asked to write and to help sell the newborn RSDRP to the Germans. Here was a chance to score off the hated Plekhanov. Jagishes, however, was furious, and the initiative was anyhow not serious enough to lead to any worthwhile collaboration. Nonetheless, Rosa did not want to burn all her Russian bridges with deliberate and studied contempt of all things Russian, and the occasion gave rise to one of her severely rational appeals against Jagish's strong streak of destructive masochism. I find your whole attitude towards the Russians uncongenial and exaggerated, as I have told you so many times already in Zurich. In the end, one has to face up to the fact that constant criticism, demolishing everything but doing nothing oneself to improve matters, is a senseless form of behavior. I never liked the way you rebuffed every Russian who tried to approach you. You can boycott or banish the odd individual or even a group of people, but not a whole movement. Your behavior befits a sourpuss like Khrushchevsky, but not a strong and noble person like yourself. I personally could not care less about the Russians. I merely thought that the contacts I have made might be of some use to you. The whole thing hardly affects me either way. Though I don't agree with your views, it is not a big enough matter to bicker about. Your constant complaint that they have not invited you is ridiculous, as you must have realized yourself when you wrote it. You have spat in the face of everyone who has come near you. Forgive me for writing all this. I know some of it is bound to hurt you and even make you angry, but just this once I must tell you the truth. If you think about it, you will surely admit that I am right. Your attitude does not suit a man of your caliber. I myself prefer to praise everything other people do rather than criticize everything and yet do nothing myself. Relations with the Bund were, if anything, rather closer. The foreign representatives of the Bund organization, John Mill and Isaiah Eisenstadt, Guten, had maintained regular contact with Jagishes and Rosa Luxemburg in Zurich, and implicitly acknowledged the intellectual standing of the SDKPL leadership by reprinting Rosa Luxemburg's work in their own paper, Der Yiddish Arbeiter. The new upsurge of socialist strength in Russia was short-lived, and so was the pressure for unity. The first Congress of the RSDRP at Minsk in March 1898, at which the party had been effectively founded, had not been representative of all the interested groups. It had only been possible to hold it at all because the Bund made its technical facilities available, and its leaders contacted the various groups and solicited the presence of their representatives. An attempt to hold a further congress or conference at Smolensk at the end of April 1900 had failed since most of the delegates were arrested on their way to it. In the course of this year, Lenin, Martov, and other important Russian socialists went into emigration. This strengthened the quality of the leadership abroad, but at the same time all the difficulties and disagreements of clandestine activity in Russia were simply transferred abroad, where they grew strong and resilient like weeds. Soon the leadership of the RSDRP polarized into two main factions, Plekhanov, Lenin, and the other young émigrés around Iskra, against the older Union of Social Democrats abroad led by Teplov and Khrushchevsky, the villainous economists of the very near future. Subsequent conferences in Russia were to represent this deliberate and emphatic alignment. Thus, the years between 1897 and 1902 were a period of unproductive isolation. Both Russians and Poles were absorbed in their own internal party affairs. Contacts between them were precarious and insignificant. In addition to internal difficulties, they suffered from an effective police counteroffensive. Large-scale arrests took place, clearly helped by inside information. Those who escaped arrest or custody were forced to flee abroad. By the beginning of the new century, the importance and numbers of émigrés had grown considerably, though the organizations at home were once more in a precarious state. In Poland, where police vigilance was sharpened by the fear of a nationalist revival, the SDKPL was hardly able to maintain effective contact with its groups in various cities. Even the fight against the PPS was flagging. As for the Russian leadership, its primary concern was to rid itself of Bund tutelage. Concurrently with the attempt to demolish the power of the Union of Social Democrats abroad, Plekhanov and his new allies prepared an attack on the Bund. All this was to be achieved at the coming Congress to which Plekhanov, Lenin, and all the others now devoted their energies. It was in connection with this great event that the Poles were to be drawn once again into the orbit of the RSDRP. For Rosa Luxemburg, the period which began with her departure from Zurich to Germany and ended with the outbreak of the Russian Revolution of 1905 can be divided into two distinct parts. For the first 2 years, until Leo Jagesches joined her in Berlin at the beginning of 1900, she was almost as little concerned in Polish affairs as in Russian, and her entire energies were devoted to the new and splendid career in the SPD. She had no mind for Polish events. Leo Jagesches, trying half-heartedly to complete his studies in Zurich, was still for all intents and purposes the boss, but he was more concerned with giving Rosa good advice on how to live and act in Germany than in keeping her up to date with SDKPL events, such as they were. Rosa Luxemburg did not take kindly to this Polish intrusion into her new and very special German territory. You are a little s. Where dozens of publications and hundreds of adult people take part in a discussion, it is quite impossible to have a single direction. In fact, I often wanted to write to you about the way you seem to think that it is possible to export the methods of our Russian-Polish stable, in which a glorious total of 7 people are working, to a million-strong party. To you, everything depends on pushing. This person has to be persuaded, that one pushed, a third has to be made a bit more active, etc. I held exactly the same view till my last visits to Kautsky and Bebel. Now I see that it is all rubbish. Nothing can be done artificially. One has to concentrate on one's own work. That is the secret, and nothing can be done by puppetry behind the scenes. At first sight, all her expectations of the glorious SPD had been fulfilled, and she was only too eager to adapt herself to the new surroundings. But in fact, there was to be no real change in Rosa Luxemburg. It had always been her particular task to influence, and right from the start her milieu had been the international socialist movement much more than the manipulation of the membership of the SDKP. She kept a tight, suspicious rein on her enthusiasm for Germany, as we have seen. Nonetheless, the challenge of 1 million card-carrying minds to influence, instead of 7.5 obstinate arguers, was too exciting to be denied. The exclusion of Poland did not last very long. By 1900 she was already engaged in a new battle in the PPS in Prussia under the auspices of the SPD, and thus returned with enthusiasm to the familiar Polish problems and methods. From then until 1911 she always engaged in German and Polish activities simultaneously. The only concession to the different methods required was her rigid separation of the two lives. Only Jagesches knew the full extent of her activities, and no one in Germany got more than a foot inside her Polish door. This rigid separation was convenient, suitably conspiratorial. Jagesches insisted on conspiracy, and, most important of all, suited Rosa's highly developed sense of privacy. But, as we shall see, the division was not just functional, or even a matter of applying the different methods she had advocated. What was at stake was no less than 2 different ideologies, or perhaps two entirely different relationships between ideology and practice. For the moment, it was useful to keep the two activities in distinct and self-contained compartments. This was why Rosa Luxemburg did not figure as one of the official SDKPL leaders on documents and proclamations. Nonetheless, from 1900 onwards, her Polish work increased in extent and importance once more. Between 1900 and 1904, her role in Polish social democracy was crucial. What kind of a party was the SDKPL? The accession of the Lithuanian Social Democrats and their leaders had brought new blood to the little group of intellectuals who had first broken loose from the PPS in 1893. By now, Rosa Luxemburg had emerged from her quarantine as an international scapegoat. Her activities in Germany and her writings on the Polish question had secured her a place among the recognized names of the Second International, if not yet in the front rank with Adler, Liebknecht, and Plekhanov. To a man like Dzerzhinsky, whose entire experience had been in clandestine agitation and organization, the chance of joining such a leadership abroad was a matter of great pride. And for him, the greatest moment came when he met and spoke to Rosa Luxemburg, an event to which he had been particularly looking forward. Even Dzerzhinsky's friend, Jacob Furstenberg Hanecki, who had arrived in Germany at much the same time, felt this sense of elation, though such a shrewd and devious conspirator was much less inclined to starry-eyed romanticism. The SDKPL leadership, since the fusion of the Polish and Lithuanian parties and the subsequent emigration of its most important local leaders, thus enjoyed an importance and stature out of all proportion to the size of the party at home. It is very difficult to judge the latter accurately. The arrests had made great inroads on the party, and by the beginning of 1902 there was again hardly anyone of importance left in Poland. Even Rosa Luxemburg wrote of the last of our Mohicans. Then, however sharp the propagandist warfare between Social Democrats and the PPS abroad, no such clear separation existed among the members at home. Distinct SDKPL groups existed only in the big towns. The most important were Warsaw, Lodz, and Białystok. Yet even here the respective spheres of influence and control were often confused. A number of Social Democrats were in close touch with the PPS, and the evidence indicates some drift away from the SDKPL to the PPS during these years. This seemed especially to apply to those who were arrested. PPS influence with exiles in Siberia must have been particularly strong. Though the PPS was not without its dissidents, some of these preferred to form a separate splinter group rather than join the Social Democrats, with their extreme rigidity on the national question. The picture of things at home varies considerably according to the person reporting it. Dzerzhinsky was always optimistic, with success just around the corner. Hanecki much more cynical. This difficulty over an accurate party census was to raise its head during the negotiations for joining the Russian party in 1903. Hanecki was preoccupied with the fear that acceptance of the Russians' conditions and the need to fuse local committees with those of the Bund would expose the fictitious claims of SDKPL strength, whose many local committees existed largely on paper. This situation did not deter the leadership in the least. The first generation of émigrés had now been abroad continuously since the first years of the previous decade. Their interests were international. Almost all were active in parties other than the Polish. Marszałkowski in Germany, Warsawski in Munich since 1897 and especially close to the Russians, Cezarina Wojnarowska closely connected with the French socialists in Paris. Most important, Rosa Luxemburg had established a reputation in German socialist circles which, in the eyes of her contemporaries, had dwarfed her Polish importance. Many of her German friends were totally unaware of the fact that on top of her full-time work in the SPD, and on the problem of Polish organization on German soil in Pomerania and Silesia, she was simultaneously one of the main inspirers and leaders of a Polish party whose center of gravity lay in the Russian Empire. Though her Polish and German activities were kept in rigidly separate compartments, and friends like the Kautskys and Bebel seemed hardly to be aware of her other activities, her growing stature in Germany could not but add prestige to the SDKPL. When she became involved in a public controversy with Lenin in 1904, she was acting, and considered by all spectators to be acting, as a representative of German social democracy rather than as a Pole. This state of affairs was to continue until the 1905 Russian Revolution. Even after 1907, she still kept her Polish interests rigidly separated from her German activities and a secret from German collaborators and friends. Only the attempt to translate the lessons of the Russian Revolution into German language and action broke down to some extent the dividing wall between her two lives. Many Germans saw her as unmistakably Russian for the first time. Rosa Luxemburg's international stature fitted perfectly into the political concepts of the SDKPL leadership. Internal party matters and organizational problems in Poland itself had traditionally taken second place to the creation of the party's international image. Then, as now, the public relations effort was beamed more at the leaders of the Second International, public opinion in the socialist world of the Second International, than at the membership at home. Rosa Luxemburg was superbly equipped for just this task. She had the connections and the talent to put the SDKPL case consistently and uncompromisingly before the intelligent reading public of the Second International. She carefully interspersed her writings on German questions with innocent-sounding articles which interpreted Polish affairs for the benefit of German readers, with an SDKPL slant. The calculated intention was to bring the immensely powerful SPD down firmly on the side of Polish social democracy, with money and votes, to prepare revolution, but above all to achieve the discomfiture of the PPS. This was the main reason why Rosa Luxemburg waged unremitting war on that arrogant Jew, Victor Adler, and simply ignored his own denunciation of Bernstein and revisionism. He was still the great protector of Dasinsky and the PPS. The best platform for this struggle was still the International in full session. At the Paris Congress in 1900, the PPS made its last official effort to challenge Rosa Luxemburg's right to speak for Poland. Dasinsky's task was made easier by the fortuitous fact that Rosa Luxemburg had recently joined the PPS in Prussia for a short period, a subterfuge in her campaign to undermine SPD support for the Polish leaders in Germany. This gave the PPS at the Congress a chance to challenge one of their own mandates in view of the continued onslaught of its holder on the PPS leadership. Since the mandate itself was beyond dispute, all they could do was to call it German. In the contemptuous absence of Rosa Luxemburg herself from the Mandate Commission and against the spirited opposition of her party friends Wojnarowska and Zaluski. Though the Commission accepted the empty gesture of labeling her mandate German, Dasinsky was not satisfied and made a public protest in open Congress against the machinations of the SDKPL. But he now met with the disapproval of the delegates, who had had enough of Polish quarrels and wanted to discuss more profitable matters of universal interest. His protest none the less enabled Rosa Luxemburg to make a dignified riposte. These discords can only degrade Polish socialism. It is not a matter of validity or invalidity of mandates, but of two separate political currents. One of Polish democratic socialists who stretch out their hand to the Socialist International, the other her dignity rapidly began to ebb. A national socialism which follows the fantasy of a reconstitution of Poland. The proletariat isn't there to change the political geography of capitalist states, but to organize itself according to the geographical and political bases created by history in order to come to power by creating a social republic. Of course, this was more than just a protest against unexpected attack. It was a minor broadside into the national question. Dasinsky, with the full support of Victor Adler, indignantly refuted the imputation of nationalism, but it was too late. Rosa Luxemburg had had the better of the exchanges, and the PPS did not raise the matter again at an international congress, either ad feminam or in substance. Rosa Luxemburg's success can most startlingly be measured by comparing the last 3 consecutive meetings of the International. By 1896, the question of Polish independence had been placed on the agenda of the Congress. Though the International had resolved in favor of national self-determination as a general principle, it had not adopted the PPS resolution committing the Congress specifically to the re-establishment of an independent Poland. Now, in 1900, the International had finally lost patience with the Poles, but the disturbers were now the PPS with their blind hatred and persecution of the Social Democrats. The Congress was not willing to reopen the question, and the SDKPL delegation had not asked them to, but there could equally be no question of unseating the SDKPL delegation or challenging that party's right to come to the Congress and represent its particular views. Personal dignity and intellectual respectability, the twin axes of success in the Second International, had now been achieved by the SDKPL, who appeared as injured defenders against the unworthy challengers and slanderers of a frustrated PPS. It was largely Rosa Luxemburg's doing. For once she could justifiably adopt the role of a conservative. Her success had wider repercussions in Polish socialism. by emphasizing over and over again the peculiar commitment of the SDKPL to international socialism, with a complementary imputation of mere nationalism to its opponents. Rosa Luxemburg helped to bring to the surface those very tendencies in the PPS with which she had lambasted her opponents. It was a war on several fronts, in the international, in Germany, and also in the context of the Russian Empire where it was most damaging. In the international, she emphasized her own party's commitment to international socialism and managed to combine this commendable broad-mindedness with an emphatic denial of a national solution, a major piece of dialectic sleight of hand. In Germany and Russia, her devotion to ideological and organizational identification with the home parties almost forced a section of the PPS leadership to react with a more specifically Polish orientation. Watching Rosa Luxemburg establishing herself as the foremost spokesman on all Polish matters, unable to prevent the ponderous but massive German party machine swinging into line behind her campaign against the PPS in Prussia, fearful of a similar alignment by the Russian party, Pilsudski placed more open emphasis on armed insurrection and shortcuts. The enemy was Russia and specifically the Russian autocracy. By the time the revolution broke out in 1905, the nationalistic element in the PPS was daring and frustrated enough to come out openly in favor of national priorities, and split the PPS in the process. The leadership of the SDKPL naturally reflected these priorities of purpose: influence before power, intellectual standing before size. It was more of a pressure group in international socialism than a political party, and its organization and methods faithfully reflected the fact. Though a formal hierarchy and respectable party statutes had been established at the very first Congress of 1894, this evidence of outward respectability, borrowed as it was largely from the German model, in particular the Erfurt program, with some concession to Russian circumstances, in practice remained words on paper. This myth naturally produced tensions of its own. When they functioned, the committees in Poland occasionally protested against the unilateral decisions of the Foreign Committee, but these protests were more formal than real. It was a situation that was understood to be inevitable, chronic, and part of the penalty for having such distinguished leaders. Not yet familiar with the informal manner in which the SDKPL was really run behind a facade of formal rules, Dzerzhinsky began his career as an émigré in 1902 by agitating for conferences to put things right, weed-pulling conferences to tighten organizational procedure, as he called them. But though one of his conferences did in fact take place, it brought about no significant change. It merely provided an opportunity for some harmless ventilation of steam. The system also had its advantages. Central control was loose enough to permit those whose ideas on organization differed from the elite consensus to do what they pleased in their particular territory. When Dzerzhinsky returned to Krakow at the beginning of 1903 to manage and distribute the party's paper Czerwony Standard, he took the opportunity of creating what he proudly called a new type of organization with no rights but to work, to carry out the instructions of the Foreign Committee, to educate itself, to distribute literature, etc. This section shall have no voice at all or any right of representation in the party. Its aim simply is to become social democratic and to be at the beck and call usługa of the Foreign Committee. Could hardly be otherwise. The Polish leadership of the SDKPL was always scattered geographically. Rosa Luxemburg was in Berlin with only short interruptions from 1898 onwards. Jagesches, the main organizer, remained in Zurich until the end of August 1900 and then went for some months to Algeria to visit his brother who was in a TB sanatorium there. Such organizational problems as arose as a result of his absence were simply settled in correspondence between them. When he returned, Jagesches joined Rosa Luxemburg in Berlin. After his eviction from Dresden, Marchluski finally settled in Munich, where he remained until he returned to Poland in 1905. Running a precarious publishing venture with Parvis which finally went bankrupt because the latter's hand was firmly ensconced in the till. Warsawski remained in Paris only until 1897 when he too established himself in Munich, close to the new Russian leadership after 1900. Wojnarowska was based in Paris throughout. It was largely her fortuitous residence in that city which won her the job of representing the Polish party in the International Bureau in Brussels until Rosa Luxemburg took over in 1904. The other members were highly peripatetic. Such dispersion made for informality, for letters of persuasion and opinion rather than resolute instructions. To a large extent, each member of the elite acted on his own initiative and in accordance with his own predilections and habits. Orders were rare indeed. Apart from exceptional cases like the Russian negotiations of 1903, Communication was a matter of dispensing rabbinical shades of opinion. Dzerzhinsky was horrified at this laxity and saw it as evidence of deterioration. No policy, no direction, no mutual assistance. Everybody has to cope on his own. In these circumstances, success depended on personal initiative and ability, and of course it was here that Rosa Luxemburg excelled. Only Rosa Luxemburg has energy and brilliance which is wholly admirable. She works enormously for us. What Dzerzhinsky failed to realize was that this condition was not an accident but provided precisely the milieu in which Rosa Luxemburg's peculiar genius could flourish. The type of party organization he had in mind would have been unacceptable to most of the Polish leaders. Bolshevism, then or later, was unthinkable. After members, the scarcest commodity was money. Here again, a comparison with Lenin is interesting. Little specific effort to raise funds was made. It was up to each individual to find a means of earning as good a living as possible, mostly by his pen. He was then expected to finance his local party activities from his own earnings. The party treasury was almost always empty. As a result, the most successful groups were those run by people with earning power, and this again meant Rosa Luxemburg with her writings and Jagishes with what little remained of his private funds. Closely connected with this was naturally the problem of transporting literature to Poland. Over and above the organized transport facilities, which never reached the efficiency of Lenin's, Jagishes and Rosa Luxemburg utilized private contacts for this purpose. Kasperzak is supposed to have a friend engaged in smuggling alcohol, etc. Officially, this friend is in the fruit business. He will require 45 rubles per pud in advance because he is a businessman and does not want to risk his own capital, though he is making some contribution. Let us try it once and see how it goes. But these extra activities of Kasperzak, however useful, did not meet with high-minded Rosa Luxemburg's approval. A nice lot these smugglers, I must say. Far from being an accidental lacuna in the party's administration, this haphazard informality was deliberate and jealously guarded. Some of the leaders very much disliked having to deal with money and organizational routine at all. It kept them from their writing. I have no wish to concern myself with money matters. You must approach Ladek, Olszewski, the cashier, in such matters. Marchluski wrote indignantly to Cezarina Wojnarowska in 1902. The same applied even more strongly to Rosa Luxemburg. At some stage a formal party decision was reached that she should not concern herself with organizational matters at all, that she should not participate in any of the official conferences or congresses. In public, at least, Rosa Luxemburg ceased from 1901 to have any official standing in the party at all. Not that she relinquished for one moment her say in matters of importance. On the contrary, she continued to formulate the party's strategy and much of its tactics, and it was her pen that provided the vivid and uncompromising presentation of its case. It would hardly be an exaggeration to say that the primary preoccupations of the SDKPL between 1901 and 1904 were those dictated by Rosa Luxemburg's particular interests, the destruction of PPS influence in Germany and the international, and the attempt to force the PPS into openly anti-Russian attitudes by testing the arguments about the general principle of self-determination in the specific crucible of relations with the Russian party. The SDKPL situation was unique, unimaginable either in the Russian party or in the SPD, or in any other socialist party for that matter. Only in this context was it possible for the outstanding personality of the party to have no official function at all. And nothing shows more clearly the orientation of the SDKPL as a pressure group, exercising influence on other parties rather than power in its own backyard. Where both the Germans and the Russians automatically referred to their party, members of the Polish elite preferred to call themselves as society Stowarzyszenie, at least in private communication to each other. The personal element predominated in the relationships between the different leaders scattered about Western Europe. Likes and dislikes emerged strongly, more so among the older groups than among the newcomers who found this refusal to stifle personal feelings very strange. Thus relations between Rosa Luxemburg and Julian Marchluski had never been very close, and she continued to treat him in some ways as an outsider, though his status as a founder member of the SDKPL was never challenged. He never knows anything about our affairs, and there is not the slightest point in relying on his common sense or sense of duty. It is like banging one's head against a wall, Rzukak Grako Sion. Now with Adolf you can always get somewhere. Nor was this peculiar to Rosa Luxemburg. Cezarina Wojnarowska did not feel impelled to hide her criticism of colleagues, even though it sometimes touched upon sensitive subjects like the national question which were fundamental to the party as a whole. Both she and Ettingerdalski criticized the Berlin leadership's narrow-minded preoccupation with this problem. As a result of merging with Russian social democracy into a broader movement, our party might perhaps cease to be nothing more than a negation of the PPS, but turn instead into a party developing a broader and more universal activity. The steadiest opponent of the extreme anti-nationalist orientation was Trzewick Zaluski. It was his arrest in 1902, and his escape and reappearance in Berlin only after the negotiations with the Russians in the summer of 1903 had failed, that prevented this stormy petrel of the Polish party from counseling moderation. The only iron rule about these criticisms was that they should remain within the charmed circle, where the committeemen in Poland, like their Russian and Bund colleagues, used formal means of disagreement and protest, and were answered by the equally formal procedure of careful, packed conferences and committees. The SDKPL leaders preferred to express their views informally to each other. Party cohesion was not a matter of discipline or any self-conscious act of will. It was rather the product of a consensus about certain important questions, which went beyond mere agreement on tactics and strategy, almost a common way of life. Yet these people were in no sense merely a group of self-sufficient bohemian literati. Theirs was not so much a deliberate blindness to the necessities of organization as the patient self-assurance of prophets waiting for preordained events in the dialectic calendar to fall due. As these events approached, they would surely settle the relatively minor problems of mass membership and organization. Though no one expressed themselves in such messianic terms, it is very clear that what was at stake was a philosophy of life. Once discovered, it imposed itself obligatorily on the chosen few who would in turn become the chosen many when the time was ripe. Far better to hasten on these events by clear and public thinking. They all had enormous faith in the power of the written word, than to grub about in sectarian cells and pretend that such artificial creations could be a substitute for or even help to bring about the coming social upheaval. It is here that we find the great difference between these Poles and Lenin's Bolsheviks, and the background to the dispute between Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg in 1904. Though technically she confronted Lenin in German, the cognitive experience had a strong Polish accent, as did all Rosa's work. It is difficult to find the right word with which to capture the special flavor of this party. We have used the word elite, but this has become loaded with a political and power context and in any case has lost its precision. An elite rules, those who rule are an elite. Perhaps the sociological concept of the peer group is the best description, a unity resulting not so much from people with a common background, bound together in one organization, but from the more spontaneous cooperation of a generation who somehow see themselves as equal and no one else as equal to quite the same extent. A matter of belief more than knowledge. Cooperation, moreover, for certain purposes only. A group that makes no demands on its membership greater than are willingly accepted. However much they might differ internally and bicker with each other, and the bickering was to get worse after 1907, the SDKPL leaders were always willing to jump to each other's defense if attacked from the outside, Marchluski to Rosa Luxemburg's, and both even to the reprehensible Karl Radek's. The Leninist tactic of bringing in outsiders and often opponents, for the sake of forming a temporary majority within his own ranks, was distasteful and unthinkable to the Poles. As a model of organization, the SDKPL has left no direct heirs. It was swamped on the one hand by the Bolshevik imperative which preempted attention after the October Revolution and on the other by the combination of formal democracy and oligarchy which social democracy adopted as a necessary condition for participating in bourgeois parliamentary life. In Poland particularly these ideas left no roots. They had been developed by Poles but not on Polish soil. But they did greatly influence the development of the future German left under Rosa Luxemburg's direction. As we shall see, a similar elite or peer group was to emerge after 1914 out of the atomized opposition. In many ways the personal relationships, attitudes and ideas about life and work, which evolved in the Spartacusbund, were all directly, if unconsciously, modeled on the SDKPL. In Germany they were to create a tradition which Russian Bolshevism and its German supporters like Ruth Fischer and Thalmann had to work hard to eliminate. In Germany, too, the basic orientation was to be that of a pressure group which required the existence of a larger party or parties on which to operate, organizationally a parasite but intellectually supreme. In the Spartacusbund, as in the SDKPL, there was great reluctance to squander effort on organization. Let others create the infrastructure for the apostles to capture. The analogy extends even to personal relations. A group of leaders who cooperated through informal contact, united against outsiders but retaining all the personal liberties and quirks of distinct and highly individualistic intellectuals. Below them, in the SDKPL as much as the Spartacusbund, was a group of less privileged activists whose job it was to collect money, distribute literature, and generally be of service to the leadership without the glitter. No one contributed more decisively to creating this political environment than Rosa Luxemburg, with her curious combination of an essentially public orientation for her activities with a jealous autonomy in her private life and views. The overriding political purpose of the SDKPL was to isolate the PPS, weave contradictions around it, and make it look ridiculous. Between 1900 and 1903, Rosa Luxemburg personally managed the grassroots struggle in Germany, under the cold and curious eye of the SPD. But she also contributed substantially to the literary warfare against the PPS on Polish-Russian questions. In 1902, the SDKPL established its popular journal Czerwony Sztandar, Red Flag, published first in Zurich by Guten, and a few months later transferred to Krakow under the aegis of Dzierżynski and his group of activists. The object of the paper was the same as Iskra's, a rallying point for political opinion and a means of making known the party's platform, though, unlike Iskra, it never had to serve as a magnet in a divided party. For the first 3 years, Rosa Luxemburg was only an occasional contributor. Popular appeal only became mandatory after the outbreak of the revolution, and even then Rosa never enjoyed this kind of work. The paper continued in its original form right through to 1918 and later served the illegal Polish Communist Party intermittently, as a central organ, right up to the time of its dissolution by Moscow in 1938. More important from Rosa Luxemburg's point of view was the establishment of Przegląd Socjaldemokratyczny, Social Democratic Review. The venture was peculiarly Rosa Luxemburg's. She had campaigned for its foundation and had written to each of the Polish leaders in order to obtain their support. The review, published intermittently at various places before the 1905 revolution and regularly in Krakow from 1908 to 1910, was to be the theoretical organ of the party, to give adequate expression to its sophisticated intellectual requirements. It was modeled largely on Neue Zeit. Like the latter, it published the writings of leading foreign socialists, and Rosa Luxemburg was able to use her connections to obtain regular contributions from prominent Germans. The main political purpose of Przegląd Socjaldemokratyczny was naturally to underpin the theoretical foundations for the running battle with the PPS, and Rosa Luxemburg's contributions concentrated on this aspect. After 10 years' debate, there was little new to add to the national question, and most of the material was stale beer in gaudy bottles, enlivened only by the intense venom of the participants. Rosa Luxemburg's victory over the PPS organization in Germany provided useful dum-dum ammunition which expanded in the intellectual wound, and she did not fail to make the most of it. The lessons of Germany could equally well be applied to the situation in Russia. The marriage of a utopian pipe dream for the restoration of Poland with the struggle for socialism leads the working class astray into the blind alley of nationalism, weakens socialist action, causes internal dissension and frustration, demoralizes the workers' organizations, reduces the moral authority of socialism, and finally condemns socialist agitation to complete sterility. Once more, capitalism was the sole genuine enemy, and the struggle against it could only be pursued on a class basis within the framework of existing political entities, and not by raising the lurid ghost of national self-determination. The only practical way to implement this belief was integration with the socialist movements in Germany and in Russia. Socialist revolution in Russian Poland could only succeed, indeed take place at all, if sustained by revolution in the Tsarist Empire. Any lone Polish effort wedged in between the forces of Russia and Prussia must end in a disaster like that of 1863. In attacking the PPS conceit of being the vanguard of revolutionary socialism, Rosa went as far as denying the validity of armed uprisings altogether. Pilsudski's growing obsession with this putschist form of self-help meant that the daily struggle for political and economic concessions, the very heart of socialist class consciousness, would be abandoned altogether. She compared this concept to the description by her favorite Polish author, Adam Mickiewicz, of the romantic hero in Pan Tadeusz, at the sounding of a call to arms. Every eager activist rises up from his place, dashes off into the general confusion. some to the Saxon, some into the forest. These to the left, others to the right, and the more each one acts on his own initiative, caring the devil about how to get there, the sooner will the Tsar and his government, that colossus with feet of clay, collapse. But if not an armed uprising, based on training, sufficient weapons, and lots of guts, then what? The argument had become more practical. How to avoid the accusation of preaching history while others make it. In particular, how to translate the ideological unity with the Russian proletariat into concrete organizational and policy terms. The emphasis on the all-Russian quality of the revolution thus brought the SDKPIL face to face with the practical question of its relationship with the Russian Party. Since the beginning of 1902, the new Russian leadership in exile had been making strenuous efforts to call a General Congress which would finally create the real unity which had hitherto been lamentably lacking. After the foundation of Iskra in 1900, the editors constituted themselves as an organizational nucleus for the coming Congress, and an organizing committee was formed to negotiate with the various factions inside and on the fringe of the Russian Party. These managers were new people unknown to the Poles. There is no evidence that anyone had already picked out Lenin as the coming man. If one man emerged as the architect of the impending Congress in Polish eyes, it was Yuri Martov. But what particularly attracted the Poles was the new look in the Russian Party, and the apparent relegation of Plekhanov to being merely primus inter pares. From the beginning of 1903, Warsawski in Munich was officially delegated by the Polish Foreign Committee to negotiate with the Russian Organizing Committee about Polish participation in the Congress and SDKPIL adhesion to the Russian Party. The Poles were not interested in or familiar with the complicated maneuvers of the Iskrists within the Russian Party. There is no evidence that anyone read Lenin's What is to be Done, and certainly no comment on it was made by the Poles. As far as the SDKPIL was concerned, the main object of the Congress was to deal with the baleful dominance of the Bund and, if possible, relegate that organization to its proper place as an autonomous subgroup. The Polish party's relationship with the Bund was crystallizing into hostility, much like the Russians, even though the Bund itself was on far better terms with the SDKPIL than with the PPS, who advocated complete Jewish integration in Polish society and would not admit the need for any separate organization at all. At the Bund's third and fourth Congresses, the pursuit of Polish independence was roundly condemned, and with it its chief supporters, the PPS. Nonetheless, the SDKPIL, though admitting the Bund's right of autonomous organization with limited powers, gradually convinced itself of the latent nationalism of the Jewish Party. There is no doubt that the Bund definitely holds up the progress of social democracy, with its everlasting and ubiquitous stress on its Jewishness. This apprehension was not unmixed with jealousy. The Bund has a better organization than anyone, good propaganda and much revolutionary enthusiasm, but a regrettably nationalist tendency and these obstinately separatist ideas in matters of organization. The Poles realized full well that Iskra's intention was to isolate the Bund at the coming Congress and to make its adhesion to the Russian Party impossible, unless the Bund accepted conditions of organizational integration which were both destructive and humiliating. Hence the Russian emphasis on the coming Congress not as a constituent assembly but merely as the second in a consecutive series. Although it was clear to all concerned that a new party must in fact emerge, the insistence that the Congress was the second in an orderly series, that the party was being reorganized rather than created, thus gained genuine constitutional significance. The Bund will not be able to appear as a separate constituent group helping to create a federal relationship. The recognition of these tactics was not due to Warsawski's particular perception. The organizing committee made its position very clear and hoped to have Polish support for its ultimatum to the Bund. Iskra admits that the Poles have a special common interest with it as regards the Bund. Rosa Luxemburg and the other leaders agreed by silence and implication. They were not apparently concerned by the obvious fact that all the arguments used against the Bund could equally well be applied to the Poles. In their self-satisfaction, the Poles probably thought they were the acknowledged exception to the Russian rule about federation, or else that all this talk of general principles was only intended for particular application to the Bund. When they had announced their plans for a Russian Social Democratic Party reconstructed on federal lines 2 years earlier, Iskra had published the Polish proposals in full, without comment. Probably a number of Russians were willing at first to grant the Poles. This distinguished group formed as long ago as 1893, and with some claim to have been pacesetters, the right to claim a special interest, though, as we shall see, the Polish notion of their special interest differed radically from what Iskra supposed. But for the moment all seemed straightforward enough. Dzerzhinsky, who never believed in half measures, told Liebknecht, one of the leading Bundists and at the time Dzerzhinsky's brother-in-law, that the Poles had formally committed themselves to supporting Iskra against the Bund. The actual negotiations in the early summer of 1903 between Russians and Poles were delicate and protracted. The Poles pressed for a formal and unconditional invitation to the Congress while the organizing committee claimed that it did not have the necessary power. Only the Congress as a whole could issue an invitation. However, it was clearly intimated to Warszawski that if the Poles met Iskra's conditions, an invitation could be informally guaranteed. Thus, the SDKPL must acknowledge itself as a member of the RSDRP. Our letter giving this adherence to the General Party would not, however, be published but only submitted to the relevant authorities in the Russian Party. But the Poles refused to accept these conditions and stalled for time on the excuse that the comrades in Poland had to be consulted. In fact, Rosa Luxemburg and Leo Jagesches wanted more time to think and above all to call their own Polish Congress to discuss the matter in more detail. In the end, Jagesches sent a letter to the editorial board of Iskra in which he admitted that the Poles considered themselves ideologically and politically belonging to one party with the Russians, though temporarily not incorporated in one single organization, a situation similar to that appertaining to all the other Russian social democratic groups, a typically brittle and artificial Jagesches formulation. Words were being stretched to disguise meanings, but there was goodwill on both sides. The hurriedly assembled Polish Congress took place in Berlin between the 24th and the 29th of July 1903. The Congress decided that negotiations with a view to Polish membership of the new Russian Party were desirable and appointed 2 delegates for this purpose, giving them the right to negotiate with carte blanche within the framework of the Congress resolution. The outline of the negotiators' instructions was almost certainly penned by Rosa Luxemburg herself, though she did not personally attend the Congress, and was accepted by the meeting without much discussion. The delegates were to be Hanecki and Warszawski. From the Polish point of view, the difficulty of joining hinged largely on the form of organization demanded by the organizing committee of the Russian Party. A firm Russian refusal of federation and instead, some kind of limited autonomy, which would make the Central Committee of the RSDRP the ultimate governing body of the Polish Party as well. Most of the SDKPL leaders preferred federation in substance if not in name. They were reluctant to forego the cohesion and autonomy of the Polish leadership and let the Russian Central Committee deal directly with their own local organizations in Poland. This was partly an unwillingness to dismantle the existing organization and to diminish a leadership which considered itself at least as distinguished, if not more so, as any Russians. In addition, there was the real fear that the Russians would soon discover that the SDKPL was in fact like a South American army, all generals and few soldiers. These questions had loomed unspoken behind the earlier correspondence between the organizing committee and the foreign committee of the SDKPL, but had been obscured by the phraseology about the right to attend at all. On Monday, August 3rd, the 2 Polish delegates arrived at the Russian Congress in Brussels hotfoot from their own Congress. 2 days earlier, on Saturday, August 1st, the Russians had formally invited 2 Polish delegates to come to Brussels with the right to speak but not to vote. Even this had produced considerable discussion, and had been voted against the wishes of Lenin, Martov, and the other Iskrists who maintained that the Poles had missed their chance. Warszawski led off with a prepared speech which combined the general Polish desire to join with the particular Polish conditions for joining. The speech had been written in Berlin, once again almost certainly in close collaboration with Rosa herself. After some perfunctory applause, negotiations began at once on the Polish minimal conditions. The SDKPL to be the exclusive representative of Polish social democracy in the Russian Party, and to maintain its organizational and control structure intact. In addition, the Poles asked for stricter definition and clarification of paragraph 7 of the Provisional Russian Statutes, which dealt with the national question, and also for clear condemnation of the Polish social patriotism of the PPS, though these were not part of the bedrock conditions. The managers of the Russian Congress, and the Iskrists in particular, were anxious not to fall out with the Poles now that they were there. Their main fire was reserved for the Bund. The Polish negotiations were accordingly removed to a special commission out of the glare and heat of full Congress discussion. Here, in relative privacy, the Poles were first asked whether they insisted on autonomy or federation and were told that only the first could be considered. They were then asked to define autonomy. The discussion continued inconclusively for some days. Probably not. The Polish demands ran counter even to the basic concepts of organization which were shared by Lenin and Martov and which a large majority of the Congress insisted on imposing on the Bund, who in due course gave up and packed up. Like the Bund, the Poles were not willing to make many concessions in this field, even if a new and quite unexpected issue had not suddenly arisen at the end of July which put all other questions in the shade. The July number of Iskra carried an article by Lenin on the subject of the Russian attitude to the national question. In this he asserted once again the need for the Russian party to support self-determination for subject peoples as both theoretically just and tactically necessary. The RSDRP program, accordingly, in no way prevented the Polish proletariat from making a separate and independent Poland their slogan, even though there might be little or no chance of realizing such a thing before the coming of socialism itself. The article was not meant to raise difficulties or to annoy the Poles. Lenin had nothing very new or startling to say on the national question. Self-determination was an integral part of the RSDRP program, there for all to see, and Lenin went out of his way to explain that this was in no sense to be interpreted as support for nationalism in general or the PPS in particular. Mostly he cited Marx and Kautsky, the same authorities Rosa Luxemburg was to use in her 1905 reader on the Polish question. But the effect in Berlin was of a bombshell. Although the Poles knew from the draft statutes worked out by Iskra that national self-determination was part of the Russian program, they had considered this merely as a formal catechism. Their interpretation of Russian attitudes was based on a previous article in Iskra by Martov, which put much less emphasis on self-determination, a statement of the position to which they could at a pinch subscribe. Suddenly the official Russian attitude appeared quite different, just when the tricky organizational problems were under negotiation. Suspicious by nature and experience, frightened perhaps at the thought of being played like salmon, Rosa Luxemburg and Leo Jogashes reacted violently. The delegates were summarily instructed to tell the Russians forthwith that, in view of the Iskra article, the negotiations, now hung by a thread na ostrzu noza. It is very advisable that you tell the Russians that following this article the moral value of joining the Russians as a weapon against the PPS practically disappears, and it was only the moral aspect that interested us in the first place. If they are not willing to alter paragraph 7 of the statutes, which embodied the right to self-determination emphasized in the Iskra article, we will have to break off the intended affiliation. Tell Zasulik that after the Iskra article I, Rosa, am not in the least bit interested in affiliation, and that I have advised that no further concessions be made.